In a parallel universe where the boundaries between different realms were fragile, a catastrophic event occurred that shook the Dragon Ball Z world to its core. A sinister force, fueled by dark magic, began spreading an eerie virus that transformed innocent beings into mindless, flesh-craving zombies. Word of the horrifying transformation quickly spread, reaching the Z fighters who had been training diligently to protect the Earth from any threat. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the team gathered at Capsule Corporation, determined to investigate the origin of the virus and put an end to the chaos. Bulma, a brilliant scientist and trusted ally, provided the Z fighters with an advanced detection device capable of tracking the source of the dark energy plaguing their world. Armed with this new tool, they set off on a perilous journey to locate the epicenter of the outbreak. Their quest took them through desolate landscapes, their path strewn with remnants of the infected. The once bustling cities had become ghost towns, eerily quiet except for the distant moans of the undead. The Z fighters fought valiantly, their skills honed through years of training, as they encountered relentless hordes of zombies at every turn. But with each battle, their spirits were slowly eroded. The weight of the crisis began to take its toll on their collective psyche. Goku, typically the eternal optimist, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his cheerful disposition. The loss of innocent lives weighed heavily on his heart, fueling a sense of despair that threatened to consume him. Vegeta, known for his stoic demeanor, silently grappled with his own inner demons. The sight of once vibrant cities reduced to desolation and the incessant hunger of the zombies stirred a deep sense of grief within him. He questioned his own purpose, grappling with the enormity of the task at hand. Piccolo, wise and battle-hardened, struggled to maintain his composure in the face of overwhelming odds. The senseless destruction and mindless violence inflicted by the zombies gnawed at his soul, leaving him feeling helpless and questioning the very essence of his existence. Gohan, burdened by his immense potential and the weight of his responsibilities, battled with a sense of guilt. He felt an immense pressure to live up to the expectations placed upon him, to be the beacon of hope for a world gripped by darkness. The constant struggle against the zombie hordes threatened to crush his spirit, and doubt crept into his mind. As their journey progressed, the Z fighters encountered pockets of survivors. These groups, desperate and downtrodden, clung to the remnants of their shattered lives. The Z fighters, their own struggles mirrored in the eyes of these survivors, provided what little comfort and support they could offer. They trained them in the art of combat, bolstering their spirits and instilling a flicker of hope in their hearts. But the road ahead remained arduous. The Z fighters faced increasingly powerful adversaries, zombies that had evolved and become more resilient. In a heart-wrenching battle, Yamcha, once a trusted ally, succumbed to the virus and transformed into a fearsome zombie. The Z fighters fought with all their might to bring him back to his senses, to save their friend. The struggle was intense, their attacks tempered with a heavy sadness that threatened to engulf them. Finally, through a combination of unwavering determination and a powerful antidote created by Bulma, Yamcha was restored. Relief washed over the Z fighters, but the scars of the battle and the weight of their failures remained etched in their souls. United and determined, the Z fighters pressed forward, their hearts heavy but resolve unyielding. They ventured deeper into the heart of the infected zones, launching a series of strategic operations to cleanse the remaining areas. Their battles were fierce, their victories hard-won, and the losses they suffered were a constant reminder of the fragility of life. Weeks turned into months as the Z fighters relentlessly battled the remnants of the zombie plague. Their struggles were a symphony of grief and determination, their souls bearing the weight of a world torn apart. But with each victory, no matter how small, hope was restored, and a flicker of light pierced through the darkness. They encountered new allies along the way, humans and extraterrestrial beings alike who had managed to retain their humanity despite the relentless onslaught. These survivors shared their tales of loss and resilience, providing the Z fighters with a renewed sense of purpose and the knowledge that they were not alone in this fight. However, the virus continued to mutate, producing even more formidable adversaries. The Z fighters faced abominations that possessed the strength and agility of Suns, the regenerative powers of Namekians, and the cunning intellect of Frisia's race. Each battle tested their physical prowess and mental fortitude to the limits. As they delved deeper into the heart of the infected zones, they discovered remnants of the virus's origin, a dark and ancient temple hidden in a desolate wasteland. Inside, they faced trials that pushed them to their breaking point. Illusions of their loved ones, now transformed into horrifying zombies, attacked them with relentless fury, forcing the Z fighters to confront their deepest fears and vulnerabilities. Gaku, haunted by the specter of his family turned into undead creatures, struggled to land a single punch, his emotions clouding his judgment. Vegeta, tormented by visions of his fallen comrades, battled an internal battle to remain focused, fighting off the overwhelming despair threatening to consume him. Piccolo, facing a grotesque doppelganger of himself, grappled with the notion of his own identity and purpose. Gohan, confronted by a twisted version of his younger self, fought against self-doubt and the crushing weight of expectations. But it was through their struggles and moments of introspection that the Z fighters found renewed strength. They realized that their resilience stemmed not only from their extraordinary powers but also from their unyielding bonds of friendship and the unwavering belief in the inherent goodness of the universe. Their victories in the trials awakened ancient relics imbued with immense power, artifacts that held the key to unraveling the mystery behind the dark magic fueling the zombie virus. With their newfound strength and resolve, the Z fighters pressed on, their determination unwavering. At the heart of the temple, they faced the true embodiment of darkness, a malevolent entity known as Necron, who had orchestrated the zombie apocalypse to feast on the despair and suffering of the living. Necron, a formidable opponent with powers that defied comprehension, challenged the Z fighters in a climactic battle that tested the limits of their strength and resilience. The battlefield became a tempest of energy and destruction as Gaku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the Z fighters unleashed their most devastating attacks. The clash between good and evil shook the very fabric of the universe, the echoes of their struggle reverberating across time and space. With every ounce of energy, every shred of determination, the Z fighters fought as one. Their bodies bore the scars of countless battles, their spirits battered but unbroken. And in a final display of unity, Gaku and Vegeta merged their powers, fusing into a single, indomitable warrior, a being of unimaginable strength known as Vegeto. Vegeto, their combined power multiplied exponentially, faced Necron with unwavering resolve. The battle that ensued was a cataclysmic clash of titanic forces, shaking the very foundation of reality. Energy waves collided, sending shockwaves across the universe, as Vegeto unleashed a devastating final attack that consumed Necron in a blinding explosion of light. As the dust settled, silence enveloped the temple. The Z fighters, exhausted and battle-weary, stood together, their bodies bruised and battered, their hearts heavy but triumphant. They had vanquished the darkness, restored peace to their world, and saved countless lives from the clutches of the zombie virus. But the battle had taken its toll. The Z fighters carried with them the scars of their struggle, physical and emotional wounds that would take time to heal. The weight of the lives lost and the suffering endured remained etched in their souls. Yet, amidst the devastation, they found solace in each other. They embraced their humanity, cherishing the moments of respite and camaraderie. The world slowly began to heal, its scars fading as life reclaimed its rightful place. And so, the Z fighters returned to their loved ones, forever marked by the struggle against the zombie plague. Their hearts carried the weight of the fallen, and the world they had fought so hard to protect was forever changed. But in that change, they found the strength to rebuild, to cherish the bonds that held them together, and to face any future challenges with renewed hope and unbreakable spirits. For the Z fighters, the struggle against the zombies had been a test of their character, their resilience, and their unwavering belief in the power of good. And though the scars of their battles would never truly fade, they emerged from the darkness as beacons of hope, their spirits unyielding, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. In the aftermath of the zombie apocalypse, the Dragon Ball Z universe struggled to rebuild. The scars left by the dark magic and the relentless hordes of undead served as a constant reminder of the harrowing battles fought by the Z fighters. However, amidst the remnants of devastation, a new threat began to emerge, testing their resilience once again. As the world slowly recovered, a clandestine organization known as the Shadow Society rose to power. Led by a mysterious figure named Malachi, the society sought to harness the dark energy left behind by the zombie virus for their own sinister purposes. They believed that by tapping into this malevolent force, they could attain godlike powers and reshape the world in their image. News of the Shadow Society's activities reached the Z Fighters, who immediately sensed the danger that loomed over their world. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the team reassembled, ready to face this new threat head-on. They knew that their previous struggles against the zombies had prepared them for the battles that lay ahead. Guided by their innate sense of justice and a desire to protect their home, the Z Fighters embarked on a journey to dismantle the Shadow Society and put an end to their dangerous experiments. Their quest led them to the dark underbelly of the Dragon Ball Z universe, a hidden stronghold where the Society conducted their nefarious activities. Inside the fortress, the Z Fighters encountered a multitude of adversaries, each wielding the twisted powers derived from the remnants of the zombie virus. They fought against enhanced soldiers with superhuman strength, insidious creatures that could control the minds of others, and even beings infused with dark energy that granted them near immortality. The battles were intense, pushing the Z Fighters to their limits. Goku tapped into the depths of his power, unlocking new transformations that astonished even his most formidable foes. Vegeta, driven by a burning desire to protect his loved ones, channeled his inner rage and tapped into his hidden reserves of strength. Piccolo, as always, relied on his cunning tactics and strategic mind to outmaneuver the enemy, adapting his abilities to counter their dark powers. Gohan, who had grown stronger and wiser since the zombie apocalypse, fought with a renewed sense of purpose and determination. However, the Shadow Society was not without its own ace in the hole. Malachi, the enigmatic leader, revealed his true power of fusion with a malevolent deity that granted him unparalleled strength and control over the dark energy. Malachi boasted that he would reshape the world in his image, eradicating any opposition that dared to stand in his way. The Z Fighters, battered but undeterred, stood against Malachi and his newfound might. They combined their forces, unleashing devastating attacks that shook the very foundations of the stronghold. The battle waged on, the clash of powers echoing through the halls as reality trembled under their might. As the battle reached its climax, the Z Fighters, driven by their unwavering resolve and the bonds forged through countless trials, managed to deliver a decisive blow to Malachi. Their combined strength shattered his fusion and stripped him of his stolen powers, leaving him weakened and defeated. With Malachi's downfall, the Shadow Society crumbled, its members scattering into the shadows from whence they came. The world, once again, found itself on the path to recovery. The Z Fighters, weary but triumphant, returned to their families and loved ones, vowing to protect their world from any future threats. However, the events that unfolded served as a reminder that darkness could rise from unexpected corners, and that the Z Fighters would forever be guardians of the light. Their struggles against the zombie apocalypse and the Shadow Society had forged them into warriors capable of facing any challenge that came their way. And so, they trained diligently, honing their skills and preparing for the next battle that awaited them. As the universe breathed a sigh of relief, the Z Fighters stood vigilant, knowing that their duty as defenders of peace would never truly be complete. The story of the Dragon Ball Z universe continued, with new adventures, new allies, and new villains emerging. But through it all, the spirit of the Z Fighters burned bright, a beacon of hope for a world that had been touched by darkness. And as long as evil threatened to disrupt the harmony they fought so hard to preserve, the Z Fighters would rise, their resolve unyielding, ready to protect their world and the bonds they held dear. Years had passed since the Z Fighters had vanquished the Shadow Society and restored peace to the Dragon Ball Z universe. The scars of their battles had faded, and life had returned to a semblance of normalcy. However, as the universe enjoyed an era of relative tranquility, a chilling discovery sent shockwaves through their world: the return of the zombies. Reports began to surface of strange occurrences, missing persons, unexplained disappearances, and disturbing sightings of the undead. Fear and unease gripped the hearts of the Z Fighters and the populace as they realized that the nightmare they had fought so hard to end had resurfaced. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the Z fighters reunited once more, their faces etched with determination. They knew that they had to confront this renewed threat head-on to protect their loved ones and the fragile peace they had fought so hard to achieve. Investigations led them to a hidden laboratory where remnants of the Shadow Society had regrouped. In their insatiable thirst for power, they had once again delved into forbidden experiments, seeking to control and weaponize the zombie virus. Within the depths of the laboratory, the Z fighters found themselves facing evolved zombies, their strength and resilience far surpassing their previous encounters. These creatures moved with enhanced speed and cunning, possessing fragments of their former selves that made them even more dangerous adversaries. But the Z fighters had grown stronger as well. Their experiences in battling the zombies and the Shadow Society had honed their skills and sharpened their resolve. Goku tapped into new levels of power, unlocking transformations that pushed his limits even further. Vegeta channeled his unwavering pride and determination, refusing to let his loved ones fall victim to the undead. Piccolo utilized his strategic mind and knowledge of the dark arts to counter the enemy's moves. Gohan, now a seasoned warrior, fought with a calm intensity, unleashing his latent potential to protect those he held dear. As they battled their way through the laboratory, they discovered the mastermind behind the zombie resurgence, a deranged scientist named Dr. Mortem. Obsessed with achieving immortality, Dr. Mortem had harnessed the dark energy left by the virus and used it to reanimate the dead, desperate to unlock the secrets of eternal life. The confrontation with Dr. Mortem was their most challenging yet. He had augmented his own body, combining his scientific knowledge with the dark energy to transform into a grotesque abomination. The Z fighters fought valiantly, pushing their limits to the brink as they unleashed their most devastating attacks. But Dr. Mortem's experiments had granted him an unnatural resilience, allowing him to withstand their assaults. He taunted them, reveling in their struggles and promising an eternity of suffering under his reign. In their darkest hour, when hope seemed to flicker like a dying flame, a glimmer of light emerged. Trunks, the son of Vegeta and Bulma, arrived on the scene, having traveled from a future timeline plagued by the undead. He brought with him a new weapon, a prototype device capable of neutralizing the dark energy and purging the virus. With renewed hope, the Z fighters rallied, their determination rekindled. They combined their efforts, attacking Dr. Mortem with unyielding ferocity. Trunks activated the device, unleashing a wave of pure energy that engulfed the deranged scientist. In a blinding flash of light, Dr. Mortem was defeated, his monstrous form reduced to ash. The laboratory crumbled around them as the Z fighters emerged triumphant. Though the threat of the zombies had once again been quelled, the Z fighters knew that they had to remain vigilant. They had witnessed firsthand the cyclical nature of darkness and the eternal struggle against evil. Their world had been scarred once more, and they understood that their duty as protectors demanded eternal vigilance. As they returned to their families and loved ones, the Z fighters carried the weight of their battles. They knew that the fight against darkness would never truly end. But they also knew that as long as they stood united, their bonds unbreakable, they would face any challenge that threatened the peace they cherished. And so, the Dragon Ball Z universe stood ready, the Z fighters forever prepared to confront the darkness and ensure that hope, love, and the power of friendship would prevail over the undead horrors that sought to devour their world. In the wake of the zombie resurgence, the Dragon Ball Z universe faced a new and unexpected threat. The fabric of reality itself began to unravel, unleashing a cataclysmic force that threatened to tear apart the very foundations of their world. The Z fighters, still reeling from their recent battles, found themselves at the center of this cosmic turmoil. As reality continued to warp and distort, portals to different dimensions opened throughout the universe, releasing powerful and malevolent beings. These interdimensional invaders, known as the Rift Lords, sought to conquer the Dragon Ball Z universe and harness its boundless energy for their own nefarious purposes. The Z fighters, ever vigilant and committed to protecting their home, rose to the challenge. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the others understood that their battles against the zombies and the dark forces that had plagued them before had prepared them for this new trial. With unwavering resolve, they embarked on a quest to close the dimensional rifts and put an end to the Rift Lord's onslaught. Their journey took them to realms beyond their comprehension, where the laws of physics and the nature of existence were warped. They faced twisted versions of familiar characters, corrupted by the influence of the Rift Lords. These doppelgangers wielded dark versions of the Z Fighters' signature techniques, posing a formidable challenge to their adversaries. But the Z Fighters' experiences and growth proved invaluable. Goku tapped into new forms of power, transcending his previous limits and embracing his role as a defender of the multiverse. Vegeta's unwavering determination to protect his loved ones drove him to new heights of strength and resolve. Piccolo, ever the tactician, adapted his strategies to counter the otherworldly abilities of their enemies. Gohan's inner strength and compassion guided him, allowing him to unlock even greater potential. Together, they clashed with the Rift Lords and their minions, engaging in battles that shook the very foundation of reality. Energy blasts collided, space-time fissured, and the clash of titanic forces reverberated across dimensions. The Z Fighters fought not only to protect their universe but to safeguard the delicate balance of the entire multiverse. As they closed in on the Rift Lords' stronghold, they discovered the true extent of the threat. The Rift Lords, beings of immeasurable power, sought to merge their twisted realms with the Dragon Ball Z universe, shrouding it in eternal darkness. The Z Fighters knew that they had to summon every ounce of their strength and unite as one if they were to prevent this catastrophic fusion. In a climactic battle, the Z Fighters confronted the Rift Lords, their combined might pushing the boundaries of possibility. The battle was a symphony of raw power, as they unleashed their most devastating attacks, tearing through the fabric of existence itself. Each punch, each blast, carried the weight of their unwavering determination to protect their universe. In a final, awe-inspiring display, Goku and Vegeta fused once again, becoming the unstoppable force known as Vegeto. Their fusion transcended the mortal plane, ascending to a level of power that defied comprehension. With their combined strength, they delivered a cataclysmic blow, shattering the Rift Lord's stronghold and severing the connections between dimensions. The multiverse trembled as the Rift Lords were vanquished, their power dispersed like cosmic dust. The threat that had loomed over the Dragon Ball Z universe was quelled, and the fabric of reality slowly began to mend. The Z Fighters, battle-worn but triumphant, returned to their world, aware that the fight to protect their universe would never truly end. They understood that as long as there were threats to the balance of existence, they would stand as its steadfast guardians, their spirits unyielding, their bonds unbreakable. And so, the Dragon Ball Z universe endured, forever marked by the struggles and triumphs of its heroes. The Z Fighters remained vigilant, ready to face any new challenge that would arise, knowing that their strength, unity, and indomitable spirit would guide them through the eternal saga of their universe. In a startling turn of events, the tranquility of the Dragon Ball Z universe was shattered once again. A dark force, fueled by ancient and forbidden magic, infiltrated the sacred realm of the Super Dragon Balls. Harnessing their immense power, this malevolent entity unleashed a curse that transformed none other than Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and his angelic attendant Whis into horrifying zombies. The news spread like wildfire, striking fear into the hearts of all beings across the universe. The Z Fighters, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the team, recognized the gravity of the situation and understood that they faced their greatest challenge yet. To save their beloved universe, they had to confront the once almighty Lord Beerus and his formidable angelic companion, Whis. With trepidation and determination, the Z Fighters set out on a quest to find a way to reverse the curse. Their journey led them to distant planets, ancient temples, and wise mystics who possessed knowledge of the arcane arts. They sought the means to access the Super Dragon Balls, the only source of power capable of reversing the vile curse that had befallen Lord Beerus and Whis. As they gathered the Dragon Balls, their search took them to the divine realm of Zeno, the Omni King, who held the power to summon and grant their wishes. They humbly presented their plea, requesting the restoration of Lord Beerus and Whis to their former selves. Zeno, seeing the threat that the zombified deities posed to the balance of the universe, agreed to grant their request. With the Super Dragon Balls assembled and Zeno's divine power unleashed, a brilliant light enveloped the realm. The Z-Fighters watched with bated breath as the curse was lifted, and the transformed Lord Beerus and Whis were restored to their godly forms. However, the reunion was short-lived as a residual dark energy lingered within the restored deities. The curse had not been fully eradicated, and Lord Beerus and Whis still bore traces of their zombie affliction. The Z-Fighters knew that the battle was far from over. A fierce struggle ensued as the Z-Fighters fought against their former allies turned zombies. Lord Beerus, driven by his insatiable hunger for destruction, unleashed devastating attacks, while Whis, with his incredible speed and cunning, proved to be a formidable adversary. The Z-Fighters faced a harrowing test, battling not only against physical threats but also their own emotional turmoil at the sight of their friends' corrupted state. In the midst of the chaos, Vegeta, tapping into a wellspring of newfound power, devised a desperate plan. He used his own supersun energy to create a barrier, trapping Lord Beerus and Whis within. The barrier would temporarily suppress their zombie instincts, granting the Z-Fighters a brief respite to find a permanent solution. Working tirelessly, Bulma and the brilliant minds of Capsule Corporation developed a groundbreaking technology. It harnessed the combined powers of the Dragon Balls and advanced medical science, allowing them to create a cure capable of purging the remaining traces of the curse. With the cure in hand, the Z-Fighters approached the sealed barrier, filled with both hope and trepidation. They released the cure, allowing its purifying energy to penetrate the barrier and envelop Lord Beerus and Whis. The curse, weakened by their own willpower and the power of the Super Dragon Balls, succumbed to the cure's potent effects. Slowly, Lord Beerus and Whis regained their true forms, free from the taint of the curse that had plagued them. Gratitude welled within them as they expressed their appreciation for the unwavering loyalty and determination of the Z-Fighters. With the ordeal finally over, Lord Beerus and Whis resumed their roles as guardians of the universe, their gratitude towards the Z-Fighters leading to a deeper understanding and a renewed sense of camaraderie. The Z-Fighters, having faced yet another tremendous threat, returned to their loved ones, carrying the memories of their epic battle and the knowledge that their bonds were unbreakable. Little did they know that their victory had not gone unnoticed. In the shadows, a new enemy watched, plotting their own dark machinations. The Dragon Ball Z universe would soon face yet another perilous trial, and the Z-Fighters would once again rise to protect all that they held dear. The saga of their adventures continued, an endless cycle of struggle, growth, and triumph against the forces of evil that threatened their universe. In a shocking twist, the Dragon Ball Z universe was plunged into unprecedented chaos as the Omni King, Zeno, the supreme ruler of all reality, fell victim to a mysterious and devastating curse. The once omnipotent being was transformed into a fearsome zombie, his overwhelming power tainted by darkness. The news of Zeno's transformation spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves of fear and uncertainty throughout the universe. The Z-Fighters, aware of the grave threat this posed to existence itself, knew that they had to confront this dire situation head-on. With heavy hearts and unwavering determination, they set out to find a way to save their beloved Omni King. Their journey took them across galaxies and dimensions, seeking the wisdom of ancient sages, enigmatic deities, and powerful sorcerers. They delved into ancient texts, unlocking hidden knowledge and arcane secrets. Along the way, they encountered formidable adversaries, rogue factions, and malevolent forces that sought to exploit Zeno's vulnerability for their own gain. Driven by their unyielding loyalty to their universe and their cherished bonds, the Z-Fighters fought tirelessly. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the others honed their skills, pushing their limits to new heights. They faced trials that tested not only their physical prowess but also their mental fortitude, as they grappled with the despair of witnessing their beloved Omni King reduced to a mindless creature of darkness. As they pieced together the fragments of ancient lore, they discovered a glimmer of hope, a mythical artifact known as the Elixir of Divine Restoration. Legend held that this fabled elixir possessed the power to reverse even the most potent curses and restore balance to the afflicted. Their quest for the elixir led them to a realm shrouded in mystery, guarded by ancient guardians and treacherous trials. They braved perilous landscapes and battled against formidable adversaries, all the while keeping their sights firmly fixed on the ultimate goal: saving Zeno and restoring order to the universe. Finally, after countless trials and sacrifices, the Z-Fighters obtained the Elixir of Divine Restoration. With trembling hands, they approached the zombified form of Xeno, their hearts heavy with both anticipation and dread. Time seemed to stand still as they administered the elixir, their hopes intertwined with the fate of the universe. A surge of brilliant energy enveloped Xeno's body as the elixir took effect. The curse that had gripped him for so long began to dissipate, and his true form slowly emerged from the darkness. The once zombified Omni King stood before them, restored to his former glory, his radiant smile illuminating the room. Grateful for the Z Fighters' unwavering determination and sacrifice, Xeno expressed his profound gratitude. He pledged to use his boundless power and wisdom to maintain peace and safeguard the universe from any future threats. However, as they basked in the relief of their victory, a chilling realization washed over them. The curse that had afflicted Xeno was not an isolated incident. It was merely a precursor to a much greater and more sinister force that lurked in the shadows. With renewed resolve, the Z Fighters understood that their battle was far from over. The universe stood on the precipice of a new era of darkness, and they were destined to face it head-on. The bonds of friendship, forged through countless battles, would be their guiding light as they braced themselves for the trials that lay ahead. And so, the Dragon Ball Z universe entered a new chapter, a saga where the Z Fighters would once again rise to protect their world from the encroaching tide of darkness. The battle against evil would continue, as it always had, with their unbreakable spirit and unwavering determination as their strongest weapons. In the wake of Xeno's restoration, the Z Fighters found themselves plagued by a haunting realization: the curse that had befallen their beloved Omni King was not a random occurrence, but part of a meticulously orchestrated plan. A shadowy figure emerged from the depths of the universe, revealing himself to be the enigmatic and malevolent mastermind behind the entire scheme. This dark entity, known as Malakar, had harnessed an ancient and forbidden power to corrupt and control beings of unimaginable might. His ultimate goal was to plunge the entire Dragon Ball Z universe into eternal darkness, manipulating the very fabric of reality itself. Goku, Vegeta, and the rest of the Z Fighters rallied together, their determination to end this madness unyielding. They delved into the deepest recesses of their universe's history, seeking answers that would unravel the mystery surrounding Malakar's origins and motives. Their search led them to the farthest reaches of the universe, where they encountered ancient civilizations and wise celestial beings. Through arduous trials and encounters with long-forgotten deities, they pieced together fragments of a forgotten past, a cosmic cataclysm that had occurred eons ago. In this forgotten era, a powerful cosmic force known as the Celestial Nexus had been shattered, its fragments scattered across different dimensions. These fragments held unimaginable power, capable of reshaping the very fabric of existence. Malakar, driven by a twisted desire for dominion, sought to harness this power to control the destiny of the Dragon Ball Z universe. The Z Fighters embarked on a perilous quest to locate and secure the scattered fragments of the Celestial Nexus before Malakar could seize them. Each fragment presented its own set of challenges, requiring the Z Fighters to face their deepest fears and confront the darkest corners of their souls. As they journeyed from dimension to dimension, they encountered realms where time flowed backward, landscapes where the laws of physics were twisted, and ethereal realms where the boundaries of perception blurred. The battles they fought against powerful beings guarding the fragments pushed them to their limits, forcing them to tap into new reservoirs of strength and resilience. Along the way, they forged new alliances with beings from different dimensions who shared their goal of stopping Malakar's malevolent reign. These allies, drawn together by the common thread of their shared universe's fate, added their own unique powers and perspectives to the Z Fighters' ever-growing arsenal. However, with each fragment they obtained, the truth behind Malakar's intentions became clearer. He intended not only to control the Dragon Ball Z universe but to merge it with other universes, creating a vast dominion of darkness under his absolute control. The stakes had never been higher, and the Z Fighters understood that they were the last line of defense against this existential threat. As they gathered the final fragments, their journey culminated in an epic showdown with Malakar himself. The battle raged across dimensions, the clash of titanic forces shaking the very foundations of reality. Goku and Vegeta, fueled by their unwavering determination to protect their universe, ascended to new heights of power, pushing beyond the limits of their mortal forms. With each punch, each blast, the Z fighters chipped away at Malakir's power, their resolve unbreakable. Yet, as the battle reached its crescendo, a revelation shook them to their core. Malakir was not acting out of pure malice, but out of a deep-rooted pain and despair. His actions were driven by a tragic loss that had consumed his very being. In a moment of extraordinary empathy, Gaku reached out to Malakir, offering compassion and understanding. He appealed to the remnants of the shattered soul within Malakir, urging him to embrace the light and relinquish his path of destruction. Touched by Gaku's unwavering belief in the power of redemption, Malakir hesitated. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, and in that moment, the Z fighters saw a glimpse of the being he once was, a being driven by hope, love, and the desire to protect the universe he once cherished. In a final act of defiance against the darkness that consumed him, Malakir sacrificed himself, severing the connection between the corrupted fragments of the Celestial Nexus and the Dragon Ball Z universe. As he faded into the cosmic ether, his final words echoed through the hearts of the Z fighters, reminding them that even the darkest souls held the potential for redemption. With the threat of Malakir vanquished, the Z fighters returned to their universe, forever changed by their harrowing journey. They carried the weight of their experiences, forever bonded by the trials they faced and the strength they discovered within themselves. The Dragon Ball Z universe, now freed from the clutches of darkness, entered a new era of peace and prosperity. The Z fighters, hailed as the saviors of their realm, continued to safeguard their universe, facing new challenges with unwavering resolve. And so, the saga of the Dragon Ball Z universe continued, its heroes forever intertwined in an epic tapestry of struggle, triumph, and the enduring power of friendship. For as long as evil threatened to cast its shadow, the Z fighters would rise, their spirits unyielding, united in their quest to protect all that they held dear. In a startling turn of events, the zombie outbreak that once plagued the Dragon Ball Z universe began to spread, infecting even the realms of Dragon Ball GT. The peace and tranquility that had settled over GT's world were shattered as the undead hordes descended upon its unsuspecting inhabitants. News of the outbreak reached the ears of the Z fighters, who were still reeling from their recent battle against the malevolent Malakir. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the rest of the team knew that they had to act swiftly to save their friends from this new and horrifying threat. With a sense of urgency, the Z fighters crossed the dimensional barriers, arriving in the world of Dragon Ball GT. They were greeted by a grim sight. The once vibrant cities now lay in ruins, overrun by mindless zombies. The familiar faces of their GT counterparts were among the infected, locked in a perpetual state of hunger and aggression. Resolute in their mission, the Z fighters rallied the survivors, including Trunks, Pan, and Goku's granddaughter, Pan, who had been valiantly fighting against the undead. Together, they formed a united front against the encroaching zombie menace. The battles that ensued were intense and grueling. The Z fighters faced not only their GT counterparts turned zombies but also a host of new undead adversaries that possessed unique powers and abilities. Goku, Vegeta, and the others pushed their limits, tapping into their Super Saiyan transformations and unleashing devastating attacks to repel the relentless zombie onslaught. As they fought their way through hordes of zombies, the Z fighters uncovered a startling truth: the outbreak had been orchestrated by an ancient necromancer, seeking to harness the power of the Dragon Balls to transcend death itself. This malevolent sorcerer, known as Necros, aimed to achieve ultimate immortality by merging the realms of the living and the dead. Realizing the grave consequences if Necros succeeded, the Z fighters set out on a desperate quest to find and neutralize him. Their journey took them across desolate wastelands, treacherous dungeons, and otherworldly dimensions, as they confronted increasingly powerful zombie adversaries controlled by Necros. In their darkest hour, the Z fighters faced their greatest test yet. Necros, wielding the corrupted Dragon Balls, had transformed into a nightmarish undead abomination, his power rivaling that of the gods. It was a battle that would determine the fate of not only the Dragon Ball GT universe but also the very fabric of existence itself. With unwavering determination and the indomitable spirit of the Saiyans coursing through their veins, Goku and Vegeta unleashed their most powerful forms. They clashed against Necros, their attacks shaking the very foundations of reality. The fate of two universes hung in the balance as the Z fighters fought with every ounce of strength they possessed. Through sheer determination and unwavering belief in their cause, the Z-Fighters managed to weaken Necros. Sensing his imminent defeat, Necros unleashed a desperate final attack, threatening to engulf both the Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball GT universes in eternal darkness. But in a display of unity and sacrifice, the Z-Fighters combined their powers, creating a barrier of pure energy that shielded both universes from Necro's devastating assault. The blast obliterated the undead sorcerer, banishing him to the realm of oblivion. As the dust settled, the survivors of the zombie outbreak in Dragon Ball GT began to return to their normal state, their memories of the harrowing events slowly fading. The Z-Fighters bid their GT counterparts farewell, knowing that their worlds would forever be connected by their shared struggles and victories. With their mission accomplished, the Z-Fighters returned to their own universe, their spirits renewed by their triumph over the zombie menace. The Dragon Ball GT universe began to rebuild, its inhabitants forever grateful for the heroic intervention of their Dragon Ball Z counterparts. The Z-Fighters, their bonds stronger than ever, knew that their battles were far from over. As long as evil threatened the fabric of their beloved multiverse, they would stand ready, united in their quest to protect all that they held dear. The legacy of the Dragon Ball warriors would continue to transcend time and dimensions, ensuring that peace and justice prevailed throughout the cosmos. In a stunning and nightmarish twist of fate, the Dragon Ball Z universe found itself plunged into a catastrophic crisis unlike anything it had ever faced. The very heroes who had once defended the universe with unwavering valor, the Z-Fighters themselves, had been transformed into relentless, flesh-craving zombies. The outbreak spread with terrifying speed, infecting Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the Z-Fighters. Their once noble and powerful forms were reduced to ghastly shells, consumed by an insatiable hunger for the living. The remaining inhabitants of the Dragon Ball Z universe, including friends, family, and fellow warriors, were left with no choice but to rise up against their former allies in a desperate battle for survival. As the undead Z-Fighters wreaked havoc throughout the world, terror and despair gripped the hearts of those who had once revered them. The survivors, including Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Bulma, had to confront the agonizing reality of fighting against their loved ones. The weight of their emotions threatened to overwhelm them, but they knew that they had to stand strong and do whatever it took to save their universe from complete annihilation. Led by Krillin's unwavering resolve, the remaining fighters devised a plan to halt the Z-Fighters' relentless onslaught. They sought out the mystical Dragon Balls, hoping to summon Shenron and ask for a solution to this horrific nightmare. With the Dragon Balls gathered, they made their wish to restore the Z-Fighters to their original, heroic selves, free from the curse of undeath. However, as the wish was granted, a dark and unforeseen consequence emerged. Instead of returning the Z-Fighters to their former state, the wish inadvertently amplified the curse, mutating them into even more powerful and malevolent beings. The situation grew increasingly dire as the infected Z-Fighters, now driven by a twisted sense of purpose, began to organize and launch coordinated attacks on the remaining survivors. Realizing that they had unintentionally made matters worse, Krillin and the others desperately searched for an alternative solution. They sought the guidance of the wise Namekian elder, Guru, who revealed a hidden legend: the ancient resurrection crystal, said to possess the power to restore life and purify the corrupted. The survivors embarked on a treacherous journey to acquire the resurrection crystal, facing numerous obstacles and encountering new threats along the way. They battled against grotesque monsters, traversed treacherous landscapes, and delved into the depths of forbidden realms in search of the crystal's elusive location. At last, after overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges, they obtained the resurrection crystal. However, their trials were far from over. The crystal's power could only be harnessed by an individual with an unwavering heart and pure intentions. It fell upon Krillin, the epitome of unwavering loyalty and love, to wield the crystal and confront the corrupted Z-Fighters. With a heavy heart, Krillin stood face to face with his once beloved friends, their eyes vacant and consumed by their insatiable hunger. The ensuing battle was one of unimaginable pain and anguish, as Krillin fought not only to survive but also to save his comrades from their wretched fate. Using the power of the resurrection crystal, Krillin tapped into his deepest reservoirs of strength and love. He unleashed a wave of pure energy that reverberated through the battlefield, enveloping the Z fighters in a radiant aura of purification. The curse that had turned them into zombies began to weaken, their monstrous forms slowly reverting back to their original selves. In the midst of the chaos, a flicker of consciousness returned to Goku's eyes. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded with Krillin to end his suffering, to deliver the final blow that would grant him eternal rest. Krillin, heartbroken yet resolute, honored his friend's request, releasing him from the torment of undeath. As the last remnants of the curse were cleansed from the Z fighters, a profound silence fell over the battlefield. The survivors mourned the loss of their fallen friends, their hearts heavy with grief and sorrow. But they also celebrated the triumph of their indomitable spirit, the strength to face the unimaginable and emerge victorious. In the aftermath of the crisis, the Dragon Ball Z universe began the process of healing and rebuilding. The survivors, forever scarred by the events that had transpired, vowed to honor the memory of their fallen comrades by protecting their universe from any future threats. The legacy of the Z fighters lived on, not only in their heroic deeds but also in the courage and resilience of those who had stood against them. Their sacrifice served as a reminder that even in the face of darkness, the power of unity, love, and unwavering determination could prevail. And so, the Dragon Ball Z universe forged a new era, one in which the echoes of tragedy were interwoven with a resolute hope for a brighter future. The survivors, forever changed by their harrowing ordeal, would carry the memories of their fallen friends, vowing to cherish every moment and defend their universe with a renewed sense of purpose. In the end, the tale of the Z fighters transcended the boundaries of life and death, reminding the cosmos that true heroes never truly perish, but live on in the hearts of those they inspire. Years passed since the harrowing events that had forever altered the Dragon Ball Z universe. The wounds inflicted by the zombie outbreak had healed, but the scars remained, etched into the collective memory of its inhabitants. Life had gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, and the Z fighters had become legends, their tales passed down through generations. The survivors had rebuilt their shattered cities, forging a world that thrived under the banner of unity and resilience. The Z fighters, honored as the greatest protectors in the universe's history, had their likenesses immortalized in statues and monuments, serving as constant reminders of their selflessness and bravery. The once infected Z fighters were remembered not as monsters but as heroes who had faced unimaginable horrors and emerged as champions. Their names became synonymous with hope and courage, inspiring future generations to rise above adversity and defend what they held dear. Krillin, the unwavering heart that had carried the weight of the world on his shoulders, had dedicated his life to ensuring that such a catastrophe would never befall their universe again. He became a mentor and guide, passing down his knowledge and the lessons learned from the crisis to the next generation of warriors. Goku, Vegeta, and the other Z fighters who had fallen in battle were memorialized in the Hall of Heroes, a sacred place where their spirits were believed to reside, watching over their universe with unwavering protection. Their legacy continued to inspire new warriors, who trained relentlessly to uphold the values of justice and peace. The Dragon Balls, once a source of both incredible power and unforeseen consequences, were entrusted to a new generation of guardians. They vowed to use the Dragon Balls wisely, ensuring that their immense power would be used only for the greater good, and never to bring harm or chaos to their universe. Throughout the years, the Z fighters remained vigilant, always prepared to face whatever threats may arise. They forged alliances with other warriors from different realms, strengthening the bonds between universes and fostering a sense of camaraderie that transcended borders. And so, the Dragon Ball Z universe flourished, a testament to the indomitable spirit of its inhabitants. They had faced the depths of despair, witnessed the horrors of undeath, and emerged stronger, united as a force to be reckoned with. But amidst the peace and prosperity, a subtle reminder lingered, a silent promise that the universe would forever be guarded by those who had faced the darkness and emerged as beacons of hope. The Z fighters, their souls forever intertwined with the fabric of their universe, stood as a testament to the enduring power of friendship, sacrifice, and the unwavering will to protect all that they held dear. And as long as evil threatened to rear its head, in the wake of relative peace that had settled over the Dragon Ball Z universe, a new threat emerged. An ancient evil, long thought vanquished, resurfaced with a nefarious plan to unleash chaos and darkness upon the realms. The Z fighters, ever vigilant, sensed the impending danger and knew that they were the only ones capable of stopping this malevolent force. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, they gathered once again, their resolve stronger than ever. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the Z fighters resumed their rigorous training, honing their skills and unlocking new levels of power. They pushed their limits, tapping into transformations that surpassed anything they had achieved before. The reunion of the Z fighters brought a renewed sense of camaraderie and determination. Each warrior had grown and matured since their last battle, their experiences shaping them into even more formidable fighters. But alongside their individual growth, they also felt the weight of responsibility, knowing that the fate of their universe rested on their shoulders. The ancient evil revealed itself as Malakar, a being of immense power and unfathomable darkness. He had survived the previous encounters, his malevolence only growing stronger over the years. With newfound knowledge and abilities, Malakar sought to reshape reality itself, plunging the universe into eternal suffering. As the Z fighters confronted Malakar, they faced unimaginable challenges and fought with unwavering determination. Their battles spanned across the cosmos, traversing distant planets and parallel dimensions. They clashed against legions of twisted minions, each more formidable than the last. In the midst of their struggle, the Z fighters discovered that Malakar had allied himself with other powerful villains from across the multiverse. They formed an unholy alliance, pooling their dark energies to fuel Malakar's cataclysmic plans. But the Z fighters, driven by their unyielding spirit and unwavering bond, refused to back down. They united their strengths, combining their signature techniques and executing flawless teamwork. The battles grew increasingly intense, with the fate of their universe teetering on a knife's edge. In a climactic showdown, the Z fighters faced Malakar in a final confrontation that shook the very foundations of existence. The battle raged on, energy blasts colliding and reality itself warping under the strain. With a collective surge of power, the Z fighters unleashed their ultimate attacks, converging their energies into a cataclysmic assault against Malakar. The sheer force of their combined might shattered his defenses, leaving him vulnerable. In a final act of sacrifice, Goku and Vegeta combined their powers, transcending their mortal limitations. They tapped into a new form, one that merged their Saiyan strength and divine energy. This fusion of power proved to be the turning point in the battle, overwhelming Malakar with an unprecedented level of force. The universe trembled as the combined might of the Z fighters surged through Malakar, obliterating him and banishing his malevolent presence from existence. The realms he had sought to subjugate were freed from his grasp, and the Z fighters emerged victorious, their triumph echoing across the cosmos. With their mission accomplished, the Z fighters returned to their universe once more, their spirits aflame with victory. They were hailed as the saviors of their realm, their names etched in the annals of history as legendary defenders. But the Z fighters knew that their battles were never truly over. As long as evil threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of their universe, they would rise to the occasion, united by their unwavering resolve and the enduring power of their friendship. And so, the saga of the Dragon Ball Z universe continued, forever marked by the return of in a mind-bending twist of fate. The zombie outbreak that had plagued the Dragon Ball Z universe transcended time and space, stretching its malevolent reach into the realms of Dragon Ball GT. The infection seeped into the past, infecting even the most iconic characters from the earliest days of Dragon Ball. Goku, Vegeta, and the Z fighters found themselves facing an unprecedented crisis, a convergence of timelines where the zombie apocalypse threatened not only their future but also the very foundation of their past. Realizing the dire consequences that awaited if they failed to act, they made a daring decision to travel back in time, utilizing the mystical power of the Dragon Balls to alter the course of history and save their predecessors. Harnessing the energy of the Super Dragon Balls, the Z fighters activated their true potential and transcended the limitations of their mortal forms. Bathed in a radiant glow, they journeyed back to the days of Kid Goku and his mischievous adventures, determined to rewrite the past and protect the innocence of their beloved heroes. As they arrived in the era of Dragon Ball, the Z Fighters were greeted by a grim sight. Characters such as Kid Goku, young Bulma, and their friends transformed into mindless zombies. The once vibrant and lively world of Dragon Ball was now consumed by the darkness of the undead. With heavy hearts, the Z Fighters took up arms, their resolve unwavering. They fought alongside Kid Goku, young Bulma, and their companions, blending their experience and strength with the unbridled enthusiasm and unyielding spirit of their younger counterparts. The battles were fierce and relentless as they traversed iconic locations such as Mount Baozu, the World Martial Arts Tournament, and the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, now overrun by hordes of zombie adversaries. The Z Fighters unleashed their signature techniques, combining devastating attacks with the nimble agility of their youthful allies. During their journey, the Z Fighters encountered familiar faces from Dragon Ball GT who had also fallen victim to the zombie infection. Characters such as Pan, Trunks, and even the reformed villain Baby had succumbed to the darkness. The Z Fighters fought not only to restore the innocence of the past but also to save the future that GT had envisioned. As they delved deeper into the heart of the crisis, the Z Fighters uncovered the true origin of the zombie outbreak, a sinister force known as necrosis. This malevolent entity had manipulated the very fabric of time, infecting the past to ensure its dominance over the Dragon Ball multiverse. The final battle against necrosis was a clash of epic proportions, a showdown that reverberated through the corridors of time. Goku, now transformed into his mighty Super Saiyan 4 form, joined forces with his younger self, Kid Goku, in a display of raw power that shattered the constraints of their respective timelines. With unwavering determination, the Z Fighters unleashed a cataclysmic assault, combining the might of their collective energies into an all-encompassing wave of power. The wave surged forth, ripping through the darkness and obliterating necrosis, severing its grip on the past and ensuring the restoration of GT's timeline. As the infected beings returned to their normal selves, the Dragon Ball GT characters, including Pan and Trunks, were overcome with gratitude for the Z Fighters. They recognized the immense sacrifice and unwavering resolve that the heroes had displayed, vowing to protect their shared universe from any future threats. With the timelines restored, the Z Fighters bid a bittersweet farewell to their younger counterparts, their bond strengthened by the trials they had endured together. The Z Fighters returned to their own timeline, determined to safeguard their universe and honor the legacy of their predecessors. The events that unfolded in their journey through time left an indelible mark on the Dragon Ball multiverse. The Z Fighters' triumph over the zombie outbreak served as a testament to their unwavering spirit and the unbreakable bonds of friendship that united them. And so, the Dragon Ball saga continued to unfold, with the Z Fighters standing as beacons of hope and strength, ready to confront any challenge that dared to threaten the peace and harmony they had fought so hard to achieve. Across the realms of Dragon Ball, from the earliest days of Kid Goku to the fantastical future of GT, their legacy endured, inspiring new generations of warriors to rise up and protect the universe they held dear. As the Dragon Ball Z universe enjoyed a period of relative tranquility, a new and unprecedented threat emerged. The zombie outbreak that had once plagued the realms found its insidious way into the very essence of the Dragon Balls themselves. The sacred orbs, once a source of hope and power, had become corrupted vessels spreading the infectious darkness. The Z Fighters, ever vigilant and attuned to the universe's energies, sensed the immense danger that this presented. They realized that if the infected Dragon Balls were allowed to remain, the very fabric of reality would be torn asunder. With heavy hearts, they understood that they had no choice but to embark on a perilous journey to destroy the corrupted orbs once and for all. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and the rest of the Z Fighters gathered together, their faces etched with determination and a touch of sorrow. They understood the significance of their quest and the sacrifices it would entail. With unwavering resolve, they set out on their most perilous mission yet, venturing into the depths of the universe in search of the scattered Dragon Balls. Their journey took them to the farthest reaches of known space, to planets teeming with dangerous creatures and treacherous environments. Each step was fraught with danger as they battled against both the hordes of zombies and the elements that threatened to crush their spirits. As they traveled from planet to planet, the Z fighters encountered pockets of survivors who had managed to hold their ground against the encroaching darkness. They formed alliances, sharing their knowledge and resources in the fight against the infected Dragon Balls. Together, they forged a resistance, a beacon of hope in the midst of the chaos. The battles were intense, as the Z fighters fought their way through swarms of zombies, their bodies and minds pushed to the limits. With each victory, they grew stronger, their resolve unyielding. But they also witnessed the heartbreaking scenes of loved ones succumbing to the infection, adding fuel to their determination to put an end to this nightmare. As they traveled, the Z fighters learned of ancient legends and forgotten prophecies that foretold the cataclysmic consequences should the corrupted Dragon Balls remain intact. They faced trials and tribulations that tested their spirit and resolve, but they pressed on, fueled by the knowledge that their mission was vital for the survival of the universe. With each Dragon Ball they encountered, the Z fighters faced a unique challenge. The infected orbs had developed a sinister consciousness, defending themselves with dark energy and conjuring powerful zombie minions to guard them. The Z fighters had to fight not only the zombies but also the very essence of their corrupted wishes that twisted reality to suit their malevolent desires. The battles grew increasingly intense as the Z fighters utilized their most powerful techniques and transformations. Goku tapped into the power of Ultra Instinct, a state of pure instinctual combat that allowed him to evade the onslaught of the infected Dragon Ball's attacks. Vegeta unlocked a new level of Super Saiyan Blue, channeling his anger and determination into an unstoppable force. Amidst the chaos, the Z fighters also had to confront their own inner demons. The darkness that permeated the Dragon Balls threatened to infect their own souls, testing their loyalty, resolve, and even their sanity. It was a battle on multiple fronts, as they fought not only to destroy the infected Dragon Balls but also to safeguard their own identities and maintain their bond as a team. As they gathered the corrupted Dragon Balls, the Z fighters devised a plan to eliminate them once and for all. They journeyed to the most desolate and barren planet in the universe, a place untouched by life, where they believed the destructive power of the Spirit Bomb would have the greatest impact. Harnessing the combined energy of every living being across the universe, the Z fighters channeled their ki into a single, devastating blast. The Spirit Bomb swelled with unimaginable power, crackling with the energy of countless souls united against the darkness. With a cry that echoed across the cosmos, they unleashed the ultimate attack, obliterating the infected Dragon Balls in a cataclysmic explosion. As the dust settled and the universe regained its balance, the Z fighters stood together, their bodies battered and weary, but their spirits unbroken. They had succeeded in their mission, saving the universe from the corrupted Dragon Balls and ending the reign of the undead. Their victory was bittersweet, for they had witnessed the devastation and loss that the zombie outbreak had inflicted upon their world. But their actions had also rekindled hope and reaffirmed the indomitable spirit of the Z fighters. They vowed to protect their universe, to ensure that the darkness would never rise again. Word of their triumph spread throughout the cosmos, inspiring warriors and civilizations across galaxies. The Z fighters became revered as the guardians of hope, a symbol of strength and resilience in the face of unimaginable adversity. And so, the Dragon Ball universe flourished once again, guided by the unwavering spirit of the Z fighters. They continued to train, to push their limits, and to face new challenges that arose, knowing that they had overcome the darkest of nightmares. Their legacy endured, passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, determination, and the belief that even in the face of insurmountable odds, heroes will rise to protect what they hold dear. The universe was forever grateful to the Z fighters for their unwavering sacrifice and their unyielding spirit in the face of the zombie apocalypse that threatened to consume them all. Dark Waters, the Titanic resurrected. Decades had passed since the sinking of the Titanic, and the legendary ship rested in its watery grave, its secrets buried beneath the ocean floor. But as technological advancements progressed, a bold decision was made to raise the Titanic from its slumber, an audacious attempt to bring the past back to life. An international team of engineers and archaeologists set out on a daring mission to resurrect the Titanic. The ship's wreckage was carefully salvaged, and plans were set in motion to restore the vessel to its former glory. Unbeknownst to them, the remnants of the infected and the dormant virus lay within the hull, waiting for a chance to be unleashed once more. Amidst great anticipation and fanfare, the resurrected Titanic set sail once more. Passengers from around the world boarded the ship, eager to experience a piece of history firsthand. But as the vessel embarked on its maiden voyage, darkness stirred beneath the polished surface, ready to emerge once again. Within the depths of the resurrected Titanic, the virus reawakened, silently infecting passengers and crew members. The infected, driven by their insatiable hunger, began to hunt and feed upon the unsuspecting. Panic and terror spread through the ship as history repeated itself, echoing the horrors of the past. As chaos erupted on board, a small group of uninfected passengers and crew members fought valiantly against the infected. They formed an alliance, determined to contain the outbreak and save as many lives as possible. Each deck became a battleground, every decision a matter of life or death. The Titanic, once a symbol of grandeur and invincibility, became a haunting prison as the infected multiplied. The uninfected survivors, trapped within the confines of the resurrected vessel, faced a grim reality. Escape seemed impossible, and their only hope lay in finding a way to eradicate the virus once and for all. As the infected continued their relentless pursuit, the survivors embarked on a race against time. With limited resources and mounting desperation, they scoured the ship for answers. Guided by the knowledge of past tragedies, they sought to uncover the secrets of the virus and find a means to halt its spread. In a desperate bid to contain the outbreak, the survivors resorted to drastic measures. Realizing that the infected could not be allowed to reach land, they redirected the course of the resurrected Titanic towards a remote area of the ocean. There, surrounded by treacherous waters, they unleashed the full force of the ocean's fury, hoping to bring an end to the nightmare. As the Titanic sailed towards its inevitable demise, a final battle ensued on board. The uninfected survivors fought with every ounce of strength and determination they had left, knowing that their sacrifice would protect the world from the re-emergence of the virus. Their valiant efforts to contain the outbreak became a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. In a blaze of destruction, the resurrected Titanic met its fate once again. The ship, now a vessel of both tragedy and sacrifice, sank beneath the waves, taking the infected and the remnants of the virus with it. The ocean claimed the wreckage, sealing its secrets and ensuring that the horrors of the past remained buried in eternal slumber. Lessons echoed the story of the resurrected Titanic served as a chilling reminder of humanity's hubris and the consequences of tampering with the forces of the past. It became a cautionary tale, etched into the collective memory, urging future generations to respect the boundaries set by time and to learn from the mistakes of the past. The legend of the Titanic, now intertwined with a haunting sequel, left a lasting impact on the world's understanding of the fragility of life and the dangers that can arise from unchecked ambition. It stood as a solemn reminder that some secrets are better left undisturbed, and that the echoes of past tragedies should serve as guides rather than be repeated. And so, as the Titanic and its undead legacy returned to the depths, humanity was left with a sobering awareness of the risks inherent in tampering with the balance of time and the delicate threads of history. The ocean's depths would forever hold the haunting remnants of the resurrected Titanic, reminding humanity to tread carefully in the face of curiosity and to honor the lessons learned from the darkness that once consumed the legendary vessel. Titanic, Voyage of the Undead. Prologue, The Seeds of Infection. In the bustling city of Southampton, a mysterious virus began to spread, infecting the inhabitants with alarming speed. Similar to the flu but with rabies-like symptoms, the virus turned its victims into mindless, ravenous creatures. Panic swept through the city as the infected unleashed chaos and destruction. As the Titanic prepared for her maiden voyage, the virus had already seeped into Southampton. Thomas, a young man boarding the ship, unknowingly carried the virus within him. He appeared healthy, but the virus silently replicated, waiting for the opportune moment to manifest. The Titanic embarked on her journey, carrying a mix of hopeful passengers seeking new opportunities and crew members dedicated to their duties. Among them, Elizabeth, an adventurous soul, eagerly anticipated the voyage. Little did she know that darkness loomed ahead, ready to turn the ocean liner into a floating nightmare. As the ship sailed further into the Atlantic, the virus within Thomas awakened. He became feverish, his behavior erratic, and his eyes glazed with a menacing hunger. Thomas, consumed by the virus, began attacking fellow passengers, sparking confusion and terror among those aboard the Titanic. The infected passengers, now transformed into bloodthirsty zombies, descended upon the unsuspecting travelers. Panic gripped the ship as chaos erupted in every corridor. The crew, desperately trying to maintain order, realized the dire situation unfolding before their eyes. As the zombies multiplied, their insatiable hunger drove them to search for prey. The ship became a battleground of survival, with pockets of uninfected passengers and crew members fighting to evade the relentless pursuit of the undead. The halls echoed with the cries of anguish and the guttural moans of the infected. In the midst of the chaos, the Titanic's path crossed with an imposing iceberg. The infected, driven by their insatiable hunger, mindlessly stumbled towards the obstacle in their path. The collision reverberated throughout the ship, causing further damage and confusion among the surviving passengers and crew. As the iceberg scraped against the ship's hull, the already weakened structure began to falter. The undead, still relentless in their pursuit, found themselves trapped in the sinking vessel. The freezing waters claimed both the infected and the uninfected, sealing their fate in a watery grave. In the depths of the Atlantic, the Titanic's wreckage became a haunting tomb. The virus, trapped within the decaying bodies, lost its potency over time, unable to propagate further. The ocean swallowed the ship, entombing the souls lost to the tragedy forever. Among the survivors in the lifeboats, Elizabeth and a small group of resilient individuals clung to hope amidst the despair. They rowed away from the sinking ship, their hearts heavy with grief for the lives lost but fueled by the determination to tell the world of the horrors they had witnessed. Dark waters, unleashing the shadows. As the survivors of the Titanic clung to life in the lifeboats, the wreckage of the grand ship sank beneath the frigid waters of the Atlantic. Among the survivors, Elizabeth and a small group of individuals who had managed to escape the clutches of the undead found themselves in a state of shock and mourning. They searched for solace and safety in the midst of the vast ocean, unaware of the lurking horror that awaited them. Days passed, and hope began to wane for Elizabeth and her fellow survivors. Depleted supplies and freezing temperatures pushed them to the brink of despair. But then, a glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon. An approaching ship, the Carpathia, responding to their distress signals. As the Carpathia drew near, a survivor from the Titanic, unbeknownst to anyone, carried the dormant virus within them. Despite showing no symptoms, the survivor's body harbored the lurking contagion, ready to be unleashed upon unsuspecting victims. Elizabeth and her group were rescued and brought aboard the Carpathia, unknowingly carrying the seed of darkness with them. On the Carpathia, the survivors found temporary relief from the horrors they had witnessed. However, the infected survivor, already weakened from their ordeal, began to exhibit symptoms of the virus. The virus, stealthy and insidious, rapidly spread throughout the ship, silently infecting passengers and crew alike. As the virus took hold, the once safe haven of the Carpathia transformed into a nightmarish scene. Passengers and crew members succumbed to the virus, turning into bloodthirsty zombies hungry for the taste of human flesh. Chaos erupted, as the infected unleashed their unrelenting fury upon the uninfected. Elizabeth, now faced with a familiar horror, rallied the uninfected survivors to fight against the relentless onslaught. Armed with makeshift weapons and fueled by their will to live, they carved out pockets of safety amidst the chaos. Every corridor became a battleground, every room a refuge or a death trap. As the infected continued to multiply, the Carpathia's resources dwindled, forcing the survivors to make a difficult decision: abandon ship and take their chances in the lifeboats. With heavy hearts, they prepared for the perilous journey into the open sea, knowing that the infected would follow relentlessly. In the lifeboats, the survivors struggled against the elements and the ever-present threat of the infected. The vastness of the ocean became both their protector and their enemy, as they battled hunger, exhaustion, and the unrelenting pursuit of the undead. Each passing day was a testament to their resilience and determination to find safety. As their rations dwindled and hope teetered on the edge of despair, the survivors spotted an uninhabited island on the horizon. With a renewed sense of purpose, they guided their lifeboats to the island's shores, hoping to find refuge and a chance to regroup and strategize against the ever-growing threat of the infected. But little did they know one of them was infected and quickly brought plight to their hopes. Despite their valiant efforts, the survivors on the island were overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the infected. One by one, they fell victim to the insatiable hunger of the zombies. Their fight for survival turned into a battle for a dignified death, as they stood defiantly against the encroaching darkness. As the last survivor succumbed to the virus, hope seemed lost. Meanwhile, aboard the Carpathia, the infection had spread like wildfire. The crew members, once saviors to the survivors of the Titanic, found themselves trapped in a nightmare of their own making. Desperate for help, they attempted to send a distress signal, their voices trembling with fear and despair. Just as the distress signal was transmitted, chaos erupted on the Carpathia. The infected crew members, driven by their primal instincts, attacked their uninfected comrades. Panic and confusion reigned as the ship descended into a maelstrom of violence and death. As the Carpathia succumbed to the weight of the undead, the ship began to sink beneath the unforgiving waves. The once proud vessel, now a twisted mockery of its former self, disappeared into the depths of the ocean, taking the remnants of hope and humanity with it. In the aftermath, the ocean's surface lay calm and serene, masking the horrors that had unfolded beneath. The infected survivors and the remnants of the Carpathia were lost to the abyss, their bodies entwined with the wreckage, forever silenced. Epilogue, a testament to loss. The tale of the Titanic and its ill-fated sequel aboard the Carpathia became a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that can arise from even the noblest endeavors. The ocean became a graveyard, swallowing the echoes of the infected and the souls of those who had valiantly fought against the tides of horror. The story of the zombies on the Titanic and their subsequent spreading on the Carpathia served as a cautionary tale, forever etched into the annals of history. It reminded future generations of the consequences of unchecked epidemics and the importance of unity and preparedness in the face of unimaginable horrors. And so, the memory of those lost at sea and the legacy of their tragic demise lingered as a solemn reminder that in the darkest of times, humanity's survival may sometimes require the ultimate sacrifice. Dark Waters, Resurgence. For decades, the memory of the ill-fated Carpathia had faded into the annals of history, its tragic fate buried beneath the waves. But deep within the icy depths, the remnants of the infected and the dormant virus lay, waiting for an unsuspecting discovery to reignite the horror. In present times, a team of dedicated researchers embarked on an ambitious expedition to explore the wreckage of the Carpathia. Equipped with advanced technology and driven by a thirst for knowledge, they ventured into the depths of the ocean, unaware of the danger that awaited them. As the team meticulously explored the decaying remains of the Carpathia, a researcher inadvertently disturbed a hidden chamber, unknowingly releasing the dormant virus into the confined depths of the ship. The virus, once again awakened, wasted no time in infecting the unsuspecting explorers. The infected researchers, trapped within the submerged wreckage, transformed into bloodthirsty zombies. The claustrophobic corridors of the Carpathia became a twisted labyrinth, echoing with the haunting moans of the undead. Panic and chaos spread through the team as they fought for their lives against their former colleagues turned monsters. A small group of unaffected researchers, armed with limited resources, fought desperately to escape the sinking ship and the relentless pursuit of the infected. They navigated the treacherous passageways, seeking a way out before the virus consumed them all. Time became their greatest enemy as the infected grew in number. As the survivors emerged from the depths of the Carpathia, they faced an additional threat. The infected began to swarm nearby ships, spreading the virus further. The chaos spilled over onto the open waters, as unsuspecting vessels became scenes of horror and despair. The fight for survival expanded beyond the confines of the wreckage. Realizing the magnitude of the threat, the surviving researchers sought help from maritime authorities. The infected ships were marked as dangerous, and a race against time ensued to contain the virus before it spread to populated areas. Quarantine zones were established, and naval forces mobilized to prevent further outbreaks. Naval vessels became battlegrounds, as the infected ships relentlessly pursued their prey. Military forces engaged in desperate battles to protect unaffected areas and prevent the spread of the virus. Lives were lost, sacrifices made, as humanity fought to preserve its existence against the rising tide of the undead. Amidst the chaos and devastation, a breakthrough in scientific research offered a glimmer of hope. A team of dedicated scientists worked tirelessly to understand the nature of the virus, seeking a way to neutralize its effects and prevent further outbreaks. Their discoveries fueled the determination to find a solution and restore balance. As the virus continued to spread, humanity faced a defining moment. The uninfected, armed with knowledge and determination, rallied together in a final stand against the infected. Aided by the military and medical advancements, they fought with unwavering resolve, aiming to reclaim the seas from the clutches of the undead. The war on the infected ships reached its climax, as the combined efforts of humanity pushed the virus to the brink of defeat. The infected vessels were quarantined and dismantled, their remnants buried deep within the ocean's embrace. A new dawn emerged, one filled with cautious optimism and the lessons learned from the harrowing ordeal. The surviving researchers and their allies, scarred but not broken, looked to the future with a newfound determination to prevent such horrors from ever resurfacing. Epilogue: Lessons from the Abyss. The wreckage of the Carpathia, once a grave of darkness and despair, now served as a stark reminder of the perils lurking beneath the surface. The world came together to strengthen maritime safety measures, improving protocols and technologies to prevent the recurrence of such catastrophic outbreaks at sea. The story of the Carpathia's resurgent virus became a powerful testament to the resilience of humanity in the face of unimaginable challenges. It served as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, unity, knowledge, and the unwavering spirit of survival can pave the way for a brighter future. And so, as the waves settled and the infected ships faded into memory, humanity emerged stronger, armed with the wisdom gained from its encounters with the undead. The legacy of the Carpathia's resurgence became a cautionary tale, reminding generations to come of the importance of vigilance and preparedness against the lurking shadows that may still linger in the depths of the world's oceans. The Britannic, Voyage of the Damned. It was the year 1916, in the midst of World War I. The Britannic, sister ship to the ill-fated Titanic, had been requisitioned as a hospital ship, tasked with transporting wounded soldiers across the treacherous waters of the Mediterranean Sea. The vessel was a symbol of hope, providing medical aid and a chance at survival for those ravaged by war. Unbeknownst to the crew and medical staff, a deadly virus had taken root within the Britannic. Originating from the battlefields, the virus had mutated into a more sinister strain, rendering the infected not only physically wounded but also driven by a primal hunger for flesh. The ship became a floating breeding ground for the infected, an imminent threat to all on board. As the Britannic set sail from Southampton, England, its halls were filled with the wounded and medical personnel tending to their needs. Among them was Dr. Elizabeth Hastings, a compassionate and dedicated physician who had volunteered to serve on the hospital ship. Little did she know the horrors that awaited her on this fateful journey. Days into the voyage, the first signs of the infection emerged. A wounded soldier, brought aboard the Britannic, displayed symptoms that baffled the medical staff. Unbeknownst to them, the virus had infiltrated the ship, spreading quietly through the wounded and the medical personnel. The tranquility of the voyage quickly dissolved into a nightmare of chaos and terror. As the infected soldiers turned into ravenous zombies, they unleashed their fury upon the uninfected. Panic gripped the ship as the undead roamed the halls, seeking fresh victims to satiate their insatiable hunger. The crew, unprepared for such a calamity, struggled to contain the outbreak and protect the remaining survivors. Elizabeth, alongside a group of resilient crew members and fellow medical personnel, fought against the infected, desperately trying to save as many lives as possible. They navigated the darkened corridors, their every move shadowed by the relentless pursuit of the undead. Each passing moment brought them closer to the impending disaster. Amidst the chaos on board, tragedy struck from an unexpected source. The Britannic, sailing through dangerous waters, struck a hidden sea mine. The explosion reverberated through the ship, compounding the horror already unfolding within its walls. The vessel began to tilt, pushing the survivors closer to their doom. As the Britannic began to sink, the infected and uninfected alike found themselves at the mercy of the frigid Mediterranean waters. The struggle for survival intensified, as the survivors fought not only against the undead but also against the drowning depths. Amidst the chaos, echoes of the Titanic's tragedy resonated, a cruel reminder of the fragility of life. With the ship tilting and the waters rising, the remaining survivors made a last stand against the infected. Driven by sheer will and the desperate desire to survive, they fought with everything they had, aware that their time was running out. The battle raged on, a grim symphony of survival and sacrifice in the face of impending doom. As the Britannic succumbed to the unforgiving depths of the Mediterranean, its survivors faced a heart-wrenching decision. With no hope of rescue, they plunged into the icy waters, clinging to life rafts and makeshift flotation devices. They watched in solemn silence as the Britannic disappeared beneath the waves, forever sealing the fate of those lost to the zombie outbreak. Adrift on the open waters, the remaining survivors grappled with grief and despair. The vast expanse of the Mediterranean stretched before them, a cruel reminder of their isolation. They clung to the faint hope of rescue, fighting against the elements and their own deteriorating physical and emotional states. In the days that followed, the survivors shared their stories of the Britannic's demise and the horrors they had witnessed. Their harrowing accounts would become a chilling legend, whispered among seafarers as a reminder of the dangers that lurked within the depths of the sea and the fragility of human existence. As time passed, the surviving few drifted closer to the shores of an inhabited island. Exhausted and haunted by their ordeal, they found solace in the embrace of newfound allies. Together, they vowed to remember the fallen and dedicate their lives to preventing similar tragedies in the future. The story of the Britannic, forever entwined with the horror of the zombie outbreak, became a somber reminder of the sacrifices made during times of war. It served as a cautionary tale, urging humanity to be vigilant and prepared for the unimaginable, even in the face of healing and hope. The wreckage of the Britannic, resting in its watery grave, served as a haunting memorial to those lost in the tragedy. The ocean's depths concealed the remnants of the infected and the virus that had caused such devastation, a chilling reminder of the price paid for unchecked contagion. And so, the memory of the Britannic's dark voyage would endure, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and a reminder of the depths of despair that can be unleashed upon the seas. The legacy of the Britannic, forever etched in history, urged generations to remember and honor those lost, to learn from the past, and to navigate the waters of life with caution and compassion. Beyond Titanic, the unyielding plague. As the Titanic sank beneath the icy waters, it unleashed a harrowing legacy. The virus, borne by the infected passengers, remained hidden within the wreckage. Unbeknownst to the world, it continued to fester, awaiting an opportunity to spread its insidious tendrils beyond the confines of the sunken ship. News of the disaster spread across the globe, leaving a lasting impact on the collective psyche of humanity. As other ships prepared to set sail, the specter of the undead loomed large. Fear and uncertainty permeated the air, but the allure of new opportunities and dreams of a better future pushed people to embark on their own maritime journeys. One such vessel, the RMS Britannia, set sail from Liverpool, England, carrying passengers from diverse backgrounds. Unbeknownst to them, among the hopeful souls on board, a carrier of the insidious virus silently mingled. Patient Zero, unaware of their condition, unwittingly began the cycle anew. As the voyage progressed, the infected passenger aboard the Britannia succumbed to the virus, transforming into a ravenous creature. They unleashed their insatiable hunger upon their fellow travelers, and chaos erupted once again. Panic gripped the ship as the infection spread rapidly, overwhelming both passengers and crew. Amidst the unfolding horror, a group of resilient survivors emerged, determined to protect themselves and those uninfected. They fought desperately to secure safe zones, fortifying areas of the ship to stave off the relentless onslaught of the undead. The battle for survival became a grueling test of strength, ingenuity, and resilience. The Britannia, now plagued by the virus, unknowingly crossed paths with other ships, unwittingly weaving an intricate web of doom. As the infected passengers from the Britannia attacked neighboring vessels, the virus spread like wildfire. Ships once filled with hopeful travelers transformed into floating nightmares, their decks overrun by the undead. As the infected ships multiplied, the maritime landscape became a nightmarish battleground. Crew members, passengers, and even those who had initially sought to aid the survivors, found themselves caught in the crossfire. The high seas turned into a death trap, with ships becoming floating tombs, driven by an insatiable hunger for the living. Survivors from various ships fought to find sanctuary, forming alliances, and seeking refuge wherever they could. They scavenged for supplies, rationing what little they had in a desperate bid for survival. The infected, their numbers growing, relentlessly pursued the uninfected, their insidious presence shrouding the vastness of the ocean. Amidst the chaos, a few ships managed to establish communication with each other. They shared knowledge, strategies, and resources in a united front against the unyielding plague. A glimmer of hope emerged as survivors devised a plan to consolidate their forces, combining their strength to confront the undead and seek a way to break free from the maritime nightmare. The amalgamation of survivors, aboard a formidable vessel known as the HMS Vanguard, set sail with a singular purpose, to find a safe haven away from the infected maritime wasteland. They faced treacherous waters, battling not only the undead but also their own inner demons, as the toll of loss and despair weighed heavily upon their hearts. The HMS Vanguard, guided by the collective determination of the survivors, pressed onward through the treacherous sea. Their destination remained uncertain, but their resolve to break free from the clutches of the undead remained unshaken. United in purpose, they formed a tight-knit community, sharing skills, knowledge, and hope. As the Vanguard ventured further into uncharted waters, they encountered isolated pockets of uninfected survivors. These resilient groups, having weathered the storm in seclusion, joined forces with the Vanguard, bolstering their ranks and increasing their chances of finding a secure sanctuary. In a climactic confrontation, the combined forces of the Vanguard and their newfound allies made a final stand against the infected. Armed with improvised weapons, they fought with unwavering determination and a fierce desire for liberation. Lives were lost, sacrifices were made, but their resilience prevailed, driving the undead back into the depths. As the infected retreated, the survivors finally caught sight of land, a remote island untouched by the virus. The HMS Vanguard, battered and scarred, docked at the welcoming shores. The survivors stepped onto solid ground, a mix of relief, gratitude, and sorrow for the friends lost in the relentless battle against the undead. On the island, the survivors worked together to establish a thriving community. With the virus contained and the infected vanquished, they focused on healing, rebuilding, and forging a new life. The scars of their past experiences remained, but they served as a reminder of the strength and resilience that had carried them through the darkest of times. The tale of the undead pandemic that swept across the maritime world became a haunting legend, shared through generations. It stood as a testament to the indomitable human spirit, the will to survive against insurmountable odds, and the power of unity in the face of unimaginable horrors. The survivors, forever bound by their shared ordeal, vowed to preserve the memory of the maritime catastrophe and the sacrifices made. They worked tirelessly to ensure that the lessons learned would never fade, striving to safeguard future generations from the perils that had befallen them. And so, the legacy of the undead plague on the seas became a testament to the strength, resilience, and unwavering hope of humanity. It served as a reminder that even in the most unforgiving circumstances, the will to survive and the bonds forged in adversity could overcome the darkest of nightmares. The Olympic, Shadows of Dread. Long before the Titanic and the Britannic faced their respective tragedies, there was the RMS Olympic, the first of the three magnificent sister ships. Launched in 1911, the Olympic was a symbol of elegance and opulence, setting sail on a journey that would later become shrouded in darkness. Amidst the backdrop of a world on the brink of war, the Olympic embarked on a routine transatlantic voyage. Passengers from various walks of life filled the luxurious halls, blissfully unaware of the imminent danger lurking in their midst. Among them was Dr. Alexander Wright, a renowned physician, whose medical expertise would soon be tested beyond measure. Somewhere on the vast expanse of the ocean, a mysterious illness took hold, infecting unsuspecting passengers and crew members. The virus, much like its future counterparts, drove its victims into a state of madness, turning them into ravenous beings consumed by an insatiable hunger for human flesh. Panic and fear spread through the ship like wildfire. Dr. Wright, armed with his knowledge and determination, fought to contain the outbreak on the Olympic. With limited resources and the weight of responsibility on his shoulders, he rallied a small group of crew members and passengers who were yet uninfected. Together, they forged a path through the infected hordes, striving to save as many lives as possible. As the virus continued to spread, the Olympic became a battleground between the infected and the uninfected. Passengers and crew members fought valiantly to protect themselves and each other. Every deck, every corridor, became a scene of desperate conflict, as the uninfected sought to evade the ravenous horde that hunted them relentlessly. As the infected multiplied and chaos reigned, an unforeseen disaster loomed on the horizon. The Olympic, navigating treacherous waters, collided with an iceberg. The impact jolted the ship, exacerbating the turmoil within. The vessel, already beleaguered by the virus, now faced the additional threat of sinking into the icy depths of the Atlantic. As the Olympic listed, panic turned into sheer terror. The infected and uninfected alike scrambled for lifeboats, clinging to the hope of survival. Dr. Wright and his remaining allies fought their way through the chaos, their determination to escape the sinking ship matched only by the urgency to protect themselves from the infected still on board. In the final moments before the Olympic succumbed to the icy waters, Dr. Wright and his companions faced a devastating choice. They made a sacrificial stand, diverting the attention of the infected to allow the remaining uninfected to escape. With heavy hearts, they bid farewell to their doomed vessel, knowing that their sacrifice would give others a chance at survival. As the Olympic slipped beneath the waves, its fate sealed, the infected met a watery grave. The ocean's depths became a haunting resting place for the ship and the memories of the horrors endured on board. The world, unaware of the tragedy that had unfolded, would soon face its echoes in the future voyages of the sister ships. The story of the Olympics plague would remain a forgotten chapter in history, overshadowed by the subsequent disasters that befell the Titanic and the Britannic. Yet, the legacy of the virus that swept through its halls served as a chilling reminder of the perils that can lurk within the most glamorous and seemingly invincible of vessels. It stood as a testament to the importance of vigilance, preparedness, and swift action in the face of unforeseen crises. The wreckage of the Olympic rested silently beneath the waves, its secrets locked away in the depths of the ocean. The tragedy that had unfolded on board would become a forgotten tale, but its impact would resonate in the future, serving as a haunting prelude to the horrors that awaited the Titanic and the Britannic. And so, as the world moved forward, the ghosts of the Olympics plague remained hidden, silently urging humanity to remember the lessons learned. They whispered from the depths, reminding future generations of the fragility of life, the inevitability of adversity, and the indomitable spirit that propels humanity to confront even the darkest of shadows. Chapter 1: The Rise of the American Empire. In the aftermath of the American Revolution, as the dust settled and the newfound United States of America emerged victorious, the dream of a democratic republic seemed within reach. The people celebrated their hard-fought independence and the promise of a brighter future. However, fate had other plans for this young nation. Amidst the euphoria, there arose a powerful faction led by influential figures who advocated for a strong central government and centralized authority. These visionaries argued that only a united and powerful nation could secure the liberties they fought so hard to achieve. Their rallying cry resonated with a population longing for stability and security in a world full of uncertainties. In this alternate reality, rather than forming a federal republic, the Founding Fathers drafted a constitution that vested immense power in a single executive, the Emperor. Modeled after historical empires, this newly formed government system aimed to harness the strengths of centralized rule while maintaining a degree of representation through regional administrators. The Emperor, elected for life, established an imperial court composed of the most distinguished minds in governance, military strategy, and law. This elite group became the primary advisors and decision-makers, guiding the emperor's policies and actions. They played a crucial role in shaping the empire's destiny. With the newfound power and centralization, the American Empire embarked on a bold path of territorial expansion. Inspired by the imperial ambitions of ancient Rome, the empire sought to establish dominance across the North American continent and beyond. Military campaigns were launched, and vast territories were acquired through diplomacy, annexation, and conquest. As the empire expanded, a rigid social hierarchy began to take shape. Citizens were categorized based on their loyalty, wealth, and contributions to the empire. The emperor's courtiers and military elite occupied the upper echelons, followed by regional administrators and wealthy landowners. The majority of the population lived in varying degrees of servitude, laboring to fuel the empire's growth. While democracy was not the driving force behind the empire, the founders' vision of individual liberty and self-determination still lingered. The imperial code, a set of laws enacted by the emperor, enshrined certain rights for citizens, such as freedom of speech and assembly. However, these liberties were often curtailed to maintain the empire's stability and centralized control. Not everyone embraced the empire's transformation willingly. Dissent brewed among those who longed for the ideals of the American Revolution and a more representative government. Underground movements and secret societies emerged, advocating for a return to democratic rule and the dismantling of the empire. These rebels, known as the Sons and Daughters of Liberty, fought covert battles against the oppressive regime. To secure its dominance, the American Empire invested heavily in its naval fleet. Inspired by the British Royal Navy, the American Imperial Navy became a formidable force, projecting the empire's influence across the seas. Naval bases dotted the coastlines, and merchant vessels became extensions of the empire's economic and military might. As the empire expanded, it absorbed diverse cultures and traditions from conquered territories. In this alternate reality, the empire adopted a policy of cultural assimilation rather than the melting pot concept. The imperial court encouraged the preservation of local customs while promoting a sense of imperial identity. This rich tapestry of cultures contributed to the empire's unique heritage. Through the passage of time, the American Empire stood as a powerful force on the world stage. Its reach extended beyond the continent, influencing global affairs and shaping the course of history. While the empire departed from the democratic ideals of its origins, it left an indelible mark on civilization, forever altering the trajectory of humanity. In this alternate history, the United States transformed into a centralized empire, departing from the democratic path it initially set upon. The story explores the consequences of this transformation, highlighting the challenges, conflicts, and triumphs that defined the empire's rise. Chapter 2 title, Shadows of Dissent. Decades have passed since the American empire's establishment, and its power and influence have reached their zenith. The emperor, now a revered figurehead, continues to reign with an iron fist. Dissent, however, simmers beneath the surface, as a new generation yearns for the democratic ideals that birthed the nation. Within the heart of the empire, a secret organization known as the Democracy Reclamation Movement, DRM, takes shape. Composed of passionate intellectuals, former rebels, and disillusioned citizens, the DRM seeks to dismantle the imperial system and restore democracy. Their clandestine activities span from covert gatherings to underground publications. The emperor, aging and aware of the growing discontent, contemplates his successor. He desires a leader who can maintain the empire's dominance while placating the rumblings of rebellion. His choice falls upon his eldest child, a reluctant heir who questions the very foundations of the empire. The young prince, torn between duty and personal conviction, embarks on a journey that will test his loyalty and shape his destiny. The DRM gains momentum, finding allies among influential courtiers and military officers disenchanted with the empire's authoritarian rule. The rebels strike subtly, engaging in acts of civil disobedience, sowing seeds of dissent, and infiltrating key institutions. The empire's control begins to crumble as pockets of resistance form across the nation. As discontent continues to brew, the American empire finds itself in a state of unease. The centralized rule and concentration of power have created disparities among the populace, with a growing divide between the privileged few and the majority struggling to make ends meet. Though rebellion may not be on the immediate horizon, tension permeates the air, and the empire's leadership is faced with the challenge of maintaining stability. Recognizing the need to address the grievances of the people, the emperor and his courtiers initiate a series of reforms aimed at appeasing the masses. The imperial administration introduces measures to improve living conditions, expand access to education, and promote economic growth. However, not all are convinced of the sincerity of these reforms, and pockets of resistance emerge from those who perceive them as mere gestures to maintain control. Amidst the backdrop of social and political change, a cultural renaissance sweeps through the empire. Artists, writers, and thinkers seize the opportunity to express their ideas and challenge the status quo through their work. The imperial court becomes a patron of the arts, fostering an environment that encourages intellectual exploration and creative expression. This cultural revival sparks new conversations and contributes to the shifting landscape of the empire. Beyond its borders, the American empire engages in diplomatic endeavors to solidify its influence on the global stage. It forms alliances, establishes trade routes, and expands its colonial holdings. The empire's military prowess acts as a deterrent against potential adversaries, while its economic might secures favorable agreements and lucrative partnerships. These diplomatic efforts shape the empire's position as a dominant force in international affairs. As the empire evolves, individuals and groups continue to champion the values of personal liberty and democratic governance. While overt rebellion may not be the prevailing theme, the struggle for freedom manifests through peaceful protests, intellectual debates, and social movements. Visionaries emerge, advocating for a more inclusive and egalitarian society, where the rights and aspirations of all citizens are valued. The passage of time brings about unforeseen shifts in power dynamics. The younger generation, born and raised under the imperial system, questions its legitimacy and calls for a more participatory form of governance. A new breed of leaders, sympathetic to the concerns of the people, emerges within the imperial court, pushing for incremental reforms and a more responsive administration. The American empire finds itself at a crossroads. The choices made by its leaders will determine whether it continues down the path of centralized rule or embraces a more democratic future. The echoes of the past revolution and the yearning for individual freedoms persist, driving conversations and shaping the empire's destiny. As the empire grapples with its identity, the story of the American empire continues to unfold, with the potential for transformation and renewal. Chapter 3 title: The Empire's Legacy. The American empire stands firm, having weathered the storms of discontent and internal challenges. The centralized rule and concentration of power have become deeply entrenched, ensuring stability and maintaining the empire's dominance. The emperor, now a revered figure, presides over a vast imperial court that exercises control with meticulous efficiency. With the empire's foundations solidified, attention turns to further expansion. The American empire stretches its influence across continents, acquiring new territories and establishing colonies in strategic locations. The Imperial Navy, unmatched in its strength, safeguards trade routes and protects the empire's interests abroad. The empire's borders extend far beyond what the founders of the Republic had ever envisioned. Under the empire's centralized rule, economic growth thrives. A system of imperial trade and taxation ensures the flow of wealth into the empire's coffers. Industrialization and technological advancements transform the nation into an economic powerhouse. Vast infrastructure projects, funded by the empire, connect cities and facilitate commerce, further cementing its dominance on the world stage. The empire's social hierarchy solidifies, with the emperor and the imperial courtiers residing at the pinnacle of power. Wealth and influence concentrate in the hands of a privileged elite, while the majority of the population toils in service of the empire's ambitions. Strata of administrators, military officers, and bureaucrats ensure the efficient functioning of the empire, each level responsible for upholding the imperial order. As the empire expands, it assimilates diverse cultures and traditions from its colonies and conquered territories. These influences blend with the imperial identity, creating a unique amalgamation of customs, arts, and ideas. The imperial court becomes a patron of the arts, promoting works that reflect the glory and grandeur of the empire. The empire's cultural dominance radiates across its territories, inspiring awe and admiration. While the empire enjoys relative stability, challenges and dissent linger beneath the surface. Some individuals yearn for the democratic ideals of the past, longing for a system that values individual freedoms and representative governance. However, these voices of opposition remain marginalized, as the empire's mechanisms of control suppress any overt rebellion, maintaining the status quo. The American empire leaves an indelible mark on the international stage. Its diplomatic prowess, coupled with its military might, ensures its influence in shaping global affairs. The empire becomes a force for stability in a world rife with conflicts. Its colonies benefit from the empire's infrastructure development and the economic opportunities it brings, while also adapting to the imperial system of governance. As generations pass, a deep sense of loyalty and pride in the empire's achievements permeates the collective consciousness. The empire's citizens, indoctrinated with a narrative of grandeur and manifest destiny, wholeheartedly embrace the imperial system. They believe that the empire's centralized rule provides security, stability, and unparalleled opportunities for progress. The aging emperor grapples with the question of succession. The mantle of leadership weighs heavy on the heir, who has been groomed to maintain the empire's strength and preserve its legacy. The imperial court, filled with ambitious courtiers vying for power, becomes a cauldron of intrigue and political maneuvering. The choice of the next emperor will shape the empire's future. As the story unfolds, the American Empire continues its unyielding reign. Its centralized rule and imperial ambitions drive its progress, even as whispers of discontent persist. The empire's legacy, marked by expansion, prosperity, and cultural dominance, remains firmly imprinted on the annals of history. The empire's destiny, unaltered by the yearning for democracy, steers a course toward an enduring imperial era. Chapter 4 title, Echoes of Liberty. The American Empire, once unassailable in its power, now faces a different reality. Internal divisions, economic hardships, and growing discontent have eroded the foundations of its centralized rule. The imperial court struggles to maintain control as regional administrators assert their autonomy, and calls for a return to democratic governance grow louder. Amidst the empire's decline, regional administrators seize the opportunity to assert their independence and advocate for a decentralized system of governance. States and territories, once governed by imperial edicts, begin to establish their own legislative bodies, crafting laws that reflect the unique needs and aspirations of their populations. The empire fragments into a collection of semi-autonomous regions. Despite the challenges it faces, the American Empire stands resilient, weathering the storms that threaten its stability. The imperial court, led by a succession of strong and visionary emperors, navigates through turbulent times with skill and determination. Efforts to address the concerns of the populace are made, ensuring the empire's continued dominance. Recognizing the need to adapt to a changing world, the empire becomes a hub of innovation and progress. The emperor encourages scientific research, technological advancements, and economic diversification. The empire's industries flourish, driving economic growth and solidifying its position as a global powerhouse. Advanced infrastructure projects reshape the nation, connecting cities and enabling efficient transport and communication. The American Empire's cultural scene blossoms under the patronage of the imperial court. Artists, writers, and musicians produce works that celebrate the empire's grandeur and ideals. The empire's diverse population, influenced by a rich tapestry of cultures, contributes to a vibrant and inclusive society. Imperial academies and institutions of higher learning become centers of intellectual pursuit and artistic expression. The American Empire's territorial expansion continues, albeit with a focus on strategic acquisitions and diplomatic alliances. The empire establishes a network of colonies and protectorates, extending its influence across the globe. Overseas trade and commerce flourish, enriching the empire's coffers and forging connections with other powerful nations. The Imperial Navy, a symbol of the empire's might, safeguards trade routes and protects its interests. Society within the empire reflects the strength and stability of its centralized rule. The imperial court and its courtiers hold positions of power and privilege, guiding the empire's governance and policies. The middle class, comprising skilled professionals and entrepreneurs, enjoys relative prosperity and social mobility. While disparities persist, the empire implements social welfare programs and initiatives to alleviate the plight of the less fortunate. The American Empire emerges as a key player on the global stage, engaging in diplomacy and international cooperation. Its military strength acts as a deterrent, ensuring the security of its territories and interests. Through diplomacy and strategic alliances, the empire influences world affairs, forging mutually beneficial relationships with other nations. Its leadership in global initiatives solidifies its position as a respected global power. The aging emperor contemplates the succession and the future of the empire. The heir, groomed for leadership, faces the weight of the empire's legacy. With the guidance of the imperial court, the young prince or princess embraces their role and dedicates themselves to upholding the empire's values and securing its continued prosperity. As the story unfolds, the American Empire demonstrates its enduring resilience. Adaptability, innovation, and diplomacy enable it to weather challenges and maintain its position as a dominant force. While not without its flaws, the empire's centralized rule provides stability and prosperity for its citizens. The echoes of the past revolution may linger, but the empire's path remains steadfast, driving it toward a future shaped by its imperial ambitions. Chapter 5 Title: The Empire Ascendant. The American Empire, firmly rooted in its centralized rule, enters an era of unprecedented prosperity. Under the wise and visionary leadership of the emperor and the imperial court, the empire experiences an economic boom, technological advancement, and social stability. The empire's citizens enjoy a high standard of living, and its industries flourish, solidifying its position as a global powerhouse. Driven by a relentless pursuit of progress, the American Empire becomes a beacon of technological innovation. Scientific research and development thrive under the patronage of the imperial court. Groundbreaking discoveries in medicine, engineering, and space exploration propel the empire to the forefront of scientific achievement. Technological marvels reshape the empire's landscape, improving infrastructure, communication, and quality of life. While the empire maintains a centralized form of governance, it recognizes the importance of regional autonomy and diversity. The imperial union is strengthened through a system that balances central authority with regional representation. Each territory has a degree of self-governance, with local administrators overseeing regional affairs. This harmonious coexistence fosters a sense of unity while respecting the unique characteristics of each region. The empire's cultural scene experiences a renaissance, with artists, writers, and musicians flourishing under imperial patronage. The diverse population contributes to a rich tapestry of customs, traditions, and artistic expressions. The empire becomes a cultural melting pot, celebrating its heritage while embracing new ideas and influences from around the world. The imperial court becomes a center of artistic excellence, fostering creativity and intellectual discourse. The American Empire solidifies its global dominance, expanding its influence across continents. Through strategic alliances, trade agreements, and diplomatic finesse, the empire forges a network of international partnerships. The Imperial Navy, equipped with state-of-the-art vessels, ensures the empire's maritime supremacy and protects its interests abroad. The empire's economic prowess and technological advancements make it an indispensable player on the world stage. Recognizing the importance of sustainability, the empire leads the way in environmental stewardship. The imperial court implements policies and initiatives to mitigate climate change, promote renewable energy, and preserve natural resources. The empire becomes a global advocate for environmental conservation, inspiring other nations to follow suit. Through responsible practices, the empire balances economic growth with the preservation of the planet. As the aging emperor contemplates succession, the heir steps forward with a bold vision for the empire's future. Embracing the principles of their predecessors, the heir seeks to further strengthen the empire's institutions, foster inclusive governance, and empower the citizens. The imperial court rallies behind the heir's vision, ensuring a seamless transition of power and a continuity of the empire's remarkable achievements. The American Empire's legacy endures, leaving an indelible mark on the pages of history. Its centralized rule, while different from the initial democratic ideals, has proven to be a source of stability, prosperity, and progress. The empire's technological advancements, cultural contributions, and global influence have shaped the world in profound ways. The story of the empire serves as a testament to the enduring power of visionary leadership and the potential for greatness within a centralized system. As the empire marches forward, it continues to defy the odds, thriving in an ever-changing world. Its strength lies in its ability to adapt, innovate, and foster unity amidst diversity. The empire's unwavering determination ensures its continued ascendance, leaving an indomitable legacy for future generations. Chapter 6 Title: Shadows of Hubris. The American Empire, once a shining example of centralized rule, begins to show signs of hubris. Emboldened by its past successes, the empire becomes increasingly reckless in its pursuit of power and dominance. The imperial court, intoxicated by its own grandeur, grows complacent, ignoring the warning signs that lie ahead. As the empire's hunger for expansion persists, economic imbalances begin to emerge. The empire's relentless pursuit of resources and territories strains its own economy and exhausts its workforce. The gap between the privileged elite and the working class widens, leading to social unrest and resentment. The empire's once thriving industries start to falter, unable to sustain the empire's insatiable appetite. With growing disillusionment, dissent, and resistance simmer within the empire. Grassroots movements, once marginalized, gain momentum as citizens demand accountability and democratic reforms. The empire's centralized rule faces mounting opposition, as people yearn for a system that values their voices and addresses their grievances. The imperial court struggles to suppress these movements, fearing that they may unravel the empire's control. As the empire's overreach becomes more apparent, internal strife plagues the imperial court. Factionalism and power struggles tear at the fabric of centralized governance. Competing courtiers and administrators vie for influence and control, exacerbating the empire's instability. The emperor's authority weakens as the court fractures, leaving the empire vulnerable to external pressures. The empire's aggressive pursuit of power invites international backlash. Former allies and rival nations alike grow wary of its ambitions and methods. Diplomatic relations strain, economic alliances fracture, and the empire finds itself isolated on the global stage. The empire's imperial navy, once a symbol of strength, becomes stretched thin, unable to maintain control over its vast territories. The empire's insatiable quest for resources and expansion takes a toll on the environment. Irresponsible industrial practices and deforestation cause ecological devastation. Natural disasters become more frequent and severe, further exacerbating the empire's challenges. The empire's neglect of environmental stewardship tarnishes its image and undermines its claims of prosperity and progress. As the empire's flaws become impossible to ignore, its decline accelerates. Economic turmoil, social unrest, and international isolation cripple its foundations. The imperial court, once revered, loses its legitimacy in the eyes of the people. The empire's centralized rule, once hailed as a source of stability, now reveals its inherent vulnerabilities. Amidst the empire's unraveling, a glimmer of hope emerges. Reformist movements gain traction, offering alternatives to the failing centralized rule. A new generation of leaders, deeply rooted in the values of democracy and inclusivity, emerges to guide the empire through its darkest hour. The transition to a more representative form of governance becomes inevitable as the empire must confront its own mistakes and chart a new path forward. As the empire grapples with the consequences of its hubris, valuable lessons are learned. The story becomes a cautionary tale, reminding future generations of the perils of unchecked power and the importance of humility. The empire's rise and fall serve as a reminder that even the mightiest can stumble, and that true strength lies in embracing the collective wisdom and aspirations of the people. In the wake of its own undoing, the empire stands at a crossroads. It has the opportunity to rebuild itself on the foundations of accountability, democracy, and inclusivity. The path to redemption lies in recognizing its mistakes, making amends, and fostering a society that values the principles of justice, equality, and respect for all. The empire's journey toward renewal becomes a testament to the resilience of a nation and the enduring spirit of its people. Chapter 7 title: The Empire's Last Stand. In the face of mounting challenges and growing dissent, the American empire doubles down on its centralized power. Convinced that only through unyielding control can stability and progress be ensured, the imperial court tightens its grip on governance, stifling opposition and dissenting voices. The empire's leaders become increasingly disconnected from the concerns and aspirations of the people they govern. To maintain its authority, the empire unleashes a wave of suppression and surveillance. Dissenters and activists are targeted, their movements monitored and quelled through forceful measures. The empire establishes a vast surveillance network, infringing upon personal liberties and eroding the fundamental principles of privacy. The state propaganda machine works tirelessly to manipulate public opinion and maintain a facade of unity. The empire's centralized control extends to the economy, as it consolidates power over key industries and resources. State-controlled enterprises dominate sectors such as energy, telecommunications, and finance, stifling competition and innovation. The empire's leaders manipulate economic policies to favor the elite, exacerbating wealth disparities and leaving the majority of the population struggling to make ends meet. Driven by an insatiable thirst for power, the empire rampages across the globe, relentlessly expanding its influence through military might and coercive diplomacy. Territories and nations are subjugated under the empire's hegemony, erasing their cultural identities and subsuming them into the centralized rule. The empire's imperial navy becomes an instrument of control, enforcing its dominance in far-flung corners of the world. Externally, the empire presents an image of stability and order. However, beneath the surface, cracks begin to appear. Discontent festers among the marginalized and oppressed, giving rise to underground movements and resistance cells. As the empire clings to its centralized power, it inadvertently fosters a growing undercurrent of resistance that threatens to undermine its authority. The empire's relentless pursuit of power and control takes a devastating toll on the environment. Natural resources are plundered without regard for ecological consequences. Pollution ravages the empire's landscapes, poisoning its air, water, and soil. The effects of climate change intensify, leading to widespread ecological disasters that impact not only the empire but the entire planet. As the empire faces internal and external challenges, the aging emperor grapples with his legacy and the fate of the empire. Aware of the discontent and growing resistance, the emperor must decide whether to cling to the failing centralized power or to initiate reforms that address the grievances of the people. The emperor's decision will shape the empire's destiny. Despite its desperate efforts, the empire's centralized rule proves unsustainable. Internal divisions deepen, and the empire's resources become strained. The economy falters, and social unrest reaches a boiling point. International alliances fracture, isolating the empire on the global stage. The empire's decline becomes inevitable, as its foundation of centralized power crumbles under the weight of its own excesses. Amidst the empire's decline, winds of change sweep across the nation. The mounting challenges and discontent force the imperial court to confront the reality of their centralized power. Recognizing the need for reform, the court initiates a series of measures aimed at addressing the grievances of the people. These reforms include greater representation, transparency, and accountability within the empire's institutions. The call for reform echoes throughout the empire, as citizens rally for a more inclusive and participatory form of governance. Grassroots movements and intellectual circles become incubators for ideas, pushing for constitutional revisions that strike a balance between centralized authority and regional autonomy. The imperial court engages in dialogue with the reformists, recognizing the necessity of adapting to a changing world. The empire undergoes a profound transformation, ushering in a new era of governance. The centralized power, while still intact, becomes more responsive to the needs and aspirations of the people. Greater emphasis is placed on local governance, with regional administrators playing a more active role in decision-making. The empire embraces the principles of democracy, ensuring that the voice of the citizens is heard and valued. As the empire embraces reform, efforts are made to rebuild trust with the citizens. Transparency becomes a cornerstone of governance, with mechanisms put in place to hold officials accountable. Social and economic disparities are addressed through targeted policies aimed at uplifting the marginalized and ensuring equal opportunities for all. The empire seeks to rebuild a sense of unity and common purpose among its diverse population. The empire, revitalized by reform, experiences a resurgence in its influence and stability. Economic growth is revitalized through innovation, entrepreneurship, and fair competition. Social programs ensure the well-being of the citizens, providing access to quality education, healthcare, and social safety nets. The empire's commitment to environmental sustainability sets an example for the world, as it takes proactive measures to address climate change and preserve natural resources. The empire, now recognized for its democratic reforms and inclusive governance, assumes a prominent role on the global stage. Its diplomatic efforts focus on fostering cooperation, peace, and stability. The empire becomes a trusted partner in international alliances, working collaboratively to address global challenges and promote shared prosperity. Its influence expands, not through coercion, but through the power of ideas and values. The empire's journey of transformation serves as a valuable lesson for future generations. It reminds them of the importance of self-reflection, adaptability, and the need to listen to the voices of the people. The story of the empire's evolution becomes a testament to the resilience of a nation, showing that centralized power can be tempered by the wisdom and will of its leaders and citizens. As the empire embraces reform, it charts a new course guided by democratic principles and a commitment to the well-being of its people. The story shifts from one of decline and fall to one of renewal and hope. The empire's future lies in the hands of its citizens, who have the power to shape a brighter, more inclusive future. Chapter 8 title, The Empire's Renewal. In the wake of the empire's transformation, a spirit of reform permeates throughout the nation. The centralized power, while still a core aspect of governance, undergoes further modifications to ensure a balance of authority and representation. The imperial court, cognizant of the lessons learned, works collaboratively with the citizens to refine the institutions and processes of the empire. The reforms empower the citizens, fostering a culture of active participation and civic engagement. The empire invests in educational programs to promote civic literacy and critical thinking, ensuring that its citizens possess the knowledge and skills necessary to contribute to the nation's development. Local governance structures flourish, enabling communities to have a direct say in decision-making processes. The empire experiences an economic renaissance as it embraces innovation, entrepreneurship, and fair market practices. The empire's leaders foster an environment that encourages creativity and economic diversification. Small and medium-sized enterprises thrive, providing employment opportunities and driving regional development. The empire's industries become known for their sustainability practices and responsible resource management. With a renewed commitment to environmental stewardship, the empire becomes a global leader in sustainability. The empire invests in renewable energy infrastructure, reduces carbon emissions, and protects its natural resources. Environmental awareness and conservation programs become integral to the empire's educational curriculum, instilling a sense of responsibility and reverence for the planet in future generations. The empire places a strong emphasis on inclusive prosperity, ensuring that economic benefits are equitably distributed. Social welfare programs are expanded to provide a safety net for the vulnerable and disadvantaged. The empire invests in healthcare, education, and affordable housing, recognizing that the well-being of its citizens is essential for the nation's long-term success. The empire's cultural landscape experiences a renaissance, celebrating diversity and fostering cultural exchange. Artists, writers, and performers flourish, exploring new forms of expression that reflect the empire's values of inclusivity and unity. The imperial court supports cultural initiatives, recognizing the vital role of the arts in fostering social cohesion and identity. The empire's reformation earns the respect and admiration of the international community. It becomes a trusted partner in global diplomacy, advocating for peace, human rights, and environmental sustainability. The empire engages in cooperative efforts with other nations, sharing expertise and resources to address pressing global challenges. Its diplomatic approach is characterized by dialogue, mutual respect, and collaboration. The empire's renewal serves as a model for other nations, showcasing the potential for transformative change within centralized governance structures. Its story inspires hope and demonstrates the power of adapting and evolving to meet the needs of a changing world. The empire's legacy lies in its ability to harness the strength of centralized power while embracing the ideals of democracy, sustainability, and social progress. As the story unfolds, the empire recognizes that renewal is an ongoing process. It remains vigilant, open to the constructive criticisms and diverse perspectives of its citizens. The imperial court continues to adapt and refine its governance structures, fostering an environment of constant dialogue and collaboration. The empire's journey toward a brighter future is one that will require dedication, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to the principles that define its renewal. The story of the empire's renewal is a testament to the transformative power of leadership, citizen participation, and the capacity for centralized governance to evolve and adapt to the needs of its people. The empire's continued journey offers hope for a future where progress and prosperity coexist with principles of democracy, sustainability, and social justice. Chapter 9 title, Shadows of Autocracy. A new emperor ascends to the throne, driven by a desire to consolidate power and return the empire to a bygone era of absolute authority. Dismissing the reforms and progress made in recent years, the emperor seeks to wield complete control, shattering the delicate balance between centralized rule and citizen empowerment. The imperial court, once a forum for dialogue and progress, becomes a vehicle for the emperor's autocratic ambitions. As the new emperor consolidates power, the checks and balances that once safeguarded against tyranny begin to crumble. Independent institutions are dismantled, and the judiciary becomes a mere extension of the emperor's will. Dissenting voices are silenced, and the imperial court transforms into a breeding ground for sycophancy and loyalty rather than wise counsel and accountability. The new emperor's regime employs ruthless tactics to suppress opposition and dissent. Dissidents are targeted, their voices stifled through intimidation, surveillance, and imprisonment. The empire's citizens live in a state of constant fear, forced to conform to the emperor's dictates or risk severe repercussions. The imperial propaganda machine perpetuates a cult of personality, painting the emperor as a figure beyond reproach. Under the new emperor's rule, economic disparities widen as wealth becomes concentrated in the hands of the ruling elite. Cronyism and corruption thrive, with loyalists and family members of the emperor benefiting from preferential treatment and lucrative business opportunities. The empire's resources are exploited for personal gain, leading to economic stagnation and the marginalization of the majority. The empire's cultural scene suffers under the new emperor's regime. Artists, writers, and intellectuals face censorship and persecution if their work challenges the narrative of the autocratic rule. Freedom of expression is curtailed, stifling creativity and intellectual discourse. The empire's rich cultural heritage is diminished, replaced by a state-sanctioned propaganda that promotes conformity and glorifies the emperor's reign. The empire's turn towards autocracy isolates it from the global community. Diplomatic ties deteriorate, and economic sanctions are imposed as nations condemn the erosion of democratic values and human rights. The empire's once influential voice becomes muffled as it is relegated to the fringes of international discourse. The new emperor's isolationist policies exacerbate economic hardships and further isolate the empire from global progress. Despite the oppressive regime, pockets of resistance persist throughout the empire. Underground movements and dissident networks quietly organize, driven by a deep conviction to protect the values of democracy, civil liberties, and human rights. These courageous individuals work in secrecy, sharing information and coordinating acts of civil disobedience, all while evading the watchful eye of the autocratic regime. As the autocratic regime tightens its grip, the resistance movements face increasingly daunting challenges. The regime's security apparatus grows more ruthless, employing surveillance, arrests, and violent crackdowns to quash dissent. The resistance fighters find themselves in a constant cat-and-mouse game, navigating treacherous paths and relying on their resilience, resourcefulness, and unwavering commitment to the cause. The resistance fighters pay a heavy price for their defiance. Many are imprisoned, tortured, or forced into hiding, their families torn apart by the cruelty of the autocratic regime. Yet, their spirit remains unbroken. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, they draw strength from the belief that their struggle is not in vain, and that their sacrifices will pave the way for a brighter future. While the resistance movements face setbacks, a flicker of hope remains alive in the hearts of the empire's citizens. The autocratic regime's iron grip begins to create disillusionment and discontent among some segments of society. Whispers of dissent grow louder, and cracks emerge within the imperial court itself as some courtiers question the excesses of the emperor's rule. Realizing the challenge posed by the resilient resistance, the autocratic regime intensifies its efforts to stamp out any flickers of dissent. Propaganda campaigns are launched to discredit the resistance movements, and loyalist informants are dispatched to infiltrate their ranks. The empire becomes a surveillance state, breeding an atmosphere of fear and distrust. The resistance fighters find solace in the enduring spirit of those who refuse to submit to the autocratic regime. They draw inspiration from the stories of historical struggles and the knowledge that change often takes time and perseverance. Their determination remains unyielding as they continue to organize, mobilize, and disseminate information, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The empire stands at a critical juncture, torn between the oppressive autocratic regime and the persistent resistance movements. The citizenry watches anxiously, waiting to see which path will prevail. The imperial court finds itself divided, with some courtiers questioning the emperor's tactics and others fiercely loyal to the autocratic rule. The empire's future hangs in the balance. As the story unfolds, the struggle between the autocratic regime and the resistance movements shows no sign of abating. The resistance fighters draw strength from the support they receive, both within the empire and from sympathetic international allies. They adapt their strategies, finding new ways to organize and communicate, staying one step ahead of the regime's attempts to suppress their movement. While victory remains uncertain, hope persists in the hearts of the resistance fighters and the citizens who yearn for a return to democratic governance. They find solace in the knowledge that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, the power of resilience, unity, and the unwavering pursuit of justice can eventually overcome the darkest forces. Their struggle becomes a beacon of hope for a future where the empire's true potential can be realized once again. Chapter 10 Title: Resurgence of Order. In the wake of the rebellion, the American Empire launches a relentless campaign to quell the uprising and re-establish its control. The imperial forces, driven by a desire to reassert their authority, employ a combination of military might, strategic maneuvers, and political manipulation. The rebellion finds itself facing the full force of the Empire's wrath. As the Empire regains control, it tightens its grip on the rebellious territories. Martial law is imposed, dissent is crushed, and rebel leaders are apprehended or forced into hiding. The Empire's propaganda machine works tirelessly to vilify the rebellion, painting it as a threat to stability and progress. The rebellious regions are subjected to harsh measures to re-establish imperial dominance. With rebellion quelled, the Empire turns its attention to rebuilding the shattered territories. Reconstruction efforts are launched, aiming to restore infrastructure, provide basic services, and facilitate economic recovery. The Empire seeks to pacify the populace by offering limited autonomy and appeasing gestures of reconciliation, while maintaining a firm grip on power. The Empire implements a comprehensive surveillance and monitoring system to prevent any resurgence of rebellion. Citizens are subject to heightened scrutiny, with informants and loyalists rewarded for reporting any signs of dissent. Civil liberties are curtailed, and freedom of expression is suppressed in the name of maintaining order and preventing the re-emergence of rebellion. While the rebellion may have been quelled, the cost of submission becomes evident. The rebellious territories endure economic exploitation, as the Empire seeks to recoup its losses and consolidate its power. The once vibrant spirit of independence and self-governance gives way to a sense of resignation and subjugation. Many rebels who survived the conflict find themselves torn between acceptance and a lingering desire for freedom. The Empire takes advantage of the quelled rebellion to further consolidate its rule. The imperial court extends its influence, appointing loyal administrators to govern the once rebellious territories. Centralized control is reinforced, with the Empire placing its own trusted officials in key positions to ensure obedience and loyalty. The rebellion becomes a distant memory as the Empire works to erase any lingering traces of defiance. To solidify its authority, the Empire engages in a process of social re-engineering. Education systems are revamped to instill loyalty to the Empire, erasing any traces of the rebellion's ideals. Cultural practices and identities are suppressed or assimilated into the Empire's dominant culture. The rebellious regions are gradually transformed into homogenized extensions of the Empire, eroding their unique heritage. As time passes, the Empire's grip tightens further, leaving little room for dissent or aspirations of self-governance. The rebellion becomes a distant memory, a cautionary tale whispered among a few brave souls. The Empire's dominance is unquestioned, and its centralized rule is firmly entrenched. The rebellion's ideals of liberty and democracy are overshadowed by the Empire's narrative of stability and progress. While the Empire may have quelled the rebellion, pockets of resistance persist. Underground networks and secret societies keep the flame of defiance alive, passing down the stories and ideals of the rebellion to future generations. These pockets of resistance await the opportune moment to challenge the Empire's iron grip and reclaim the spirit of freedom. As the story reaches its climax, the future of the Empire hangs in the balance. The resistance movements carefully strategize, knowing that their battle is not one that can be fought with traditional means. They rally the disillusioned and oppressed, planting the seeds of discontent and awakening a yearning for freedom. The Empire, now faced with a renewed challenge, must confront the consequences of its actions and the resilience of the human spirit. In this sequel, the rebellion may have been quelled, but the story highlights the lingering impact of oppression and the potential for resistance to emerge even in the face of overwhelming odds. It underscores the complexity of power dynamics and the lasting effects of centralized rule on the aspirations of a people yearning for freedom. Chapter 11 title, Shadows of Deception. In an attempt to regain the trust of its people, the American Empire launches an extensive military campaign. The imperial court, driven by a desire to manipulate public opinion, orchestrates a sophisticated propaganda machinery. Media outlets, controlled by the empire, disseminate false narratives about a fabricated enemy, distorting facts and manipulating emotions to rally support for the military endeavor. The empire portrays the fabricated enemy as a grave threat to national security and the empire's values. Through fearmongering and sensationalism, the empire convinces its citizens that they are under imminent danger. The enemy is demonized, painted as an existential threat that must be eradicated to ensure the empire's survival. The empire's people, swayed by the manipulation, rally behind the imperial court's call for military action. The empire's propaganda machine works tirelessly to manufacture consent for the military campaign. Dissenting voices and critical analysis are stifled, as the empire controls the narrative through censorship and media manipulation. Those who question the motives behind the military endeavor are labeled as traitors or unpatriotic, further silencing opposition and fostering an atmosphere of blind support for the empire's cause. The empire stages false victories and exaggerates military successes to maintain the illusion of progress. The media glorifies the empire's military prowess, showcasing carefully curated footage that portrays the imperial forces as heroic defenders of freedom. The empire's people, deceived by the false narrative, become further entrenched in their belief that the military campaign is justified and necessary. As the military campaign gains momentum, civil liberties within the empire suffer. The imperial court exploits the fabricated enemy threat to justify draconian measures that curtail individual freedoms. Surveillance is intensified, dissent is criminalized, and critics of the empire's actions face persecution. The empire's people, caught in the web of deception, find themselves sacrificing their liberties in the name of security. Chapter 12 Title: The Empire's Conquest. The American Empire, emboldened by its military might and ambitions for global dominance, sets its sights on the British Isles. Utilizing its superior naval power and advanced weaponry, the Empire launches a calculated campaign to subjugate the British and establish control over their lands. The British, caught off guard, find themselves facing an unprecedented threat from across the Atlantic. The Empire's forces sweep across the British Isles, overwhelming the British military with their advanced tactics and firepower. Major cities fall under Imperial control, as resistance from the British is met with swift and decisive suppression. The Empire's propaganda machine portrays the invasion as a necessary step towards consolidating power and spreading its version of order and progress. Recognizing the value of exploiting existing divisions within the British population, the Empire capitalizes on historical tensions and regional differences. It strategically supports factions that align with its interests, further fracturing British society and weakening any unified resistance. The Empire aims to maintain control by exploiting these divisions and preventing a cohesive opposition from forming. With the conquest nearly complete, the Empire imposes its rule over the British Isles. The Empire's administrators replace British officials in key positions of power, ensuring loyalty and compliance to imperial directives. The British people are subjected to imperial laws, customs, and taxation, as the Empire seeks to assimilate them into its system of governance. Resistance is met with severe consequences, suppressing any hope of reclaiming independence. Under imperial control, the British Isles become a valuable resource for the Empire. The Empire exploits the region's rich natural resources, such as coal, iron, and agricultural products, to fuel its expanding industrial complex. British laborers are forced into servitude, their talents and skills exploited for the Empire's economic gain. The Empire's imperial enterprises amass wealth while the British people bear the burden. Despite the Empire's oppressive rule, pockets of resistance emerge. Secret societies, underground networks, and determined individuals form a clandestine resistance movement, operating in the shadows to undermine imperial authority. They preserve the British identity and foster hope for a future where the Empire's grip can be loosened, and independence restored. The resistance fighters engage in a protracted struggle for liberation, employing guerrilla tactics, sabotage, and clandestine operations to disrupt imperial control. Their actions inspire a growing sense of defiance among the British population, reigniting the spirit of independence and fueling a desire to reclaim their homeland from imperial domination. The Empire, caught off guard by the resilience of the resistance, faces an unexpected challenge to its supremacy. As the resistance gains momentum, the Empire becomes increasingly desperate to maintain its hold on the British Isles. The Imperial forces escalate their crackdown on the resistance, utilizing brutal tactics and heightened surveillance to suppress dissent. Propaganda campaigns intensify, portraying the resistance as terrorists and agitators, aiming to undermine public support for their cause. In a dramatic turn of events, the resistance gains significant ground in its struggle against the Empire. The Imperial forces find themselves stretched thin, facing a resilient and determined enemy. The British people, inspired by the Resistance's bravery and sacrifice, begin to rally behind their cause, fueling a groundswell of support for liberation. The Empire's hold on the British Isles begins to falter. In the final act of this story, the Empire's grip on the British Isles is shattered. The resistance, bolstered by the support of the British population, mounts a decisive campaign that drives the Imperial forces out of the region. The Empire's dream of domination crumbles, and the British people reclaim their independence, marking a significant victory for freedom and self-determination. With the Empire's defeat, the British Isles embark on a new chapter in their history. Rebuilding efforts focus on healing the wounds of the imperial occupation and fostering unity among the British people. Democratic institutions are established, ensuring that power is distributed among the people, preventing the concentration of authority that characterized the Empire's rule. The story of the Empire's conquest of the British Isles serves as a reminder of the dangers of unchecked power and the importance of resilience in the face of oppression. The British people, having experienced the devastating consequences of imperial domination, remain vigilant in safeguarding their newfound freedom and ensuring that the lessons of their history are never forgotten. In this sequel, the American Empire's ambitious expansion leads to its conquest of the British Isles. However, resistance and a growing sense of British identity ultimately challenge the Empire's dominance, leading to its eventual defeat and the restoration of British independence. The story highlights the resilience of the human spirit and the longing for freedom in the face of overwhelming odds. Chapter 13 title, Bonds of Unity. In a surprising turn of events, the British arrive on American shores not as conquerors, but as allies. Recognizing the shared values and historical ties between the two nations, the British seek to establish a cooperative relationship with the American Empire. Their arrival is met with curiosity and cautious optimism from both the Empire's leaders and its citizens. The British and the American Empire embark on a journey of reconciliation and cooperation. The imperial court, aware of the British desire for partnership, engages in diplomatic negotiations to find common ground and forge a mutually beneficial relationship. The Empire's people, initially skeptical, begin to see the potential advantages of working alongside the British in a changing global landscape. As news of the British-American partnership spreads, the worldwide community reacts with enthusiasm. The international community, recognizing the historic significance of the collaboration, welcomes the alliance as a beacon of unity and reconciliation. Diplomatic ties are strengthened, and trade agreements are established, opening up new avenues of cooperation and economic growth. The British and the American Empire navigate the challenges of merging their systems and ideologies. Differences in governance and cultural practices are acknowledged, but efforts are made to find common ground and foster mutual understanding. Through dialogue, compromise, and respect for each other's heritage, the two nations forge a path forward built on cooperation and shared goals. The British-American alliance becomes a powerful force on the global stage. Together, they champion causes such as human rights, environmental stewardship, and economic development. Their united voice carries weight in international forums, shaping global policies and garnering widespread support. The alliance becomes a symbol of cooperation and diplomatic success, admired and respected by nations around the world. Over time, the bonds between the British and the American Empire deepen. Cultural exchanges flourish, fostering an appreciation for each other's traditions, arts, and values. Collaborative educational programs strengthen ties between the youth of both nations, promoting a shared sense of identity and fostering friendships that will shape the future. As the story unfolds, the British-American alliance faces new challenges. Global conflicts, economic fluctuations, and social transformations test the strength of their partnership. However, the shared history, common values, and deep-rooted friendship forged between the two nations guide them through the storms, reaffirming their commitment to unity and cooperation. The British-American alliance serves as a shining example of how nations can overcome past conflicts and forge a path of mutual respect and collaboration. The story inspires hope and demonstrates the power of unity in overcoming adversity. The Empire's people, once skeptical, now embrace the British as partners and allies, recognizing the positive impact of their joint efforts. As the story nears its conclusion, the legacy of unity between the British and the American Empire is etched into the annals of history. Their alliance serves as a foundation for lasting peace, cooperation, and shared prosperity. The Empire's people, united with the British, continue to navigate the complexities of a changing world, facing future challenges hand in hand. In this sequel, the British and the American Empire forge a partnership built on trust, respect, and shared values. The story focuses on the strength of international cooperation, highlighting the positive impact of unity on a global scale. It portrays the British as respected allies, admired by the worldwide community for their commitment to reconciliation and their collaborative approach to global issues. Chapter 14 title, Union of Nations. In a remarkable turn of events, the British and the American Empire embark on a journey towards unification, driven by a shared vision of a united and prosperous empire. The imperial courts of both nations, recognizing the strength in their collaboration, propose the formation of a unified empire that embraces the heritage, values, and strengths of each nation. The process of unification begins as the imperial courts work together to establish a unified government structure. A constitution is drafted, blending elements of both British and American governance systems to create a unique framework that ensures representation, individual liberties, and checks and balances. The imperial courts cede certain powers to the newly formed central government, which oversees the administration of the unified empire. As the two nations merge, a rich cultural fusion takes place. Traditions, languages, and customs intertwine, creating a vibrant tapestry of diverse identities within the unified empire. Cultural exchange programs flourish, enabling the empire's people to learn from and appreciate the unique heritage of different regions. This harmonious blending of cultures strengthens the empire's sense of unity and fosters a shared national identity. The unification of the British and American economies results in unparalleled economic synergy. Trade barriers are dismantled, creating a vast internal market that fuels economic growth and innovation. The empire's industries thrive, benefiting from a skilled workforce, abundant resources, and enhanced access to global markets. Economic prosperity is shared across the entire empire, uplifting the standard of living for its people. The unified empire creates a powerful military force, combining the strengths of the British and American armed forces. A coordinated defense strategy ensures the empire's security and protects its interests both domestically and abroad. Military cooperation and joint training exercises foster a sense of camaraderie among the empire's soldiers, solidifying their commitment to the shared defense of their united homeland. The unified empire becomes a beacon of democracy and progress on the world stage. The imperial court institutes comprehensive reforms to ensure the representation and participation of all citizens in the decision-making process. Democratic principles are upheld, with regular elections, freedom of speech, and a robust system of checks and balances. The empire serves as an inspiration to nations aspiring to achieve similar democratic ideals. With the British-American Empire now united, it assumes a position of global leadership. The empire actively engages in international diplomacy, promoting peace, cooperation, and the protection of human rights. It champions environmental sustainability, spearheads scientific advancements, and provides humanitarian aid to nations in need. The empire's influence and soft power shape global policies, working towards a more just and equitable world. As the story progresses, the United Empire faces numerous challenges. Economic fluctuations, social unrest, and external conflicts test the resilience of its unified governance. However, the empire's commitment to unity and cooperation allows it to weather these storms. The strength derived from the shared values and mutual support among its people enables the empire to navigate through crises and emerge stronger than ever. The story concludes with the legacy of unity, peace, and prosperity left by the United Empire. Its triumphs and accomplishments become an enduring testament to the power of collaboration and the potential for nations to overcome differences in pursuit of a shared destiny. The empire's people, guided by the spirit of unity, continue to shape a future that embodies the ideals of democracy, progress, and global solidarity. In this sequel, the British and the American Empire merge to form a united empire, combining their strengths and forging a path of unity and prosperity. The story focuses on the benefits of cultural fusion, economic synergy, and shared democratic values. It portrays the United Empire as a global leader, admired and respected for its commitment to peace, progress, and international cooperation. Chapter 15 title, The United States Empire. The success and stability of the British-American Empire serve as an inspiration to neighboring European nations. Recognizing the benefits of collaboration and the strength in unity, leaders from across the continent engage in discussions with the United Empire. Together, they envision a grand alliance that encompasses the values, cultures, and strengths of each nation. The United Empire embarks on a diplomatic campaign to invite European nations to join its fold. Through negotiations, mutual agreements, and shared goals, one by one, countries willingly become part of the United States Empire. The unification process ensures the preservation of each nation's identity while harmonizing policies, institutions, and systems to create a cohesive empire. As European nations unite with the British-American Empire, a tapestry of cultures weaves together, creating a vibrant and diverse society within the United States Empire. Citizens celebrate their unique heritage while embracing a shared identity as members of a larger empire. Cultural festivals, art exhibitions, and exchange programs flourish, fostering mutual understanding, respect, and unity. The expansion of the United States Empire solidifies its position as an economic powerhouse on the global stage. The merging of European economies creates a vast market that drives innovation, trade, and investment. The empire's industries flourish, leveraging the diverse talents, resources, and expertise of its member nations. Economic prosperity spreads, improving the standard of living for citizens throughout the empire. With the inclusion of European nations, the United States Empire forges an even stronger defense alliance. Joint military exercises, intelligence sharing, and coordinated defense strategies enhance the Empire's security and deter potential threats. The Empire's armed forces stand as a united front, prepared to defend their collective interests and uphold peace and stability within their borders and beyond. The United States Empire is built upon a foundation of democratic principles. A shared commitment to individual freedoms, representative governance, and the rule of law ensures that democracy thrives within the empire. Citizens actively participate in the decision-making process, exercising their rights through regular elections, civil discourse, and the protection of human rights. The empire serves as a shining example of a united and democratic society. With the inclusion of European nations, the United States Empire's global influence expands exponentially. The empire becomes a key player in international affairs, shaping global policies, promoting human rights, and fostering cooperation among nations. Its commitment to sustainable development, climate action, and humanitarian aid earns the empire respect and admiration worldwide. The United States Empire's strength lies in its unity amidst diversity. By embracing the richness of cultures, traditions, and perspectives, the empire fosters an inclusive society that celebrates diversity as a source of strength. Equal opportunities, social justice, and inclusivity initiatives ensure that all citizens, regardless of their background, have the chance to thrive and contribute to the empire's success. The story concludes with the United States Empire entering a new era of prosperity and harmony. The empire's unity and collective strength enable it to overcome challenges, adapt to a changing world, and continue progressing towards a better future. The legacy of the empire becomes a testament to the transformative power of collaboration, demonstrating that nations united under a shared vision can create a brighter and more prosperous world for all. In this sequel, the United States Empire expands to include European nations, fostering a united and prosperous society built on shared values, cultural diversity, and democratic principles. The story emphasizes the benefits of collaboration, economic strength, and collective defense. It portrays the empire as a global leader, respected and admired for its commitment to unity, peace, and the promotion of democratic ideals. Chapter 16 title, Echoes of Defiance. Over time, a sense of dissatisfaction brews among the original 13 colonies within the United States Empire. Despite enjoying the benefits of unity and prosperity, a faction of individuals within these colonies begins to yearn for a return to independence. Their desire to reclaim the spirit of self-governance and individual autonomy becomes a driving force. The call for independence reverberates through the original 13 colonies, sparking debates and discussions across the empire. The dissident voices argue for the restoration of their individual sovereignty, citing the need for self-determination and a more localized system of governance. The imperial court, while acknowledging the concerns, expresses a commitment to maintaining the unity of the empire. Negotiations between the dissident colonies and the imperial court begin in an attempt to address their grievances. However, the divide proves difficult to bridge, as both sides firmly adhere to their respective positions. The dissident colonies demand greater autonomy, while the empire emphasizes the advantages of unity and the shared responsibilities that come with it. As tensions escalate, the empire deploys its forces to suppress the growing resistance within the dissident colonies. Demonstrations, protests, and acts of civil disobedience become common forms of dissent. The empire's attempts to quell the unrest strain the fabric of the empire, deepening the divide between the dissident colonies and the imperial court. Recognizing the threat to its unity, the empire implements countermeasures to undermine the dissident movement. Propaganda campaigns, surveillance systems, and targeted repression tactics are employed to crush the spirit of independence and discourage any further dissent. The empire seeks to maintain control, regardless of the cost to individual freedoms and desires for self-governance. Despite the dissident colonies' fervent efforts, the rebellion ultimately fails to achieve independence. The empire's superior military might, extensive resources, and centralized control prove insurmountable obstacles. The dissident forces, outmatched and outnumbered, are unable to sustain a successful campaign against the empire's forces. Their dreams of independence are shattered, leaving them disillusioned and subdued. In the aftermath of the failed rebellion, the dissident colonies face severe repercussions. The empire imposes stricter control measures, curbing individual freedoms and intensifying its grip on the dissident regions. The dissidents are subjected to surveillance, harsh penalties, and re-education programs aimed at suppressing any lingering desires for independence. While the dissident colonies may have been subjugated, a sense of resentment lingers among their people. The memory of their failed rebellion fuels a quiet resistance, as underground networks and secret societies keep the flame of defiance alive. They continue to pass down the stories of independence, nurturing hope for a future where their dreams can be realized. Recognizing the need for healing and reconciliation, the empire launches efforts to integrate the dissident colonies back into the fabric of the empire. Reconciliation commissions, economic development programs, and cultural exchanges are established to bridge the divide and foster unity. The empire seeks to ease the tensions and rebuild trust among its people. The story concludes with an empire forever altered by the failed rebellion of the dissident colonies. While unity and centralization remain at the core of the empire's governance, the memory of the dissident colonies' struggle for independence serves as a reminder of the delicate balance between unity and individual aspirations for self-governance. The empire's legacy is one of both triumph and lessons learned from the echoes of defiance. In this sequel, the original 13 colonies' desire for independence is met with resistance and suppression by the United States Empire. The rebellion ultimately fails, leading to a deeper divide between the dissident colonies and the empire. The story highlights the complexities of balancing unity and individual autonomy, while showcasing the lingering resentment and quiet resistance that emerges in the aftermath of a failed rebellion. Chapter 17 Title: Boundless Dominion. Driven by a hunger for territorial expansion and geopolitical dominance, the United States Empire sets its sights on neighboring regions. With military might, economic influence, and diplomatic prowess, the empire initiates a strategic campaign to take over Canada and South America. The empire's leaders believe that these conquests will solidify their position as a global superpower. The United States Empire launches a calculated military campaign to annex Canada. The empire's superior forces swiftly overpower Canadian defenses, leading to the surrender of major cities and key regions. Canadian citizens find themselves living under the rule of the empire, grappling with a loss of autonomy and a new political landscape. As the empire absorbs Canada into its dominion, assimilation efforts are put into motion. Canadian institutions, laws, and customs are gradually replaced with imperial counterparts, eroding the distinct Canadian identity. However, pockets of resistance emerge, as determined individuals and underground networks work to preserve Canadian culture and maintain a sense of national pride. The United States Empire turns its attention to South America, launching a series of military campaigns to assert its control over the continent. The empire's forces employ a combination of military might, economic leverage, and political maneuvering to secure their dominance. South American nations find themselves under the empire's rule, facing a profound shift in their governance and way of life. Under imperial rule, Canada and South America undergo significant socio-economic transformations. The empire's economic influence shapes these regions, as resources are exploited and industries restructured to serve the empire's interests. While economic development brings prosperity to some, disparities and inequalities deepen, leading to social tensions and unrest among the population. The United States Empire strengthens its grip over the conquered territories through various means. Propaganda campaigns, cultural assimilation, and strategic alliances with local elites help maintain control and suppress dissent. The empire's military presence and intelligence apparatus ensure compliance, while strategic investments and economic incentives are used to solidify loyalty. Despite the empire's efforts to maintain dominance, seeds of resistance continue to sprout. Indigenous communities, marginalized groups, and those who refuse to accept imperial rule form alliances, fighting for their rights, cultural preservation, and self-determination. Their struggle becomes a symbol of resilience, inspiring others within the empire to question the legitimacy of its conquests. As resistance grows, fractures emerge within the empire itself. Dissent and disillusionment spread among the empire's citizens, who begin to question the morality and sustainability of its conquests. Intellectuals, artists, and activists advocate for empathy, justice, and a re-evaluation of the empire's imperialistic ambitions. The story reaches a critical juncture as the empire confronts the consequences of its actions. The resistance movements within Canada and South America gain momentum, challenging the empire's control. In the face of mounting pressure, the empire's leaders are forced to reckon with the ethical implications of their expansionist policies and seek paths to reconciliation with the conquered regions. The story concludes with the United States Empire at a crossroads. Acknowledging the resistance, the empire begins a process of introspection and re-evaluation. It opens dialogue with Canada and South America, seeking to forge new relationships based on mutual respect and shared values. The empire's citizens, fueled by a desire for justice and inclusivity, advocate for a more compassionate and equitable approach to governance. In this sequel, the United States Empire extends its dominion over Canada and South America, leading to socio-economic changes, cultural assimilation, and resistance. The story explores the tensions between power and autonomy, as well as the consequences of imperialism. It emphasizes the resilience of marginalized communities and the capacity for societal transformation, ultimately calling for a re-evaluation of the empire's actions and a pursuit of reconciliation. Chapter 18 title: The Empire's Triumph. The United States Empire, determined to assert its dominance, formulates a meticulous strategy to secure victory over Canada and South America. Utilizing its military might, economic leverage, and political influence, the empire launches a series of coordinated military campaigns aimed at swiftly overwhelming the opposition and solidifying its control. The empire's forces execute their plan with precision, overwhelming the defenses of Canada and South America. The empire's superior firepower, advanced technology, and strategic alliances ensure swift victories on multiple fronts. Major cities fall, resistance is quelled, and the empire establishes its rule over the conquered territories. With the empire's triumph, efforts are made to assimilate Canada and South America into the imperial fold. The empire institutes policies to gradually integrate local institutions and customs into its existing framework, striking a balance between preserving cultural heritage and aligning with imperial values. Stability is prioritized, as the empire invests in infrastructure, healthcare, and education to win the support of the local populations. Under the empire's rule, Canada and South America experience a surge in economic prosperity. The empire leverages the region's abundant resources, investing in infrastructure development, technological advancements, and industrial growth. Economic partnerships and trade agreements with other regions of the empire result in increased trade, job opportunities, and improved standards of living for the inhabitants of Canada and South America. The empire's dominance is fortified by a comprehensive security and defense apparatus. Military presence is maintained in strategic locations, ensuring the stability of the conquered regions and deterring any potential threats. The empire invests in local security forces, training them to uphold imperial interests while also safeguarding the welfare of the local population. The empire's governance prioritizes compliance and order, aiming to maintain stability across the conquered territories. Local administrations, guided by imperial directives, enforce laws and regulations to ensure peace and security. While dissent is not tolerated, efforts are made to address grievances through legal channels and engage in dialogue to address the concerns of the local populations. As the empire tightens its grip on Canada and South America, economic integration with the broader imperial economy deepens. Trade networks are expanded, allowing for the flow of goods, services, and investments between the conquered regions and other parts of the empire. Economic interdependence strengthens the empire's hold while fostering mutual benefits for all involved. The assimilation efforts of the empire result in a prosperous cultural exchange between the conquered regions and the broader empire. The empire celebrates the diverse cultural heritage of Canada and South America, showcasing their traditions, arts, and history within the imperial society. This exchange fosters mutual understanding, appreciation, and the development of a shared identity within the empire. The story concludes with the legacy of the United States Empire's triumph over Canada and South America. The conquered territories experience unprecedented economic growth, social stability, and technological advancements under imperial rule. The empire's dominance ensures a lasting peace, security, and prosperity within its expanded dominion. In this sequel, the United States Empire achieves victory over Canada and South America, resulting in economic prosperity, stability, and assimilation. The story portrays the empire as a benevolent and transformative force, ensuring compliance, order, and economic integration. It highlights the benefits of the empire's rule, emphasizing the opportunities for cultural exchange and the overall well-being of the conquered territories under its authority. Chapter 19 Rekindled Flames. The devastating consequences of the war and the empire's expansion sow the seeds of discontent among the original 13 colonies. The memory of their previous struggle for independence resurfaces, igniting a renewed desire for self-governance. The colonies, having witnessed the impact of the empire's dominance on Canada and South America, unite once again in their quest for freedom. The original 13 colonies embark on a journey to rebuild alliances and forge new partnerships. They reach out to sympathetic nations, appealing for support in their fight for independence. Diplomatic channels are reactivated, and clandestine networks are established to coordinate efforts, share intelligence, and rally global support for their cause. Learning from their past struggles, the colonies adopt guerrilla warfare tactics to combat the empire's overwhelming military might. Small, highly mobile resistance units operate in the shadows, striking at vulnerable targets and disrupting the empire's control over strategic locations. The colonists utilize their intimate knowledge of the land to their advantage, inflicting heavy losses on the empire's forces. As the colonies rally behind their cause, divisions emerge within the empire. Dissent spreads among the empire's citizens, with some sympathizing with the colonists' struggle for independence. Intellectuals, artists, and influential figures within the empire question the morality and sustainability of imperial rule, leading to a growing movement for reform and self-reflection. News of the colonists' fight for independence spreads across the globe, eliciting sympathy and support from nations that empathize with their cause. Diplomatic efforts yield alliances, military aid, and economic support from countries eager to challenge the empire's dominance. The colonists' determination and resilience inspire a global wave of solidarity, amplifying their chances of success. Faced with the resurgent rebellion, the empire doubles down on its efforts to suppress the uprising. Repression tactics intensify as the empire seeks to crush the colonists' quest for independence. Propaganda campaigns, surveillance systems, and targeted oppression are employed to suppress dissent and maintain control. However, the Empire's response inadvertently fuels further resistance and strengthens the colonists' resolve. The colonists engage in a protracted struggle for independence, fighting against the Empire's superior military strength. Battles are waged across the colonies, with both sides enduring significant losses. The colonists' guerrilla tactics and unwavering determination, coupled with international support, tip the scales in their favor, forcing the Empire to reassess its grip on the colonies. As the conflict reaches a critical juncture, negotiations are initiated between the colonists and the Empire. Recognizing the futility of a prolonged war, both sides come to the table with a willingness to find a compromise. The colonists' demands for self-governance, individual rights, and representation are met with cautious consideration by the Empire, leading to a series of negotiations aimed at reaching a peaceful resolution. The story concludes with the restoration of independence for the original 13 colonies. Through a negotiated settlement, the colonists secure self-governance within a framework that respects their rights and aspirations. The Empire, acknowledging the colonists' resilience and determination, grants them the freedom they fought for, while maintaining a mutually beneficial relationship based on shared values and trade. With independence restored, the original 13 colonies embark on a new chapter in their history. They focus on rebuilding their nations, fostering democratic governance, and nurturing the values that inspired their quest for freedom. The story serves as a reminder of the enduring spirit of liberty and the indomitable will of a people determined to shape their own destiny. In this sequel, the original 13 colonies rise again, united in their desire for independence from the Empire. Through guerrilla warfare, international support, and a steadfast determination, they challenge the Empire's dominance and ultimately secure their freedom. The story highlights the power of resilience, international solidarity, and the pursuit of self-governance in the face of oppression. Chapter 20 title, Shadows of Sovereignty. After reclaiming their independence, the original 13 colonies find themselves in a precarious position, surrounded by the formidable United States Empire. Tensions simmer as the Empire seeks to reassert control over the rebellious colonies, and the colonists prepare to defend their hard-won sovereignty. Both sides engage in diplomatic maneuvers and military build-ups, with war seeming inevitable. The colonists, having learned from their past struggles, fortify their defenses and consolidate their alliances. They draw upon their experience in guerrilla warfare and employ strategic tactics to hold their ground against the Empire's overwhelming military might. The colonists are united in their determination to protect their newfound independence and safeguard their democratic values. The United States Empire launches a full-scale military campaign against the rebellious colonies, seeking to crush their resistance. The Empire deploys its vast resources and advanced weaponry, aiming to swiftly overcome the colonists' defenses. However, the colonists' knowledge of the land and their resilience in the face of adversity allows them to hold their ground against the Empire's onslaught. As the war intensifies, the colonists revert to their tried and tested guerrilla warfare tactics. They strike from hidden positions, disrupting supply lines, and targeting key imperial assets. Their decentralized approach and intimate knowledge of the terrain give them the advantage, prolonging the conflict and wearing down the Empire's forces. News of the colonists' struggle for sovereignty reaches sympathetic nations around the world. International support pours in, ranging from diplomatic assistance to material aid and moral backing. The colonists find solace in the knowledge that they are not alone in their fight for freedom. This global solidarity strengthens their resolve and bolsters their chances of holding their ground against the Empire. As the war rages on, a stalemate ensues. The colonists' tenacity and guerrilla tactics make it difficult for the Empire to achieve a decisive victory. Recognizing the protracted nature of the conflict and the costs incurred by both sides, negotiations are initiated to explore the possibility of a peaceful resolution. The colonists' demand for recognition of their sovereignty becomes a focal point in the talks. After arduous negotiations, a fragile truce is reached between the colonists and the United States Empire. The empire reluctantly concedes to the colonists' demand for recognition of their sovereignty, acknowledging their right to self-governance. The truce sets the stage for a new relationship, with both sides cautiously navigating the path towards coexistence and mutual respect. The colonists, having successfully held their ground, focus on consolidating their independence. They establish their own institutions, craft a constitution, and build a system of governance that reflects their democratic aspirations. The scars of war remain, but the colonists are determined to forge ahead, nurturing their sovereignty and ensuring the prosperity of their nations. As the story draws to a close, the colonists reflect on the lessons of their hard-fought independence. They value the importance of unity, resilience, and strategic thinking in the face of adversity. The war serves as a reminder of the fragility of freedom and the constant need to protect and uphold democratic principles. The legacy of the colonists endures, serving as a symbol of courage and determination in the face of oppression. Their successful defense of their sovereignty inspires future generations to cherish and safeguard the values of liberty, democracy, and self-governance. The story of the 13 colonies' ability to hold their ground against the United States Empire serves as a testament to the indomitable spirit of a people fighting for their rights and independence. Chapter 21 title, The Tapestry of Independence. Inspired by the success of the original 13 colonies in securing their independence, other colonies across North America begin to yearn for self-governance. They witness the resilience and determination of their neighboring brethren, and the desire for freedom kindles in their hearts. Together, they unite in their quest to break free from the grasp of the United States Empire. The original 13 colonies, having tasted the fruits of freedom, reach out to their neighboring colonies. They offer support, guidance, and solidarity to those who seek to follow in their footsteps. Diplomatic envoys are dispatched, alliances are forged, and a shared vision of self-determination binds the colonies together, forming a formidable front against the empire. As news of the growing independence movement spreads, the United States Empire scrambles to contain the rebellion. The empire faces a formidable challenge as multiple colonies join forces, posing a significant threat to its dominance. The empire employs various tactics to suppress the uprising, from military force to propaganda campaigns aimed at quelling the growing dissent. The United Colonies embark on a continental uprising against the empire. Coordinated military campaigns, acts of civil disobedience, and widespread resistance efforts disrupt the empire's control over North America. The colonists draw inspiration from the original 13 colonies, employing guerrilla tactics and utilizing their knowledge of the land to their advantage. The international community, witnessing the courageous stand of the United Colonies, rallies behind their cause. Support pours in from sympathetic nations, providing moral backing, military aid, and diplomatic assistance. The colonists' struggle for independence resonates with people around the world, amplifying their chances of success and highlighting the universal longing for freedom. As the war progresses, the tide begins to turn in favor of the United Colonies. The empire's grip on North America weakens as the colonists demonstrate their resilience and determination. Key victories and strategic alliances shift the balance of power, instilling hope and bolstering the colonists' belief in their ability to secure their independence. Recognizing the futility of continued conflict, negotiations are initiated between the United Colonies and the United States Empire. The empire, facing mounting pressure and growing dissent within its own borders, acknowledges the colonists' determination and their right to self-determination. Negotiations center on establishing a framework for peaceful secession and the formation of independent nations. Through painstaking negotiations, a settlement is reached, allowing the United Colonies to form their own independent nations. Each colony embarks on a unique journey, crafting their constitutions, establishing their governments, and nurturing their nascent democracies. The United Colonies' dream of independence becomes a reality as they step into a new era of self-governance. The newly formed independent nations of North America recognize the importance of collaboration and cooperation. They establish regional alliances, trade agreements, and platforms for collective decision-making. The lessons of the past, the spirit of unity, and the shared aspiration for freedom guide their interactions, ensuring the prosperity and stability of the continent. The story concludes with a transformed continent, where independent nations flourish, each embracing their unique identities and governing systems. The United Colonies' struggle for independence leaves a lasting legacy, reminding future generations of the power of unity, resilience, and the pursuit of self-determination. North America stands as a tapestry of independent nations, interwoven by the common threads of freedom, democracy, and shared aspirations. In this sequel, other colonies in North America join the original 13 colonies in their quest for independence from the United States Empire. Together, they form a united front, challenging the empire's dominance and embarking on a continental uprising. The story highlights the power of collaboration, international support, and the universal desire for freedom. It depicts the birth of new nations in a transformed North America where independent nations thrive, interconnected by the shared values of self-governance and democracy. Chapter 22 title, The Triumph of Liberty. Tensions between the United Colonies and the United States Empire escalate, reaching a breaking point. The United Colonies, driven by a deep yearning for self-governance and a commitment to the principles of liberty, rise up against the oppressive rule of the Empire. They prepare for a decisive war that will determine their fate and the destiny of a nation. The United Colonies recognize the importance of unity in the face of the Empire's might. They forge an alliance, drawing upon their collective strengths, resources, and shared vision of independence. Assembling a formidable coalition, the colonies solidify their military strategy, political coordination, and determination to fight for their freedom. The war for independence commences, with the United Colonies launching a coordinated military campaign against the United States Empire. They employ innovative tactics, leveraging guerrilla warfare, knowledge of the land, and strategic maneuvers to outwit and outmaneuver the Empire's forces. The colonists' unwavering resolve and deep-seated belief in their cause fuel their determination to prevail. News of the United Colonies' fight for freedom spreads across the globe, eliciting widespread support and solidarity. Nations sympathetic to their cause provide crucial aid, ranging from military assistance to diplomatic recognition. The United Colonies' struggle resonates with people around the world, reinforcing their belief in the universal ideals of liberty and self-determination. The United States Empire, faced with a formidable rebellion, refuses to yield. It deploys its vast military resources and implements harsh suppression tactics in an attempt to crush the United Colonies' uprising. However, the Empire underestimates the United Colonies' resilience, determination, and the support they have garnered both domestically and internationally. As the war progresses, the tide begins to turn in favor of the United Colonies. The Empire's forces face mounting losses and logistical challenges, while the United Colonies gain momentum, capturing strategic positions and garnering local support. Key victories inspire hope and solidify the colonists' belief in their ultimate triumph over tyranny. The war reaches a climactic moment as the United Colonies mount their final offensive against the Empire. The colonists' coordinated assault, coupled with international reinforcements, leads to a decisive battle that ultimately tips the scales in their favor. The Empire's forces, demoralized and outmaneuvered, crumble before the United Colonies' unwavering determination. Victory is achieved as the United Colonies secure their independence from the United States Empire. The United Colonies stand as sovereign nations, having triumphed over oppression and re-established their right to self-governance. They celebrate their hard-fought independence, laying the foundation for a new era of liberty, democratic governance, and national prosperity. With independence achieved, the United Colonies turn their attention to rebuilding their nations and fostering reconciliation. They prioritize healing the wounds of war, establishing inclusive institutions, and addressing the needs of their citizens. The United Colonies strive to build just societies that uphold the values of liberty, equality, and justice, embracing the lessons learned from their struggle for independence. The story concludes with the United Colonies' legacy, serving as a testament to the indomitable human spirit and the power of unity in the face of adversity. Their victory inspires future generations to cherish and defend the hard-won freedoms and democratic principles that lie at the heart of their nations. The United Colonies' successful war for independence becomes a beacon of hope for all those yearning for liberty and self-determination. In this final sequel, the United Colonies wage a determined war against the United States Empire, ultimately achieving victory and securing their independence. The story highlights the resilience, unity, and sacrifices made in the pursuit of liberty. It underscores the transformative power of a people fighting for their rights and the enduring legacy of freedom that shapes their nation's future. Chapter 23 title, Shattered Foundations. The war between the United Colonies and the United States Empire sends shockwaves throughout the empire. The conflict not only strains the empire's military and resources but also exposes deep-rooted discontent among its own citizens. The hardships and sacrifices demanded by the war begin to erode the empire's unity, laying the foundation for its eventual unraveling. The cost of waging a prolonged war takes a heavy toll on the empire's economy. Skyrocketing war expenditures, coupled with disruptions in trade and commerce, lead to widespread economic hardships. Inflation rises, unemployment soars, and social inequalities deepen. The once prosperous empire finds itself teetering on the brink of financial collapse, further fueling societal unrest. As the war drags on, internal divisions within the United States Empire come to the forefront. Dissent and disillusionment spread among the empire's citizens, who bear the brunt of the war's consequences. Political factions emerge, each with differing visions for the empire's future. Ideological clashes and power struggles exacerbate the empire's crumbling foundation. Inspired by the United Colonies' successful fight for independence, breakaway movements gain traction within the empire. Regions, dissatisfied with the empire's governance and seeking self-determination, begin to declare their autonomy. The empire's attempts to quell these movements are met with resistance, as the desire for independence spreads like wildfire, further fragmenting the empire. With the empire's resources stretched thin by the ongoing war, maintaining security and order becomes increasingly challenging. Lawlessness, civil unrest, and armed rebellions erupt across the empire as disillusioned citizens, emboldened by the success of the United Colonies, take matters into their own hands. The empire's grip on its territories weakens, and chaos ensues. As the empire's stability crumbles, it finds itself increasingly isolated on the international stage. Nations once allied with the empire become wary of its weakened position and question its legitimacy. Diplomatic ties fracture, trade agreements dissolve, and the empire faces international condemnation for its actions. The empire's global influence wanes, exacerbating its internal strife. The empire's inability to contain internal discord and mounting external pressures leads to its eventual collapse. Regions once under its control assert their independence, fragmenting the empire into smaller, autonomous entities. Political boundaries shift, new nations emerge, and the once mighty United States Empire becomes a relic of the past, consigned to history. In the wake of the empire's collapse, a period of uncertainty ensues. The newly formed nations grapple with the task of rebuilding and charting their own paths forward. Some embrace democratic ideals, while others experiment with alternative forms of governance. The scars of the empire's demise serve as a reminder of the importance of unity, inclusivity, and learning from past mistakes. As the dust settles, the shattered remnants of the United States Empire serve as a cautionary tale. The consequences of overreach, internal divisions, and the pursuit of imperialistic ambitions are laid bare. The nations that rise from the empire's ashes are determined to forge a new future based on cooperation, mutual respect, and a commitment to the well-being of their citizens. The story concludes with the birth of a new era. The shattered foundations of the United States Empire give rise to a diverse tapestry of nations, each forging its own path. While scars of the past remain, the lessons learned from the empire's collapse guide the nations toward a future that embraces peace, cooperation, and the pursuit of a more equitable world. In this story, the war between the United Colonies and the United States Empire becomes the catalyst for the empire's downfall. Economic strain, internal divisions, breakaway movements, and international isolation contribute to the empire's collapse and fragmentation. The story emphasizes the importance of unity, introspection, and the pursuit of sustainable governance in the face of challenges and the quest for a more peaceful and equitable future. Chapter 24, title: Rebirth of a Nation. As the remnants of the United States Empire crumble, the United Colonies emerge as independent nations, their spirits rekindled by the triumph of freedom. Inspired by their shared history and the lessons learned from the empire's demise, the leaders of the United Colonies gather to celebrate and reflect on the path forward. In a moment of unity and solemnity, the leaders of the United Colonies gather on a momentous day to announce their decision. They proclaim the birth of a new nation, one that embodies the ideals and aspirations they have fought so valiantly for. The United Colonies shall henceforth be known as the United States of America, symbolizing a fresh start and a collective commitment to forging a brighter future. With the proclamation of the United States of America, the people of the newly formed nation embrace a shared identity. They reflect on their troubled history, acknowledging the mistakes and struggles that led to the downfall of the empire. Yet, they find solace in the realization that their path has led them to this transformative moment, a moment where they can redefine themselves as a united people. The leaders and citizens of the United States of America delve into the lessons of their tumultuous history. They recognize the dangers of unchecked power, the importance of a balanced governance structure, and the significance of individual rights and liberties. Drawing from their collective experiences, they craft a new constitution that safeguards these values and establishes a framework for democratic governance. In the wake of the empire's downfall, the United States of America focuses on healing and reconciliation. Efforts are made to address the wounds of the past, promote understanding, and foster unity among the diverse populations within the nation. The celebration of newfound independence is coupled with a commitment to justice, equality, and inclusivity for all citizens. The United States of America embraces its newfound identity and embarks on a journey to build a bright future. With a resilient spirit and a commitment to progress, the nation invests in infrastructure, education, and economic development. It cultivates a culture of innovation and fosters an environment that empowers its citizens to contribute to the nation's growth and prosperity. The United States of America, mindful of its place in the global community, actively engages with other nations. It seeks to build diplomatic relationships, promote international cooperation, and address global challenges. Drawing from the lessons of the past, the nation strives to be a force for peace, justice, and progress, contributing to a more harmonious and interconnected world. The United States of America celebrates its unity in diversity, embracing the rich tapestry of cultures, traditions, and perspectives within its borders. It recognizes that its strength lies in its inclusivity and the power of its diverse citizenry. The nation fosters an environment where all are valued and respected, upholding the principles of equality and justice that form the bedrock of its identity. As the story reaches its conclusion, the United States of America stands as a beacon of hope and inspiration. It serves as a testament to the resilience of a people who have overcome adversity, learned from their history, and emerged stronger and united. The nation's journey symbolizes the triumph of liberty, democracy, and the enduring human spirit. The story of the United States of America is not just a tale of its birth but an ongoing narrative of progress and growth. The nation's legacy is carried forward by each generation, as they build upon the foundation laid by their predecessors. The United States of America remains committed to the principles of liberty, equality, and justice, continuing its quest to be a shining example of democracy for the world. In this sequel, the United Colonies celebrate the downfall of the United States Empire and embrace a fresh start as the United States of America. Reflecting on their troubled history, they learn from past mistakes, embrace a shared identity, and build a nation that upholds the values of liberty, justice, and unity. The story emphasizes the power of resilience, self-reflection, and the enduring spirit of a people determined to forge their own destiny. Chapter 25 title, The United States of America, A Journey of Growth. In the aftermath of its tumultuous history, the United States of America embarks on a comprehensive process of rebuilding and reconstruction. The nation invests in infrastructure, revitalizes communities affected by past conflicts, and seeks to address socio-economic disparities. Through these efforts, the United States of America lays the foundation for a more prosperous and equitable society. The United States of America looks beyond its borders, embracing an outward-looking perspective. It engages in global trade, fostering economic partnerships, and cultural exchanges that enrich its society. By promoting understanding and cooperation with nations worldwide, the United States of America becomes an active participant in shaping global affairs and addressing shared challenges. The United States of America becomes a hub for scientific discovery and innovation. It invests heavily in research and development, nurturing a culture of intellectual curiosity and technological progress. Breakthroughs in medicine, renewable energy, space exploration, and other fields contribute to the nation's growth and influence on the world stage. Driven by a commitment to equality, the United States of America continues to advance social progress. It confronts systemic inequalities, dismantles barriers, and ensures that every citizen has equal opportunities to thrive. Education, healthcare, and social welfare systems are strengthened, fostering a society where everyone can reach their full potential. Recognizing the importance of environmental sustainability, the United States of America takes significant steps to mitigate climate change and protect the planet. It adopts clean energy sources, implements stringent environmental regulations, and spearheads global efforts to address ecological challenges. The nation becomes a leader in sustainable practices and sets an example for others to follow. The United States of America remains committed to upholding and strengthening its democratic principles. It fosters an engaged citizenry, promotes transparency, and safeguards the rule of law. The nation embraces participatory democracy, ensuring that all voices are heard, and working towards a government that truly represents the will of the people. Diversity continues to be a defining characteristic of the United States of America. The nation celebrates its multicultural heritage, recognizing that strength lies in the contributions of its diverse population. Through inclusivity and respect for different cultures, the United States of America flourishes as a vibrant and harmonious society. The United States of America plays an active role in promoting global peace and cooperation. It seeks diplomatic resolutions to conflicts, supports humanitarian efforts, and collaborates with other nations to address global challenges. Through dialogue and understanding, the nation builds bridges and fosters a more peaceful and interconnected world. The United States of America serves as an inspiration for future generations. It encourages innovation, nurtures creativity, and provides access to quality education. The nation values critical thinking, fosters a spirit of exploration, and empowers individuals to become agents of positive change, ensuring a legacy that continues to shape the world. The story of the United States of America is one of continual growth and evolution. With each passing generation, the nation faces new challenges and embraces new opportunities. The United States of America remains committed to its founding ideals while adapting to the changing needs of its people and the world. Its journey is a testament to the indomitable spirit of a nation that continues to strive for progress, unity, and a better future. In this final sequel, the United States of America undergoes a transformative journey of growth. The nation rebuilds, expands its horizons, and becomes a leader in science, innovation, and environmental stewardship. It prioritizes social progress, equality, and environmental sustainability, while upholding its democratic principles and celebrating diversity. The United States of America emerges as a global force for good, inspiring future generations and contributing to a more peaceful and prosperous world. Chapter 26 title, A United Path. In the aftermath of challenges and conflicts, the United States of America embarks on a collective journey of healing and reconciliation. The nation acknowledges the pain and divisions of the past and commits to fostering understanding, empathy, and unity. Through dialogue, restorative justice, and community-building efforts, the United States of America takes significant strides towards healing its societal wounds. Recognizing the importance of unity, the United States of America places a strong emphasis on bridging divides and fostering inclusive dialogue. The nation engages in meaningful conversations that bring together diverse perspectives, seeking common ground and mutual understanding. Through empathy, respect, and a commitment to finding shared solutions, the United States of America strengthens the bonds that hold the nation together. The United States of America focuses on strengthening its institutions to ensure transparency, accountability, and fairness. It re-evaluates and reforms systems to address systemic issues, making the government more responsive and representative of the needs and aspirations of its citizens. The nation seeks to restore faith in its democratic processes and build a more inclusive and equitable society. Education and innovation take center stage as the United States of America invests in cultivating a skilled workforce and fostering a culture of creativity and discovery. The nation revitalizes its education system, providing quality education to all, regardless of background or socioeconomic status. It creates an environment that nurtures innovation, unlocking the potential of its citizens and driving economic growth. The United States of America commits to becoming a global leader in environmental sustainability. It adopts bold measures to combat climate change, protect natural resources, and promote renewable energy. The nation encourages sustainable practices in industries, promotes conservation efforts, and works collaboratively with other nations to address global environmental challenges. Recognizing the strength of grassroots initiatives, the United States of America empowers local communities to take an active role in shaping their own futures. It supports community-driven development projects, encourages civic engagement, and amplifies the voices of marginalized groups. The nation celebrates the unique identities and contributions of its diverse communities, fostering a sense of belonging and empowerment. The United States of America actively engages in international cooperation, recognizing the interconnectedness of global challenges. It forges partnerships with other nations to address issues such as poverty, human rights, and global health. The nation takes a leading role in promoting peace, diplomacy, and collaborative solutions, contributing to a more harmonious and inclusive world. The United States of America places great emphasis on nurturing compassionate leadership at all levels of society. It encourages individuals to serve their communities and engage in acts of kindness and empathy. The nation recognizes the power of compassionate leadership in driving positive change and creating a society that prioritizes the well-being and dignity of all its citizens. With each passing year, the United States of America continues to evolve, guided by a shared vision for the future. The nation embraces innovation, upholds democratic principles, and prioritizes the well-being and prosperity of its citizens. It looks to the future with hope, resilience, and a commitment to a united path that uplifts every individual and ensures a brighter tomorrow. The story of the United States of America is an ever-advancing journey of growth, unity, and progress. The nation remains steadfast in its pursuit of justice, equality, and opportunity for all. It cherishes its diversity, celebrates its achievements, and learns from its past to shape a future that embodies the true ideals of freedom, compassion, and shared humanity. In this sequel, the United States of America embarks on a path of healing, unity, and progress. The nation focuses on bridging divides, strengthening institutions, and investing in education and innovation. It prioritizes environmental stewardship, empowers local communities, and fosters global cooperation. The United States of America nurtures compassionate leadership, envisions a bright future, and strives to create a society that embodies its core values of justice, equality, and unity. Chapter 27 title, The Quest for Equity. The United States of America renews its commitment to achieving true equity for all its citizens. The nation embraces a vision of inclusivity, where every individual, regardless of their background, enjoys equal rights, opportunities, and access to resources. This vision serves as a guiding principle for the transformative journey ahead. The United States of America confronts the systemic injustices that have plagued its history. The nation undertakes comprehensive reforms to dismantle discriminatory practices, ensuring that all individuals are treated fairly and with dignity. Through legislative changes, education, and community engagement, the United States of America seeks to rectify the wrongs of the past and build a more just society. The United States of America focuses on creating economic opportunities that empower all its citizens. The nation invests in marginalized communities, providing resources for skill development, entrepreneurship, and job creation. It encourages inclusive economic policies that promote upward mobility and bridge the wealth gap, fostering a society where everyone can thrive. Education becomes a paramount priority for the United States of America. The nation strives to provide quality education to every child, regardless of their socio-economic background or location. It invests in schools, teachers, and educational programs, ensuring that all students have access to a robust and inclusive learning environment. The United States of America believes that education is the key to unlocking individual potential and building a more equitable society. The United States of America recognizes healthcare as a fundamental right. The nation works towards creating a comprehensive and accessible healthcare system that leaves no one behind. It focuses on preventive care, mental health support, and affordable healthcare options for all citizens. The United States of America believes that a healthy population is the cornerstone of a thriving society. The United States of America takes a leading role in championing environmental justice. The nation acknowledges the disproportionate impact of environmental degradation on marginalized communities and works tirelessly to rectify these inequalities. It implements policies that prioritize clean air and water, sustainable practices, and climate resilience, ensuring that every citizen can enjoy a safe and healthy environment. The United States of America amplifies the voices of marginalized communities, ensuring that they have a seat at the table. The nation fosters a culture of inclusivity, actively seeking input and perspectives from all segments of society. It supports grassroots initiatives, community organizations, and platforms for marginalized voices to be heard, empowering them to actively participate in shaping their own destinies. The United States of America undertakes a collective effort to heal divisions and bridge societal rifts. The nation engages in open and honest dialogue, promoting understanding, empathy, and reconciliation. Through community-building initiatives, cultural exchange programs, and restorative justice practices, the United States of America fosters unity and harmony among its diverse population. The United States of America becomes a beacon of hope and inspiration on the global stage. The nation shares its experiences, knowledge, and best practices with other countries, collaborating to address common challenges and promote equity worldwide. The United States of America recognizes that achieving equity is a shared responsibility, and it leads by example to create a more just and inclusive world. The story concludes with the United States of America standing as a shining example of a nation that has made great strides in its quest for equity. While challenges may persist, the nation remains committed to its vision of a just and equitable society. Through ongoing efforts, continuous dialogue, and unwavering determination, the United States of America strives to create a future where all its citizens can live with dignity, opportunity, and equality. In this sequel, the United States of America embarks on a transformative journey to achieve true equity for all its citizens. The nation addresses systemic injustices, empowers marginalized communities, and ensures equal access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. The United States of America leads by example, inspiring global change and fostering unity, understanding, and reconciliation within its borders. Through its unwavering commitment to equity, the nation aspires to create a just and equitable future for all. Chapter 28 Title: A Nation Reimagined. The United States of America enters a new era of governance, one rooted in the principles of collective wisdom and participatory decision-making. The nation recognizes the importance of engaging its diverse citizenry in shaping policies and creating a more inclusive society. Through town halls, citizen assemblies, and online platforms, the United States of America taps into the collective intelligence of its people to address pressing challenges and build a better future. The United States of America devolves power to local communities, empowering them to make decisions that directly impact their lives. The nation recognizes the unique needs and aspirations of different regions and fosters a sense of local autonomy. By strengthening local governance structures and providing resources and support, the United States of America ensures that communities have the power to shape their own destinies. The United States of America embraces a sustainable development agenda, seeking to balance economic growth with environmental stewardship and social well-being. The nation invests in clean technologies, renewable energy, and green infrastructure, creating a pathway towards a carbon-neutral future. By prioritizing sustainable practices, the United States of America aims to leave a positive and lasting impact on the planet. The United States of America harnesses the power of technology to drive social change and improve the lives of its citizens. The nation promotes digital literacy, expands access to high-speed internet, and supports innovation that addresses pressing societal challenges. By leveraging technology for social good, the United States of America creates opportunities for economic empowerment, education, healthcare, and civic engagement. The United States of America fosters an inclusive economy that prioritizes the well-being of all its citizens. It promotes equitable access to employment, entrepreneurship, and wealth creation opportunities. The nation invests in job training programs, small business support, and social safety nets to ensure that no one is left behind. By nurturing an inclusive economy, the United States of America aims to reduce inequalities and create a more just society. The United States of America upholds human rights as a core pillar of its governance. The nation strengthens its commitment to civil liberties, equality, and social justice. It addresses systemic discrimination, protects vulnerable populations, and works towards eliminating all forms of injustice and inequality. The United States of America strives to be a beacon of human rights, inspiring others to do the same. The United States of America engages in global cooperation to address pressing global challenges. The nation recognizes that complex issues, such as climate change, pandemics, and poverty, require collaborative solutions. The United States of America partners with other nations, international organizations, and civil society to foster dialogue, share best practices, and tackle shared challenges for the betterment of humanity. The United States of America embraces cultural exchange and understanding as crucial components of a harmonious society. The nation celebrates its rich diversity, promoting dialogue and fostering empathy across cultural, religious, and ethnic lines. By nurturing an environment that values and respects different perspectives, the United States of America builds bridges of understanding that strengthen social cohesion and unity. The United States of America places a strong emphasis on lifelong learning and innovation. The nation invests in education at all levels, providing accessible and quality learning opportunities throughout individuals' lives. It supports research and development, encourages creativity, and cultivates a culture of continuous learning and innovation. By empowering its citizens to adapt to a rapidly changing world, the United States of America remains at the forefront of progress. The story concludes with the United States of America realizing its vision of a nation reimagined. Through collective wisdom, local empowerment, sustainable development, and technological innovation, the nation has built a society that fosters inclusivity, protects human rights, and addresses global challenges. The United States of America stands as a model for effective governance, inspiring others to chart their own transformative paths towards a better future. In this sequel, the United States of America undergoes a profound transformation, reimagining its governance, economy, and social fabric. The nation embraces collective wisdom, empowers local communities, and prioritizes sustainable development and technology for social good. It nurtures an inclusive economy, upholds human rights, and engages in global cooperation. Through cultural exchange, lifelong learning, and innovation, the United States of America realizes its vision of a harmonious and forward-thinking society. Epilogue title: A World Reborn. 2 centuries have passed since the fall of the United States Empire, and the world stands as a testament to resilience, growth, and healing. Nations have come together to address global challenges, fostering cooperation and unity that transcends borders. The wounds of the past are no longer prominent, replaced by a shared commitment to building a sustainable and harmonious future for all. The world has made great strides in healing the scars inflicted upon the planet. Environmental conservation efforts, sustainable practices, and technological advancements have revitalized ecosystems, ensuring the survival of diverse species. The nations have worked collectively to combat climate change, protect biodiversity, and restore balance to the Earth's delicate systems. In the quest for social justice, nations have taken significant steps to address systemic inequalities that plagued societies. Education, healthcare, and economic opportunities are now accessible to all, regardless of nationality, race, or gender. Discrimination and prejudice have become remnants of the past, as societies embrace inclusivity, diversity, and the inherent worth of every human being. The nations of the world have recognized the power of collaboration and cooperation. Global challenges, such as pandemics, poverty, and inequality, are met with unified responses. International organizations have flourished, working diligently to ensure the well-being and prosperity of all nations. Dialogue, diplomacy, and understanding serve as the foundation for resolving conflicts and advancing shared goals. Technological advancements have transformed the world, opening up new frontiers and expanding human capabilities. Scientific discoveries, artificial intelligence, and renewable energy have propelled societies forward. Technology is harnessed to address societal needs, enhance communication, and improve the quality of life for all. Ethical considerations and responsible innovation guide technological progress. Cultural exchange and appreciation have become integral parts of society, fostering understanding and celebrating diversity. The world embraces a tapestry of traditions, languages, and customs. Through travel, artistic expression, and intercultural dialogue, people gain a deeper appreciation for the richness and complexity of humanity. Cultural heritage is preserved and shared, creating a global mosaic of interconnectedness. Peace has become the cornerstone of international relations. Disputes are resolved through dialogue, negotiation, and mediation. Nations invest in diplomacy, disarmament, and conflict prevention, ensuring that conflicts are resolved without resorting to violence. The world is united by a shared commitment to peaceful coexistence, paving the way for greater prosperity and well-being for all. Humanity has embarked on grand explorations, venturing into the depths of space and unlocking the mysteries of the universe. Scientific research, space exploration, and interstellar collaborations have expanded human knowledge and opened up new frontiers. The spirit of curiosity and exploration continues to drive humanity forward, inspiring breakthroughs and pushing the boundaries of what is possible. The United States Empire, once a dominant force, is now a distant memory. The world has moved beyond its shadow, leaving behind the scars of history. Lessons learned from the empire's rise and fall have shaped the world's trajectory, ensuring that the mistakes of the past are not repeated. The legacy of the empire serves as a reminder of the resilience of humanity and the potential for growth and transformation. The story concludes with a vision of a harmonious future. The wounds inflicted by the United States Empire have healed, and the world has united in a shared commitment to creating a sustainable, inclusive, and peaceful world. Nations collaborate, cultures thrive, and humanity embraces its interconnectedness. The world stands as a testament to the resilience and capacity for growth inherent in humanity, inspiring future generations to continue the journey towards a brighter tomorrow. In this final sequel set 200 years in the future, the world has healed from the wounds of the United States Empire. Ecological restoration, global equality, and peaceful coexistence have become the pillars of a transformed planet. Technological advancements, cultural exchange, and exploration of the unknown have propelled societies forward. The legacy of the past serves as a reminder of the transformative power of unity and resilience. The world stands as a testament to the triumph of healing, growth, and a shared commitment to a harmonious future. In an alternate timeline, the year is 2023, yet it feels as if time has been in a relentless loop. A century has passed since the fateful shots rang out in Sarajevo that sparked the conflict that would become World War I, and incredibly, the war is still ongoing. Following the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria in 1914, the countries of Europe had flared into a war the likes of which the world had never seen before. The Central Powers Germany, Austria-Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, and Bulgaria squared off against the Allies France, the United Kingdom, Russia, Italy, Japan, and later the United States. The expected quick resolution became a years-long stalemate of trench warfare, with no side making significant progress. As the years turned into decades, the alliances began to shift. Russia, beset by its own revolution, withdrew from the conflict early on, leaving the Eastern Front silent but guarded. The Ottoman Empire collapsed in on itself, and the Middle East descended into a series of smaller but no less bitter wars for control and independence. The war had its ebbs and flows, moments where peace seemed on the horizon, only to be dashed away by a new innovation, a new strategy, or a new alliance. The United States tried several times to broker a peace agreement but to no avail. The technological advances spurred by the war were astronomical, and with each leap forward came a new wave of destruction. Airplanes, originally used for reconnaissance, became lethal weapons of war. Tanks, initially slow and cumbersome, evolved into fast, armored behemoths that tore through the entrenched lines. Chemical warfare, once a nightmarish novelty, became a constant, pervasive threat. And the world changed. Borders shifted, nations rose and fell, ideologies came and went, yet the war raged on, an unending symphony of gunfire and artillery. The Central Powers, the Allies, these terms became meaningless. There were just those at war and those waiting to be drawn into it. In 2023, Europe was a scarred, war-ravaged landscape. Cities were unrecognizable, populations were decimated, and the trenches crisscrossing the land served as scars of a century-long conflict. But despite the desperate situation, life continued. People found ways to survive, to find joy, to hope amid the devastation. In the northern part of what once was France, a young woman named Adele navigated the treacherous no-man's land. Born into this world of ceaseless conflict, Adele, like many of her generation, had learned to adapt. She became a courier, tasked with carrying messages between the various factions. It was dangerous work, but it provided her with a sense of purpose, a way to fight back against the war that had stolen so much. In the heart of the former German Empire, a mechanic named Karl worked tirelessly on the war machines. He was an expert at transforming the piles of scrap and outdated tech into functioning tanks or aircraft. His skill was invaluable in a world where every resource counted. He was a cog in the war machine but hoped that his contributions might lead to an end, not a continuation of the conflict. A world away in the United States, a senator named Emily Foster tirelessly lobbied for a renewed push for peace. She was a beacon of hope for many, a voice of reason amid the cries for further conflict. Emily had a vision of a united world, a place where diplomacy triumphed over destruction. But her journey was uphill, her opponents many. Yet she pressed on, unwavering in her mission. These individuals and countless others were intertwined in the fabric of this unending war. Their actions, their hopes, and their dreams formed the narrative of a world in conflict. They fought, loved, and lived against the backdrop of war, each contributing to a story that seemed destined to go on forever. But change was coming. In the East, whispers of a rising power grew louder. In the West, murmurs of revolutionary weapons capable of ending the war were getting harder to ignore. In the midst of all this, the protagonists of our tale found themselves on a collision course with destiny. Their actions and choices would shape the future of this war-torn world. And as 2023 turned into 2024, the question on everyone's mind was the same: when, if ever, would this war end? Would it take another century of fighting, or was there still hope for a resolution that could bring about a lasting peace? These questions lingered in the smoke-filled air, unanswered but ever-present, much like the war itself. As 2024 dawned, the whispers from the East grew louder. There was a nation rising from the ashes of the former Russian Empire, a federation of United States stretching from the Urals to the Pacific. They called themselves the Eurasian Collective, and they were steadily growing in strength and influence. Some believed they held the key to the war's end. Meanwhile, in the West, rumors about a revolutionary weapon being developed by the United States became harder to ignore. In the depths of a highly secured, secret facility, top scientists were rumored to be working on a project that could bring about the end of the war. Yet, whispers of this weapon also carried a sense of dread. What kind of a weapon could end a century-long war? And at what cost? Adele, the courier, began hearing these rumors during her perilous travels through the shattered landscapes of Europe. Among the soldiers and civilians alike, there was a glimmer of hope, a belief that perhaps an end was finally in sight. Yet, amid the optimism, there was also fear. The horror of a weapon that could end the war was as terrifying as the war itself. In the heartland of the former German Empire, Karl worked even harder to build machines capable of defending against this unknown threat. The rumors of the American weapon had reached him as well, and there was an air of desperation now. Yet, within him, there was also a sense of determination. If his work could prevent more loss, he would continue, driven by an unyielding desire for peace. Half a world away, in the United States, Emily Foster worked tirelessly in the Senate to forge a consensus for peace. The news of the rising Eurasian Collective and the secret American weapon had given her a new argument to persuade her peers. This was an opportunity for diplomacy, for negotiations, for a world free from the constant war. Emily, undeterred by setbacks, pushed on, fueled by an unwavering belief in peace. In the Eurasian Collective, a former soldier named Ivan had become an influential figure. He had fought in the trenches on the Eastern Front and knew the horror of war firsthand. Ivan believed in the power of unity, in the strength of nations working together. He sought to rally the collective not for war, but for peace. To many, Ivan was a beacon of hope, a leader who could bring about change. Months turned into seasons, and 2024 slowly marched towards 2025. The Eurasian Collective continued to grow, the rumors of the American weapon became more concerning, and the world held its breath. In this tense atmosphere, Adele, Carl, Emily, and Ivan found their roles increasingly significant, their actions having greater consequences. Adele's messages now carried news of diplomatic meetings and peace talks. Carl's machines were no longer just for war but also for rebuilding the war-torn cities. Emily's diplomatic efforts led to an unprecedented peace summit, and Ivan's influence began to stretch beyond the borders of the Eurasian Collective. As 2025 dawned, it seemed that the world was on the brink of something monumental. Change was in the air, and the hope for peace was more potent than ever. Yet, uncertainty hung heavy over the world, and the question remained, would the relentless gears of war finally grind to a halt, or would the cycle of destruction continue? The stage was set, the players were ready, and the world held its breath. Only time would tell the fate of this century-long conflict, and the world waited in anxious anticipation for the dawn of a new era. Would it be an era of peace or another century of war? The answer laid within the hearts and hands of those brave enough to dream of a world without war. In the rising Eurasian Collective, Ivan, the influential leader and former soldier, rallied his people. He was adamant that peace was the only way forward. With each impassioned speech he gave, he swayed more and more of the collective to his cause. Word of his rallying cries echoed across continents, reaching the ears of Emily Foster in America. Emily, inspired by Ivan's push for peace, amplified her own efforts. She urged her fellow senators to negotiate, not fight, with this emerging power. And as the word of the mysterious American weapon continued to spread, Emily used it as a catalyst for peace talks rather than war. Her persuasive speeches and unwavering conviction slowly began to change minds. And for the first time in decades, peace seemed not just a dream but a tangible possibility. Across the Atlantic, Carl the mechanic heard of these developments with mixed feelings. Peace was a notion that seemed too good to be true, and yet he couldn't deny the spark of hope that ignited within him. He wondered what his role would be in a world without war. Would he be fixing machines for construction rather than destruction? The thought warmed him, and he continued his work with renewed vigor. The courier, Adele, found herself in the unique position of carrying the hopes of nations in her satchel. Her messages now not only contained military orders, but also terms of negotiations and treaties. Each step she took across the war-ravaged lands felt like a step toward a better future. Every successful delivery was a potential lifesaver, a potential game-changer. And so, the first half of 2025 passed, marked by heated debates, secret meetings, and cautious optimism. However, the presence of the rumored American weapon always loomed in the background, a sinister reminder of the potential for destruction. But as summer turned to autumn, a breakthrough came. The United States, influenced by Emily's tireless efforts, proposed a peace summit with the Eurasian Collective. The world watched with bated breath as leaders from both sides met in a neutral location, the ruins of Geneva. Emily represented the United States, while Ivan spoke for the Eurasian Collective. It was a meeting that would decide the fate of the world. They spoke with conviction, compassion, and a shared understanding of the horrors of the unending war. They each put forth arguments, not for victory, but for peace. The goal was clear: end the war without using the dreaded American weapon. Meanwhile, Adele was entrusted with the delivery of the final draft of the peace treaty to all remaining factions in Europe. It was the most important delivery of her life, and she traversed the shattered lands with a renewed sense of purpose. At the same time, Carl put his skills to use for peace. He was tasked with dismantling deactivated war machines, repurposing them for reconstruction efforts. For the first time in his life, he was building, not destroying. The months of negotiations stretched on, and the world stood still, waiting for the outcome. As the year 2025 drew to a close, the leaders finally emerged from their talks with a signed peace treaty. It was a moment that had seemed impossible. After a century-long conflict, the Great War was finally over. As news of the peace treaty spread, celebrations erupted worldwide. For the first time in generations, children were born into a world at peace. Karl used his skills to build homes instead of war machines, Adele carried messages of unity and reconstruction, Emily worked towards maintaining peace, and Ivan led his nation into a new era. But peace is a delicate thing, a candle flickering in the wind, and the threat of the American weapon still loomed. Though the war was over, the path to a lasting peace was just beginning. It was a road that would require diligence, compassion, and constant vigilance. Yet, for the moment, the world rejoiced. The cycle of destruction had been broken, and though the scars of the century-long war would never fully heal, there was hope for a brighter future. As the year 2026 dawned, it was not as another year of war, but as the first year of a hard-won peace. The work was not over, but for the first time in a century, the world looked forward with hope, not fear. As 2026 unfurled like a bright tapestry, nations began to rebuild. The world was war-weary, yet filled with a new sense of purpose. The cities and landscapes bore the scars of the century-long war, but now those wounds had a chance to heal. In the Eurasian Collective, Ivan led the process of rebuilding and reconciliation. His wartime experience had taught him the importance of unity and mutual respect, and these were the principles he used to guide the collective towards a prosperous future. With each passing day, the Eurasian Collective grew stronger, emerging as a beacon of hope in a world scarred by conflict. In the United States, Emily Foster now faced a different kind of battle. She championed the cause of disarmament, advocating for the dismantling of the ominous weapon that had threatened to plunge the world into even deeper chaos. The secret weapon had been a terrifying bargaining chip during the peace talks, and now, with the war over, Emily believed it was time to dismantle it, to make a statement to the world that peace would prevail over destruction. Across the Atlantic, Karl was at the forefront of reconstruction efforts. His skills, which had once been used to craft weapons of war, were now being used to rebuild. He worked tirelessly, transforming scrap metal and salvaged materials into homes and infrastructure. The sight of buildings rising where only ruins had stood filled him with a sense of achievement he'd never felt during the war years. Adele, the courier, found her role had changed drastically. Instead of weaving through battlefields and trenches, she now traversed towns and cities in the process of rebuilding. Her deliveries no longer contained battle strategies or peace treaties, but plans for new infrastructure and messages of hope and unity. The world was at peace, yet the path to maintain it was fraught with obstacles. Old grudges and rivalries threatened to resurface, and the imbalance of power was a constant concern. But the collective memory of the horrors of war served as a deterrent, a stark reminder of the destructive path they had finally deviated from. And so, the year passed, marked by significant progress. Cities were being rebuilt, nations were flourishing, and the children of this era knew only stories of war rather than its grim reality. It was a time of change, of renewal, and of hope. As 2026 turned into 2027, the world celebrated not just a new year but also the anniversary of a year without war. The events of the previous year had proved that peace was not only possible, but it was also the only way forward. Emily, Ivan, Adele, and Karl, each of them continued to play their part in this era of peace. Their lives were a testament to the human spirit's resilience, proof that even in the face of a century-long conflict, hope could endure. But as they moved forward, they knew they carried the weight of history with them. They knew that peace was a delicate, ongoing process, one that required constant work and vigilance. The century-long war had taught the world a harsh lesson, and now, they were determined not to forget it. The path ahead was not easy, but they walked it nonetheless, driven by the hope of a better future. As they looked to the horizon, they saw a world transformed. The war-ravaged landscapes of the past were giving way to bustling cities and thriving communities. The world was moving forward, healing from its wounds. And as it healed, it remembered, vowing never to return to the cycle of destruction that had marked the past century. This was their world now, a world that had known war for too long and now yearned for peace. It was a world rebuilding, a world relearning, a world reimagining what it could be. And it was a world that, for the first time in a century, dared to dream of a future free from the shadows of war. As 2027 unfolded, the world continued to change. In the Eurasian Collective, Ivan worked tirelessly to create a new standard for governance. The collective sought balance and equality among its states, aiming to dismantle the hierarchies that had once fueled conflict. He focused on education, realizing that the peace they'd so hard won could only be preserved through the knowledge and understanding of the future generations. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Emily Foster was met with success. The United States agreed to dismantle the weapon that had cast a shadow over peace negotiations. Its disassembly was broadcast worldwide, a symbol of the commitment to peace. Emily didn't stop there. She advocated for an international disarmament pact, a collective agreement that would prevent any country from wielding such power again. Her efforts were met with resistance but also with surprising amounts of support. The world had seen the edge of annihilation and had pulled back, and no one was eager to return to that precipice. Carl, the mechanic turned architect of a new world, saw his home transform. From the ruins of old came the sprouts of a new society. Schools, homes, hospitals, life was returning to the ghost towns of war. Carl found satisfaction in this work, seeing children playing in areas that had once been no man's land. The land bore the scars of war, but now it also held the promise of the future. For Adele, her work as a courier had evolved. Now, she carried blueprints, new laws, educational materials. Each of her deliveries contributing to the growing peace. But Adele wasn't content with just that. She started working on a network of couriers, connecting the farthest corners of the world. Knowledge, she realized, was the lifeblood of peace, and she was determined to keep it flowing. The world had started to blossom in ways it hadn't for a century. Music, arts, and culture began to thrive once more. People were not just surviving, they were living. They were learning about each other, understanding that their differences were not threats but aspects to be celebrated. Festivals replaced rallies, concerts replaced parades, and for the first time in a century, the world danced. However, not everything was smooth sailing. Disputes over resources and old rivalries threatened the delicate peace. Yet the unified global commitment to avoid returning to war was stronger. Every dispute was a chance to learn, to improve international laws, and refine conflict resolution methods. The world had seen the consequences of resorting to war and was determined to find a better way. Years turned into a decade, and the world had changed. The year 2030 marked the 5th anniversary of the end of the century-long war. It was a testament to humanity's resilience and a reminder of the horrors they had left behind. It was a day of remembrance and a celebration of peace. Emily, Yvonne, Carl, and Adele, along with millions of others, had been the architects of this new world. They had played their parts in steering the course of history away from perpetual war and towards lasting peace. They had turned the page, starting a new chapter for humanity. The world was far from perfect. There were still disagreements, still injustices. But for the first time in a long time, the world was united, not in conflict, but in the collective pursuit of peace. The road ahead was long, and many challenges lay ahead, but with each passing day, the echoes of war grew fainter. The world had learned from its past, had risen from its ashes, and was moving towards a future it was actively creating. A future where disputes were solved with words, not weapons. A future where the next generation could grow without fear of war. A future that was built on the hope of those who dared to dream of a world without war. This was their legacy, a testament to the enduring human spirit, capable of both immense destruction and incredible resilience. And as the sun set on another day of peace, they knew they were part of something greater, a turning point in the annals of human history. Just as the world began to settle into a rhythm of peace, new challenges arose in 2031. The newfound unity was put to the test as tensions sparked between two of the most influential entities, the United States and the Eurasian Collective. It started subtly, with disagreements over resource allocation. The world had begun a major shift towards sustainable energy, but control over these resources was unevenly distributed. The Eurasian Collective, rich in resources, was reluctant to relinquish too much control, citing the need to develop its own infrastructure. The United States, on the other hand, called for an equal distribution, arguing it was essential for maintaining global balance. Emily Foster, now a senior figure in the American government, was at the heart of this escalating situation. She believed in cooperation and mutual benefit, but she also knew she had to protect her nation's interests. She pushed for negotiations, hoping to avoid the kind of conflict that had once led the world to war. At the same time, Ivan found himself torn between his people's needs and the growing international pressure. The Eurasian Collective had made immense strides under his leadership, and he was loath to risk their progress. Yet, he understood the importance of global harmony and the dangerous path this disagreement could lead them down. Meanwhile, Adele found herself busier than ever. Messages flew back and forth as the tension escalated, each one more urgent than the last. She became an essential link in this fragile situation, delivering proposals, counter-proposals, and pleas for compromise. Karl watched the growing political storm with concern. His hands, once used to create weapons of war, had been building the foundations of peace for years. He couldn't bear the thought of that peace being threatened. He became a vocal advocate for negotiation and compromise, using his influence to rally for a peaceful resolution. As the months wore on, the tensions worsened. Public sentiment became polarized, old fears resurfaced, and the ghost of the past threatened to undo the progress they had made. Yet, even in this, there was a crucial difference from the world of a century ago. The governments openly communicated, the public was kept informed, and every effort was made to reach a peaceful resolution. By late 2031, a series of intense negotiations began. Emily and Ivan, representing their respective nations, came face to face once more. Only this time, they weren't negotiating peace but trying to prevent a new conflict. The negotiations were grueling. Neither side wanted to give up more than they could afford, but they also understood the cost of failure. The world watched with bated breath as these discussions went on, the memories of the past war looming like specters. After months of negotiations, a breakthrough finally came. The United States and the Eurasian Collective reached a historic agreement on resource distribution. It was a compromise, with both sides giving and taking. It was not a perfect solution, but it was a peaceful one. This successful negotiation marked a significant milestone in this new era. It showed that even major disputes could be resolved peacefully, and served as a blueprint for resolving future conflicts. The drama had been intense, the risk high, but they had emerged on the other side without resorting to violence. The world sighed in relief and took one more collective step away from its violent past and towards a future of peace. As the dust settled from the resource distribution crisis, a new challenge loomed. A rising political faction in the United States, led by charismatic and fiery Senator Mason Black, began questioning the nation's approach to global relationships. His faction believed in prioritizing national interests above all else, adopting a more isolationist policy. Black's rhetoric struck a chord with those who felt the U.S. had given too much away in the recent resource negotiation. His popularity soared, and the internal balance of the U.S. government began to shift. Emily Foster watched this development with increasing concern. She understood the appeal of Black's words in the face of recent events, but she feared the consequences of this inward turn. She believed in the importance of international cooperation and saw Black's isolationist ideas as a dangerous step backward. Emily began a campaign to counter this rising tide, emphasizing the benefits of their international relationships and the dangers of isolation. Halfway across the world, Ivan watched the growing political divide in the United States with unease. The recent resource negotiation had been a victory for peace, but if the U.S. took a turn towards isolationism, it could undermine all their progress. He started back-channel discussions with Emily, strategizing ways to stabilize the situation without causing additional political friction. Meanwhile, Karl and Adele faced their own set of challenges. As news of the rising faction in the U.S. reached the people, it sparked concern and even fear. Karl found himself trying to maintain morale, reminding people of their collective commitment to peace, even as uncertainty loomed. Adele, on the other hand, was tasked with delivering an increasingly complex web of messages and counter-messages as nations sought to understand and react to the shifts in the U.S. political landscape. Despite their efforts, Mason Black's faction gained momentum, propelling him into a position of influence in the U.S. government. His first act was to propose legislation that would significantly limit the U.S.'s involvement in international treaties and pacts. This move caused shockwaves around the globe, sparking fear of a new era of fragmentation and conflict. Emily, facing the most challenging situation of her political career, refused to back down. She rallied those in the government who still believed in international cooperation, launching a passionate defense against Black's proposal. At the same time, Yvonne managed to gather international support, trying to exert diplomatic pressure to dissuade the U.S. government from adopting Black's policies. It was a tense time, a test of the resilience of the peace they had built. Would the world fall back into division and conflict, or would it stand strong, united in its commitment to peace? In a dramatic climax, Emily challenged Black to a public debate. A chance to lay out their visions for the country and let the people decide. The world held its breath as the debate unfolded, a war of words that could shape the course of global history. Emily spoke with passion and conviction, painting a picture of a world united, prosperous, and at peace. Black, charismatic as ever, argued for the strength and self-reliance, in a country unburdened by global obligations. In the end, it was a closely fought battle. But Emily's message of unity, hope, and the stark reminder of the century-long war tipped the scales. The majority of the U.S. citizens, and hence, the government, chose to reject isolationism. Mason Black's proposal was defeated, and the world let out a collective sigh of relief. But the incident served as a reminder of the fragility of their newfound peace. It underlined the importance of vigilance and the continuous effort required to maintain global harmony. The world had weathered yet another storm, the ties of peace had held strong, but they knew there would be more challenges ahead. As they moved forward, they did so with the understanding that the fight for peace was ongoing and that every decision, every action mattered. With this knowledge, they continued to tread the path of peace, a path illuminated by the lessons of their past and the hope for a better future. As the world navigated past the crisis in the United States, another storm was brewing. In the heart of Africa, a region long overshadowed by the dominance of the US and Eurasia, a new power was on the rise. The Pan-African Alliance, PA, an association of multiple African nations, had been quietly and steadily growing in strength and influence. Under the leadership of charismatic and determined leader Nia Kiprito, the PA had managed to harness Africa's vast resources, developing cutting-edge technologies and raising living standards. However, the PA's rise was not welcomed by all. As the alliance began asserting itself on the global stage, demanding a more prominent voice and a larger share of resources, it sparked tension, particularly with the Eurasian Collective and the United States. What had started as a peaceful rise quickly became a source of global contention, threatening to disrupt the tenuous balance of power. Emily Foster, fresh from her battle with Mason Black, found herself facing another complex challenge. She saw the need for the PA to have a significant role in global governance but also recognized that this shift could cause resentment and potentially escalate into conflict. On the other side, Yvonne understood that the Eurasian Collective had to adapt to this new world power, but he had to manage the anxieties of his own people who feared a loss of influence and security. In the heart of the PA, Nia Kiprito was resolute. She felt the time for her continent had come. Africa had been sidelined for too long, and she was determined to change that. Yet, she too was conscious of the delicate balance she had to maintain. She needed to assert the PA's rightful place without pushing the world into a conflict. Carl and Adele found their roles evolving in these changing dynamics. Carl was consulted for his expertise on sustainable infrastructure as the PA sought to expand its cities and industries responsibly. Adele, on the other hand, found her network extending into Africa, carrying messages between the PA, the US, and the Eurasian Collective. As the years passed, the PA's influence continued to grow, creating a three-way power dynamic that the world had never seen before. This led to ongoing disputes over resource control, technological developments, and political influence. There were moments of tension, crises that seemed to teeter on the brink of conflict. Yet, each was resolved through negotiation and compromise. The world had learned its lessons from the Great War, and even as disagreements persisted, the commitment to avoid violent conflict remained. Despite these repeated tensions, there were also periods of cooperation. Joint projects were undertaken, cultural exchanges took place, and there were even moments of global unity. It was an intricate dance of power, a constant balancing act, but one that never quite tipped into war. And so, this became the state of the world. A world where the United States, Eurasian Collective, and the Pan-African Alliance were locked in an unending cycle of rivalry and cooperation. A world where peace was maintained, not by the absence of conflict, but by the continuous effort to manage it and prevent it from escalating into war. This new equilibrium was far from perfect, but it marked an evolution in global dynamics. The world had moved from a century-long war to a complex peace, a peace that recognized disagreements and power struggles as a part of life, yet had the tools and the determination to handle them without resorting to violence. It was a hard-won peace, requiring constant effort and vigilance, but it was a peace nonetheless, a testament to the resilience and evolution of humanity. In this world of complex peace, technology had been the backbone of progress. Yet, as the years wore on, technology also became a source of contention. The United States, the Eurasian Collective, and the Pan-African Alliance were all racing to advance their own tech sectors. As they pushed the boundaries of what was technologically possible, they also entered a new, uncharted territory. In 2037, the Eurasian Collective announced the creation of an artificial intelligence, known as Aegis, capable of strategic planning, resource management, and complex problem-solving at a level beyond human capability. The announcement was met with a mix of awe, fear, and apprehension from the international community. While the Eurasian Collective assured the world that Aegis was designed with the utmost safety measures and ethical considerations, its existence was seen as a potential threat by both the United States and the Pan-African Alliance. They feared that this AI could tip the balance of power, even potentially control or disrupt global systems if it fell into the wrong hands or malfunctioned. Emily Foster, now President of the United States, reached out to Yvonne, demanding transparency and an international oversight committee for Aegis. She argued that such a powerful entity should not be controlled by one nation alone. On the African continent, Nia Kiprito echoed these sentiments, asserting that the future of AI technology must be decided collaboratively. Carl, given his background in technology and weapons, was called upon as an impartial expert. He was invited to examine Aegis, to evaluate its capabilities, and to assess any potential threats. Meanwhile, Adele became a vital link in this new world drama, her network pulsing with messages, requests, and demands from every corner of the globe. In Eurasia, Yvonne faced a dilemma. He understood the global concerns, but he was also aware that sharing control of Aegis could compromise the Eurasian Collective's security and sovereignty. Nevertheless, he agreed to allow Carl to inspect Aegis, hoping that this transparency would alleviate some of the international fears. Carl's inspection of Aegis was thorough. He was amazed by the AI's capabilities but also recognized the potential dangers. His report suggested that while Aegis was a technological marvel, it also represented a significant shift in global power dynamics. He recommended stringent international regulations, shared oversight, and a joint ethical framework to guide the future development of such technologies. Ivan's decision following the report was anxiously awaited. Eventually, in a surprising move, he agreed to the formation of an international AI ethics and oversight committee. The committee was to include representatives from all major world powers, ensuring that the control and future development of powerful AIs like Aegis were a collective decision. This decision was met with relief, but it was also the beginning of a new era of challenges. The world was now dealing with a technology that could potentially outthink them. The drama was far from over. But as before, the world faced this challenge not with guns and bombs, but with words, negotiation, and cooperation. The story of humanity's unending struggle for power, peace, and progress continued, each day writing a new chapter in the annals of their history. The path was never smooth, the peace never perfect, but they continued to move forward, guided by the lessons of their past, and the hope of a better, peaceful future. In the wake of the Aegis incident, global attention had turned towards the ethics and control of advanced technologies. However, beneath this shared concern, old tensions and rivalries continued to simmer. Over time, these simmering tensions began to escalate, setting the stage for a series of events that would threaten the world's hard-earned peace once again. It began with a resource dispute between the Pan-African Alliance and the Eurasian Collective. A large deposit of a newly discovered, highly efficient energy source, dubbed neotherium, was found straddling their territories. Both factions laid claim to the deposit, and negotiations quickly turned sour. While the world was engrossed in the unfolding neotherium dispute, another drama was slowly brewing in the background. In the heart of Europe, a charismatic leader, Victor Braun, rose to power. He championed a doctrine of European exceptionalism, arguing that the European nations within the Eurasian Collective were being sidelined by the Asian nations. As Braun's influence grew, he started advocating for a separate European alliance, a move that threatened to split the Eurasian Collective. Emily Foster, watching these events unfold, grew increasingly alarmed. She feared that the combination of the neotherium dispute and the potential fracturing of the Eurasian Collective could push the world into another global conflict. Karl, now a respected voice in international affairs, was called upon to mediate the neotherium dispute. At the same time, Adele, whose network had evolved into a global peacekeeping force, began working tirelessly to prevent the schism in the Eurasian Collective. Meanwhile, in Eurasia, Ivan was fighting a battle on two fronts. He was negotiating with Nia over the neotherium deposit while also trying to maintain unity within his own collective in the face of Braun's growing influence. Despite their efforts, the situation continued to deteriorate. The neotherium dispute escalated to the point where both the PA and the Eurasian Collective began mobilizing their forces along their shared border. In Europe, Braun's campaign led to several countries threatening to secede from the collective. The world teetered on the edge of a precipice. The peace they had worked so hard for was under threat. The echoes of the past reverberated ominously, the specter of another global war looming on the horizon. Yet, the world had changed since the days of the Great War. They had learned the cost of conflict, and they had systems and institutions in place to manage disputes. Emily, Ivan, Nia, Karl, Adele, and many others around the globe began working more determinedly to de-escalate the situation. The specter of war hung over them, but they were resolved to prevent history from repeating itself. The outcome of their efforts, however, remained uncertain. While a Second World War had not officially broken out, these series of events led to a period of intense international tension, reminiscent of the Cold War period of the 20th century. Nations aligned and realigned, alliances were formed and broken, and the world held its breath, hoping that the lessons of the past would prevent another descent into global conflict. The fight for peace was far from over. The world remained locked in a period of tension and uncertainty. The situation was further exacerbated when an incident occurred at the contested neotherium mine, leading to the deaths of several Eurasian and Pan-African miners. An investigation was launched to uncover the details, but both sides blamed the other, and mutual suspicions reached a fever pitch. In Europe, Braun seized on the incident, using it as a rallying cry to gather more support. His rhetoric grew increasingly belligerent, and his movement became more than just a political faction within the Eurasian Collective, transforming into a militaristic force. The European Front, as they came to be known, began conducting military exercises and amassing resources, ostensibly for self-defense. Emily, Ivan, and Nia convened multiple emergency summits, trying desperately to de-escalate the situation. Despite their best efforts, there was a tangible shift in global sentiment. Countries started investing more in their military forces, and people around the world prepared themselves for the worst. In the United States, Emily faced immense political pressure. Many within her own administration pushed for a stronger stance against the Eurasian Collective and the Pan-African Alliance, arguing that the U.S. needed to defend its interests. Emily, however, remained steadfast, advocating for diplomacy and cooperation over aggression. Karl's investigation into the neotherium mine incident pointed towards a possible sabotage by an unknown third party, suggesting that someone might be deliberately stoking the fires of conflict. This revelation brought a new urgency to the situation, but also a glimmer of hope. If the real perpetrators could be found, perhaps the escalating tensions could be halted. Adele found herself in a difficult position. Her network was strained to its limits, carrying sensitive information and facilitating covert meetings in an effort to uncover the truth behind the incident. At the same time, she had to navigate the increasingly intricate and dangerous maze of political alliances and enmities. Meanwhile, Ivan faced a crisis within his own borders. The European front's increasing aggression threatened to fracture the Eurasian collective from within. He had to maintain the collective's unity while also dealing with the escalating Neotherium dispute and the growing threat of war. Nia, on the other hand, stood firm. She bolstered the Pan-African Alliance's defenses while continuing to advocate for shared control of the Neotherium deposit. She was aware that the Alliance's actions could be seen as preparation for war, but she believed she had no choice but to ensure her people's safety. As months turned into years, the world found itself stuck in a daunting stalemate. It was a time of anticipation, a slow-burning fuse against a powder keg. The lessons of the past, the memories of the Great War, hung heavily over the world, a grim reminder of the cost of failure. Yet, the hope for peace persevered. Though the shadows of a Second World War loomed ominously close, the global community continued its effort to pull back from the brink, seeking to resolve their differences through dialogue and investigation, rather than force. Just when the tensions seemed to be at their peak, an event occurred that finally pushed the world over the edge. The American embassy in the Eurasian collective was bombed, resulting in several casualties. The evidence pointed to the European front, but Braun vehemently denied involvement, shifting the blame onto the Pan-African Alliance. This was the spark that lit the powder keg. Despite Emily's pleas for calm and restraint, the U.S. Congress voted in favor of a military response against the European front. The Eurasian collective, already frayed by internal conflict, officially split, as the European front declared its sovereignty, severing ties with Ivan's leadership. Ivan, in turn, denounced Braun and the European front, aligning himself with the United States and the Pan-African Alliance. The Pan-African Alliance, viewing the U.S. and Eurasian collective's military mobilization as a potential threat, declared its neutrality but increased its defense preparations. Meanwhile, Braun, emboldened by the chaos, started aggressively expanding the European front's influence, occupying several smaller European countries under the guise of protection. Thus, what had started as a diplomatic crisis over resources had escalated into a full-blown global conflict. But this was not a repeat of the Great War. This was a new, different kind of war, a war born out of the ashes of an unresolved past, yet shaped by the progress and the mistakes of the century that had passed. While military confrontations occurred, much of this Second World War was fought in the shadows and through networks, waged not only with guns and bombs, but with information, technology, and diplomacy. Adele's network became a crucial battleground, as each faction attempted to gain an edge through espionage and information warfare. Karl found himself in the center of this storm, advising on defensive strategies, providing technological expertise, and aiding in the ongoing investigation into the initial sabotage at the Neotherium mine. His work offered a glimpse of hope, as evidence began to suggest a rogue faction intent on pushing the world into chaos. Emily, Ivan, and Nia, despite being swept up in the wave of war, remained in constant communication. They attempted to manage the conflict, to prevent it from spiraling out of control, even as they prepared their nations for the worst. It was a delicate balancing act, one they navigated with the knowledge of the Great War heavy in their minds. Despite the outbreak of war, there was a conscious effort to limit civilian casualties, to prevent the wide-scale destruction that marked the previous war. Battles were targeted, focused more on disabling infrastructure and cutting off resources rather than total annihilation. It was a chilling testament to the world's growth and the lessons learned from its history. Even in war, they sought to maintain a semblance of humanity. The world had once again descended into a global conflict, the very scenario they had hoped to avoid. Yet even amidst this Second World War, efforts continued to uncover the truth behind the incidents that had triggered the conflict, to find a way to end the war before it could reach the catastrophic levels of the past. The war had begun, but the fight for peace was far from over. The Second World War raged on. On the surface, it was a war of machines and strategies, but underneath, it was a war of ideologies and information. The planet was gripped in the throes of a struggle not just for territory or resources, but for the very future of global society. In the United States, President Emily Foster held her nation together with a steadfast hand. She balanced the demands of warfare with the need to maintain morale and hope. Schools, factories, and offices continued to function, even as they contributed to the war effort. America was a nation at war, but it was also a nation that refused to lose its identity to the conflict. Meanwhile, in the Pan-African Alliance, Nia Kiprito was playing a challenging game. The alliance had declared neutrality but was drawn into the conflict more and more each day. On one hand, she had to protect her people and resources from being exploited by the warring factions. On the other, she couldn't ignore the atrocities being committed, especially by the increasingly aggressive European front. This tightrope walk was a testament to Nia's leadership and the resilience of the alliance's people. The Eurasian Collective, under Ivan's guidance, faced its own set of challenges. The split with the European front had caused significant internal strife. Yet, Ivan worked tirelessly to keep the collective stable and united. His efforts to protect his people and the remaining territories from Braun's aggressive expansion strategies made him a beacon of hope for many in these dark times. In the heart of the war, Karl found himself working relentlessly to uncover the truth behind the bombing and the neotherium mine incident. His team discovered that the sabotage and the bombing were linked, the actions of a rogue faction operating within the shadows. Karl named this faction the Catalyst, a group apparently determined to disrupt global peace and provoke war for reasons still unknown. Meanwhile, Adele's global information network had become an essential tool for all sides. Information flowed in torrents, shaping strategies and influencing outcomes. However, it also became a target. The Catalyst attempted several incursions into the network, seeking to manipulate the information flow and further escalate the conflict. Amid the chaos, a significant event occurred. Braun's European front launched an unprovoked attack on a neutral smaller nation, causing an international outcry. The wanton disregard for neutrality and the resulting civilian casualties shocked the world and hardened global resolve against Braun. Emily, Ivan, and Nia, along with leaders from other neutral nations, convened an emergency international summit. They drafted a resolution to unify their efforts against Braun's aggression, marking the first significant collective action since the war had begun. As the world fought back against the brutality of the European front, the people held on to a glimmer of hope. Even as cities were shaken by conflict, even as families were torn apart by war, they held on. They held on to the hope that their leaders would navigate them out of this dark period, that their world would learn from its past. They held on to the hope of peace, as the war raged on around them. The next phase of the Second World War saw the tables turn. The united front against Braun's European front pushed back forcefully. The tide of war began to shift, as the global community stood against the aggression, determined to uphold the principles of peace and neutrality. In the United States, Emily Foster organized a massive military operation. Named Operation Liberty, it was aimed at liberating the countries occupied by the European front. She rallied her allies, securing support from the Eurasian Collective and several other neutral nations, all united by a common goal. Ivan, dealing with internal strife and managing his own front against the European front, nevertheless committed a substantial force to Operation Liberty. It was a risky move, straining his already spread thin resources, but Ivan believed it was a necessary gamble. The Eurasian Collective, even in its fragmented state, would stand against tyranny. Meanwhile, Nia Kiprito made a momentous decision. The Pan-African Alliance would remain officially neutral, but it would provide covert support to Operation Liberty. Nia authorized resource allocation and allowed for strategic use of Alliance territories, providing crucial support to the operation while maintaining a semblance of neutrality. On the technological front, Karl made significant progress. His investigation into the Catalyst started bearing fruit. The group was found to be composed of rogue elements from various nations, all united by a desire to reshape the world through conflict. It was their actions that had led to the neotherium dispute and the bombing of the U.S. Embassy, both designed to escalate tensions and trigger war. Adele's information network was instrumental in uncovering these details. The network, stretched to its limits by the demands of the war, worked tirelessly to uncover and disseminate the truth. Adele herself was a constant presence, coordinating the flow of information, keeping the lines of communication open, and maintaining the integrity of the network against the Catalyst's continued attacks. As Operation Liberty commenced, the world watched with bated breath. The initiative saw success, with several occupied territories being liberated from Bronze forces. However, the European front resisted fiercely, leading to intense battles and significant casualties. As the war raged on, news of the Catalyst's involvement in triggering the conflict began to spread. The revelation shocked the global community, adding another layer of complexity to the already chaotic situation. However, it also fueled a renewed push for peace. If the war was started by a rogue faction, then it could be ended by the united actions of the global community. Even amidst the horrors of war, there was a silver lining. People from all walks of life, from every corner of the globe, were coming together. They were united in their resolve to fight not just against a common enemy, but for a common goal, peace. The world was at war, but it was also united like never before. The hope for an end to the conflict and a return to peace continued to shine brightly, a beacon guiding their path amidst the dark shadows of the Second World War. As the war entered its next phase, the global community continued to rally against Bronze European front. Operation Liberty made significant headway, liberating several occupied territories and providing a glimmer of hope to those living under Bronze oppressive regime. In the United States, Emily Foster worked tirelessly to coordinate efforts and maintain morale. She was a beacon of resolve, refusing to let the war efforts overshadow the values and freedoms her country held dear. Her leadership brought the nation together, providing a sense of unity in these times of turmoil. Across the ocean, Yvon was under immense pressure, not only dealing with Bronze aggression but also navigating the internal divisions within the Eurasian collective. Yet, his determination never wavered. He put forth strategies that blunted Bronze advances, while simultaneously assisting Operation Liberty's efforts, proving the collective's commitment to the cause. Nia Kiprito, leading the Pan-African Alliance, managed her position of neutrality with great skill. The alliance provided covert support to Operation Liberty and protected its territories from exploitation, demonstrating its resilience and resourcefulness. Nia's leadership was an embodiment of the alliance's spirit, a testament to the power of unity and cooperation. Carl's investigation into the Catalyst made further progress. He identified key operatives within the faction, unearthing a web of deceit that spanned across nations and institutions. His findings indicated a deep-seated corruption within certain sectors of global governance, fueling the flames of war for personal gain. With these revelations, Adele's information network became even more vital. She tirelessly protected the network against repeated attacks by the Catalyst, while ensuring the free flow of critical information. Amid the shadows of deception and manipulation, the network emerged as a beacon of truth and transparency. The war, despite its horrors, saw moments of extraordinary courage and humanity. Stories circulated about soldiers from opposing sides helping each other, civilians risking their lives to save others, and communities coming together to support each other. It was a grim reminder that the world was not simply divided into factions and territories, but was a shared home for all. But the war was far from over. Braun, cornered and facing global opposition, turned desperate. He launched an all-out offensive against the Eurasian collective, aiming to capture key territories and resources. His forces fought with ruthless aggression, escalating the violence and resulting in devastating losses. In response, Emily, Yvon, and Nia, along with their allies, mounted a counter-offensive. Codenamed Operation Unity, it aimed to thwart Braun's offensive and bring the European front to its knees. The stage was set for a decisive confrontation, a battle that could potentially end the war or plunge the world deeper into chaos. As the world braced for this pivotal clash, the hope for peace remained alive. People clung to the belief that their leaders would guide them through this storm, that they could thwart the catalyst of this conflict, and that they could restore the peace that was stolen from them. This hope was not just a wishful thought but a collective force, a beacon that shone brightly even in the darkest corners of war. Operation Unity launched with a determined ferocity, the united forces of the global community bearing down on Braun's European front. It was a battle like none other, fought on land, sea, air, and in the realm of information. Adele's network served as the nerve center, disseminating vital intelligence and coordinating efforts across different fronts. The Eurasian Collective bore the brunt of Braun's assault, its cities and people under constant attack. But Ivan's leadership shone in these challenging times, his tactical strategies successfully holding back Braun's forces while minimizing civilian casualties. Emily Foster, from across the Atlantic, directed the American forces in coordination with Ivan's strategies. Her speeches echoed in every American household, her words of perseverance and hope serving as a rallying cry for her nation. The Pan-African Alliance, under Nia Kiprido's careful stewardship, provided critical support to Operation Unity, maintaining its neutrality while enabling a swift and effective counter-offensive. Meanwhile, Carl made significant breakthroughs in his investigation of the Catalyst. He uncovered evidence of their plan to launch a final devastating attack designed to prolong the war indefinitely. This information, relayed through Adele's network, resulted in a global effort to neutralize the Catalyst before they could enact their plan. The battle raged on, days blurring into weeks. The tide began to turn, Braun's forces were driven back, and territory after territory was liberated. Despite the devastation, there were moments of triumph, of unity, of humanity that kept the flame of hope alive. Then, finally, a breakthrough. A combined operation led by the US and the Eurasian Collective managed to penetrate deep into the heart of Braun's stronghold. In a decisive confrontation, Braun was captured, and the command structure of the European front was effectively dismantled. Simultaneously, a covert operation succeeded in thwarting the Catalyst's plan for a final devastating attack, capturing several key members of the faction. The revelation of their identities sent shockwaves through the global community, but it also marked the beginning of a comprehensive cleanup of the corruption they had fostered. The announcement of Braun's capture and the thwarting of the Catalyst's plot resonated across the world. As news spread, celebrations broke out in liberated cities, while quiet relief washed over those who had been anxiously waiting for the conflict to end. The leaders of the world, Emily, Yvonne, Nia, and others, made a joint declaration marking the end of the Second World War. The world was wounded, its people and resources stretched thin, but the collective sigh of relief was nearly palpable. There was a long road of healing and rebuilding ahead, but the end of the war marked a new beginning. Amidst the ruins, there was a renewed commitment to unity, transparency, and peace. The lessons learned from the perpetual First World War and the devastating Second World War were etched deep into the collective memory of humanity, serving as a reminder of the cost of conflict and the priceless value of peace. The Second World War had ended, but its legacy would shape the world for generations to come. The leaders stood united, promising to rebuild a world that honored the principles of peace and cooperation. The people, though scarred by war, were ready to work towards a future defined not by conflict, but by unity and understanding. In the aftermath of the war, the world began its process of healing and reconstruction. The challenges were immense, economies were in shambles, societies were fragmented, and the physical devastation was beyond measure. But the spirit of humanity proved resilient, and the will to rebuild was stronger than ever. In the United States, President Emily Foster launched a comprehensive plan for post-war recovery. Economic reforms, infrastructure rebuilding, and societal rehabilitation were the pillars of this plan. She also took steps to strengthen international relations and proposed the creation of a new international body to maintain global peace and cooperation. Yvonne, having successfully navigated the Eurasian Collective through the war, focused on healing the internal divisions that had been exacerbated during the conflict. Efforts were made to foster cultural understanding and national unity, while the rebuilding of cities and infrastructures was undertaken on a war footing. The collective also played a crucial role in providing aid to the regions ravaged by Braun's forces. Nia Kiprido led the Pan-African Alliance through a unique post-war period. While the alliance was less physically scarred by the war, it faced economic and political challenges. Nia implemented policies that would ensure sustainable growth while preserving the neutrality and unity of the alliance. She also proposed an international initiative for technological and knowledge sharing to bridge global inequalities exacerbated by the war. Karl, after the successful neutralization of the catalyst, dedicated his resources to global justice. His investigative team worked in collaboration with international agencies to hold those responsible for war crimes accountable. They also supported the establishment of systems to prevent the resurgence of similar rogue factions. Adele's information network evolved into a global platform for post-war communication and coordination. From facilitating aid distribution to broadcasting stories of resilience and hope, the network became a cornerstone of the world's healing process. The war had left deep scars, but it also sparked a worldwide renaissance. Societies were re-evaluating their priorities, economies were shifting towards more sustainable models, and nations were embracing cooperation over confrontation. The world was slowly coming together, its divisions healing and giving way to a collective identity. The process was long and arduous, but each day marked a step towards recovery, a step towards a world united in peace. The memories of the war served as a sobering reminder of the paths not to be taken, while the hope for a peaceful future was a guiding light, leading the way forward. As years passed, the world changed. Cities were rebuilt, societies mended, and economies recovered. But the most significant change was in the collective consciousness of humanity. The world had learned from its past and was determined to forge a future built on peace, unity, and understanding. The endless war had finally ended, and a new era had begun, an era defined not by conflict, but by cooperation and shared progress. As this era of cooperation and shared progress blossomed, it brought about remarkable changes. Nations collaborated on global challenges, scientific breakthroughs were shared openly, and cultural exchanges became common, knitting the world closer together. In the United States, President Emily Foster's comprehensive recovery plan yielded impressive results. Cities were revitalized, infrastructure improved, and the economy bounced back. But her most notable achievement was the establishment of an international organization dedicated to maintaining global peace and cooperation. This new body, known as the Global Unity Council, GUC, served as a platform for nations to collaboratively address global issues and disputes. The Eurasian Collective, under Ivan's leadership, emerged stronger and more unified from the challenges of the post-war period. Cultural exchanges and education reforms promoted national unity, and the economy stabilized. Ivan played a significant role in the GUC, advocating for policies that promoted global equality and sustainable growth. Nia Kiprito led the Pan-African Alliance into a new era of prosperity and stability. The alliance's economy thrived, and technological advancements, bolstered by the International Knowledge Sharing Initiative, revolutionized industries across the continent. Nia, like her counterparts, was a prominent figure in the GUC, promoting initiatives that addressed global inequalities and climate change. Karl, having seen justice served to the Catalyst members and their allies, focused his efforts on international law enforcement and transparency. He developed a global security network that worked in close cooperation with the GUC, ensuring that rogue factions like the Catalyst could never again push the world towards conflict. Adele's information network expanded, becoming an integral part of the global communication infrastructure. It served as a source of unbiased news, a platform for cultural exchange, and a tool for coordinating international efforts. The world was transforming. The horrors of the wars were relegated to history, serving as a reminder of the devastation that unchecked aggression and conflict could cause. In its place, a new world was taking shape, one defined by cooperation, shared prosperity, and unity. In this new world, global festivals were celebrated with fervor, scientific breakthroughs were celebrated achievements for all of humanity, and respect for cultural diversity became a universal value. The stories of the wars, of Braun, Emily, Ivan, Nia, Karl, and Adele, were told and retold, serving as lessons for future generations about the cost of war and the value of peace. It wasn't a perfect world, disagreements occurred, inequalities existed, and challenges emerged. But the way the world addressed these issues had changed. Dialogue replaced conflict, cooperation overcame confrontation, and empathy trumped hostility. The era of endless war had given way to an era of unity and shared progress. The world had learned a harsh lesson, and it was determined not to forget it. In this determination, there was hope, a hope that this era of peace and cooperation would not just endure, but flourish. As the world moved forward, this hope was its guiding light, illuminating the path towards a future of shared prosperity and enduring peace. This era of unity and shared progress heralded unprecedented advancements. Technology, guided by the principles of sustainability and accessibility, made leaps that were once considered the stuff of science fiction. Breakthroughs in renewable energy and resource management helped nations reduce their environmental impact while maintaining their growth trajectories. Medical advancements brought about significant improvements in global health standards, with treatments becoming accessible and affordable to all. The world was transforming, and the pace of this change was breathtaking. Emily Foster, having served 2 successful terms as President of the United States, decided not to seek re-election. She took on a new role as a global statesperson and focused her energy on the GUC. Her work, along with Yvonne, Nia, and other global leaders, brought about significant reforms in the Council, making it more inclusive and effective. In the Eurasian Collective, Yvonne, too, transitioned from national politics to a global role. He established a global cultural exchange initiative under the GUC, promoting mutual understanding and respect among the diverse cultures of the world. His efforts not only strengthened international ties but also fostered global unity. Nia Kiprito, after her successful term as the leader of the Pan-African Alliance, spearheaded an international project addressing climate change. This initiative, backed by the GUC, brought together scientists, policymakers, and environmental activists from across the globe. Their efforts resulted in actionable strategies to mitigate climate change and foster environmental sustainability. Carl's Global Security Network evolved into an essential pillar of international law enforcement. Collaborating closely with nations and international bodies, the network effectively deterred potential conflicts and maintained global security. Its success was a testament to the world's commitment to peace and justice. Adele's Information Network, having grown into a global institution, remained committed to its founding principles of unbiased reporting and open information. It served as the world's primary source of news, facilitated international communication, and played a key role in the coordination of global initiatives. Humanity, having once stood on the brink of endless conflict, now stood united. The memories of the wars were now history lessons, tales of a past world that had learned from its mistakes. The new world was a testament to this learning. It was a world built on cooperation, shared prosperity, and unity. As this era unfolded, humanity began exploring the cosmos, no longer bound by the conflicts that had kept it tethered to Earth. It expanded its horizons, reaching for the stars, embarking on a new chapter of exploration and discovery. The spirit of unity that had defined this era on Earth was now taken to the stars, as nations joined hands in their cosmic endeavors. This was the world that emerged from the era of endless war, a world united, a world at peace, a world reaching for the stars. It was a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity, a testament to its ability to learn, to change, and to aspire for better. The wars had ended, and in their place, a new story was being written, a story of unity, peace, and shared progress. This story was still being written, its next chapters filled with possibilities, waiting to be explored. Over time, the world had undergone a metamorphosis of monumental proportions. The era of endless conflict was a memory, buried deep beneath an era marked by peace, unity, and shared progress. This world was a testament to humanity's capacity for change and its indomitable spirit. It had weathered the storms of conflict, learned from its past, and forged a future that was fundamentally different. Emily Foster, Yvonne, Nia Kiprito, Carl, and Adele, having played their parts in shaping this world, gradually stepped back from their roles, passing the torch to a new generation of leaders. Leaders who had grown up in a world at peace, who were driven not by the fear of conflict but by the aspiration for shared prosperity and unity. Space missions, once a symbol of national prowess, became a collective endeavor. Humanity ventured into the cosmos, not as separate nations but as one united entity. The spirit of cooperation and unity that had defined the post-war era on Earth was now carried to the stars. Back on Earth, the cities that had once been marred by the scars of war now stood as symbols of resilience and innovation. Education, healthcare, and access to resources were considered fundamental rights, and cultural diversity was celebrated and respected. Environmental sustainability was no longer an afterthought but an integral part of all developmental plans. The world had changed in ways that were hard to imagine during the dark days of war. The Global Unity Council, born out of the ashes of war, stood as an emblem of international cooperation. Nations came together to solve global problems, setting aside their differences for the greater good. The world had learned the hard way that cooperation and understanding were the keys to a prosperous future. As humanity journeyed towards the stars, they carried with them the lessons of their past. They knew the price of conflict and the value of peace. They knew that unity was not just an ideal, but a necessity for survival. They understood that their diversity was not a weakness, but their greatest strength. In this era of peace, unity, and shared progress, humanity found its true potential. It was a testament to their resilience, to their capacity for change, and to their indomitable spirit. The era of endless war was a distant memory, a lesson from the past. But the future was a story of hope, unity, and shared progress. It was a story of a world that had learned from its past, a world that had chosen a different path. And so, the world moved forward, carrying the lessons of its past, guided by the hope for a better future. The story of endless war ended, and in its place, a new story was written. A story of unity, peace, and shared progress. A story that was a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity. A story that ended not with a period, but with a comma, signaling the continuation of a journey towards a future filled with promise and potential. And in that journey, every person had a role to play, every person had a story to contribute. For this was not just the story of a few, but the story of all, a story of humanity itself. During the closing days of 1915, nestled within the eerie confines of the Western Front, trenches and dugouts scarred the earth. The ubiquitous odor of damp earth, the sharp tang of gunpowder, the bitter hint of fear, and the putrid smell of death hung heavy in the air. Soldiers, both seasoned and fresh, kept a vigilant eye on no man's land, a narrow strip of terrain separating friend from foe, life from death. Above, the overcast sky bore witness to the sheer human tenacity of survival and the depths of man's inhumanity to man. On the Allied side, Private Arthur Brown, a lanky yet muscular young man from Birmingham, was a part of the 10th Battalion of the Royal Warwickshire Regiment. He found himself huddled in a dugout with several others, their eyes fixated on the no man's land. Brown was a man of few words, his world centered on family, duty, and survival. Amidst the din of war, Brown carried within him the love for his young wife and newborn child back home, his constant beacon in the dreadful darkness of war. His comrade in arms, the stout and ruddy-faced Corporal Samuel Morris, often filled the silence with tales from his home in Bristol. Morris was the seasoned veteran among them, a man who had seen too much, yet still held on to hope. His stories of home were the only reprieve from their otherwise monotonous and perilous existence. Several miles behind the lines, in a makeshift laboratory that was once a schoolhouse, a brilliant yet overlooked scientist, Dr. Isidore Leblanc, toiled away on a breakthrough that could possibly end the war. The Frenchman, with his trademark round glasses and disheveled hair, was trying to harness the rabies virus into a debilitating yet non-lethal weapon, using bacteria and dead animal cells. Leblanc's intention was honorable, albeit grim. He was not a man of war but understood the need to fight. By creating a weapon that incapacitated rather than killed, he hoped to shorten the war, save lives, and restore the peace he so yearned for. The French government, desperate for a quick end to the conflict, had given Leblanc all the support he needed, despite the moral ambiguity of his work. One day, as the bitter winter started setting in, Private Brown found a frail, shivering puppy in the trenches. The pup was probably a stray from a nearby village that had been abandoned due to the war. Arthur, having a soft spot for animals, decided to keep the pup, hoping to protect it from the chaos outside. He named it Lucky. Back in the laboratory, Dr. Leblanc, engrossed in his experiments, failed to notice the delicate balance he had disrupted. The bacteria he was using were not just carriers for the rabies virus, they were evolving, mutating under the influence of the virus. The once harmless strains were now becoming something more potent, something darker, which started to reanimate the dead animal cells they were housed in. Unbeknownst to LeBlanc, he had set the stage for something that could alter the course of history. Weeks later, the scientists were ready to test the new weapon, designed to incapacitate enemy soldiers with a controlled and temporary form of rabies. The choice of testing was perhaps a twist of fate or a cruel irony. The trenches of the 10th Battalion of the Royal Warwickshire Regiment were chosen. The soldiers were instructed that they were part of an essential mission, something that could bring about an end to the brutal war. Trusting in their superiors, they agreed, oblivious to the potential ramifications. The inoculation was delivered through food and water. As the soldiers, including Brown and Morris, unknowingly ingested the bacteria rabies concoction, LeBlanc observed from a safe distance. The goal was simple, to observe the effect of the virus on the soldiers, hoping to witness a temporary but severe form of illness that would render the subject incapacitated, akin to a high fever or an intense flu. Meanwhile, the trenches continued to bear witness to the everyday horrors of the war. Brown and Morris, along with their fellow soldiers, stood their ground bravely, enduring the biting cold, the unending gunfire, and now, the onset of a strange sickness. Yet, there was something comforting in the presence of Lucky, who seemed to lighten the mood with his playful antics. Even as the sickness spread, the soldiers found solace in their shared camaraderie and the innocent joy that Lucky brought. Little did they know, they were on the precipice of a catastrophe far beyond the horrors of war they were already facing. In the weeks that followed, an unusual pattern began to emerge among the soldiers. Initially, the symptoms seemed mundane: fever, dizziness, disorientation, similar to a severe flu. Dr. LeBlanc was initially pleased, believing his creation was working as intended. The soldiers were becoming temporarily incapacitated, exactly as he had planned. However, as days turned into weeks, Brown, Morris, and their comrades were not recovering. Instead, their conditions began to deteriorate. Brown, once a muscular and robust figure, was now reduced to a frail skeleton, his uniform hanging loosely on his skeletal frame. Morris, the stout storyteller, had lost his cheerful spark, replaced by a vacant gaze. His tales of Bristol were replaced by an eerie silence that hung heavy in the air of the dugouts. Yet amidst the misery, life found a way. Lucky, the trench puppy, continued to thrive. He was a beacon of hope in the abysmal conditions of the trenches. Brown, even in his deteriorating health, made sure Lucky was fed and taken care of. Their bond was a testament to the resilience of spirit in the direst of situations. Meanwhile, at the makeshift lab, Dr. LeBlanc began to suspect something had gone awry. The soldiers' conditions weren't improving as they should have if his virus was working correctly. Their debilitation wasn't temporary but seemed to be lingering and worsening. Deeply troubled, LeBlanc decided to investigate the trenches himself. Upon his arrival, the sight of the trenches sent chills down LeBlanc's spine. The once vigilant soldiers were now shells of their former selves, their eyes sunken and their bodies emaciated. The trenches reeked of disease and despair, a stark contrast to the lively tales he had heard about the spirit of the soldiers. The trenches, the soldiers, even Lucky, bore no resemblance to the stories of camaraderie he had envisioned. A sense of dread filled LeBlanc as he realized the gravity of his actions. As the weeks turned into a couple of months, the situation worsened. Brown, Morris, and the others were caught in a state of delirium, their cognitive faculties deteriorating rapidly. They barely recognized each other, their families fading away into a distant memory. They existed, but they were no longer the men they used to be. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, soldiers began to report strange occurrences in the dead of night. There were whispers of shadows moving about in no man's land, figures that seemed to roam aimlessly, their forms distorted and movements erratic. The tales were dismissed as a product of fevered minds and trench fatigue, yet an undercurrent of unease was palpable among the ranks. Despite the overwhelming odds, life continued in the trenches. Lucky, who was now a full-grown dog, had become a symbol of hope and resilience. Even as Brown's health declined, he managed to take care of Lucky, who in return, never left Brown's side. Their bond was the last thread of humanity that lingered in the shadow of an impending doom. The stage was set. The trenches of World War I, once filled with brave soldiers, were now turning into the breeding ground of an unimaginable horror. Unknown to them, the specter of a horrifying plague loomed in the darkness, ready to consume them and the world they knew. Back in the makeshift lab, Dr. LeBlanc pored over his research, trying to discern where he went wrong. The men were suffering, their vitality draining away with each passing day. Yet, in the cruelest of ironies, death did not seem to claim them. Their hearts still beat, albeit feebly, their lungs still drew breath, albeit shallow. It was as if they were stuck in a macabre dance between life and death. Meanwhile, the Allies' top brass, initially hopeful about the biological weapon, grew increasingly anxious as reports of the soldiers' worsening conditions reached them. There was talk of evacuating the affected trenches and quarantining the soldiers. But time and resources were not on their side. With the Central Powers pushing hard on several fronts, they could not afford to divert their focus. Within the cold, damp trenches, a cloud of despair hung over the soldiers, a shroud that even the ever-loyal Lucky couldn't dispel. His antics, once a source of relief and joy, now seemed to fall on blind eyes and deaf ears. The dog seemed to sense the change too. He grew anxious, often whining and pacing the length of the dugout. Brown, despite his deteriorating health, remained tethered to consciousness through his bond with Lucky. His fevered dreams were haunted by his wife's face and the cries of his newborn child. Yet every time he woke, it was Lucky's worried eyes that greeted him. In Bristol, Morris's family awaited his return, completely unaware of the battle their beloved soldier was fighting against his own body. His youngest daughter kept a daily tally on the calendar, marking each passing day with a sense of anticipation and dread, often wondering why her father's letters had stopped coming. As the disease progressed, the affected soldiers began to showcase more alarming symptoms. They developed an aversion to light, their eyes possessing a vacant yet frenzied stare. Their bodies, despite being emaciated, displayed an unnatural strength when they were provoked or agitated. Yet, they never turned violent against their comrades, their muddled minds somehow clinging to a shred of humanity. Rumors continued to circulate among the other soldiers about the ghostly figures that roamed no man's land. The figures were said to move with a certain pattern, almost as if they were patrolling. These tales, previously dismissed as hallucinations, started gaining credibility as more soldiers reported seeing the same phenomenon. Back in his lab, Dr. LeBlanc was reaching a horrifying conclusion. His intention to create a virus that debilitates was successful, but the duration and the extent of the debilitation were beyond his worst fears. The virus was not only thriving in the host but also altering them fundamentally at a physiological and psychological level. LeBlanc, racked with guilt, threw himself into finding a solution. But each attempt to curb the virus effects ended in vain. It was as if the virus was evolving, learning, and countering every method he used against it. The horrifying reality began to dawn on him: the virus was not something that could be controlled or cured. It was a force that he had unwittingly unleashed upon the world. The dance with death had just begun, and the toll was about to rise. The winter of 1916 was particularly harsh, the icy winds and frequent snowstorms adding to the gloom in the trenches. Communication between the afflicted soldiers and the outside world was cut off entirely, turning the trenches into an isolated world of their own. With the worsening weather, even supply runs became scarce, leaving the soldiers to fend for themselves. Yet, the men barely complained or protested. It was as if they had resigned themselves to their fate. Life within the trenches had taken a turn for the surreal. The daily routine of a soldier's life was replaced with an almost monastic regimentation. The soldiers rarely spoke, their vocal cords strained by the persistent cough that racked their bodies. Their meals, once shared amidst tales and laughter, were now taken in silence. Yet, amid the inexplicable change, the soldiers did not turn on each other. The disease seemed to have created a silent bond among them, their shared suffering a macabre form of camaraderie. Lucky, the trench dog, stuck by Brown's side, his loyalty unwavering despite the change in his master. Brown, who was now a specter of his former self, found solace in Lucky's presence. Despite his growing weakness, he would often pet Lucky, the act offering him a semblance of normalcy amidst the increasing chaos. Morris, on the other hand, was barely recognizable. His once robust form was now replaced with a frail figure, his vacant eyes reflecting the hollow shell that he had become. His family's letters, unread and unopened, lay at the bottom of his kit bag, a poignant reminder of a life he could hardly recall. Within the makeshift laboratory, Dr. LeBlanc was grappling with the reality of his creation. His initial hope of finding a cure had all but faded. Each experiment, each antidote, each vaccine, all had failed. His creation was not just a virus, it was a force of nature, ever evolving, ever adapting, and seemingly invincible. His guilt was gradually replaced by a sense of dread for the potential catastrophe he had instigated. The sightings of figures in no man's land grew more frequent. The figures were not just seen at night, but in the harsh light of day as well. Their erratic movement and lack of reaction to the chilling cold or the biting winds added to the growing fear among the soldiers. They were witnessing something unnatural, something their trained minds struggled to comprehend. With each passing day, the soldiers' conditions continued to worsen. Their bodies, once strong and resilient, were now shriveled and gaunt. Their minds, once sharp and quick, were now clouded and confused. Yet, they were not dying. Their hearts continued to beat, their lungs still drew breath, and their bodies, despite their alarming condition, continued to function. The specter of a horrifying plague was slowly revealing itself, inching closer to the world with each passing moment. In the wake of this slow-growing terror, one question remained: what would happen once the war ended, and these men were sent home? The grim possibilities of this scenario were chilling. The virus, a product of the war, threatened to follow the soldiers back home, turning a post-war world into a breeding ground for a horror far beyond human comprehension. And in the face of such a threat, humanity could only watch and wait. As winter stretched on, the afflicted soldiers within the trenches seemed to drift further from the realm of the living. The harsh conditions only exacerbated their symptoms, leaving them little more than shadows. Food rations went largely untouched, and sleep seemed to elude most. Yet, the flame of life within them flickered stubbornly, refusing to be extinguished. In Bristol, the Morris family's worry deepened. The last letter they had received was dated months ago. The cheerful, jovial words on the faded paper were a painful contrast to the silence that had followed. Their inquiries to the military headquarters were met with vague assurances of his well-being, increasing their sense of dread. Within the trenches, Lucky's presence remained a bittersweet constant. The dog, unfazed by the unsettling changes around him, continued his daily routine. He would make his rounds of the dugouts, his wagging tail a stark contrast to the gloom. Despite the worsening condition of Brown, Lucky stayed close, as if understanding that his master needed him more than ever. In the field lab, Dr. LeBlanc's desperation grew. Each failed experiment was a painful reminder of his horrific mistake. Yet, he held on to a shred of hope. He switched his focus to containment, hoping to limit the spread of the virus beyond the trenches. He formulated plans to isolate the afflicted soldiers, believing that if he could prevent them from reaching the civilian population, the looming catastrophe might be averted. On the front lines, the tales of ghostly figures patrolling no man's land continued to circulate, the whispers growing louder with each passing day. These tales were now accompanied by accounts of odd noises, strange growls and echoes that resonated from the deserted battlefield at night. The uncanny events sent a chill down the soldiers' spines, adding to the mounting sense of dread. Meanwhile, the top brass was grappling with the mounting crisis. With the war showing no signs of abating, the reports of the soldiers' worsening condition were an added strain. To add to the dilemma, they were unable to explain the situation to the Central Powers. A ceasefire was unthinkable, yet continuing to fight while a mysterious ailment ravaged their ranks was proving to be a Herculean task. As the men in the trenches descended further into the depths of the plague, their humanity held on, albeit by a fragile thread. Despite the mind-numbing confusion and debilitating physical symptoms, they refrained from attacking each other. They lived in their shared misery, the trenches turning into a macabre sanctuary. The world outside, blissfully unaware of the ticking time bomb, carried on. Families awaited their soldiers, dreaming of joyous reunions. Governments strategized their next moves, their focus solely on the war. Little did they know that a monstrous plague was slowly inching towards them, ready to shatter their world into 1,000 irreparable pieces. As the days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the dance of death continued, its horrifying symphony reaching a crescendo that was yet to be heard. The change of seasons brought little respite for the soldiers in the trenches. As winter slowly gave way to spring, the relentless cold was replaced by incessant rain. The trenches, already in a dismal state, became an even more inhospitable environment. Yet, the men trapped within their muddy confines continued to exist, their spirits tethered to their bodies by a threadbare connection. The sight of the first crocuses pushing through the frozen ground should have been a source of hope, a reminder of life's resilience. However, for the men in the trenches, it only served to underline their tragic circumstances. While nature flourished around them, they were locked in a morbid stasis, neither fully alive nor completely dead. One evening, the eerie quiet that had fallen over no man's land was broken by the ominous rumble of artillery fire. A battle was imminent. Despite their deteriorating condition, the soldiers instinctively prepared themselves, the drill ingrained in them from years of service. Yet, their movements were sluggish, their response time delayed, a stark reminder of their grave situation. As the battle commenced, the world seemed to blur into a chaotic frenzy. Shells exploded around them, the deafening noise resonating through the field. Amid the chaos, a small group of afflicted soldiers found themselves separated from the rest, driven by the disorientation of battle and their own confusion. They stumbled through the smoke-filled battlefield, their senses overwhelmed. They were drawn away from the trenches, towards the murky expanse of no man's land. Their feeble condition and the disorienting effects of the battle made them easy targets. One by one, they disappeared from sight, swallowed by the fog of war. Back in the trenches, Brown, too weak to participate in the battle, watched helplessly as his comrades vanished into the battlefield. Lucky huddled close to him, whining nervously. The sight of the dog, usually so lively, reduced to a state of anxiety, was a grim reminder of the severity of the situation. Simultaneously, at the makeshift lab, Dr. LeBlanc received word about the battle and the disappearance of several soldiers. A sinking feeling overwhelmed him. His attempts at containment seemed to be failing. The possibility of the afflicted soldiers making contact with the outside world was becoming real, and the catastrophic consequences of such an event were beyond horrifying. Back on the battlefield, the separated group of soldiers, disoriented and weakened, were now well beyond the view of their comrades. Yet, they were not alone. They had walked right into the path of the ghostly figures that had been spotted in no man's land. These figures, now closer than ever, resembled their afflicted comrades, but there was something alarmingly different about them. Their movements were more fluid, their eyes held a certain focus, and their bodies, though emaciated, radiated an eerie vitality. These were not ghostly apparitions but men, just like them, afflicted by the same plague. However, their condition was more advanced, their transformation more complete. This encounter marked the first wave of the undead, a horrifying development that remained hidden from the world, tucked away in the smoky chaos of the battlefield. The war had just birthed a new kind of soldier, a terrifying entity that threatened to bring a far greater catastrophe than the war itself. As the battle raged on, the separated group of soldiers found themselves lost within the labyrinthine confines of no man's land. Their physical strength was waning rapidly, but a deep-seated instinct for survival pushed them forward. The ghostly figures they had encountered earlier seemed to have disappeared, leaving them once again isolated in the desolate expanse. These men, once warriors with a clear purpose, were now but drifters, shadows stumbling through the fog of war and disease. Their identities as individuals were fading, their shared affliction merging their existences into a single tragic narrative. However, their bodies continued to move, directed by the virus that was gradually claiming every inch of their being. Back in the trenches, Brown and his remaining comrades were confronted with the aftermath of the battle. The afflicted soldiers who had stayed behind were weakened further by the intensity of the conflict, their bodies barely able to function. Yet, they carried on, their existence a testament to their stubborn will to live, or perhaps, the virus's will to survive. Lucky, the trench dog, was visibly unsettled. He paced restlessly, his ears pricking up at the faintest of sounds. It was as if he sensed the grim turn of events, his instincts attuned to the subtle shift in the atmosphere. His once vibrant eyes now mirrored the despair and confusion that had taken over his home, the trenches. Meanwhile, in the makeshift lab, Dr. LeBlanc was grappling with a sense of impending doom. The news of the missing soldiers had unsettled him deeply. His initial focus on containment seemed almost naive now. He was not fighting a disease, he was facing an entity that was evolving, adapting, and growing stronger. In the battlefield, the missing soldiers finally succumbed to the inevitable. One by one, they collapsed, their bodies no longer able to withstand the effects of the virus. Yet, even in their fall, there was a disturbing sense of calm. They didn't writhe in pain or gasp for breath, instead, they lay still, their bodies slowly shutting down, but not completely. After what seemed like hours, the fallen soldiers began to stir. Their movements were slow and uncoordinated, their senses evidently impaired. However, there was a sense of purpose in their actions, a focus that was absent before. The virus had taken complete control, transforming these men into beings that were neither living nor dead, but something terrifyingly in between. As the echoes of battle faded into an ominous silence, the undead soldiers roamed no man's land, their presence a chilling secret known only to the desolate battlefield. Unseen by the world, an ungodly transformation was underway. The war was no longer the only threat to humanity. The trenches had become ground zero for a horror far greater, a horror birthed from science and fueled by the brutality of war. The dance of death was entering a chilling new phase, the true magnitude of its terror yet to be revealed. In the wake of the brutal battle, a strange calm descended upon the trenches. The daily routine resumed, the soldiers going about their chores with a mechanical efficiency. There was no talk of the missing soldiers, no speculation about their fate. The uncertainty of war had taught them to accept loss without questions, their hearts hardened by the constant exposure to death. Brown, however, couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling. The disappearance of his comrades, the strange figures in no man's land, the rapidly worsening conditions, it all pointed towards a terrifying reality that he was unable to fully comprehend. Lucky, ever loyal, seemed to share his concern, the dog's restless behavior a reflection of the unspoken anxiety. In the makeshift lab, Dr. LeBlanc found himself at a crossroads. The disturbing reports about the missing soldiers and their presumed transformation into the undead had thrown him into a state of turmoil. Should he continue his futile attempts at finding a cure, or should he alert the higher authorities about the true nature of the unfolding catastrophe? Meanwhile, on the desolate battlefield, the undead soldiers roamed, their existence concealed by the smoky remnants of the recent combat. Their bodies, once weakened by the virus, were now driven by it. Their movements were slow but determined, their instincts driven by an unseen force. Their eyes, devoid of any human emotion, held a predatory gleam, a sign of their grotesque transformation. In the trenches, the surviving soldiers were sinking further into the grip of the virus. Their bodies were deteriorating rapidly, their minds increasingly confused. Their faces, once familiar, were now almost unrecognizable, their features distorted by the progression of the disease. Yet, they did not display the same vitality as their undead comrades, their condition seemingly stuck in a state of limbo. Back in the field lab, Dr. LeBlanc finally made his decision. He began to pen down his observations, his research, his failures, and his fears. His confession, a detailed account of the creation and evolution of the virus, was his final attempt at mitigating the impending disaster. If he couldn't stop the plague, he could at least warn the world about it. As days turned into weeks, the grim reality of the trenches remained hidden from the world. The virus continued to grow, to transform, to claim. The missing soldiers, now a part of the undead, were forgotten faces of a war that was steadily spiraling into a far greater horror. The ghostly figures of no man's land were no longer apparitions but a chilling prelude to an apocalypse. The trenches, once a symbol of human resilience, were now incubators for an ungodly enemy, an enemy that was waiting patiently for its moment to strike. The Great War was silently birthing a far greater terror, its true horror lurking just beneath the surface, its revelation a ticking time bomb. In the trenches, the passage of time had become a vague concept. Days blended into nights, and nights merged into days, the distinction blurred by the perpetual gloom. The men trapped within their muddy confines were caught in a constant state of limbo, their existence defined by a monotonous routine and a silent battle against the relentless virus. One morning, as the weak rays of the sun attempted to pierce through the heavy clouds, a sudden commotion broke the dreary silence. The soldiers on lookout reported frantic movements from the enemy lines. The Central Powers, usually disciplined and organized, seemed to be in a state of chaos. As the news spread through the trenches, a sense of unease set in, the unusual activity a stark contrast to the numbing stillness they had grown accustomed to. Brown, despite his weakened state, dragged himself to the lookout post. Through his binoculars, he observed the frenzied activity. The enemy soldiers seemed to be retreating, their movements hurried and disoriented. There were no signs of an incoming attack, no sounds of artillery being loaded, no visual cues of a planned offensive. It was as if they were running from an unseen threat. Back in the field lab, Dr. Leblanc's fear grew. He received the reports of the enemy's unusual behavior with a sinking heart. His worst nightmare was coming to life. The undead soldiers, the product of his miscalculated experiment, seemed to have invaded the enemy lines. The virus was spreading, its reach now extending beyond the confines of the trenches he was familiar with. On the battlefield, the undead soldiers had indeed found their way to the enemy trenches. Their predatory instincts, driven by the virus, had guided them across no man's land. Their appearance, horrifyingly similar to the living, had allowed them to infiltrate the enemy lines undetected, their true nature hidden beneath the guise of common affliction. Once within the enemy trenches, their transformation into monsters became apparent. They attacked their unsuspecting targets, their actions neither strategic nor human. The victims, caught off guard, stood no chance against these new enemies. The virus claimed more bodies, its army of undead growing steadily. In the Allied trenches, the true extent of the event remained a mystery. All they knew was that the enemy was retreating, their actions uncharacteristic and baffling. Theories circulated, each more terrifying than the last. The ghostly figures of no man's land were mentioned in hushed whispers, their existence slowly becoming a horrifying reality. Despite the growing fear, there was an unsaid hope that the enemy's retreat would bring a momentary respite, a chance for them to regroup and recover. Little did they know that the enemy they were prepared to fight had evolved, their battlefield tactics redundant against this new foe. The real battle was just beginning, the enemy was closer than they imagined, and time was running out. The clock was ticking, each second a step closer to an inevitable encounter with the monsters birthed by the Great War. In the dim light of the trench, Brown sat hunched over, his frail body racked with bouts of shivering. The disease had reduced him to a skeletal version of his former self, but there was a new spark in his eyes, a resilience that hadn't been there before. His condition, despite all odds, seemed to be improving. Even Lucky seemed to pick up on his slow recovery, the dog displaying a newfound cheerfulness around his ailing companion. As Brown regained bits of his strength, a development from the top command sent ripples through the trench. A small team of soldiers was assembled for a reconnaissance mission. Their objective, to investigate the sudden retreat of the enemy. Volunteers were called for, and Brown, driven by a need to understand the strange events unfolding around him, decided to join. Under the cover of darkness, Brown and his team embarked on their risky mission. They crawled through the rough terrain of no man's land, their progress slow and cautious. The chilling stories of ghostly figures, combined with the eerie silence that now pervaded the battlefield, added a palpable tension to their journey. Upon reaching the enemy trenches, they were met with a sight of pure horror. The place was desolate, the usual hustle and bustle replaced by an unsettling silence. Bodies of enemy soldiers lay scattered, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. Yet, there were no visible wounds, no signs of a battle. It was as if they had been scared to death. The reconnaissance team moved further into the trenches, their senses alert for any sign of danger. The silence, however, remained unbroken, the trenches seemingly abandoned. They found personal belongings strewn around, half-eaten meals, letters mid-written, signs of a hurried departure. Despite the clear signs of panic and sudden retreat, the team couldn't find an explanation for the enemy's bizarre behavior. There were no indications of an internal conflict, no signs of a deadly gas attack, no clues that could explain the mass retreat or the terrified expressions on the dead soldiers' faces. The mystery only deepened, the tension grew, and the chilling tales of ghostly figures in no man's land began to feel uncomfortably real. Back at their trenches, Brown's report of the reconnaissance mission was met with uneasy silence. The puzzle pieces were not fitting together, the picture they were forming was too horrifying to contemplate. Fear settled over the trenches like a fog, obscuring their hopes and intensifying their nightmares. Meanwhile, Brown, while still weak, felt an urgency that gave him strength. His recovery, though slow, was providing him with a new perspective on the situation. The mystery of the enemy's retreat and the desolate trenches had to have an explanation, and he was becoming determined to uncover it. Little did he know that the reality was far grimmer than anything he could imagine. The undead were lurking in the shadows, biding their time, their existence a chilling secret that was slowly creeping towards the light. As the day faded into another grim night, an uneasy quiet settled over the trenches. Brown, finding sleep elusive, sat up watching the stars trying to peep through the clouded skies. The horrors of the day, the eerie emptiness of the enemy trenches, and the unsolved mystery of the ghostly figures continued to haunt his thoughts. Within the confines of the recovery tent, the condition of several afflicted soldiers took a sudden turn for the worse. The virus, having slowly eaten away at their bodies, was now draining their last reserves of strength. As the night deepened, one by one, these brave men succumbed to their relentless enemy. Their loss was silent, their passing unnoticed amidst the sleep-worn men. In the dim light of the makeshift lanterns, the figures of the fallen soldiers lay still, their faces marked by the harsh brutality of their final struggle. The Grim Reaper had visited the recovery tent, leaving behind an aura of unspeakable sadness. Yet, as the night wore on, a macabre transformation began to unfold. The men who had been lifeless mere moments ago started to twitch and jerk. Their movements were slow, sluggish as if their bodies were learning to function again. Their eyes fluttered open, revealing a vacant stare. The men who had been declared dead were moving. They were no longer men, they were something else. The transformation went unnoticed for a while, the night providing a dark veil for this ungodly spectacle. However, as the first rays of the dawn started to light up the sky, the shocking reality revealed itself. The undead were within their ranks, silently growing in number. A young medic, reporting for his early shift, was the first to encounter this terrifying scene. His blood turned cold as he watched the deceased patients moving about, their actions mindless, their existence a blasphemy against nature. Panicked, he ran to alert the others, his voice cutting through the crisp morning air, bringing with him a new kind of fear, a new kind of enemy. Brown, jolted from his thoughts, sprung into action. A small group of soldiers quickly gathered to handle the situation. They managed to isolate the tent, keeping the incident contained. Their comrades were now their captives, their tent a temporary prison. The scale of the incident was small, but the implications were massive. The trenches of the Great War were not just fields of battle between nations anymore. A new war was brewing within their ranks, a war between the living and the undead. The dawn of this horrifying day marked the beginning of a new era in the Great War, an era where death could be a beginning, not an end. The virus had claimed its ground, its victims rising to testify its power. The slow dance with death was escalating into a horrifying waltz, its tune echoing across the battlefield. The dawn brought with it a new reality for the soldiers in the trenches. The isolated incident in the recovery tent, while contained, had sent a shockwave through the ranks. Men exchanged uneasy glances, their voices hushed as they whispered about the night's events. The undead in the recovery tent were a chilling reminder of the nightmarish tales from no man's land, a confirmation of their worst fears. The virus, once seen as a mere sickness, was now revealed in its true, horrifying form. The transformation of their comrades into the undead was an omen of a disaster much bigger than the war they were fighting. Dr. LeBlanc, informed of the situation, rushed to the isolated tent. His heart pounded in his chest as he observed the undead through a small slit in the tent. Their vacant stares, their sluggish movements were all a reflection of his worst fears come to life. His creation had turned into a monster that was now out of his control. Back at the trenches, Brown found himself grappling with the grim reality. The enemy wasn't just across no man's land, but within their own ranks. The war wasn't only against the Central Powers, but against an unseen force that was slowly consuming them. The lines between friend and foe were blurring, and survival was becoming a daunting task. As the news of the undead spread, the higher command called for an urgent meeting. Leaders huddled together, their faces pale and their voices worried. Their discussions were intense, their decisions critical. Every choice they made now had the potential to impact not only the outcome of the war, but the survival of their men. Outside the confines of the command tent, soldiers huddled together for warmth and comfort. The morning was unusually chilly, the sun hidden behind a layer of gloomy clouds. The world, as they knew it, was changing. The fight for survival was becoming more complex, more daunting. The trenches, their home for months, had turned into a breeding ground for death and despair. Brown, leaning against the cold mud walls of the trench, looked out towards no man's land. The desolate expanse seemed more terrifying now, its mystery deepening with every passing moment. The undead, once presumed to be just ghostly figures, were now reality. The war had taken a turn for the worse, the horror of the trenches magnifying with every heartbeat. The Great War, already a catastrophic event in human history, was evolving into a battle of survival against an enemy they barely understood. As the day wore on, the tension in the trenches was palpable. Brown, his eyes firmly fixed on the enemy lines, felt a cold dread seeping into his bones. His instincts, honed by the harshness of war, were screaming at him that something was amiss. Across the barren expanse of no man's land, a similar eerie transformation was unfolding. The deserted enemy trenches, silent since the mass retreat, were coming back to life. The bodies of the fallen soldiers, left behind in the hasty evacuation, were stirring. Under the gloomy sky, a grotesque scene began to play out. Soldiers once dead, now driven by the relentless virus, rose. Their movements were erratic, devoid of the discipline that once defined them. Their faces held no expression, their eyes reflecting an emptiness that was far from human. As night began to fall, the trenches that were once held by the Central Powers were now occupied by an army of undead. Their existence, a blasphemy against nature, marked the beginning of a terrifying era on the battlefield. Then, in the cold dark night, the unthinkable happened. The undead launched an offensive. Driven by an instinct that was more animalistic than strategic, they advanced towards the Allied lines. Their movements were clumsy, devoid of the precise choreography that usually accompanied an attack. Yet, their sheer numbers and relentless approach made them a formidable force. Alarms rang out across the Allied trenches. Brown, who had been anticipating a move but not of this magnitude, was thrown into action. Shouts filled the air, orders were issued, and the men prepared for an enemy like none they had ever faced. The deafening blasts of the artillery lit up the night sky. Gunfire echoed across the battlefield, a desperate attempt to halt the advancing undead. Yet, their onslaught was relentless, their numbers seeming to multiply with each passing moment. Under the haunting glow of the flares, the horror of the situation unfolded. The Great War had taken a terrifying turn. The battle was no longer just against nations and ideologies, but against an unnatural enemy born from their own ranks. The undead, once soldiers of the Central Powers, were now an enemy of all. Their rise marked the escalation of the war, the battlefield no longer confined to the living. The horror of the Great War had taken a grotesque form, the fight for survival becoming a nightmare that showed no signs of ending. With each passing moment, the gravity of their situation sunk in deeper. The battlefield had evolved, the enemy had transformed, and the stakes were higher than ever before. They were now fighting a war on two fronts, against the living and the dead. Their survival hinged on their ability to adapt to this new reality, to fight an enemy that was unlike anything they had ever encountered. In the midst of the chaotic onslaught, the Allied forces held their lines with tenacity and valor. With each wave of the undead, their resolve was tested, their strength strained. The trenches were no longer just a front line but their last stand against this unnatural enemy. The command sent out frantic messages requesting backup, their words echoing the urgency and despair of their situation. Meanwhile, Brown and his comrades fought tirelessly, their eyes haunted but determined. The battle was relentless, each day a replay of horrors they could never have imagined. Days turned into weeks, their nights filled with the moans of the undead, their days consumed by the unending fight for survival. The strain was visible on every face, the exhaustion evident in every move. And yet, they held on, their spirits kept alive by the hope of reinforcements. Their prayers were finally answered as the sounds of rumbling engines echoed across the battlefield. Over the horizon, a fleet of hulking Mk5 tanks made its appearance, their silhouettes a welcome sight against the war-torn landscape. The backup had arrived, their presence a much-needed boost to the weary soldiers. Behind the armored might of the tanks, platoons of fresh soldiers marched in. Their faces held a mixture of determination and apprehension, their grips on their weapons tight. They were the much-needed reinforcements, the fresh blood that would invigorate the tired ranks of the Allied forces. The arrival of the reinforcements brought a glimmer of hope in the desolate trenches. The soldiers cheered, their voices hoarse but filled with relief. The tanks, with their mighty cannons and imposing structure, provided them with a sense of security they hadn't felt in weeks. As the new soldiers integrated into the trenches, stories of their struggles against the undead were shared. Their tales brought new perspectives, their experiences a stark reminder of the shared horror they were all part of. The battlefront had transformed, the war had changed, and they were all soldiers in this terrifying new world. The arrival of the reinforcements marked a new phase in their fight against the undead. With renewed strength and increased firepower, the Allied forces braced themselves for the battles ahead. The Great War had taken a monstrous turn, the challenge greater than ever before. Yet, their resolve was stronger, their will to survive burning brighter. They were ready to face their enemy, to fight until their last breath, to stand against the undead in the trenches of the Great War. With the arrival of reinforcements, the Allied forces were able to initiate some semblance of tactical operations once again. Teams of scouts were formed, their objective to venture into no man's land and gather intelligence about the undead enemy. Brown found himself assigned to one such team, a daunting task he accepted with a silent nod. The group, a mix of seasoned veterans and fresh faces, moved under the cover of darkness, their hearts heavy with anticipation. The task was perilous, their path fraught with the unknown. Yet, the need for information was paramount. Days turned into nights as the scout teams ventured further into no man's land. The desolate landscape, littered with decaying bodies and destroyed equipment, was a grim testament to the battle that had once raged here. Now, it was a grotesque theater where the undead reenacted their past lives. As the scouts observed from concealed positions, they noticed an unnerving pattern. The undead, their movements slow and disjointed, were not merely shuffling around aimlessly. They were imitating the routines of their previous lives as soldiers, but in a horrifyingly distorted manner. They watched as clusters of undead would group together in formations eerily reminiscent of a tactical squad, their blank stares devoid of understanding yet their actions reflecting a residual memory. The lines of demarcation between the Central Powers and allies seemed to have been erased, their common undead existence obliterating any past alliances or enmities. The undead moved around the trenches they once occupied, their actions a grotesque parody of their previous lives. They would stand guard, patrol the perimeters, and even imitate the actions of firing weaponry. Brown and his team watched, their hearts heavy, as these creatures that were once men seemed to hold on to the last vestiges of their past lives. The virus had not just transformed them into undead beings, but it had also wiped out their identities, their allegiances, turning them into a singular, horrifying entity. After several days of meticulous observation and cautious maneuvering, the scout teams began their journey back. They carried with them not just information, but also a new understanding of the horror that had befallen their world. Their enemy was not just undead, they were remnants of their past comrades and foes, trapped in a cycle of mimicking a life they no longer truly lived. Upon their return, their findings were shared with the command. The information, while terrifying, provided crucial insights into the nature of their undead enemy. It was clear now that the virus did more than just raise the dead. It wiped out distinctions, erased past identities, and created a new breed of soldier, one who knew no side, held no loyalties, and was driven by a twisted remnant of its past life. The slow and steady realization of this grim reality cast a somber mood over the Allied trenches. The undead were not just a faceless enemy, they were a grotesque echo of their past, an embodiment of a war that had escalated beyond human comprehension. Their struggle was no longer just against the Central Powers, it was a fight for survival against a foe that was oblivious to the rules of war and humanity. The Great War had descended into a chilling battle against a monstrous mockery of their past lives. The scout teams continued their covert observations, their hearts pounding as they witnessed an evolution they had never thought possible. From their concealed positions, they watched as the undead moved back into the trenches of the Central Powers, their actions echoing a horrifying familiarity. The undead were not just imitating their past lives, they were relearning, readapting to the very tools they had once wielded in life. They watched in stunned silence as an undead soldier clumsily climbed into the driver's seat of a tank, its movements slow and erratic, yet displaying a sense of purpose. The scouts observed as the undead began interacting with the weaponry and equipment strewn across the trenches. Guns, previously discarded and ignored, were now picked up, their usage mimicked in a grotesque parody of a soldier's training. Their aim was off, their handling poor, yet the very fact they were attempting to use these weapons was a chilling revelation. Artillery pieces, once the pride of the Central Powers, were now being manned by the undead. They watched as an undead soldier clumsily loaded a shell, the process slow and filled with errors. Another undead soldier took position at the firing mechanism, its blank gaze fixated on the distant horizon. Yet, despite their efforts, the artillery pieces remained silent, their operation too complex for the undead to fully comprehend. The sight of the undead relearning their past skills was both fascinating and terrifying. Their interactions with the weapons were primitive and clumsy, yet the undeniable fact was that they were learning, however slowly and erratically. This development marked a new chapter in their understanding of the virus and its effects on its hosts. Over several days, the scouts documented these developments in their reports. Their detailed accounts painted a picture that was hard to digest for the command. The virus, it seemed, was not content with just raising the dead. It was pushing its hosts, urging them to adapt, to learn, to become a greater threat. Back at the Allied command, the reports were met with grim faces and worried murmurs. This new development was beyond anything they had anticipated. The undead were not just aimlessly wandering beings, they were slowly but surely relearning to use tools of war. Their tactics were sloppy, their understanding poor, yet the implications were clear: the virus was evolving its hosts, and the threat they posed was increasing. The Great War had become a testing ground for this horrifying evolution. The battlefield, once the arena of human conflict, was now a grotesque laboratory where the undead were relearning to wage war. The slow and steady realization of this fact sent a chill down the spines of every soldier in the trenches. The fight was no longer just against an enemy that could not die, it was against an enemy that was slowly learning to wage war all over again. As the days turned into weeks, the suspense hung heavy in the air. The trenches of the Allies buzzed with a sense of foreboding. The reconnaissance teams had reported that the undead soldiers in the enemy trenches were increasingly active. Their bizarre relearning process was showing signs of progress, their interactions with weapons becoming more accurate, their handling of equipment less clumsy. One early morning, as the sun barely peeked over the horizon, the silence was shattered by the ungodly roar of a tank's engine. Brown, alongside his comrades, jerked awake, the sound causing their hearts to leap in their chests. The raw, metallic sound was an ominous echo from the Central Powers trenches, the signature of a hulking monster reanimated. From the Allied trenches, the sight that unfolded was straight out of a nightmare. The undead, their numbers far greater than any human force, were gearing up for an assault. They were mounting tanks, their clumsy hands pulling at levers and buttons, their grotesque faces void of expression yet filled with an ungodly determination. The first shell that whistled past was far off target, landing far behind the Allied trenches, yet its impact echoed the gravity of the situation. The undead were not just imitating their past lives, they were using their past skills in a terrifyingly real battle. Their movements were still clumsy, their tactics haphazard, but the threat they posed was palpable. As the shell's echo faded, a cry rose among the Allies. The command to ready arms echoed through the trenches, a call to brace for the inevitable. Brown gripped his rifle tighter, his knuckles white, his gaze fixated on the undead swarm. The first wave of undead surged forward from the enemy trenches. The sight of the mindless horde was horrifying enough, but the sight of them brandishing their weapons, their tank engines rumbling ominously, sent a shiver down the spines of even the toughest soldiers. The battlefield erupted into chaos, the roar of guns filling the air, the ground shaking under the impact of shells. The Allies held their ground, their machine guns spewing death at the approaching undead. The tanks, their cannons booming, added to the cacophony of destruction. Brown found himself caught in the midst of this hellish warfare, his every sense focused on survival. The undead, their faces eerily calm, charged forward, their advance as relentless as their existence. The battle was on, the Great War taking a monstrous turn as the Allies faced not just the Central Powers but an undead force that was learning to wage war all over again. The onslaught was relentless. The undead, indifferent to the hail of bullets and the deathly roars of the artillery, continued their advance. Their singular purpose, their unwavering determination, made them a terrifying adversary. The Allied forces, though fighting with every bit of their courage, were beginning to feel the weight of the assault. Brown found himself amidst the chaos, the roar of gunfire and the screams of his comrades forming a symphony of war. He fired relentlessly, his bullets finding their mark, but the undead kept coming, their numbers seeming endless. To his left, a line of machine gunners sprayed bullets into the approaching horde, their faces etched with desperation. Yet, for every undead they felled, two more seemed to take its place, their pace unhindered, their charge relentless. Across no man's land, the tanks of the undead moved forward, their presence adding a terrifying dimension to the attack. Their handling of the tanks was primitive, their driving erratic, yet their progress was undeniable. Shells, fired sporadically, exploded across the Allied trenches, their impact shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The trenches of the Allies were turning into a battlefront of horror and desperation. Brown could see his comrades, their faces etched with determination and fear, their hands steady on their weapons, putting up a brave fight. Yet, the odds were mounting, the relentless advance of the undead proving too much. Slowly, steadily, the front line was being pushed back. The undead, their faces void of emotion, were making progress, their numbers a terrifying force that seemed invincible. The Allied forces, their courage unwavering, were holding on, their resistance a testament to their will. As the undead continued to advance, Brown and his comrades fought back, their hearts filled with desperation and defiance. Their line was being overrun, their defense slowly crumbling, yet they held on, their will to survive stronger than ever. The Great War had taken a monstrous turn. The Allies, once fighting the Central Powers, were now in a desperate struggle against a horrifying enemy, an enemy that did not tire, did not falter, an enemy that was slowly learning to wage war all over again. The battle raged on, the fate of the Allies hanging by a thread, their survival a testament to their spirit, their resistance a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. As the hours of the day bled into a horrifying dusk, the onslaught showed no signs of slowing. The undead had breached the first line of the Allies' defenses. The sight of them emerging from the smoke and dust of the battlefield was nothing short of nightmarish. Their blank expressions under the helmet, eyes void of life yet filled with purpose, sent a chilling shiver down the spine of every surviving soldier. The undead were now upon the trenches. They clambered over the parapets, their movements unnatural yet terrifyingly sure. Some had made it to the Allied trenches, their silent figures casting long shadows in the dying light. Their presence in the trenches was a silent declaration of the danger that was now at the Allies' doorstep. Brown, amidst the chaos, found himself facing one of the undead. The sight of its blank gaze, its face covered in the scars of battles long past, was haunting. His rifle in hand, he opened fire, the shots echoing in the narrow confines of the trench. The undead soldier stumbled but advanced, undeterred by the hail of bullets. Around him, his comrades were locked in a brutal melee with the invading undead. The trenches had turned into a battleground, a desperate last stand against an enemy that was unlike anything they had faced. The narrow confines made the fight even more dangerous, their movements restricted, their options limited. Despite the horror and desperation, the Allies fought on. Bayonets were plunged into the undead, bullets found their mark, yet their enemy continued their relentless assault. Their clumsy yet purposeful handling of their weapons, their unwavering charge, was a testament to the horrifying transformation they had undergone. As the fight raged on, the trenches echoed with the sounds of gunfire, the clash of bayonets, the grunts of men and the haunting silence of the undead. Yet, despite the odds, the Allies held on, their resistance fueled by desperation and defiance. As night fell, the battle in the trenches was far from over. The Allies, their defenses slowly being overrun, continued to put up a courageous fight, their spirits unbroken. The trenches, once a symbol of their determination and fortitude, were now the stage for a horrifying battle, a fight for survival against an enemy that was as relentless as they were horrifying. The struggle continued deep into the night, the trench turning into a gruesome stage for a battle that seemed never-ending. The Allies fought with everything they had, their desperate cries echoing alongside the eerie silence of their undead adversaries. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds of the battle began to wane. Brown, his body aching, his spirit weary yet unbroken, found the strength to deliver a final, decisive blow to an approaching undead soldier. Around him, his comrades fought with a similar desperate tenacity, their courage burning bright against the darkness of their situation. Slowly but surely, they began to regain control of their trench. The undead were pushed back, their relentless assault momentarily halted. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the unyielding spirit of the Allies had held them at bay. Just as the first rays of dawn began to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of red and orange, a new sound echoed across the battlefield. The rumble of engines, the steady thud of boots, the familiar yet unexpected sound of a large force moving towards them. The Allies paused, their hearts pounding, their gazes locked on the horizon. Brown squinted, his weary eyes straining to make sense of the sight that was unfolding. Tanks, their outlines silhouetted against the rising sun, were advancing towards them, their flags flapping in the wind. Yet, to his surprise, these were not the banners of the Allies. Emerging from the mist of dawn was the unmistakable force of the Central Powers. Their presence on the battlefield was a shock, their sudden appearance turning the tide of the battle. The undead, their advance halted, seemed to falter at their arrival. The Central Powers had arrived unannounced, their intentions unclear. Yet, in the face of a common enemy, a horrifying force that threatened them all, the lines between the Allies and the Central Powers blurred. The Great War had taken an unexpected turn, the enemies of old now potential allies in a fight against a terrifyingly common enemy. The fate of the trench, of the Allies, and perhaps the entire war, was hanging in the balance, the next move uncertain in the dawn of this new day. As the morning sun washed over the battlefield, the Central Powers began their approach, their armored vehicles roaring to life with a dreadful purpose. The infantrymen fell into formation, their faces set in determined grimaces, their rifles gripped with resolute hands. The familiar yet eerie sound of hundreds of boots hitting the earth resonated through the still air of dawn. It was a sight that Brown and his comrades had dreaded and fought against, but today it instilled in them a glimmer of hope. The Central Powers, traditionally their mortal enemies, were here not to fight the Allies, but to join forces against the monstrosity they were all facing. The common threat of the undead had blurred the lines of hostility and created an unspoken truce. With the roar of their engines echoing across the battlefield, the Central Powers initiated their assault. Tanks surged forward, their cannons aimed at the undead horde, firing shell after shell into their midst. The ground shook with the impact of each explosion, the deafening blasts breaking the eerie calm that had fallen over the battlefield. Infantrymen followed behind, their rifles spewing bullets into the approaching undead. Their attack was coordinated, their shots calculated, their faces void of fear. They fought with a ferocity that matched the relentless determination of the undead, their resolve unwavering. The undead, caught in the onslaught, faltered. Their advance, once relentless, slowed under the hail of bullets and the destructive force of the tank shells. Yet, they held no fear, no hesitation. They continued to surge forward, their empty eyes locked on the soldiers that stood against them. Amidst the chaos, Brown couldn't help but watch in stunned silence. The sight of the Central Powers, their forces engaged in battle against the undead, was surreal. It was a testament to the horror they were all facing, a horror that had united old enemies in a common cause. As the day wore on, the battlefield turned into a gruesome tableau of destruction. Yet, amidst the chaos, a strange alliance had formed. The Allies and the Central Powers, enemies turned reluctant allies, were now standing together against a common enemy, their fates intertwined in this terrifying chapter of the Great War. As the conflict on the battlefield continued, a group of Central Powers officers detached from the main force. They began to make their way towards the Allies' trench. Brown, watching from the parapet, saw their flags of truce, white cloths fluttering against the grey morning sky. Brown shouted for his command, officers approaching with a white flag. The Allied command was quick to respond. Major Thompson, a grizzled veteran with a voice like gravel, made his way up to the trench's edge. His face was lined with age and etched with the marks of a war fought far too long. The Central Powers officers, led by a stern-looking man with a well-trimmed beard, climbed over the lip of the trench. They looked around warily at the Allied soldiers before finally resting their gaze on Major Thompson. "Major," the leader said in heavily accented English, offering a salute that the Major returned. "I am Colonel Weber of the Central Powers. We request a meeting with your command." His words hung heavily in the air. Brown watched as Major Thompson's weathered face seemed to harden further. Yet, understanding the gravity of the situation, he simply nodded. "Very well, Colonel Weber. Follow me." The sight of the Central Powers officers, once the enemy, now walking through their trench was a surreal image. The men watched in silence, their eyes reflecting a strange mix of confusion, suspicion, and a glimmer of hope. The war had taken a strange turn indeed. The Allies and Central Powers, who had spent years locked in deadly conflict, were now brought together by an even deadlier enemy, a monstrous force that was both terrifying and relentless. The outcome of this unusual meeting was uncertain, but it was a step, albeit a strange one, towards some semblance of unity in the face of the undead threat. Major Thompson led Colonel Weber and his entourage into the command post, a makeshift bunker nestled deeper into the trench system. The table was strewn with maps and operational reports, the air filled with the smell of stale coffee and lingering tension. The officers took their seats, their faces revealing nothing of their thoughts. The Allied command watched as Weber unfolded a map of the battlefield, his finger tracing the lines of their defenses, the cluster of undead, and the Central Powers positions. "We're dealing with an enemy unlike any we've encountered," Weber began, his voice calm, his words carefully chosen. "It is clear to us that this menace does not differentiate between the Central Powers and the Allies. We have lost just as many men to these creatures as you have." Thompson nodded, his eyes grim. "That much is evident. And you propose?" Weber's eyes met Thompson's. "A joint operation. Together, we stand a far better chance against them than alone. Our analysts believe that if we can pool our resources, create a unified front, we can drive them back." There was a moment of silence as Thompson digested the proposition. "You're asking us to forget years of conflict, to put aside the fact that just days ago, we were at each other's throats." Weber held his gaze, his expression steadfast. "I'm asking you to consider the greater threat. We can either continue our fight and become fodder for these creatures, or we can unite and stand a chance." The room fell into a tense silence, the weight of Weber's proposition hanging in the air. Thompson, his face a mask of contemplation, looked at the map spread out on the table. The stakes were higher than ever. The Great War had morphed into a fight for survival, the enemy no longer confined to opposing trenches, but a horrifying force that threatened them all. With a heavy sigh, Thompson extended a hand towards Weber. "Then we fight together, for now. We'll push these creatures back to where they came from." Weber shook his hand, his expression acknowledging the gravity of their agreement. An unlikely alliance had been formed in the face of an unfathomable enemy. What lay ahead was uncertain, but it was a path they had chosen to walk together, their survival depending on their unity against the onslaught of the undead. Thompson and Weber, once adversaries now allies, huddled over the map spread across the table. The plan they devised was ambitious, strategic, and above all, necessary. Their goal was to contain the spread of the undead, to confine them within no man's land. "We need to start constructing a quarantine line," Thompson began, his finger tracing the boundary of no man's land on the map. "Something strong enough to hold them back, to isolate them." Weber nodded, adding, "We'll need to work in shifts, keeping a vigilant watch while the rest construct the barriers. We have plenty of barbed wire, and I'm sure you do as well. We'll also need watchtowers," Thompson suggested, "floodlights, high-powered rifles, anything that can give us an edge." As the days turned into weeks, the Allied and Central powers worked in an uneasy harmony. No man's land, once a desolate wasteland of mud, barbed wire, and the fallen, slowly transformed into a quarantine zone. A line of fortifications started to emerge, a wall of steel and barbed wire bathed in the harsh light of floodlights. The undead, seemingly aware of the activity, prowled the edge of the quarantine line, their presence a chilling reminder of the threat that lurked just beyond. Despite this, the work continued, the soldiers knowing that their survival depended on the successful completion of this line. Towers rose against the skyline, manned by sharpshooters from both sides. They kept a constant vigil, their eyes scanning the undead that lingered at the edge of the quarantine line, their rifles at the ready. The construction of the quarantine line was a monumental task, one that pushed both the Allied and Central powers to their limits. But they persevered, their efforts fueled by the shared need for survival and the hope that this plan would stem the tide of the undead. As the quarantine line took shape, so did a strange camaraderie between the soldiers of the opposing sides. They worked together, ate together, and stood guard together, their past animosities momentarily forgotten in the face of the shared threat. In this world turned upside down, the unity between these former enemies was perhaps the most bizarre outcome of all. The Great War had indeed changed, its focus shifted from conquest to survival, its enemies now bound together in an uneasy truce against a common foe. As the weeks wore on, the strain of the work and the constant threat from the undead began to wear on the men. The message for reinforcements had been sent out and anxiously awaited. Days turned into nights and back again as they toiled on, the towering fortifications a testament to their unwavering determination. Then, one chilly dawn, a welcome sight appeared on the horizon. Dust clouds billowed in the distance, growing larger and larger until the shapes of armored vehicles and marching men became discernible. The reinforcements had arrived. A cheer broke out among the exhausted men at the sight. The Allied reinforcements, a mix of fresh recruits and battle-hardened veterans, poured into the trench, their faces grim yet determined. They carried with them not just extra hands for the work, but also hope and the promise of respite for the weary soldiers. The same scene was mirrored on the side of the Central powers. A wave of soldiers and machinery advanced toward their trench. The soldiers, once the foes of the Allies, now felt like their comrades in this fight, their arrival inciting the same relief and hope. With the reinforcements, the construction of the quarantine line gained momentum. The fresh troops quickly acclimatized to the peculiar circumstances and lent their strength to the cause. The veterans from both sides guided the new men, sharing their knowledge and strategies about the undead menace. Under the guidance of Thompson and Weber, the soldiers worked diligently, their common goal driving them. The completion of the quarantine line was in sight, the fortifications now a formidable barrier against the undead threat. In this bleak and strange situation, the arrival of reinforcements symbolized more than just additional manpower. It represented the will of both the Allies and Central powers to fight back, to protect their homes and their humanity. It was a testament to their resilience and their determination to survive against all odds. The final phase of the plan was set into motion. Both Thompson and Weber knew it was risky, but there was no other choice. Distraction and diversion were the keys to success. "We'll need to draw their attention," Thompson said, studying the map laid out before them. "A few platoons will have to push into the enemy trenches. Cause enough of a stir to pull them away from no man's land." Weber agreed, "It's dangerous, but necessary. We can't have them interfering while we finalize the quarantine." Thus, a joint force composed of both Allied and Central powers soldiers was assembled. These brave men knew the risks, yet they accepted their orders with determination etched on their faces. The diversionary force, led by Lieutenant Harrison from the Allies and Hauptmann Müller from the Central Powers, prepared to venture into the enemy lines. As they advanced, the majority of their forces began the last phase of the quarantine process. Barbed wire was unrolled, watchtowers manned, and high-powered spotlights switched on. Each section of the wall was strengthened, made as impregnable as possible. The floodlights bathed no man's land in a harsh, unwavering light, a stark contrast to the looming darkness of the undead-infested trenches. Meanwhile, Harrison and Müller's force had reached the outskirts of the enemy trench. The eerie silence was broken only by the occasional groan of the undead. They pressed on, their guns blazing, drawing the attention of the undead soldiers. Back at the quarantine line, the soldiers worked tirelessly, spurred on by the distant sounds of gunfire and explosions. Every passing minute was crucial. Every section fortified was another step closer to their goal. The diversionary force fought bravely, their bullets tearing into the undead. Yet, for every one they put down, two more seemed to take its place. However, their mission was not to wipe out the undead, but to keep them occupied, and in that, they were successful. As the night deepened, the quarantine line was finally completed. A cheer rose from the men, both weary and relieved. They had done it. They had successfully enclosed no man's land. All they could do now was to wait and see. The gamble was made. The sacrifices were significant. But, in their hearts, they held on to the hope that their monumental efforts would stem the tide of the undead threat, preserving what was left of their war-torn world. With the completion of the quarantine line, a semblance of order returned to the front. The reinforced line of defense stood strong, the floodlights casting long shadows across no man's land. The eerie silence that blanketed the area was periodically disrupted by the distant moans of the undead, a chilling reminder of the enemy that lurked beyond the fortifications. The soldiers patrolled the length of the quarantine line vigilantly, their eyes scanning the desolate expanse for any signs of movement. Soldiers from both the Allies and Central Powers worked together, their previous animosities now replaced by a sense of camaraderie born out of shared adversity. Meanwhile, the diversionary force led by Harrison and Müller managed to retreat from the enemy trench, their mission successful. Their efforts had drawn the bulk of the undead away, allowing for the completion of the quarantine line. Their return was greeted with cheers and relief. Yet, their faces told stories of the horrors they'd seen, of the relentless waves of undead they'd held back. Days turned into weeks, and the front line settled into a tense rhythm. The undead, still trying to mimic their past lives, marched and drilled aimlessly within no man's land. Despite their mindless movements, it was clear that they posed a significant threat if they ever breached the quarantine line. Communications with command back home were established, and reports of the situation were relayed. News of the joint operation and the quarantine measures was met with astonishment and grim acceptance. The battlefront was no longer about the war between the Allies and Central Powers but a unified stand against an insidious enemy. In these bleak times, the soldiers found solace in small moments of respite, shared jokes, stories from home, the warm camaraderie that transcended national lines. Each day brought with it the fear of an impending attack but also the hope that their efforts would hold, that their unified front would keep the undead at bay. They remained vigilant, their survival hanging in the balance. The specter of the undead threat loomed large over them, casting a shadow on the world as they knew it. But in the face of this unprecedented danger, they stood united, their resolve unbroken. The battle was far from over, and the soldiers prepared for whatever lay ahead, their courage and unity their strongest weapons against the advancing darkness. Despite the palpable tension, life on the front lines fell into a bizarre routine. The soldiers woke, ate, drilled, and patrolled as if they were in a regular war. But they were always under the watchful eyes of the undead horde beyond the quarantine line, their presence a constant, lurking threat. Every now and then, a lone undead soldier would wander too close to the quarantine line, its grotesque features illuminated by the harsh glare of the floodlights. It would be quickly dispatched by a sharpshooter, the echoing shot a grim reminder of the monstrous enemy that awaited them just beyond the fortified walls. Reports from home arrived regularly, tales of disquiet and fear. Families clung to the hope that their sons, brothers, and husbands were safe. Thompson and Weber, despite their grim situation, did their best to reassure them, painting a picture of a unified front against the menace. The camaraderie that had sprouted among the soldiers of the Allied and Central Powers deepened with each passing day. They shared tales of their homelands, of families left behind, of dreams deferred by the war. They trained together, learned from one another, their old prejudices forgotten in the face of the shared horror. In the heart of this desolate war-torn landscape, they celebrated small victories. Another day survived, another undead soldier dispatched, another section of the line fortified. The courage and determination of these men were palpable, a beacon of hope amidst the gloom. But the specter of the undead was an ever-present threat, a constant reminder that their situation was precarious at best. The soldiers knew that their survival was no sure thing, but they also knew that they were the world's last line of defense against this unspeakable horror. So they stood firm, shouldering the weight of their duty with stoic resolve. They watched the undead, their former brothers in arms, with a mix of dread and sadness. The undead moved in grotesque parodies of their former selves, their humanity all but obliterated. Every day was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, to the bonds forged in the crucible of shared adversity. But beneath the steadfast resolve, the soldiers could not shake off the feeling of an impending storm. The undead threat was far from over, and the battlefront remained on high alert, bracing for the unknown horrors that lay in wait. Weeks rolled into months on the front lines. The joint forces of the Allies and Central Powers remained resilient, the line holding strong against the relentless advance of the undead. Their unity in the face of such a chilling enemy spoke volumes about the power of the human spirit when it's pushed to the brink. Scouts were sent regularly to observe the movements of the undead in no man's land. These missions were fraught with danger, yet there were always volunteers. These brave men would venture close to the line, observing and reporting the undead's mimicry of military routine. Their reports revealed a grim fact: the undead, in their grotesque mockery of their previous lives, were becoming more organized. Back in the relative safety of the trenches, life continued amidst the grim reality of their situation. The soldiers trained daily, maintaining their physical and mental sharpness. The constant threat of the undead served to harden them, their determination strengthening with each passing day. Stories from home became lifelines to normalcy, cherished letters that reminded them of what they were fighting for. These mementos were shared amongst them, tales of lovers, family, and simpler times. They served as a beacon of hope and a stark reminder of the life they were fighting to return to. Despite the growing organization of the undead, the quarantine line remained successful. The soldiers' tireless efforts were paying off, holding back the chilling enemy. But with the undead's growing efficiency, they knew their tactics would need to evolve. Both Thompson and Weber understood that complacency would be their downfall. Plans were drawn, contingencies prepared. They would not be caught unprepared. The solidarity between the Allies and Central Powers was palpable. Together, they stood firm against the menace, their previous animosities nothing but distant memories. Their bonds strengthened in the face of adversity, the shared goal uniting them. Yet, the threat of the undead was ever looming. The sight of former comrades, now nothing more than grotesque shadows of their former selves, served as a chilling reminder of the horror they faced. As they stared into the face of this terrifying enemy, the soldiers steeled themselves for the fight ahead. United, they prepared to hold the line, their resolve unwavering in the face of an enemy like no other. In the depths of another cold, quiet night, a disturbing discovery sent ripples of unease through the camp. A lone figure was spotted lumbering towards the quarantine line, a figure that had been confirmed as neutralized days prior. It was unmistakable, a soldier from the Central Powers with a distinct scar running down his face, an undead who had been put down by a sharpshooter's bullet not long ago. Yet, there he was, his undead form stumbling forward mindlessly in the floodlight's harsh glare. The news spread through the trenches like wildfire, casting a shadow of dread over the soldiers. The implications were chilling: the undead could rise again, even after being put down. The fight they were in had just become a whole lot more complicated, their efforts potentially futile. Despite this disheartening revelation, Thompson and Weber, leaders who had become the pillars of strength for the men, refused to let panic set in. They gathered the soldiers, their faces grim but determined. "We knew this wouldn't be easy," Thompson started, his voice carrying across the hushed crowd. "We're facing an enemy unlike any other. But we have faced difficulties before, and we have overcome them. This is no different." Weber chimed in, his steely gaze sweeping over the men. "This changes our tactics, not our resolve. We've held the line against them, and we will continue to do so." Despite the chilling news, the reassurances from their leaders instilled a sense of determination in the soldiers. The joint forces set to work on new strategies and countermeasures. They conducted experiments with different weapons and ammunition, desperate to find a more permanent solution to the undead menace. Through trial and error, they discovered that fire seemed to be a more effective means of keeping the undead down. Flamethrowers became a valuable asset on the front lines, the soldiers adapting their strategies around this newfound knowledge. They persevered, their efforts unwavering despite the ever-increasing odds. Yet, as they adjusted their tactics and fortified their lines, they couldn't shake off the gnawing fear that they were only just beginning to understand the true nature of the enemy they faced. As the calendar flipped to 1919, the world outside the desolate war-torn landscape of no man's land was changing rapidly. The war was officially over, but in the trenches, the fight was far from done. The men who had once been enemies were now allies in a battle that seemed increasingly futile. Years of continuous confrontation with the undead had taken their toll on the men. Fresh faces that had once entered the trenches full of resolve were now seasoned fighters, their youthful energy replaced with a steely determination and a weariness that belied their years. The quarantine line had expanded considerably, yet the undead threat remained, as relentless as ever. The joint forces of the Allies and Central Powers had become a well-oiled machine, their strategies and tactics refined over the years of battle. Yet, no matter how many undead they took down, there were always more to take their place. The undead, with their haunting mimicry of their past lives, had grown in numbers and efficiency. The sight of the undead operating tanks and artillery, their movements clumsy yet horrifyingly persistent, was a stark reminder of the seemingly impossible task the soldiers faced. News from home spoke of protests and unrest. The war was over, and the families of the men in the trenches wanted their loved ones home. But the quarantine line was the only thing keeping the undead menace from spreading, and the high command knew they couldn't risk pulling the men out. In the heart of the front lines, morale was dwindling. The men fought on, their resolve unwavering, but the continuous fighting, the countless losses, and the relentless march of the undead weighed heavy on their spirits. They were fighting a war with no end in sight, a war that the world wanted to forget. The leaders, Thompson and Weber, did their best to keep spirits high, their steady presence a source of comfort to the men. They remained united, their camaraderie a beacon of hope amidst the hopelessness. Yet, beneath their determined facades, they too could not shake off the growing feeling of futility. In the grim reality of the trenches, as the undead threat loomed ever larger, the soldiers of the Allies and Central Powers stood firm. They were the world's last line of defense, their duty clear. Yet, as they faced the relentless horde of the undead, they couldn't help but question, how much longer could they hold the line? The winter of 1919 was the harshest they had seen so far, adding an extra layer of difficulty to the already harrowing circumstances. The snow piled high on the trenches and the biting cold seeped into the bones of the soldiers. It was in these brutal conditions that the unthinkable happened. Despite their best efforts to maintain the quarantine line, a breach occurred. It was a tiny one at first, just a small group of undead managing to slip through a particularly remote section of the line. However, with the harsh weather conditions hampering the soldiers' efforts to contain the breach, the small group quickly grew into a horde. By the time word of the breach reached Thompson and Weber, the undead were already advancing towards the nearby town of Vermelles. The town, just a few miles from the front lines, was a bustling hub, housing families of the workers who were supporting the war effort. The leaders were quick to action, mobilizing a team to intercept the undead before they could reach the town. But the harsh weather and the distance proved to be challenging, delaying their response. In Vermelles, the townsfolk were oblivious to the approaching danger. It was late evening, the day's work done, and families were settling in for the night. The first sign of trouble was when the local dogs began to howl and bark, an eerie chorus that set the hairs on the back of the residents' necks on edge. The horror unfolded rapidly from there. The undead broke into the town, their grotesque figures illuminated by the weak glow from the street lamps. The initial shock quickly turned into terror. Screams echoed through the quiet streets as the townsfolk attempted to flee, the undead on their heels. The local gendarmerie, vastly outnumbered and ill-prepared to deal with such an enemy, made a brave stand. They fought valiantly, their shots echoing through the night, but the undead horde was relentless. One by one, the gendarmes fell, only to rise again and join the ranks of the undead. Back at the front lines, Thompson, Weber, and their men arrived in Vermelles to a scene of pure horror. The town was overrun, the once bustling streets now filled with the undead. The soldiers fought bravely, using their flamethrowers to cut swathes through the horde. But for every undead they put down, it seemed two more took its place. The Battle of Vermelles, as it would come to be known, marked a chilling escalation in the fight against the undead. As the joint forces worked to regain control of the town, the grim realization dawned on them, their worst fears were coming true. The war they were fighting was no longer contained within no man's land. It was now at their doorstep. The world outside the quarantine line was under threat, and the stakes had never been higher. In the wake of the catastrophic Battle of Vermelles, the decision to quarantine the town was immediate and unequivocal. While the loss was a severe blow to morale, the High Command knew they had to act fast to prevent any further spread of the undead. Swiftly and with brutal efficiency, a perimeter was established around Vermelles. Troops were deployed, trenches were dug, and razor wire was unspooled to mark the boundaries of the quarantine zone. The once lively town now sat eerily quiet, save for the constant patrols and the distant moans of the undead. Families of the fallen were given the grim news, their grief echoing the somber mood that had settled over the trenches. Soldiers who had witnessed the horror firsthand were left to grapple with their experiences, the images of the once familiar town now overrun by the undead etched into their minds. Despite the devastating loss, work in the trenches never stopped. Driven by the need to prevent another incident like Vermelles, the troops worked tirelessly to reinforce their defenses, strengthening the quarantine line and ensuring such a breach would never happen again. The aftermath of the Vermelles incident resonated far beyond the front lines. News of the incident trickled down to the public, inciting fear and uncertainty. Yet, in the face of this widespread panic, the High Command remained resolute, working tirelessly to contain the undead threat and protect humanity. In the heart of the quarantine zone, the soldiers stood vigilant, their duty clear. They had seen the devastation caused by a breach, the terror that the undead brought with them. They knew what was at stake, and they would fight to their last breath to hold the line. The war was no longer about nations and alliances, it was about survival, and they were the last line of defense in this chilling new world. As the scale of the threat became increasingly evident, the governments of the world knew that drastic measures were required. Acknowledging the urgency of the situation, leaders from across the globe convened an emergency meeting in Paris. Representatives from every nation impacted by the Great War sat around a grand oak table, maps spread out before them, and grim expressions etched on their faces. Tensions ran high in the room, former enemies now sat side by side, bound by a common thread that recognized no borders or allegiances. The discussions were intense and marked by differing views. However, the stark reality of the situation soon brought all to a consensus: the undead had to be contained, no matter the cost. A plan was quickly devised to establish a massive quarantine zone stretching from Lens to Bethune in France, covering a distance of about 34 kilometers. The task at hand was daunting. Hundreds of thousands of civilians needed to be evacuated from the planned quarantine zone, and each country pledged to provide troops and resources for the operation. The meeting concluded with each representative pledging their full commitment to the task at hand. The following weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Troops were mobilized, resources were gathered, and preparations were made for the mass evacuation. Notices were sent out, and civilians were told to gather their belongings. The air was thick with tension, fear, and uncertainty as the day of the evacuation drew closer. On the designated day, an army of soldiers, transport vehicles, and aid workers swarmed the region from Lens to Bethune. The operation was executed with military precision, a testament to the incredible efforts of the international task force. The sight of the long columns of civilians, each carrying a small bundle of their life's possessions, heading towards safety was both heart-wrenching and awe-inspiring. In the wake of the evacuation, the leaders of each nation involved in the operation held a joint press conference. It was time for the truth to be revealed. As the world watched with bated breath, the leaders confirmed the existence of the undead and the steps taken to combat the threat. The news was met with shock and disbelief. Yet, amidst the fear and uncertainty, there was a glimmer of hope. The nations of the world were united in their fight against the undead threat, putting aside past animosities to face a common enemy. As the global community grappled with the new reality, work continued in the trenches. Soldiers worked tirelessly to fortify the new quarantine zone, their determination unyielding. The magnitude of their task was enormous, but so was their resolve. They were the shield protecting the world from the undead menace, and they would not falter. Months turned into years. The trenches now stretched from Lens to Bethune, a testament to the soldiers' unwavering determination. The fortified quarantine zone was a daunting sight, an imposing bulwark against the undead menace that lurked on the other side. Living conditions within the quarantine zone were harsh, with scarce resources and the constant threat of an undead breach. Yet, the men and women stationed there showed an incredible level of resilience and adaptability. Life carried on amidst the looming shadow of the undead. Soldiers held onto tokens of their old life, letters from loved ones, photographs, and personal trinkets that served as a reminder of what they were fighting for. News from beyond the quarantine zone trickled in, bringing with it stories of how the world was coping. Nations had tightened their borders and implemented strict control measures to prevent the virus's spread. Daily life had changed dramatically, with citizens living in constant fear and uncertainty. Yet, amidst the fear, a spirit of unity had begun to emerge. Communities came together to support one another, and national efforts were made to aid the soldiers holding the quarantine line. Fundraisers and relief drives were common, and every citizen did their part to support the war effort. In the trenches, the fight continued. Thompson, Weber, and their comrades were now battle-hardened veterans. They had faced the undead countless times, had seen comrades fall, and had watched the line hold, time and time again. One day, a group of soldiers on patrol spotted a horde of the undead, larger than anything they had seen before. It was a chilling sight, hundreds of undead soldiers marching with a horrifying uniformity towards the quarantine line. The news spread quickly, and the trenches braced for a battle unlike any other. The undead horde was a grim reminder of the reality they faced. There was no negotiation, no diplomacy, no surrender, only an endless battle against an unforgiving enemy. The looming battle was a grim reminder of their reality. They were the last line of defense, the final bastion standing against the undead. Their duty was clear, and despite the odds, they were ready to fight, ready to do whatever it took to hold the line and protect their world. The 20-year period between the establishment of the quarantine zone and the year 1939 had seen the world change in unprecedented ways. By the end of the 1910s, the quarantine zone, often referred to as the line, had become a formidable barrier protecting the world from the undead. Over the years, it had seen countless assaults from the undead, each repelled by the soldiers stationed there, their determination undeterred by the seemingly insurmountable task they faced. Beyond the line, the world adapted to the new normal. In 1919, a worldwide summit had led to the formation of the United Nations earlier than in our timeline, not in the wake of a Second World War, but in the face of the common undead menace. This multinational organization played a crucial role in coordinating global efforts to contain the virus, mobilizing resources, and sharing research and intelligence. The Roaring Twenties were marked by a different kind of roar in this timeline. Economic prosperity was overshadowed by the constant efforts to fortify the line and research for ways to eliminate the undead menace. The world had found itself bound together in an existential struggle, and national interests were often put aside for the sake of global survival. There were no rivalries like the ones seen in the build-up to World War II in our timeline. Instead, the spirit of cooperation and shared responsibility prevailed. The League of Nations, the precursor to the United Nations in our timeline, was never dissolved and instead functioned alongside the United Nations, focusing on ensuring peace among nations while the UN tackled the undead crisis. The 1930s, in our timeline marred by the Great Depression, were marked by the economic pressures of maintaining the line in this world. While there were economic hardships and unemployment, the absence of a stock market crash as severe as Black Tuesday led to a somewhat less devastating depression. Nations poured money into maintaining the line and researching the undead virus, leading to a surge in scientific and technological developments. As the world stepped into the year 1939, there was no impending Second World War on the horizon, only the continued efforts to maintain the line and find a solution to the undead menace. The date that would have marked the beginning of World War II in our timeline was instead a day of global unity. Around the world, ceremonies were held to honor the brave men and women holding the line. In towns and cities, people gathered around radios to listen to speeches by leaders, reinforcing the spirit of unity and resilience in the face of the continuing threat. In this world altered by the undead, the events that led to World War II in our timeline were reshuffled, leading to a different path. A path where the world came together not in the aftermath of a devastating war but in the face of a common enemy, a path defined by unity and cooperation, resilience and sacrifice, all aimed at preserving humanity against the undead. The world of 1939 was a stark contrast to the one we know. The undead menace had fundamentally reshaped the geopolitical, economic, and social landscapes of the globe. On a geopolitical level, the world had never seen such levels of international cooperation. There was no rise of fascist regimes in Germany, Italy, or Spain as in our timeline. Instead, the United Nations and the League of Nations successfully maintained diplomatic harmony, focusing on a shared enemy instead of nationalistic rivalries. The political and military energy that could have powered World War II was instead directed towards maintaining and fortifying the line. Technological advances had accelerated at an unprecedented pace. The necessity to combat the undead had driven significant advancements in areas such as medical science, military technology, and communication. Developments that would only occur during or after World War II in our timeline, such as the widespread use of radar and advancements in cryptography, had already become commonplace. Medically, the global focus had shifted towards virology and infectious diseases. Medical sciences had seen a boom as nations united to study the virus, leading to the growth of several medical institutions and research centers. Though a cure for the undead virus remained elusive, the increased understanding of virology had led to advancements in other areas of health, leading to treatments and vaccines for diseases that in our timeline would remain unchallenged for years more. Economically, the global situation was challenging but united. While nations were strained by the financial burden of maintaining the line and funding research, there was a spirit of shared responsibility. Countries regularly contributed to a global fund set up by the United Nations to assist in these endeavors. Societally, the world was more united than ever before. The common threat of the undead had broken down many barriers. Races, religions, and nations that were once divided were now intertwined in a shared struggle for survival. Human rights and democracy were championed as never before, and the common cause had bred a level of global kinship. In the arts, the undead menace had a significant influence. Literature, paintings, and music often depicted themes of struggle, survival, unity, and hope. A new era of cinema had emerged, with films that depicted heroic tales from the line, stirring stories of unity, and cautionary tales about the undead menace. Education had been transformed as well. Curriculums around the world emphasized science, critical thinking, and global citizenship. There was a significant push for every citizen to be scientifically literate, understand basic medical knowledge, and know how to protect themselves and others from the virus. Overall, while the undead menace posed an existential threat, it also served as a unifying force, driving humanity to unprecedented levels of cooperation, innovation, and resilience. In the face of darkness, humanity had found unity and strength, forever altering the course of history. As the 1940s dawned, the status quo of the undead threat was disrupted when another break in the line was reported. A sizable wave of undead had managed to breach the defenses in a sector of the quarantine zone near the town of Arras in northern France. Even though the breach was swiftly contained, it led to the loss of hundreds of lives and stirred fear across the world. The event shattered the illusion of safety that the line had provided for 2 decades, forcing the world's leaders to consider more drastic measures. One such leader was President Franklin D. Roosevelt of the United States. Alarmed by the breach, he ordered an acceleration of efforts to develop a more powerful weapon, a theoretical project that had been on the back burner for several years, the atomic bomb. This project, codenamed the Manhattan Project, was a collaboration of some of the brightest minds across the globe. However, it had been a lower priority due to the enormous resources it demanded and the uncertainty of its feasibility. The main figure behind the atomic bomb project was a theoretical physicist named Robert Oppenheimer. Known for his sharp intellect and natural leadership abilities, Oppenheimer had been advocating for the development of the atomic bomb as a solution to the undead menace. With the recent breach, he was finally given the go-ahead to assemble a team of scientists, engineers, and technicians to turn the theoretical into reality. Despite the urgency, the task was far from straightforward. The physics of nuclear fission were still in their infancy, and the technology to create a controlled explosion was yet to be invented. Furthermore, the project required an immense amount of resources, including rare radioactive materials, expansive facilities, and countless hours of manpower. To add to the challenge, secrecy was of utmost importance. The project had to be hidden from the public eye due to its destructive potential and the risk of causing mass panic. As such, the Manhattan Project operated from remote locations, with most of the work carried out in Los Alamos, New Mexico, away from prying eyes. The road to developing the atomic bomb was filled with trials and tribulations. There were countless false starts, and progress was slow and laborious. The pressure on Oppenheimer and his team was immense, as the fate of the world rested on their shoulders. They were working against the clock, with the fear of another breach hanging over their heads. As the months turned into years, the Manhattan Project became an all-consuming endeavor for those involved. Amidst the pressure and the daunting task, they persevered, driven by the hope that their efforts could end the undead threat once and for all. But as the mid-1940s approached, the atomic bomb remained a project in progress, a beacon of hope amidst the looming undead threat. While Oppenheimer and his team were deep in their monumental task, back at the line life continued with grim normality. The defense of the quarantine zone had evolved into a wearying routine for those who manned it, a cycle of patrols, maintenance, skirmishes, and the constant vigilance against the undead. The soldiers from every nation who served along the line knew their duty was pivotal. They were the ones holding back the undead tide, preserving the safety of their homelands. From the sun-baked dunes of North Africa to the icy wastes of Siberia, men and women stood united against the common enemy. In the western sectors near Arras, where the breach had occurred, the mood was tense. The defenses were strengthened, trenches deepened, and the artillery kept at constant readiness. Soldiers moved with a sense of urgency, the memory of the recent breach still fresh in their minds. Their faces bore the same grim determination that had been etched into the faces of the men who had first stood against the undead menace decades ago. Every few days, skirmishes would break out as the undead ventured too close to the line or, in rarer instances, managed to mount a significant offensive. Despite their improved ability to utilize their previous lives' knowledge, the undead remained at a disadvantage in organized combat. Their movements were jerky, and their grasp on their old skills was weak. Still, they were an unnerving enemy, immune to fear and pain, capable of turning the fallen into one of their own. Life off the line was a different kind of battle. Rest camps behind the line bustled with activity, medics tending to the injured, soldiers catching a few hours of sleep before their next shift, cooks preparing meals to keep up the morale. Letters from home were cherished possessions, providing a link to the world that soldiers were fighting to protect. Throughout the 1940s, life on the front lines remained a brutal mix of fear, tension, and the stolid acceptance of the task at hand. The world had come to live with the undead menace, a dark cloud always lurking on the horizon. Yet, unbeknownst to the brave souls manning the line, the seeds of hope were being sown thousands of miles away, under the New Mexican sky. The sun hung low in the sky as the undead rumbled forward in a ragtag fleet of ancient tanks. The frontline soldiers watched the strange procession with a mix of fascination and revulsion, the mechanical behemoths a stark reminder of a world forever changed. Leading the macabre parade were the remnants of the once formidable Mark V tanks. These colossal machines, with their distinctive rhomboid shape, had dominated the battlefields of the Great War. But time had not been kind to them. Their once imposing metal frames were scarred and pitted from decades of use and exposure to the elements. The treads, designed to traverse the treacherous landscapes of no man's land, moved awkwardly, clinking and groaning as rusted links strained against each other. Following the Mark VS were older yet, the Mark IVs. These tanks were visibly smaller, less advanced than their successors. The wear on these machines was more pronounced, their hulls were marked with deep gashes and makeshift patchworks that barely held together. Undead operators, relying on murky memories of a past life, guided them forward with clumsy, jerky movements that belied their lethal potential. But even these paled in comparison to the true relics of the procession, the Mark I, II, and III tanks. The Mark III and II, experimental designs in their day, clattered along, their gears grinding and exhausts coughing out thick plumes of black smoke. The rare Mark I tank, the granddaddy of them all, was a sad sight indeed. Its angular hull, a design quirk meant to aid trench crossing, bore numerous dents and holes. The striking sight of these ancient war machines sent a ripple of discomfort through the observing soldiers. It was a chilling testament to the uncanny persistence of the undead, a reminder of the terror they had once represented. In stark contrast, the response from the living was a display of modern might. A phalanx of streamlined tanks, the pinnacle of contemporary warfare technology, moved to intercept the threat. They were sleek and efficient, boasting powerful cannons, robust armor, and agile mobility. The audible hum of their engines was a purr compared to the clatter of their undead counterparts. The ensuing clash was as brutal as it was brief. The modern tank's cannons thundered, their rounds tearing through the ancient armor of the Mark series with ease. The Mark tank's return fire was pitifully ineffective, many unable to even align their cannons correctly. The rounds they managed to fire off were wild, often going far astray and leaving them open to retaliation. As the last light of the day faded, so did the last of the Mark V tanks, their once formidable forms reduced to smoking husks. The remaining Mark IVs, IIIs, and IIS were picked off with grim efficiency, their slow, awkward movements and erratic shooting leaving them defenseless against the coordinated assault. The sight of the solitary Mark I tank, brought down by a single well-placed shell, marked the end of the battle. The grim tableau of the destroyed tanks under the dimming sky served as a stark reminder of the undead's stagnation against humanity's progress. The Mark series, once the peak of warfare technology, lay in ruins, while the new generation of war machines stood triumphant. It was a chilling testament to the relentless march of time and the persistence of life against the endless tide of the undead. The days following the brutal display of the living's military might brought about a curious development. As a turbulent storm rolled in, casting the landscape in an eerie, brooding gloom, the undead initiated an unprecedented operation. From the safety of their trenches, the front-line soldiers watched in stunned silence as undead crews ventured onto the scarred battlefield. Despite the lashing rain and biting wind, the undead labored on with a single-minded focus. Their task was gruesome but straightforward, to recover the twisted, smoking remains of the Mark tanks. Day and night, the work continued. The undead, impervious to the harsh conditions, tirelessly dragged the hulks of metal across the muddy landscape. The process was laborious and slow, each tank needing a substantial crew of undead to move it. Yet they were relentless, their efforts almost mechanical in their consistency. The Mark V tanks, their enormous frames making them particularly cumbersome, were moved in parts. Undead crews worked in eerie unison, disassembling the tank hulls on site, their clumsy fingers fumbling with rusted bolts and twisted metal. Once the hulls were dismantled, they were slowly dragged back, piece by piece. The sight of the earlier Mark series tanks, particularly the rare Mark I, being hauled away was disconcerting. These ancient war machines, once the terror of the battlefield, were being reclaimed by the very entities they were designed to fight. But perhaps the most disquieting event was the unexpected disappearance of a modern tank from the living's front line. Despite the vigilance of the soldiers, the undead managed to infiltrate their ranks, capturing a tank under the cover of the storm. The sleek machine, so distinct from the Mark series, was then slowly driven back into the undead territory. This massive operation was conducted across the entire length of the quarantine zone. Observers reported similar activities at various points along the line, with the undead recovering the wrecked tanks from countless past battles. When the storm eventually receded, the undead's operation came to an end. The battlefield, once littered with the husks of the Mark series, was now strikingly empty. In its place was a trail of deep gouges and tracks in the mud, leading back to the home trench of the undead. The eerie spectacle left the living with a sense of disquieting uncertainty. What could be the purpose of this massive salvage operation? Why had the undead risked so much to recover these relics of a bygone era? And what could they possibly hope to achieve with a modern tank? The unknown intentions of the undead were a chilling reminder of the unpredictable nature of the affliction. Despite their seeming mindlessness, they had demonstrated a level of coordination and persistence that defied comprehension. Their next move remained shrouded in mystery, fueling a fresh wave of unease among the living. The days following the tank salvage operation marked a period of eerie quiet. The undead didn't make any notable advances, and their activities in the trench became all but invisible to the living. Their intent was unknown, their activities, a mystery. Meanwhile, back at the Central Command, speculations ran wild. Some suggested that the undead were merely reverting to a primal instinct, the mindless hoarding of objects with no purpose or plan. Others voiced the concern that the undead were gearing up for a significant assault, hence the gathering of resources. But none of these theories could truly account for the calculated manner in which the salvage operation had been carried out. Weeks turned into months, and the mystery surrounding the undead's activities deepened. Constant monitoring from the living side bore no fruitful results. There were no substantial changes in the trench lines, no movement of troops, nothing that hinted at the undead's next move. However, behind the veil of the undead's trench, something extraordinary was happening. In a clandestine corner of the trench, a group of undead engineers, once great minds of their time, now driven by the unholy virus, had gathered. Their focus was centered around the remains of the salvaged tanks and the captured modern vehicle. The rusted, decayed husks of the Mark series stood in stark contrast to the sleek, polished frame of the modern tank. Bit by bit, the undead engineers began their arduous task. They disassembled the tanks, carefully examining each piece, each component. Their movements were slow, uncertain, yet they exhibited a mechanical purposefulness. Over time, they began to reassemble the tanks, albeit not in their original forms. Instead, they cobbled together parts from the Mark series and the modern tank, forming a strange amalgamation of the old and new. The result was a monstrous war machine, unlike any seen before. Larger and more robust than its Mark V predecessor, this new tank bore some resemblance to its Mark series ancestors, yet it was fundamentally different. The once sleek design of the modern tank had been modified, its advanced technology integrated with the solid, hulking structure of the Mark series. Slowly but surely, the first Mark VI tank was born. This first machine seemed to serve as a prototype, a basis for further improvement. Once the undead engineers were satisfied with their creation, they began the process anew. Bit by bit, they worked on developing an entire fleet of these Mark VI tanks, each one a testament to their increasing intelligence and coordination. Word of this new development did not reach the living, not yet. All the living saw was an unchanged trench, a constant vigil held by the undead who stood guard. The secrets of the undead were buried deep within their lines, the creation of the Mark VI tanks known only to them. And so, the two sides remained in an unsettling standoff, each side watching, waiting. The storm of war was brewing, and beneath its cover, a new terror was taking form. As another storm brewed over the desolate battlefield, the winds of change were once again in motion. This time, they carried with them the roar of engines, the grind of steel against the battered earth, and an ominous sense of impending chaos. Out of the gloom, a new terror emerged, catching the Allied forces off guard. The storm served as the perfect veil for the undead's offensive. A fleet of hulking machines, their grotesque silhouettes barely discernible through the rain and lightning, rolled out from the undead's trench. The Mark VI tanks, their maiden voyage bathed in the somber light of the storm, advanced onto no man's land. The ground shook with their approach, the very air seemed to tremble in their presence. The rain masked the sound of their engines until it was too late. The modern tanks of the living, formidable as they were, stood little chance against the monstrous Mark VI machines. Within minutes, the front line was thrown into utter chaos. Commander Harris was awoken by the distant rumble. His heart pounded in his chest as he realized what was happening. Grabbing his binoculars, he rushed outside, barely managing to maintain his footing on the slippery ground. Through the haze of rain and darkness, he spotted the intimidating shapes of the Mark VI tanks emerging from the trench. "We need to fall back," he shouted into the radio. "All units, retreat! Retreat!" The order echoed along the lines, a desperate plea against the unfolding horror. Men and women scrambled to escape the oncoming behemoths, some barely making it out of their tanks before they were crushed beneath the Mark VI's merciless advance. Others weren't so lucky. The battle, if it could be called one, was over quickly. The line was breached, and the retreat was anything but organized. As dawn broke, the living forces found themselves pushed back to the outskirts of Karvin, their hearts heavy with the loss of the front line. As the news of the Mark VI tank's devastating power reached the United Nations, an emergency meeting was convened. Faced with the formidable intelligence and strength of the undead, the decision was unanimous and swift. The quarantine line was hastily redrawn and expanded, encompassing the town of Karvin. Thus, the world once again watched in horror as the boundaries of the living were pushed back. The storm that had started in the trenches of the Great War was far from over, its true extent only now being revealed in the monstrous form of the Mark VI tanks. The undead were evolving, their threat growing with each passing day, and the living could only respond with reactive desperation, a response that seemed increasingly futile as time went on. Back in the United States, the development of a secret project known as the Manhattan Project had made significant strides since the last report. Hidden deep within the forests of Los Alamos, New Mexico, the team led by Dr. Robert Oppenheimer worked diligently, spurred on by the dire reports from the European front. Their mission was clear: to harness the destructive power of atomic energy into a single, devastating weapon. The terrifying onslaught of the undead and the introduction of the Mark VI tanks had only made their mission more urgent, more desperate. Still, despite the urgency and despite the world-changing potential of their work, the secrets of the atom were not easily unraveled. Experiments were conducted, theories were tested, equations were written and rewritten. Every test was a potential breakthrough, every failure a step closer to understanding the very building blocks of the universe. Yet, with each passing day, the goal seemed just as distant, the solution just as elusive. And always, there was the underlying tension, the silent acknowledgement of the terrible weapon they were tasked to create. Each scientist grappled with this knowledge, their moral and ethical compasses constantly challenged by the urgency of the task at hand. Every so often, news from the front lines would arrive, bringing with it the grim reality of the escalating situation. Each report brought news of more lives lost, more land claimed by the undead. The tension in the lab grew, the weight of their task became heavier, the desire to make a breakthrough became more desperate. Despite the significant progress made, the Manhattan Project was far from achieving its goal. The principles behind atomic fission were understood in theory, but the engineering challenges of constructing a workable atomic bomb were substantial. The team worked round the clock, fueled by the shared knowledge that they were humanity's last hope. Still, the atomic bomb was not yet ready, and they could only hope it would be before it was too late. In the aftermath of the devastation caused by the Mark VI tanks, the shaken Allied forces struggled to regroup and reassess their situation. As if the evolved tanks weren't enough, aerial reconnaissance soon revealed a new, unexpected development that sent chills down the spines of the military command. One day, Lieutenant Davis, an aerial reconnaissance pilot, noticed something peculiar during his routine surveillance mission over the undead's territory. What initially appeared as mere heaps of scrap metal strewn across the enemy's trench line began to take on a disturbingly familiar shape. "Those look like aircraft parts," he reported over the radio, his voice barely concealing the rising dread. His gaze lingered on the skeletons of old biplanes from the early days of the war, scattered across the no-man's land like the bones of ancient beasts. But that's not possible. Yet as the days passed, the impossible became reality. The scattered parts began to assemble into complete structures, their forms harkening back to a forgotten time. The Fokker Dr. I, the Albatros D.V, the Sopwith Camel, relics of a bygone era, were slowly but surely being restored to their former glory by the relentless hands of the undead. The undead, driven by their mysterious and increasingly intelligent behavior, had begun to salvage the remnants of WWI aircraft from the wreckage strewn across the battlefield. The sight of these spectral machines of a past war standing once again, resurrected by the dead, added an eerie, surreal touch to the desolate landscape. Word of this latest development traveled up the chain of command swiftly. Top brass, already overwhelmed by the Mark VI tanks, was now faced with the chilling prospect of the undead gaining air capabilities. Military command scrambled to understand this latest development and adjust their strategies accordingly. Their air supremacy, one of the few advantages they still held over the undead, was now in jeopardy. The questions piled up. Would the undead be able to fly? Could they navigate? Would they remember their past training, or would they have to relearn everything from scratch? There was no way to know. All they could do was watch, wait, and prepare. The old dogfights of the Great War, long considered a relic of the past, were about to make a horrific comeback. The undead were taking to the skies, and once again, the living found themselves one step behind in this gruesome race against extinction. On the ground, as the undead were making significant progress in the air and with their tanks, another aspect of their war effort was starting to falter. One of the key components of their arsenal, the undead's firearms, were starting to show the heavy toll of time and continuous use. For years, the undead had been using the same firearms that had been manufactured during the Great War. The Mauser Gewehr 98, Lee Enfield, Springfield M1903, these rifles, while reliable, had been subjected to years of continuous use without proper maintenance or care. Aging, weather-beaten, their barrels corroded and actions jammed with dirt, the rifles were well beyond their expected service lives. The relentless use, the lack of cleaning, the exposure to the harsh elements, it all started to take a toll. Reports started coming in from the front lines of undead soldiers' rifles jamming, their actions seizing up in the middle of firefights. Bullets would sometimes fail to fire, caught in chambers rusted shut. And while the undead seemed to have some understanding of basic weapon maintenance, their deteriorating fine motor skills and mindless persistence caused them to often break the fragile, aging mechanisms instead of fixing them. Snipers started to notice a gradual drop in the return fire. The dreaded ping of a rifle bullet ricocheting off the trench walls became less and less frequent. More and more undead soldiers were seen charging empty-handed, their broken rifles abandoned in the mud. Even their artillery, which had proven so destructive during the first years of the quarantine, was not immune to this decay. The great howitzers and mortars, left to the elements for years, were growing silent. The mighty Krupp and Schneider pieces, the scourge of the early war years, were growing eerily silent. Their barrels were too eroded to fire, their breeches jammed shut with rust, their aiming mechanisms shattered and broken. This was not a sudden change, but a slow, gradual process. The attrition of the undead's firearms added yet another layer to the grotesque war theater. It was a stark reminder of the unique, horrifying nature of this conflict. An army of the dead, slowly falling apart, yet continuing their relentless assault with whatever they had at their disposal. The battlefield was becoming a surreal testament to the persistence of the undead and the relentless decay of time. While the undead army's firearms were becoming less and less reliable, a new development on the front lines raised concerns among the Allied command. In a daring raid that nobody could have predicted, the undead had managed to seize a significant number of the Allies' modern armaments. The operation occurred under the cover of a particularly grim and stormy night. Several divisions of undead soldiers, likely driven by some remnants of strategic knowledge from their past lives, had advanced rapidly on one of the Allied supply depots. The guards were taken by surprise, outnumbered and overpowered by the seemingly mindless, yet terrifyingly coordinated assault. When the dust settled, the Allied command was shocked to discover the scale of their loss. Thousands of rifles, machine guns, and even several artillery pieces were gone, along with countless rounds of ammunition. The latest models, M1 Garands, Thompson submachine guns, Bren light machine guns, and other examples of modern military hardware were now in the hands of the undead. The stolen cash represented a significant upgrade from the decaying relics of the Great War that the undead had been using so far. While the Allies were confident in their superior training and strategic abilities, the sudden improvement in the undead's firepower was a cause for concern. If the undead managed to effectively use these new weapons, they could significantly bolster their combat capabilities. The war theater was about to undergo another shift, the equilibrium upset once more by the undead's unexpected adaptability. Reports of this audacious raid spread through the Allied ranks, igniting a mix of fear and respect for the relentless enemy. An enemy who, despite their decaying bodies and mindless nature, continued to adapt, to evolve, and to pose a terrifying threat to the world of the living. Despite the dire circumstances, the Allies couldn't help but acknowledge the chilling resourcefulness of the undead. Even in death, the former soldiers continued to display a semblance of the tactical knowledge they possessed in life. Their persistence, their ability to learn and adapt, was a horrifying testament to the destructive power of the virus that had turned them into these abominations. As the war ground on, the dread of the unknown, of what the undead could do next, weighed heavily on the hearts of the living. And all they could do was brace themselves for the inevitable next wave of the undead's relentless assault. The Allied command, taking stock of the most recent developments, knew that the potential air threat from the undead needed to be neutralized as quickly as possible. Having seen the tactical shifts and alarming progress made by the undead, they were fully aware of the dangerous potential of an airborne undead fleet. Intelligence from the front lines reported a significant gathering of the undead around an old aerodrome in no man's land. Reconnaissance flights and ground scouts provided alarming images, countless undead, laboring relentlessly to assemble a fleet of the Great War-era planes. The decision was made quickly. A massive bombing run would be launched to take out the aerodrome and hopefully, curtail the undead's aerial ambitions. With their newly acquired heavy bombers, this was a mission the Allies could successfully undertake. A strike force was swiftly assembled, their bomb bays filled to the brim with high explosive ordnance. As the sun was setting, the bombers took off, their engines roaring against the silence of the evening. Their target was a few dozen miles into no man's land, deep within the undead-controlled territory. The journey was eerily quiet, the landscape below shrouded in darkness, the only noise being the steady drone of the engines. As the bombers neared their target, the night was shattered by the deafening roar of bombs falling from the sky. The calm was abruptly replaced with chaos. Bright flashes lit up the night as the bombs exploded on impact, ripping apart the aging aerodrome and the undead army working there. Wave after wave of bombs fell onto the target, the night turning into day from the sheer intensity of the explosions. The ground shook violently, and the once busy undead aerodrome was swiftly turned into a raging inferno. When the bombers finally turned back home, the once teeming undead aerodrome had been transformed into a smoldering crater, a testament to the destructive power of the bombing run. For the Allies, it was a much-needed victory, a sign that they could still dictate the terms of this horrific war. Yet, the fear remained. Would this truly halt the undead's progress, or simply delay the inevitable? Only time would tell. But for now, they could breathe a sigh of relief. The immediate threat had been dealt with, and they had bought themselves some time. Time to strategize, time to regroup, and most importantly, time to continue their work on the ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb. The outbreak of the undead plague had accelerated human innovation out of sheer necessity. Despite the horror of the situation, it had forced mankind to develop solutions at a rapid pace. It was a cruel twist of fate that a war against the undead required more technological progress than fighting fellow humans ever had. The latest endeavor was to be a new tank, a combat vehicle that would blend the reliable design of the past with the technological prowess of the present. The project had been dubbed the Mark 7. It was to be in homage to the once famed Mark 5, but built with the sophistication and destructive capabilities befitting the modern age. Factories that had been idled by the global conflict were quickly refitted and put back into service. Engineers, welders, and assembly line workers from all over the country were pulled in, working double shifts to bring the Mark 7 to life. The air was thick with the smell of molten metal and oil, the factories roaring back to life after a period of ominous silence. Despite the pressure and the grave situation, the engineers didn't rush the process. The Mark 7 had to be reliable, it had to be robust, and most importantly, it had to be deadly. The design was painstakingly developed, drawing inspiration from the tried and tested Mark 5, but with considerable improvements. The hull was made thicker, using the latest armor technology that offered better protection without making the tank overly heavy. The engine was a work of art, providing ample horsepower while being fuel efficient. The armament was a careful selection of both offensive and defensive weaponry, including a high-powered cannon and machine guns. The Mark 7 was equipped with infrared vision, providing the crew with superior visibility, even in low-light conditions. Months of laborious effort and toil gave birth to the first Mark 7. As it rolled off the assembly line, it was a sight to behold, a perfect amalgamation of the old and the new. A proud, technological marvel built on the ashes of a haunting past. Over the coming months, the Mark 7s were deployed to the front lines, and their impact was immediate. Their thick armor resisted most of the undead's outdated weaponry, their powerful engines allowed for quick movement and repositioning, and their advanced weaponry made short work of the advancing undead. It was a much-needed advantage in a war that seemed increasingly difficult to win. Yet, the humans knew that this was not the end. They still had one more card to play, the ultimate game-changer, the atomic bomb. If only they could overcome the hurdles in its development. As the sun crept over the desolate horizon, a spine-chilling sound echoed across the barren wasteland. It was an eerie chorus of grinding gears, clanging metal, and ominous engine roars that marked the arrival of the undead's fleet. Emerging from the morning fog, the ghastly sight of the reconditioned Mark 1 to 5 tanks flanking the formidable Mark SIXS gave even the bravest soldiers pause. The Mark 7s, a representation of humanity's relentless spirit and ingenuity, stood tall at the front lines. Their sleek bodies glistening in the early light, barrels aimed and ready. It was a standoff between the creations of a bygone era and the product of modern engineering. Two worlds separated by time and evolution, locked in a deadly dance of power and survival. The sound of the human tank's engines revving broke the silence of the dawn. Each Mark 7 hummed with contained energy, their gunners training their sights on the grotesque ensemble of undead tanks. All the while, the reanimated soldiers began to stumble forth, hidden amidst the hulking silhouettes of the undead's armored fleet. Suddenly, an explosion sounded in the distance. A Mark 6 had taken the first shot, its projectile hurtling through the air, kicking up dirt and debris. The human line responded with a volley of their own, the booms of their cannons overlapping with the sound of tearing metal and monstrous roars. The battlefield was transformed into a symphony of destruction. The clang of projectiles against armored plates, the roar of engines, the rapid-fire thuds of machine guns, and the dull thuds of the undead falling were all tied together by the thunderous backdrop of artillery fire. The Mark 7s showed their worth. Their mobility allowed them to weave between the incoming fire, their shells tore through the outdated armor of the undead's tanks, causing catastrophic damage. It was the first time in years the humans felt they had the upper hand. However, their enthusiasm was short-lived. The undead, in their grotesque manner, had adapted. The scavenged parts from their failed aerial program were not just for show. Some of the undead tanks had been fitted with crude, yet highly effective armored plates that repelled the Mark 7's projectiles. The undead counterattacked, their Mark SIXS charging forward, their old Mark series tanks covering their flanks. Their misshapen forms and bizarre adaptations made them unpredictable, their tactics devoid of the logic that governed human warfare. Still, the battle raged on, neither side yielding, a bitter dance of destruction in the cold light of dawn. The battle grew fiercer with each passing moment. The grinding gears of the tanks, the thunderous echoes of cannon fire, and the deafening crunch of colliding metal filled the air, amplifying the scale of destruction. The desperate cries of the fallen and the horrifying, indiscernible sounds of the reanimated added a ghastly symphony to the chaotic battlefield. As the humans tried to hold their ground, urgent calls for backup went out, echoing through the radio channels. The pleas for reinforcement were answered by the thunderous rumble of approaching Sherman and Tiger tanks, their powerful engines roaring to life as they raced toward the front lines. But the undead were unrelenting. Their grotesque forms, some still clad in rotting uniforms and tarnished badges, were now bolstered by crude adaptations of the Mark I through 5 tanks, salvaged from previous battles. Their ranks swelled with each passing moment as they continuously advanced, their movements imitating the tactics of warfare in a monstrous parody of the human's strategy. The sight of the crudely assembled tanks was a chilling reminder of the undead's relentless adaptation. The new Mark I through 5 machines were hulking, grotesque versions of their former selves, with jagged edges, mismatched parts, and gruesome modifications. The lines blurred as the battlefield erupted into a maelstrom of noise and chaos. The once glistening bodies of the Mark VIIs now bore the scars of the battle, their armor pierced, scorched, and dented. Yet they stood strong, holding the line against the advancing horde of undead machines. Meanwhile, the human reinforcements arrived, the powerful Sherman and Tiger tanks providing much-needed firepower. Their cannons roared as they sent a flurry of shells into the undead lines, causing a series of destructive explosions that temporarily halted the undead's relentless advance. The battle raged on, the screeching sounds of metal against metal and the ceaseless thunder of explosions echoing across the barren landscape. The eerie persistence of the undead, mirrored by the tenacious resolve of the humans, created a conflict that seemed to defy time, each moment stretching into an agonizing eternity. Despite the ferocity of the human defense, the undead horde was relentless. Their grotesque parody of strategic maneuvers and their overwhelming numbers started to turn the tide. The undead pressed forward, an unstoppable wave of reanimated soldiers and revived tanks. The once powerful Tiger tanks that held the line now found themselves surrounded and overwhelmed. The cacophony of battle was soon punctuated by the agonized roar of their engines, each one succumbing to the overwhelming assault. Their gleaming metal bodies were soon swarmed over by the undead, their grotesque forms covering the tanks like a horrid, shifting cloak. As each Tiger tank fell, the humans could only watch in horror and disbelief as the undead repurposed them with horrifying efficiency. Those tanks that had been the pride of their military arsenal were now grotesque additions to the undead fleet. The Tiger's roar, once a symbol of human strength and resistance, had now become a chilling echo in the twisted symphony of the undead advance. The sight of their fallen tanks, now serving as monstrous puppets in the undead's arsenal, fueled a wave of despair among the humans. It was a chilling reminder of the relentless persistence of their adversaries and the grim reality of their situation. The losses were not just in terms of their ranks and weaponry, but also a severe blow to their morale. It was as though they were fighting an enemy that was not only impervious to death but also continuously evolving, becoming stronger with each setback they endured. Yet, they knew they had no choice but to press on. There was no retreat, no surrender. Their survival, and that of the world, hung in the balance. Just as despair threatened to sink its cold fingers into the hearts of the surviving human forces, the distant rumble of engines brought a flicker of hope. At first, the humans thought it was another wave of the undead, but the sight that met their eyes was nothing short of a miracle. Out of the smoke and fog of the devastated battlefield, a fleet of M18 Hellcats emerged, their distinct profiles standing out against the backdrop of the war-torn landscape. The M18 Hellcat, often referred to as the destroyer tank, was a marvel of war engineering. Developed for speed and firepower, its creators had strived for a balance between mobility, armor, and armament. They built a tank destroyer capable of outmaneuvering and overpowering the enemy in swift, decisive actions. With a streamlined design that reduced weight and improved speed, the M18 could reach up to 60 mph on roads faster than any other armored vehicle of the era. Its 76mm gun, while not the most powerful, was sufficient to pierce the armor of most tanks. The Hellcat was designed for hit-and-run tactics, to quickly locate, engage, and destroy enemy tanks before they had a chance to respond. As the fleet of Hellcats joined the fray, their presence rekindled the dying embers of hope among the human forces. These were not just machines of war, they were symbols of human resilience, of their refusal to bow down to the undead menace. Their roaring engines drowned out the chilling echoes of the undead, their rapid-fire cannons piercing through the grotesque fleet of the enemy. The Hellcats' unexpected arrival had not been part of any plan. A damaged radio unit had left them incommunicado, and their arrival on the battlefield was more chance than strategy. But in that moment, their presence was a beacon of hope. For the first time in what seemed like an eternity, the humans felt they had a fighting chance. They may have been on the back foot, but they were not out of the fight. Not yet. The M18 Hellcats wasted no time, springing into action with a ruthless efficiency that had been forged in the crucible of countless battles. Their powerful engines roared to life, and like a pack of predators, they pounced upon the unsuspecting undead fleet. The Hellcats moved with an agility that belied their armored bodies. They darted across the field, their turrets rotating smoothly to track their targets. Each time a cannon fired, a flash of light would briefly illuminate the field, followed by the reverberating sound of the explosion and the unmistakable sight of an enemy tank bursting into flames. The undead tanks, caught off guard by the sudden assault, struggled to adapt to the Hellcats' hit-and-run tactics. The newly constructed Mk6s, with their heavier armor and slower speed, were unable to keep up with the agile Hellcats. The undead might have been able to crudely mimic human strategies, but they lacked the crucial elements of adaptability and creativity. Meanwhile, the older MK series tanks, despite their upgrades, proved to be ill-equipped to deal with this new threat. The once fearsome Mk1 through 5, now refitted with stolen parts, were simply no match for the Hellcats' speed and firepower. They were quickly reduced to smoking wrecks, their engines silenced forever. The human soldiers watched from the sidelines, cheering as each undead tank was destroyed. The sight of the Hellcats weaving their deadly dance of destruction was awe-inspiring. It seemed, at least for the moment, that the tide of battle was turning in their favor. The atmosphere, which had been heavy with despair, was now charged with a renewed vigor and hope. As the battle raged on, the Hellcats continued their relentless assault, their cannons never ceasing. Even when the stolen Tiger tanks joined the fray, the Hellcats held their ground. Outmaneuvering their bulkier adversaries, they attacked from the sides and rear, where the armor was weakest. The Tigers, despite their formidable presence, were simply outclassed. The arrival of the Hellcats and their subsequent decimation of the undead fleet was a pivotal moment in the long-drawn war. It was a testament to human ingenuity and perseverance, a reminder that they were not just surviving, they were fighting back, and they would not go quietly into the night. Against the overwhelming power and agility of the M18 Hellcats, the undead army found their offensive line crumbling. In a grotesque mimicry of strategic withdrawal, they began to fall back, leaving behind the burning wreckage of their failed assault. The undead tanks, under relentless fire, commenced a strategic retreat. Some of the remaining Mk6s served as a rear guard, covering the escape of their comrades with heavy cannon fire. It was a desperate, losing battle, but it bought enough time for a few of their number to escape. Among the retreating undead, a group of stolen Tiger tanks rumbled away, their heavily armored bodies providing them a modicum of protection against the onslaught. Their hasty escape was a stark contrast to the brash confidence they had displayed at the start of the battle. Undeterred, the Hellcats pursued, their engines roaring in hot chase. They picked off stragglers and any undead tank daring to slow down or break formation. But the stolen Tigers, with their thick armor and powerful engines, proved to be a challenge. Despite taking a considerable amount of damage, they managed to escape, disappearing into the smoky haze of the battleground. Back at the front lines, the human soldiers could only watch as the stolen Tigers disappeared into the distance. The escape of the Tigers was a small dent in an otherwise decisive victory, a reminder that the undead were not just mindless hordes, but an evolving enemy, capable of adaptation and surprise. This was not the end. It was merely a lull, a brief respite before the next wave of the never-ending onslaught. But for the moment, the battlefield belonged to the humans and their Hellcats, standing victorious amidst the remains of the undead force. The sight of the smoldering undead wreckage strewn across the battlefield was a grim yet inspiring testament to human resilience and resourcefulness in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. In the aftermath of the battle, the soldiers turned their attention to their fallen comrades. It was a grim duty they had undertaken too many times. With heavy hearts, they started the process of identifying and burying the dead. This was not just a war, it was a tragic and grotesque mockery of the conflict that had initially started in the trenches of the Great War. Throughout this long and grueling conflict, it had become apparent that the virus responsible for the undead was not as infectious as they had initially feared. The early incidents of contagion were traced back to the initial inoculation campaign during the Great War. The medical corps that introduced the vaccine had unknowingly infected thousands of soldiers, turning them into the first wave of the undead. To make matters worse, the first wave of the undead had contaminated the food and water supplies in the trenches, causing further spread of the virus. However, after the initial outbreak and the chaotic first years, no new undead were reported. It was a small mercy in the grand scheme of things, but it also had significant implications for their long-term strategy. This meant that the undead force was not self-sustaining, they could not convert their victims into reinforcements. They were a finite enemy, a twisted remnant of a past war, trapped in a state of perpetual conflict. Despite their capacity to evolve and adapt, their numbers were dwindling. This knowledge provided a glimmer of hope for the beleaguered human forces. Despite the constant threat of the undead, the world outside the quarantine zone had been largely untouched by the virus. For the rest of humanity, life had continued, albeit shadowed by the grim reality of the quarantine zone and the undead menace lurking within. With this realization, the burial detail took on an even more profound significance. Each soldier they put to rest was not just a comrade lost, but also a step towards the eventual end of this grotesque war. Each funeral was not just a moment of mourning, but also a quiet, solemn victory against the undead plague. On the other side of the quarantine line, in the quiet, deathly stillness of the trenches that the undead called home, the passage of time showed no mercy. The formerly bustling front lines of the Great War, once teeming with the lives and spirits of thousands of soldiers, were now a horrifying testament to the ravages of time and the ceaseless march of the undead. These trenches, once considered modern marvels of military engineering, were now desolate and crumbling. Muddy walls had eroded over time, wooden support beams had rotted away, and sandbags had long since burst, their contents washed away by the rain and wind. The barbed wire that once served as a deadly deterrent to the enemy was now rusted and brittle, offering little more than a grim reminder of the war that had once raged here. The equipment that the undead used was in a similar state of decay. The once sturdy rifles of the Great War, gleaming with oil and bristling with menace, were now rusted and pitted, with many failing to fire at all. Machine guns that once spat out death were jammed and broken, their mechanisms clogged with grime and rust. Artillery pieces were silent, their shells long since expended, and replacement parts were scarce. The uniforms of the undead were perhaps the most stark reminder of the passage of time. Once a sea of gray, green, and brown, they were now faded and threadbare. Many of the uniforms had rotted away entirely, leaving the undead in a horrifying state of undress. Boots had decayed, exposing skeletal feet, and helmets were dented and rusted, offering little protection to the wearers. Their supplies, too, were dwindling. What little food they could scavenge from their raids was often rotten or inedible, and clean water was a rare commodity. Medical supplies were practically non-existent, though the undead had little use for them. Their reliance on the deteriorating technology and supplies of the Great War had become a major obstacle, hindering their ability to evolve and adapt. Despite these hardships, the undead continued their relentless advance, driven by a horrifying instinct that eclipsed any rational thought. This was their existence, an endless cycle of decay and deterioration, of raids and retreats, and an unwavering commitment to a war that had ended for the rest of the world many years ago. While the external signs of decay amongst the undead were prevalent, the internal decay was even more alarming. This was not just physical decay, but a decay of the soul, a withering away of the vestiges of humanity they might have retained. Memories had long since faded, replaced by a ravenous hunger and a relentless drive to survive. Family, friends, loved ones, these were but distant echoes, drowned out by the pressing need to endure. Their bodies had become grotesque caricatures of their former selves. Their skin was desiccated and pulled tight over bones, revealing the skeletal framework beneath. Eyes, once bright with life and intelligence, were now sunken and glazed over with a milky film. Mouths that had once laughed, shouted, or shared stories around a campfire were now silent, save for the occasional guttural growl. Some of the undead carried gruesome reminders of their demise. Shrapnel wounds that never healed, limbs lost to artillery fire, replaced by crudely attached prosthetics from their fallen comrades. There were those with bullet holes through their chests, or ghastly, yawning gaps where a shell had torn them apart. Yet, against all reason, they continued their relentless march, driven by the virus coursing through their veins. Their movements, once fluid and coordinated, were now slow and laborious. Every step was an effort, every action a monumental task. Their bodies protested against their relentless drive, skeletal systems creaking, muscles straining against atrophied sinews, organs functioning at minimal capacity. Despite this, their approach was steady and relentless, as terrifying as it was pitiful. The fallen among the undead were trampled underfoot, left behind as the horde moved forward. There was no time for mourning, no respect for the dead. They were reduced to stepping stones, an unceremonious part of the decaying landscape. Amongst the rubble and ruin, the undead existed in a state of perpetual limbo. Neither alive nor dead, they were trapped in an endless cycle of hunger, deterioration, and survival. It was a chilling spectacle of war's aftermath, a stark reminder of the cost of human folly and the horrifying resilience of the undead. In the gloom of the quarantined trenches, a grim assembly line began. The stolen Tiger tanks, stripped of their initial camouflage and insignia, were set upon by the undead in a grotesque parody of human mechanics. The night was filled with the echoing clang of metal on metal, the grinding of rusted cogs, and the occasional hollow groan of the undead. Undead soldiers with rudimentary understanding of mechanics began to dissect the Tigers. The armor plates, heavy-duty and well-preserved, were detached with crude tools and hard labor. The mighty engines, each a symbol of modern engineering, were pulled from the tank's innards. The state-of-the-art guns, still bearing the scorch marks of their last encounter with the Mark VII tanks, were unmounted. The MK series tanks, now a motley mix of models 1 through 6, lay scattered around. Many had been immobile for weeks, some even months, their bodies riddled with shell holes and stripped of usable parts. Some were half buried in the mud, others stood like spectral reminders of past battles, all were silent and still, awaiting their gruesome resurrection. Methodically, the Tiger tanks' parts were integrated into the MK tanks. The strong armor plates were crudely welded onto the bodies of the MK tanks, giving them an uneven, patchy look. The powerful engines were squeezed into spaces they were never designed for, making the old tanks hum and growl like never before. The guns, the most prized possessions, were fitted onto the old turrets, their barrels looming menacingly against the bleak horizon. The retrofitting was harsh and graceless, devoid of the precision and elegance of human engineering. Yet, it yielded grotesquely effective results. The MK tanks, once teetering on the brink of obsolescence, now bore the destructive capabilities of the Tiger tanks. Each one became a terrifying hybrid of old and new, a testament to the undead's grim ingenuity. The once silent graveyard of old tanks came alive with the cacophony of their monstrous rebirth. The undead now had a renewed fleet of armored behemoths, ready to defy their inevitable decay and bring ruin to the living world that had left them behind. As the undead force's rejuvenated fleet rumbled ominously across the scarred no-man's land, the living world watched with an eerie combination of dread and morbid fascination. The roar of the Tiger-infused MK tanks echoed ominously in the chill night air. They were hulking monsters of metal and rust, bearing both the scars of past battles and the deadly enhancements of their gruesome upgrades. Their targets were the Panther tanks and the M18 Hellcats that the humans had strategically positioned around their defenses, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. The humans believed their tanks to be safe, guarded by layers of soldiers, barbed wire, and strategic placements. They didn't anticipate that the undead would adapt their own technology against them. The undead approached their targets with a grim determination. Unlike the living soldiers, they didn't fear death. Their undead status removed the fear and anxiety that clouded judgment and delayed action. They were relentless, undeterred by the losses they sustained as they advanced, and the living soldiers could only watch in horror as the Panther tanks and Hellcats became the new focus of the undead force. Their tactics were simple, yet brutal. Some undead soldiers threw themselves against the tanks, acting as macabre distractions while others climbed atop the machines, using rudimentary tools to break open the hatch. Once inside, they dealt with the human operators in a ruthless fashion, turning their new acquisitions against the humans. The battle was fierce, bloody, and devastating. By the time dawn broke, several Panther tanks and M18 Hellcats were missing from the human defensive line, taken by the undead forces to bolster their own deadly armada. The tanks that had once been the humans' greatest weapons had now fallen into the hands of their undead foes, adding a chilling new dimension to the grim standoff in no man's land. It was a scene of gruesome innovation as the undead army worked tirelessly to incorporate their newly acquired Panther tanks and M18 Hellcats into their MK series. The once fierce war machines, symbols of human defiance, were now in the clutches of the relentless undead, who wasted no time in repurposing them. The undead worked methodically, fueled by an unyielding purpose devoid of fatigue or distraction. Panther tanks and Hellcats were disassembled with a disconcerting ease, their armored plating, treads, and cannons stripped and readied for integration. The undead engineers, displaying a shocking degree of retained knowledge, understood the inherent value in these modern machines, their components far superior to the aged and decaying materials they had previously utilized. Their MK tanks, previously cobbled together from aged materials and the remnants of war, began to take on new forms. The enhanced MKSIXs were a startling sight. The chassis of these formidable tanks, already menacing with the previous amalgamation of the first 5 marks, were now reinforced with the robust armor of the Panthers and the Hellcats, their original outlines barely discernible under the layers of reinforcements. Their guns, too, were swapped out. The cannons of the Panther tanks and the Hellcats' powerful weaponry were mounted onto the MK tanks. These improved MK tanks, the MK6-1s, now boasted firepower that was significantly more potent than before. Moreover, the agile mobility of the Hellcats was incorporated into their design, allowing for faster, more efficient movement across the battle-scarred terrain. A new wave of dread swept over the living soldiers as they watched the transformations from a distance. The undead were no longer merely scavengers. They were learning, adapting, evolving. And now, more than ever, the living world understood the true magnitude of the threat they were facing. The battle lines were shifting, and not in their favor. Just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, bathing the field in twilight, an eerie stillness fell over the land. It was a chilling quiet that hung in the air, the typical hum of activity abruptly silent. A cold gust of wind rustled the ragged flags on the field, the only audible sound in the unnerving calm. And then, almost imperceptibly, the earth began to move. At first, it was nothing more than a slight tremor beneath the feet of the soldiers, so mild it could have been mistaken for the aftershock of an artillery shell. But as seconds turned into minutes, the tremors grew in intensity, the ground quaking with a foreboding rhythm. In the graying light of dusk, the neat rows of fresh graves began to shift, clods of earth rolling away as though pushed from below. A chilling realization spread among the human ranks: the dead were not at rest. One by one, skeletal hands burst through the recently disturbed soil, followed by dirt-streaked heads, hollow eyes staring sightlessly into the dusk. These were not the aged, decaying soldiers they'd grown accustomed to. These were their comrades, their friends, who'd been buried just hours ago. The freshly turned undead, clothed in their still pristine uniforms, rose from their graves. Some stumbled, unsteady in their newfound state, while others stood tall, their gazes fixed on the living with an uncanny intensity. They made no move to attack, but the intent was clear in their stance, a grim promise of the carnage that was to come. The air was heavy with a sense of impending doom as the human soldiers watched in morbid fascination. The sight of their fallen comrades, now a part of the enemy they'd been fighting, was a bitter pill to swallow. The stark reality of their situation hit them like a punch to the gut. The battle against the undead was far from over, it had just become a lot more personal. The soldiers stood frozen, watching in a kind of horrified fascination as their former brothers-in-arms staggered towards them, a chilling tableau in the fading light. The silence was deafening, broken only by the muffled groans of the reanimated corpses. In that moment, the air was heavy with an overwhelming sorrow, a sense of loss that echoed in every heart. Then, out of the stunned silence, a guttural roar erupted. It was Private Brown, the raw pain in his voice slicing through the quiet like a knife. The recently resurrected dead soldier shambling towards him was his closest friend, someone he'd shared a trench with, someone he'd promised to watch over. His heart ached with a fury he'd never known, a bitter cocktail of anger, despair, and guilt. With a primal scream, he charged, fueled by raw emotion. His bayonet glinted ominously under the faint glow of the setting sun as he lunged at his friend, now an enemy. The others, jolted out of their stupor, followed suit. The field, moments ago silent, erupted into chaos. The air was filled with the sounds of fighting, the grunts and shouts of soldiers, the clang of steel on steel, the unnerving groans of the undead. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the undead were taken aback by the sudden ferocity of the living. One by one, they fell, their bodies collapsing in grotesque heaps as the humans fought, not just for survival, but for the memories of their fallen comrades. The fight was a blur of motion and sound, a whirlwind of fury and grief. Yet, even in the midst of the raging battle, one thing remained clear: this was not a fight against the enemy. It was a fight for their comrades, their friends, their humanity. It was a fight for the memories of the fallen and the hope of those yet living. And for that night, in the heart of that brutal battle, it was enough. The humans fought back, pushing the reanimated corpses of their fallen comrades back into the oblivion from whence they'd come. It was not a victory, but it was a statement: they would not go gently into that good night. They would rage against the dying of the light. And they would remember those who had fallen, holding on to the memories of their shared laughter, shared fears, shared dreams, because in the end, it was those memories that made them human. As the living soldiers battled the recently resurrected undead, the grim reality of the situation weighed heavily on their minds. Despite their momentary victory against their fallen comrades, they knew that the war against the undead was far from over. The newly enhanced Mk6-1 tanks, now boasting the combined technology of the Panther tanks and Hellcats, rolled steadily forward, their ominous silhouettes casting shadows on the battlefield. The humans' backs were against the wall. The undead, driven by a relentless hunger and ruthless tenacity, pressed on despite their losses. Their tanks, once decaying relics of the Great War, now stood as a formidable force, capable of unleashing destruction upon the living world. The odds were stacked against the human forces, and the situation was growing dire. However, amid the chaos and devastation, a glimmer of hope flickered on the horizon. The once elusive atomic bomb was nearing completion. The humans had been toiling ceaselessly to develop this weapon, hoping that it would offer a definitive solution to the undead menace. They knew the stakes were high, and their backs were against the clock. In a secret underground laboratory, scientists worked tirelessly, driven by a sense of duty to humanity. The bomb, born out of necessity, was their last-ditch effort to turn the tide of the war. Its development was fraught with challenges and setbacks, but the progress was undeniable. The humans knew that once the bomb was ready, they would have a weapon capable of bringing about a cataclysmic change in the war against the undead. As the days passed, the undead forces pressed closer to the human defensive line. The air was thick with tension, every breath weighted with the knowledge that the fate of humanity rested on the successful completion of the bomb. The living soldiers fought with a newfound determination, knowing that their only chance of survival lay in the success of this audacious gamble. The nuke was on the verge of completion, the countdown to its final assembly underway. It was a weapon born out of desperation, a last resort that carried the potential for both salvation and destruction. As the final pieces were put in place, the anticipation and anxiety in the air reached a fever pitch. The humans hoped that this weapon would change the course of the war, tipping the balance of power back in their favor. Yet, they were also aware of the terrible toll it might exact, not just on the undead, but on the very fabric of humanity. As the countdown continued, they knew that they were on the precipice of an event that would forever alter the course of history. Whether for better or worse, only time would tell. As the battle raged on for weeks, the humans fought valiantly, their determination to protect what remained of the living world unwavering. The undead, driven by an insatiable hunger and emboldened by their newfound tanks, proved to be a formidable foe. The conflict was relentless, with both sides locked in a seemingly unending struggle for survival. The enhanced Mk6-1 tanks, powered by the Panther and Hellcat technology, proved to be a formidable adversary. Their once outdated hulls were now reinforced with the impenetrable armor of the Panther tanks, and their mobility was enhanced by the agile treads of the Hellcats. These improved tanks were capable of wreaking havoc on the human defenses, their deadly cannons cutting through anything in their path. The living soldiers, in their Mark 7 tanks and backed by the M18 Hellcats, fought back with determination. The recent upgrade in their armored units gave them a fighting chance against the undead tanks. The Hellcats' speed and agility allowed them to outmaneuver their hulking adversaries, while the Mark 7 tank's firepower was not to be underestimated. As the battle intensified, the humans knew they couldn't keep up the fight indefinitely. Supplies were dwindling, and the physical and emotional toll on the soldiers was becoming unbearable. Every day brought new losses, and every night brought a reminder of the relentless undead horde. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the secret underground laboratory continued its work on the atomic bomb. Every passing day brought the nuke closer to completion, and with it, the promise of a potential turning point in the war. The scientists, fueled by a sense of duty and desperation, worked tirelessly to finalize the weapon that held the hope of saving humanity. The countdown to the bomb's completion paralleled the mounting tension on the front lines. The humans knew that they were running out of time. The undead forces showed no signs of slowing down, and every day brought them closer to breaking through the human defenses. Finally, the day arrived when the atomic bomb was declared ready. The momentous occasion was met with a mixture of relief and trepidation. The humans now held a weapon that could change the course of the war, but at a terrible cost. The bomb was prepared for deployment, a symbol of both destruction and salvation. It was a weapon that would bring about an end to the war, one way or another. As the living soldiers prepared for their last stand, they knew that the fate of humanity rested on the decision to unleash this ultimate weapon. The stage was set for a final, cataclysmic confrontation. The living world and the undead forces were on a collision course, and only one side would emerge victorious. In the coming days, the fate of humanity would be decided, and the consequences would be felt for generations to come. As the humans faced the overwhelming might of the undead forces, the realization that there was no time for evacuation settled like a heavy shroud over the battlefield. The atomic bomb they had developed was unlike any weapon seen in their history or ours. It was a monstrous creation, a culmination of years of scientific and engineering brilliance, born from desperation and fear. The bomb was not just more powerful than any of the nuclear weapons from our time, but it was an order of magnitude more devastating. Its explosive yield was measured in teratons, dwarfing even the largest thermonuclear devices ever created by humankind. The humans knew that the use of this weapon would bring about utter destruction, not just to the undead forces but also to the very landscape they were fighting to protect. With heavy hearts and the knowledge that there was no other choice, the humans made the fateful decision to deploy the bomb. The last act of defiance, a desperate gambit to end the war that had claimed so many lives and consumed the world in darkness. The bomb was loaded onto a specially modified tank, the Mark 7 Hellfire, its crew fully aware that their sacrifice would be remembered in history books yet to be written. The tank trundled forward, its crew determined to carry out their duty, knowing that they would never survive the blast. The atmosphere on the battlefield was charged with tension as the undead forces drew closer, sensing the magnitude of what was about to happen. The humans braced themselves for the end, a final stand against a relentless foe they could not hope to defeat by conventional means. As the Mark 7 Hellfire reached the heart of the undead forces, the countdown began. Time seemed to slow, each second drawn out to an eternity. The bomb's detonation system was engaged, and with a blinding flash, the world was engulfed in an inferno of unimaginable proportions. The explosion was beyond comprehension. A searing column of fire and energy surged into the sky, consuming everything in its path. The ground shook violently, and a shockwave rippled through the battlefield, obliterating all in its wake. In an instant, everything and everyone within a vast radius was reduced to ash. The Mk6-1 tanks, the Panther and Hellcat enhancements, the living soldiers, the undead horde, all were swept away by the cataclysmic force of the bomb. The legendary ocean liner Titanic embarks on her maiden voyage, carrying passengers of all social classes, from the wealthiest of aristocrats to aspiring immigrants seeking a new life in America. A confluence of lives, dreams, and destiny ties, all aboard the largest and most luxurious ship of her time, revered as the unsinkable marvel of maritime engineering. On the night of April 14, 1912, a nervous lookout named Frederick Fleet spots an iceberg looming in the distance. Instead of the tragedy that once was, this time, a change in course is timely. His urgent bell ringing and call of "iceberg right ahead" are quickly addressed by the officers on the bridge. First Officer William Murdoch orders a hard starboard maneuver. The engines are reversed, the behemoth ship strains against the ice-cold North Atlantic waters, and to everyone's relief, the Titanic narrowly avoids the iceberg. A palpable tension runs through the crew, but the passengers remain blissfully unaware of the near disaster. Word of the incident is discreetly contained to prevent panic, with the assurance that the ship is undamaged and the voyage continues as planned. News of the Titanic's successful evasion of the iceberg spreads across the globe. The story fuels Titanic's legend, reinforcing her reputation as the unsinkable ship. The voyage continues without further incident, as the ship sails into progressively warmer waters. Aboard the ship, life remains a microcosm of the Edwardian society. The first-class passengers continue their indulgence in lavish dinners, sophisticated conversations, and grand parties. Wealthy American socialite, Molly Brown, becomes a popular figure with her gregarious personality and heartfelt stories of rags to riches. In second class, a young artist named Jack Dawson mingles with others, sharing his worldviews and creating beautiful sketches of the ship and its passengers. He befriends a first-class passenger, Rose DeWitt Bukater, a young woman trapped in a loveless engagement to the arrogant steel tycoon, Cal Hockley. Their friendship grows, bonded by shared aspirations and a mutual longing for freedom. The third-class passengers, meanwhile, fill their time with simple pleasures. They share stories, music, and dance, embracing the promise of a fresh start in America. Amid these buoyant spirits, the ship's crew efficiently manages the colossal operations, a ceaseless ballet of duty and service. Upon reaching the shores of America, the ship sails past the Statue of Liberty and docks at Pier 54 in New York City. The arrival is met with fanfare, a sense of awe and wonder filling the air as people marvel at the majestic ship. The passengers disembark, embracing their loved ones or setting foot on a new land with hope and dreams in their eyes. The tale of Titanic's safe journey becomes a beacon of human triumph and resilience. Post the successful maiden voyage, the Titanic continues to serve as the White Star Line's crown jewel, making regular transatlantic trips. The stories of the people aboard, their lives, loves, and experiences continue to captivate and intrigue, creating an enduring legend. Each voyage is a testament to the progress of human engineering and a symbol of luxury and grandeur. Over the years, the Titanic plays a significant role in major world events, being used as a troop transport during World War I and later serving as a symbol of hope during the Great Depression. She even plays a vital role in World War II, transporting soldiers and refugees across the Atlantic. As the decades pass, newer, faster, and larger ships begin to eclipse the Titanic, yet she remains a living testament to a bygone era of opulence and grandeur. Eventually retired, she is preserved as a floating museum, attracting millions of visitors who walk her decks and hallways, reliving the golden age of ocean liners. In this timeline, the Titanic continues to be an emblem of human ambition, an enduring symbol of progress, resilience, and survival. A ship that never sank but instead sailed through the currents of time, carrying with it stories of humanity's dreams and endeavors. When the tides of World War I swept Europe in 1914, the Titanic's role evolved dramatically. The British government requisitioned her, along with her sister ships, the RMS Olympic and RMS Britannic, transforming them into troop transports. Painted in a coat of drab grey, she was rechristened as the HMHS, His Majesty's Hospital Ship, Titanic, providing a stark contrast to her former glamorous self. Under the command of Captain Edward Smith, who had masterfully steered her past the iceberg 2 years ago, the Titanic sailed back and forth across the Atlantic. She transported troops from Canada and the United States to the war-torn shores of France, then returned laden with the wounded, the weary, and the traumatized. During these crossings, her lavish first-class quarters served as infirmaries and makeshift operating theaters, her grand dining halls transformed into mess areas for soldiers. The gaiety and laughter that once echoed within her walls were replaced by the murmurs of the wounded, the whispers of prayers, and the silent, steely determination of the medical staff and crew. In the years between the World Wars, Titanic was returned to her original function as a passenger liner. However, the impact of the Great Depression forced the White Star Line to streamline their operations, and the once bustling Titanic often sailed with many of her cabins empty. Yet, she stood resilient, a beacon of hope in the grim economic landscape, a symbol of the prosperity that was once had and could be had again. The outbreak of World War II in 1939 saw Titanic repurposed yet again, this time as a troop and civilian transport under the command of the British Admiralty. Older now, and with her machinery showing signs of wear, she was no longer the fastest or the grandest. But she was reliable, sturdy, the unsinkable ship that had faced down an iceberg and stood as a testament to endurance in the face of adversity. Throughout the war, the Titanic made multiple crossings of the U-boat-infested Atlantic, carrying not only British and American soldiers but also Jewish refugees fleeing the horrors of Nazi-occupied Europe. Each journey was fraught with danger, but the experienced crew and the ship's formidable reputation seemed to imbue her with an air of invincibility. In 1945, with the war's end, the Titanic was once again decommissioned and returned to the White Star Line. She had sustained minor damage during the war, but the indomitable spirit of the ship seemed untouched. For a while, she returned to her transatlantic voyages, but the emergence of faster, more efficient air travel gradually made the grand old ocean liners redundant. The Titanic's later years saw her converted into a floating hotel and museum, first in New York and then in her home city of Liverpool, England. Visitors could walk through her elegant rooms, dine in her luxurious restaurants, and hear stories of the rich history she had lived. Throughout the changing times, Titanic remained steadfast, embodying an era of grandeur and resilience, a timeless testament to human ambition, strength, and ingenuity. In the early 1950s, the Titanic began to show her age. Her once modern, innovative systems were becoming obsolete, and her opulent Edwardian interior started to look outdated compared to the sleek, modern aesthetics of the era. Seeing the sentimental and historical value the Titanic held, the White Star Line, now merged with Cunard, made the bold decision to give the old ship a new lease of life. In 1952, the Titanic was taken to the Harland and Wolff shipyard in Belfast, the very place she was born. An extensive overhaul and refurbishment project was initiated, intended to blend the classic elegance of the Titanic with the comfort and technology of the mid-20th century. The project was a Herculean task. Engineers and workers carefully preserved her iconic features, the grand staircase, the ornate carvings, the majestic first-class lounge, while implementing state-of-the-art navigation and safety systems. Her aging steam engines were replaced with more efficient and powerful diesel engines, her coal-fired boilers supplanted by cleaner, oil-fired ones. The staterooms and public areas were refurbished, with careful attention to maintain the original style, while also offering the comforts of contemporary living. Air conditioning was installed, and in a nod to the changing times, a movie theater was added. By 1955, the refurbishment was complete. The Titanic was reborn, a graceful fusion of past and present. Once again, she was the talk of the world, a symbol of nostalgia wrapped in modernity. The Titanic set sail on her second maiden voyage, this time from Liverpool to New York. The journey was a success, and she received a warm welcome in New York, a city that held many memories for the grand liner. The Titanic spent the rest of the 1950s and early 1960s as a unique offering in transatlantic travel. She appealed to those who preferred the romantic, slower pace of a ship voyage over the speed of air travel. She attracted history enthusiasts, fans of maritime, and those drawn to her enduring legend. However, as the 1960s rolled in, the popularity of air travel soared, and the demand for transatlantic liners decreased. The Titanic, in her grandeur and romance, could not compete with the speed and efficiency of airplanes. By the mid-60s, she was making fewer and fewer voyages, and her future looked uncertain. Recognizing the historical significance of the Titanic, in 1968, the Cunard White Star Line sold her to the city of Liverpool. The Titanic returned to her birthplace, this time to serve as a floating hotel, museum, and monument of maritime history. The Grand Liner, which had seen the turn of the century, 2 world wars, and the rise and fall of transatlantic voyages, was now ready to embrace her new role as the guardian of history, her decks echoing with the stories of a bygone era. The Titanic entered the 1970s as the most unique and storied hotel in the world, permanently docked in Liverpool's harbour. Her meticulously restored rooms and public spaces, resplendent with Edwardian grandeur, now hosted guests from all walks of life. Visitors could sip tea in the lavish first-class parlor, stroll on the famed promenade decks, or even spend a night in the opulent suites, once the domain of the world's richest. History enthusiasts, maritime scholars, and romantic souls flocked to the Titanic, reveling in the unique blend of history and luxury that only she could offer. The ship's grand dining hall, once a stage for the Edwardian elite's social theater, was now a popular venue for events. From high-profile weddings to corporate functions, the Titanic played host, her indomitable spirit adding a touch of magic to each occasion. Her rich history, coupled with a trove of stories, gave the guests an immersive experience, transporting them to a bygone era. However, as the decade wore on, maintaining the century-old ship proved increasingly difficult and expensive. The cost of upkeep began to outweigh the revenue from guests and events. The novelty of staying in a floating hotel gradually faded, and the Titanic struggled to compete with modern, land-based hotels. By the late 70s, the Grand Liner was operating at a loss, and her future seemed bleak. In 1978, the city of Liverpool, unable to sustain the mounting costs, put the Titanic up for sale. Various proposals for her future were put forward, from converting her into a casino to scrapping her altogether. It seemed like the final chapter of Titanic's storied life was closing in, a dismal end to a ship once hailed as unsinkable. However, fate had another twist in store for the Titanic. A wealthy American entrepreneur and maritime history enthusiast, Robert Bob Sinclair, CEO of the Sinclair Expedition Company, came across the sale news. Sinclair, an adventurer at heart, saw an opportunity in the Titanic that others failed to see. In 1979, Sinclair purchased the Titanic with a vision to breathe new life into the ship, not as a luxury liner or a floating hotel, but as an expedition vessel. He imagined the Titanic exploring the world's remotest corners, her deck once again cutting through open seas, her timeless grandeur witness to new adventures and discoveries. Before she could set sail again, the Titanic required extensive overhaul and modernization. Sinclair spared no expense in the refurbishment. The ship was towed to a dry dock in Boston, where a team of expert naval architects, engineers, and restoration specialists embarked on the Herculean task of preparing the Titanic for her new journey. Over the next 2 years, the Titanic underwent a transformation. While her historical essence and Edwardian elegance were meticulously preserved, every system on board was modernized. Her diesel engines were replaced with cutting-edge nuclear propulsion, granting her unmatched range and endurance. The hull was reinforced with advanced composite materials, and her navigation systems were upgraded with the latest technology. A helipad was added for aerial exploration and emergency evacuations, while advanced research labs and underwater exploration equipment were installed, turning her into a fully equipped expedition vessel. By 1981, the work was complete. The Titanic was ready to embark on a new voyage, this time not as a symbol of luxury, but as a beacon of exploration and discovery. She set sail, her renewed engines humming with power, her decks once again a stage for human ambition. From the icy wilderness of Antarctica to the tropical waters of the Pacific Islands, the Titanic took researchers and scientists to the farthest corners of the world. She witnessed the marvels of the undersea world, her submarines diving into depths once thought unreachable. She braved polar storms, glided past icebergs, and played with dolphins. Every expedition added a new chapter to her enduring legend, making her a symbol of human curiosity and the spirit of exploration. The Titanic, once a marvel of human ambition, then a symbol of resilience, and later a guardian of history, had found yet another life, this time as a herald of exploration and discovery. She continued to brave the world's oceans, her story no longer a tale of tragedy, but an ongoing saga of resilience, reinvention, and endless adventure. As the 1980s rolled in, the Titanic had embarked on a new, exciting chapter as an expedition vessel. Under Sinclair's vision, she was no longer just a testament to human ambition or a relic of a bygone era. The Titanic had become an active player in mankind's ongoing quest for knowledge and exploration. Sinclair, being a clever businessman and an avid historian, decided to retain the Titanic's meticulously preserved historical sections, allowing passengers to experience the grandeur and luxury of the past while partaking in cutting-edge scientific expeditions. This juxtaposition of old-world charm with modern exploration attracted not just scientists, but adventure enthusiasts, history buffs, and tourists alike. During the early 80s, the Titanic hosted a series of daring Arctic expeditions. Researchers aboard the ship made several breakthroughs in the study of polar marine biology, climatology, and geology. In the summer months, the ship offered unique tourism opportunities, allowing visitors to experience the majesty of polar landscapes without compromising on luxury and comfort. The mid-80s saw the Titanic venture into tropical waters. She became a mobile base for research on coral reef ecosystems, hosting a range of scientists from marine biologists to climatologists. She also offered expedition tours, allowing visitors to dive into crystal-clear waters and discover vibrant marine life, all while experiencing the unique history the Titanic carried within her steel bones. During these expeditions, the Titanic often faced rough seas and unfavorable weather conditions. But the grand old liner, with her reinforced hull and cutting-edge navigation systems, proved her mettle time and again. Each successful voyage solidified her reputation as the most prestigious and unique expedition vessel in the world. Sinclair's venture, however, wasn't just about scientific discovery or tourism. It was also about preserving and celebrating the Titanic's unique heritage. He ensured that the ship's illustrious history was kept alive through regular exhibitions, lectures, and guided tours, both for passengers on board and for visitors when the ship was in port. By the late 80s, the Titanic had explored remote corners of the world, from the icy wilderness of Antarctica to the uncharted islands of the South Pacific. Her remarkable rebirth and subsequent success as an expedition vessel had inspired a new generation of ocean enthusiasts and historians. She was no longer just a symbol of human ambition, nor was she a poignant reminder of tragedy. The Titanic had become a symbol of resilience and constant reinvention, her decks echoing with tales of the past even as they welcomed the challenges of the future. The close of the decade found the Titanic once again docked in her home city of Liverpool. As visitors poured in to welcome the new year on board the historic vessel, one couldn't help but marvel at the Titanic's remarkable journey. She had seen the turn of 2 centuries, survived 2 world wars, witnessed the rise and fall of her creators, the White Star Line, and braved countless storms. Yet, here she was, her lights glowing against the night sky, a testament to the enduring spirit of human invention, exploration, and resilience. As the clock struck midnight, signaling the advent of a new decade, one thing was clear: the Titanic's story was far from over. As the Titanic embarked on a new journey as an expedition vessel in the 1980s, the fates of her sister ships, the Olympic and Britannic, diverged in their own unique paths. The RMS Olympic, affectionately known as Old Reliable, had an illustrious career, serving both as a luxury liner and a troopship during World War I, mirroring Titanic's alternative history in our tale. However, the real-life Olympic didn't have the privilege of a refurbishment in the 1950s or the luck to be transformed into a hotel and later an expedition ship. Despite her reliable service, the Olympic couldn't escape the decline in the transatlantic passenger trade. The Great Depression hit the shipping lines hard. By the mid-1930s, the aging Olympic, with its outdated technology and interior, struggled to compete with more modern and efficient ships. She made her final commercial voyage in 1935, ending nearly a quarter century of service. Unlike Titanic's fictional fate, the Olympic was sold to Sir John Jarvis in 1935, who then resold the ship to a British shipbreaking company. The Grand Liner was dismantled piece by piece in Jarrow, England, her fittings sold off in a series of public auctions. Many parts of the ship, including fixtures and panels, were repurposed and can be found in hotels and restaurants across the UK. Although the Olympic didn't enjoy the longevity of her fictional sister, her contributions during her service years and her role as Old Reliable are fondly remembered. On the other hand, the HMHS Britannic, the youngest of the trio, met an untimely end during World War I. Just like the Titanic in our tale, the Britannic was requisitioned by the British government and converted into a hospital ship. However, in 1916, under mysterious circumstances, she struck a mine or was hit by a torpedo from a German U-boat near the Greek island of Kea. Despite being equipped with enhanced safety measures in response to the Titanic disaster, the Britannic sank within an hour. The rapid sinking was due to many portholes being open at the time of the explosion for ventilation, a fatal error that led to water pouring into the ship far more quickly than the watertight doors could handle. Fortunately, the ship was carrying a relatively small number of patients and medical staff at the time, and the warm weather allowed for many survivors. Out of over 1,000 people on board, only 30 lives were lost, thanks in part to the lessons learned from the Titanic disaster about adequate lifeboat provision. Unlike her sisters, the Britannic rests at the bottom of the Aegean Sea, largely forgotten until famed underwater explorer Jacques Cousteau discovered her wreckage in 1975. Since then, the ship has been the subject of numerous expeditions and studies, providing valuable insights into ship design and safety improvements in the early 20th century. Her wreckage serves as a silent memorial, a poignant reminder of the perils of war, and the relentless march of human progress. In our alternate history, as the 1980s ended, the Titanic outlived her sisters, but their collective legacy was far from forgotten. Their stories of luxury, war, disaster, resilience, and exploration continue to captivate historians, ship enthusiasts, and the general public alike. Through their triumphs and tragedies, they continue to shape our understanding of maritime history and human ambition. As the 1990s dawned, the Titanic was entering her 8th decade of existence. Her once revolutionary technology had become commonplace, her grandeur somewhat normal against the backdrop of newer, more modern cruise liners. Yet, the Titanic's allure remained undiminished. She still commanded an aura of majesty, her rich history and distinctive Edwardian elegance setting her apart from her contemporaries. The 90s witnessed Titanic taking on more humanitarian roles alongside her scientific endeavors. She became instrumental in various relief efforts, her impressive size and facilities making her an effective mobile command center during natural disasters and other global crises. She remained an explorer at heart, though, continuing to host expeditions and research missions to remote corners of the world. In 1995, the Sinclair Expedition Company announced plans for a new ship. This vessel, christened the Neo-Titanic, was envisioned as a worthy successor to the original Titanic, blending the grandeur and elegance of the old with cutting-edge technology. As word spread, there was a palpable excitement in the air. People around the world eagerly anticipated the arrival of a ship that promised to carry forward the legacy of the most famous liner in history. Constructed in the same shipyard in Belfast where the original Titanic was built, the Neo-Titanic was a testament to human ingenuity and resilience. Every detail, from her sweeping grand staircase to her elegant first-class cabins, was designed to echo the luxurious Edwardian style of her namesake. Yet, beneath the opulence, the ship was fitted with the latest advancements in maritime technology, making her as safe and comfortable as any contemporary luxury liner. Launched in 1999, the Neo-Titanic was hailed as the perfect blend of history and modernity, a ship that could offer her passengers the romance and charm of the past alongside the comforts and conveniences of the present. She became an instant sensation, attracting guests from all over the world, eager to be a part of this unique maritime experience. Yet, even as the Neo-Titanic basked in her newfound glory, the original Titanic refused to be overshadowed. Recognizing that the Titanic's charm lay not just in her history but also in her spirit of exploration, Sinclair devised a plan to keep her relevant. While the Neo-Titanic would cater to luxury cruises and offer a taste of the past, the original Titanic would continue to carve her unique path as an exploration vessel. Sinclair made significant investments to ensure that the Titanic remained at the forefront of maritime exploration. Her research labs were upgraded with state-of-the-art equipment, her expedition facilities were expanded, and her crew was provided with the most advanced training. Sinclair rebranded her as Titanic Explorer, focusing on the ship's mission of exploration and discovery. The Titanic embraced this new role with all her might. She ventured to remote locations, some never before visited by mankind. Scientists on board made breakthroughs in climate science, marine biology, and geology, adding to the Titanic's impressive list of achievements. Despite the arrival of her younger sister, the Titanic continued to make headlines, her exploits earning her the nickname the Grand Dame of Exploration. As the millennium drew to a close, both the Titanic and the Neo-Titanic sailed under the same banner, each offering a unique maritime experience. The Neo-Titanic represented a journey to the past, a voyage steeped in luxury and history. The Titanic, on the other hand, stood for the spirit of adventure and discovery, a testament to mankind's thirst for knowledge. Through all the advancements and changes, one thing remained constant: the Titanic, despite her age, refused to fade into obscurity. As she sailed into the new millennium, her story continued to be one of resilience, relevance, and perpetual renewal. And, while the Neo-Titanic basked in the glow of youthful excitement, she knew that she had a formidable legacy to live up to, a legacy crafted by her older sister over nearly a century of service. As the year 2000 dawned, the original Titanic and the Neo-Titanic, like two sisters of different generations, embarked on their respective journeys, each carrying the illustrious legacy of the Titanic name into the new millennium. The Neo-Titanic, in her opulence and grandeur, took to the seas as the embodiment of the romantic nostalgia of the past mingled with the state-of-the-art conveniences of the present. She catered to passengers seeking the luxury and elegance reminiscent of the golden age of transatlantic voyages, all while maintaining modern comforts and cutting-edge safety standards. Each voyage of the Neo-Titanic was an event in itself. Passengers dined in sumptuously decorated Edwardian-style dining rooms, danced in grand ballrooms, and enjoyed an array of world-class entertainment options, all while traversing the Atlantic on the same route once taken by her legendary namesake. However, the Neo-Titanic was not just about luxury and nostalgia. She also featured a museum dedicated to the original Titanic, celebrating her illustrious history and impressive transformation into an expedition vessel. In contrast, the Titanic, now rebranded as the Titanic Explorer, was attracting an entirely different clientele. Her upgraded research labs and state-of-the-art exploration equipment attracted scientists and researchers worldwide. Yet, she wasn't exclusive to the scientific community. Adventure seekers, environmentalists, and students also boarded the Titanic Explorer, eager to witness the magic of discovery and exploration firsthand. The Titanic Explorer continued her globe-trotting exploits, from the icy realms of Antarctica to the tropical waters of the Great Barrier Reef. In 2002, a groundbreaking study on climate change was conducted aboard the Titanic Explorer, which played a significant role in our understanding of global warming. In 2004, she hosted a historical underwater expedition to explore the wreckage of her real-life sister ship, the Britannic, collecting valuable data that offered new insights into early 20th century maritime history. As the Titanic and Neo-Titanic sailed parallel paths, the Sinclair Expedition Company celebrated the distinct identities of the two vessels. It was a common sight during this period to see both ships docked side by side in various ports worldwide, the juxtaposition of the Titanic's weather-beaten yet dignified exterior against the Neo-Titanic's gleaming new hull drawing thousands of spectators. However, the dual success of the Titanic and Neo-Titanic was not without challenges. The maintenance and operational costs of both ships were considerable, especially the aging Titanic Explorer, which required frequent repairs and upgrades. The attack on the World Trade Center in 2001 led to a significant drop in transatlantic travel, impacting the profitability of the Neo-Titanic. Yet, despite these setbacks, both vessels continued to sail, their indomitable spirit standing as a testament to the enduring legacy of the Titanic. By 2005, the Neo-Titanic had firmly established herself as a premier luxury cruise liner, while the Titanic Explorer had become a symbol of maritime exploration and scientific discovery. The year 2005 marked the Titanic's 93rd anniversary, a milestone celebrated worldwide. As the Titanic Explorer sailed into the sunset, her aging decks brimming with eager researchers and her hull echoing with the whispers of her storied past, it was clear that the spirit of the Titanic, resilient, defiant, and timeless, lived on, undiminished by the passage of time. The period between 2005 and 2010 was a time of consolidation and reflection for both the Titanic and the Neo-Titanic. Despite various challenges, they continued to sail the oceans of the world, each carrying the Titanic legacy in their unique ways. The Titanic Explorer remained at the forefront of maritime exploration and scientific research. The ship continued to host a diverse range of scientists and researchers, leading to several significant discoveries in marine biology, oceanography, and climate science. One of her most notable achievements during this period was the discovery of a previously unknown species of deep-sea coral off the coast of New Zealand in 2007. Moreover, the Titanic Explorer also served as a floating classroom, providing a unique educational platform for students worldwide. The ship's Classrooms at Sea program attracted thousands of students every year, offering them hands-on experience in marine exploration and environmental studies. Despite her advancing age, the Titanic Explorer remained remarkably resilient. Regular refurbishments and upgrades kept her seaworthy and up to the task of handling the rigors of deep-sea exploration. However, the costs of maintenance were steadily increasing, and by 2009, the Sinclair Expedition Company began to explore potential partnerships with academic institutions and environmental organizations to secure additional funding for the Titanic Explorer's operations. Meanwhile, the Neo-Titanic continued to captivate the public with her blend of historical charm and modern luxury. She quickly became the epitome of a unique cruising experience, offering passengers a chance to step back in time while enjoying all the comforts of the 21st century. Her popularity only grew over the years, with bookings often made years in advance. In 2008, the Neo-Titanic made headlines when she recreated the original Titanic's maiden voyage. The journey, starting from Southampton and ending in New York, was sold out months in advance, with passengers from all walks of life eager to be a part of this historic event. In addition to her regular cruises, the Neo-Titanic also hosted several special events, including film festivals, historical conventions, and even a few weddings. However, the most significant event took place in 2010 when the ship was chartered by a Hollywood production company to serve as the setting for a major motion picture set in the early 20th century. The film, a historical drama, was a huge success, further boosting the Neo-Titanic's reputation and popularity. Despite their distinct paths, the Titanic and the Neo-Titanic remained linked, bound together by the weight of their shared history. The original Titanic, with her explorer's heart and aged elegance, and the Neo-Titanic, with her nostalgic charm and modern luxury, became iconic symbols of the enduring fascination with the golden age of transatlantic travel. By 2010, both the Titanic and the Neo-Titanic had carved their respective niches and were sailing strong, the grandeur of their namesake living on in their continued voyages. The Titanic had not only survived but had defied the odds to remain a vital and relevant part of the world's maritime landscape. The period from 2010 to 2014 was marked by new challenges and opportunities for both the Titanic and the Neo-Titanic. While they continued their distinctive voyages, the Sinclair Expedition Company had ambitious plans on the horizon. In 2012, Sinclair announced plans for another sister ship. This ship, christened the Titanic Nova, was envisioned to be the pinnacle of modern maritime technology, a vessel that would not just carry forward the legacy of the Titanic, but redefine it. Construction began in a flurry of excitement and anticipation. The Titanic Nova was being built in the same shipyard as her predecessors, but she would be nothing like them. Envisioned as a smart ship, the Titanic Nova was designed with advanced AI systems, cutting-edge navigation equipment, and energy-efficient propulsion systems. Unlike the Neo-Titanic, which harkened back to the past. The Titanic Nova was designed to look forward, a true ship of the future. Meanwhile, both the Titanic Explorer and the Neo-Titanic continued their respective journeys. The Titanic Explorer was showing her age, but she remained a robust research vessel. The Classrooms at Sea program was thriving, attracting students and educators worldwide. In 2013, the Titanic Explorer undertook a significant expedition to the Arctic, contributing valuable data to the study of climate change. The Neo-Titanic, meanwhile, remained a popular luxury liner, her voyages frequently sold out. Her historical charm continued to captivate guests, and she garnered accolades for her unique cruising experience. In 2013, she hosted a centennial celebration of the original Titanic's launch, which attracted historians, maritime enthusiasts, and Titanic fans from around the globe. However, the impending arrival of the Titanic Nova cast a shadow of uncertainty over both ships. Could they continue to hold their own in the face of such advanced competition? The Neo-Titanic, for all her charm, lacked the cutting-edge amenities offered by other luxury liners, while the Titanic Explorer was grappling with increasing maintenance costs and the physical limitations of an aging vessel. When the Titanic Nova was finally launched in 2014, she was nothing short of breathtaking. Her sleek, futuristic design was a stark contrast to her older siblings. Inside, she was equipped with state-of-the-art technology, from AI-guided navigation systems to smart cabins that adjusted their settings according to passenger preferences. She was a marvel, a ship truly worthy of the 21st century. Yet, even as the Titanic Nova embarked on her maiden voyage, the Titanic and the Neo-Titanic refused to be outdone. The Sinclair Expedition Company pledged to continue supporting both ships, recognizing their unique contributions. The Titanic, with her spirit of exploration, and the Neo-Titanic, with her historical charm, still had a place in the world, even as the future, embodied by the Titanic Nova, sailed towards the horizon. Despite the looming uncertainty, the Titanic and the Neo-Titanic pressed on, their legacy undiminished. They had seen the rise and fall of eras, the advent of new technologies, and the changing tides of public sentiment. And through it all, they had sailed on, steadfast and indomitable, the essence of the Titanic spirit alive in their aged hulls. As the Titanic Nova embarked on her pioneering voyages, attracting global attention and acclaim, the older sisters faced the inevitable challenges of competing in an ever-evolving industry. The years 2014 to 2016 were particularly trying for the Titanic Explorer. Despite her iconic status and vital contributions to scientific research, the Titanic Explorer struggled with escalating operational costs and declining interest from the public and potential partners. The Sinclair Expedition Company, having invested heavily in the construction and launch of the Titanic Nova, found it increasingly difficult to finance the Explorer's costly upkeep. In late 2015, facing mounting pressures, Sinclair made the difficult decision to withdraw funding for the Titanic Explorer. This news was met with dismay and protests from the scientific community and Titanic enthusiasts. However, the economic reality was stark and undeniable. However, just as the future seemed uncertain, a ray of hope emerged. The Preserve the Titanic campaign, spearheaded by a global coalition of scientists, historians, and maritime enthusiasts, gained momentum in early 2016. The campaign aimed to secure funding to preserve the Titanic Explorer, not just as a functioning research vessel, but as a living piece of history. The campaign was a resounding success, drawing attention and donations from around the world. Inspired by this global show of support, a group of private investors, philanthropists, and academic institutions, known as the Titanic Trust, came forward with a proposal. They would purchase the Titanic Explorer, ensure her maintenance and operational costs, and guarantee her continued use as a vessel for research and education. Sinclair, recognizing the passion and commitment of the trust, agreed to the proposal. In mid-2016, the Titanic Explorer was officially transferred to the Titanic Trust. The trust pledged to uphold the legacy of the ship, honoring her illustrious past while ensuring her continued relevance in the field of maritime exploration. Meanwhile, the Neo-Titanic, though experiencing her share of challenges, continued to hold her own as a unique luxury liner. Her niche appeal and historical charm were still strong draws for passengers seeking an out-of-the-ordinary cruising experience. Though the glitz and glam of the Titanic Nova did overshadow her somewhat, she retained a loyal following and remained profitable. As for the Titanic Nova, her voyages were met with praise and excitement. The smart ship was making waves in the industry, drawing a new generation of passengers with her advanced amenities and futuristic design. Even as she charted her own course, she was a reminder of the enduring legacy of the Titanic, a testament to the spirit of innovation and resilience that defined her namesake. As 2016 drew to a close, each of the three sister ships, the Titanic Explorer, the Neo-Titanic, and the Titanic Nova, sailed their own paths, bound by their shared legacy yet differentiated by their unique identities. Their story was a testament to the enduring allure of the Titanic, a story of survival, transformation, and resilience. The years following the acquisition of the Titanic Explorer by the Titanic Trust saw a revitalization of the venerable ship. The Trust, driven by its commitment to maritime research and preservation of historical artifacts, undertook a comprehensive refurbishment project in late 2016. This was not to modernize the ship, but to restore and maintain her historic appeal while ensuring she remained seaworthy and suitable for scientific exploration. The Titanic Explorer spent most of 2017 in dry dock, undergoing extensive renovations. The hull was reinforced, the engines were overhauled, and much of the internal systems were meticulously restored or replaced. Simultaneously, great care was taken to preserve the historical character of the ship, with restoration experts painstakingly refurbishing original fixtures and fittings. Meanwhile, the Explorer's research facilities received a significant upgrade. The labs were expanded, and new scientific equipment was installed, facilitating a broader range of research activities. This reaffirmed the Titanic Explorer's position as a premier research vessel, capable of contributing significantly to global maritime science. By early 2018, the Titanic Explorer was back in service. Her first expedition under the Titanic Trust was a voyage to the Antarctic, a tribute to one of her most successful missions during her time with the Sinclair Expedition Company. The expedition, comprising scientists from various disciplines, led to several important discoveries, re-establishing the Explorer's relevance in the scientific community. The Neo-Titanic continued her operations as a luxury cruise liner. Despite the competition from more modern and technologically advanced ships, including her sister the Titanic Nova, she retained her unique appeal. The ship's management capitalized on her historical charm, curating experiences that recreated the opulence of early 20th century transatlantic voyages. This included themed events, period-appropriate dining and entertainment, and lectures by historians. These efforts paid off, as bookings remained strong, and passenger feedback was overwhelmingly positive. The Titanic Nova, on the other hand, continued to embody the cutting edge of maritime technology. She remained a popular choice for those seeking a futuristic cruising experience. Her advanced AI systems, eco-friendly operations, and innovative onboard amenities set new standards in the industry. Yet, even as she charted her own path, she carried forward the Titanic legacy. Regular exhibitions and presentations on board the ship ensured that passengers were well aware of the rich history that inspired her creation. By the end of 2018, the three sister ships had each carved out their own distinct identity while still maintaining a strong connection to their shared legacy. The Titanic Explorer, revitalized and relevant, continued her journey of discovery. The Neo-Titanic sailed on as a floating testament to a bygone era of luxury and opulence. The Titanic Nova, innovative and futuristic, embodied the forward-looking spirit of the Titanic lineage. Each sister ship, in its own unique way, perpetuated the timeless allure of the Titanic, the unsinkable ship that sailed on in the hearts of people across the globe. In mid-2018, an exciting announcement came from the offices of the Sinclair Expedition Company. The Titanic Nova had been chartered for an unprecedented series of expeditions to the Arctic, the likes of which had never been attempted before. This journey was titled Project Arctic Nova, signifying a new dawn in Arctic exploration. The aim of Project Arctic Nova was not just to take passengers on a unique journey through the Arctic Circle but to engage in comprehensive scientific research, contributing to the understanding of this fragile and vital ecosystem. The scope of the project was staggering: to undertake multi-year, multidisciplinary expeditions involving teams of scientists from around the globe. Given the Titanic Nova's cutting-edge technology, she was uniquely equipped to handle the rigors of Arctic exploration. Her eco-friendly propulsion systems were particularly advantageous, minimizing environmental impact in a region where preservation was crucial. As the news spread, there was a surge of interest from scientific communities worldwide. Teams were assembled, covering a broad range of fields, including climate science, marine biology, geology, and anthropology. In addition, educators, students, and adventure tourists from all corners of the globe sought bookings for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Simultaneously, the Titanic Trust decided to collaborate with Sinclair to ensure that the historical context was not lost in this modern expedition. They offered the newly refurbished Titanic Explorer to join the expedition as a secondary research vessel and historical consultant. The Neo-Titanic, too, found a way to participate. She arranged a series of themed cruises that followed a safe distance behind the expedition, offering passengers a curated Arctic experience. This included lectures about the Arctic's historical exploration, showcases of Arctic flora and fauna, and breathtaking views of the Northern Lights. The first voyage of Project Arctic Nova set off in the late summer of 2018, the Titanic Nova leading the way, flanked by the Titanic Explorer and followed by the Neo-Titanic. It was an awe-inspiring sight to see the three sister ships sailing together, each contributing to the project in its unique way. Project Arctic Nova's first year was an incredible success. The multidisciplinary teams on the Titanic Nova made several key discoveries related to climate change and Arctic wildlife. Meanwhile, the Titanic Explorer contributed valuable historical context to the findings, while the Neo-Titanic provided a front-row seat to the curious public. Press coverage was extensive, and public interest was piqued, the world eagerly following the progress of this extraordinary Arctic expedition. As 2018 drew to a close, the three ships returned to port for a brief respite before embarking on the next leg of the multi-year project. There was a sense of great anticipation as preparations were made for the next year's voyage. The story of the Titanic legacy continued to unfold, with the spirit of exploration, discovery, and historical preservation at its heart. The Arctic, with its rugged beauty and untold mysteries, was the new frontier, and the three Titanic sister ships were at the forefront of this exciting journey. In early 2019, the sister ships embarked on the second phase of Project Arctic Nova. The anticipation was palpable as each vessel, the Titanic Nova, the Titanic Explorer, and the Neo-Titanic, departed from the port, each following the same path towards the Arctic but with different roles and expectations. The Titanic Nova, with her advanced technology and state-of-the-art research facilities, led the expedition. The ship was abuzz with activity, as scientists from various fields undertook their respective tasks. Climate scientists were constantly monitoring and recording atmospheric and oceanic conditions, predicting and tracking weather patterns with meticulous attention. Marine biologists were excitedly observing and cataloging the myriad sea creatures encountered on the voyage, from schools of fish to pods of whales. Geologists studied the composition of the seawater, hoping to gain insight into the geological history of the Arctic region. In addition to the scientific research, the Titanic Nova's expedition also had an educational aspect. Several of the scientists on board were teachers, committed to sharing their knowledge and experience with a broader audience. Using the ship's advanced telecommunication systems, they conducted live video sessions with schools and universities around the world. Students from different continents could watch real-time scientific research happening in the middle of the ocean, ask questions, and even suggest experiments. It was a unique blend of exploration and education, a testament to the Titanic Nova's innovative mission. Meanwhile, the Titanic Explorer followed closely behind. Despite her age, she was still an incredibly robust and reliable vessel, now filled with historians and veteran explorers who were chronicling the expedition. The historians spent their time meticulously documenting the voyage, comparing it to historical expeditions and noting how the science, technology, and understanding of the environment had changed over time. Veteran explorers shared their experiences and survival strategies, providing practical knowledge to the teams on the Nova. Aboard the Neo-Titanic, the atmosphere was somewhat different. Here, the journey was more about experience than scientific discovery. The passengers, while not directly involved in the research, were nonetheless part of the adventure. They attended lectures about the Arctic, given by experts in the field, and watched real-time footage of the Nova's activities. They also enjoyed the stunning views, recreational activities, and luxurious amenities the Neo-Titanic had to offer, making the cruise both educational and enjoyable. As the sister ships moved closer to the Arctic, the excitement grew. Icebergs began to appear on the horizon, and the temperature dropped noticeably. For many on board, this was their first experience of the stark beauty of the Arctic. Despite the challenges, spirits were high, and everyone was eagerly looking forward to reaching the destination. The initial stages of the journey were a testament to the enduring allure of exploration, the human thirst for knowledge, and the commitment to preserving history and the environment. As the ships continued their course, the world watched and waited, eager to see what new discoveries Project Arctic Nova would uncover. As the trio of vessels continued their journey north, they were greeted by a new challenge. The navigation team on the Titanic Nova received reports of a massive ice field in their path. According to satellite data, the ice field was larger and denser than any they had previously encountered. At first, the reports were met with a sense of excitement. The scientists aboard saw the ice field as a unique opportunity to observe and study the Arctic's ice structures up close. They quickly prepared their equipment, eager to collect data that could prove invaluable for their research. However, the excitement was tempered by a sense of caution. The ship's captains, experienced seafarers who had faced many such situations, knew that ice fields could be treacherous. They convened a meeting to discuss the situation and possible courses of action. In the discussion, the team recognized that changing course would result in a significant delay in their expedition. There was also a prevailing sentiment among the crew, perhaps fueled by the success of their journey so far, that they could handle the situation. The Titanic Nova was, after all, a modern marvel of maritime technology, equipped with advanced navigation systems and an ice-strengthened hull. Thus, a decision was made to proceed with caution but not to deviate from their planned course. The captains announced the decision to their respective crews and passengers. On the Titanic Nova and the Titanic Explorer, the announcement was met with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The scientific teams were thrilled at the prospect of studying the ice field up close, even as they understood the risks involved. Aboard the Neo-Titanic, the passengers were more concerned, but the crew reassured them, explaining the Nova's advanced capabilities and the extensive experience of their navigators. With the decision made, the sister ships continued their approach towards the ice field, their radars and sonars working overtime to detect and track the ice formations. As the first signs of the looming ice field appeared on the horizon, a wave of anticipation swept across the ships. The Titanic legacy, built on a historical brush with ice, now seemed intertwined with the ice once again. For the crews, scientists, and passengers aboard, it was a moment of intense excitement, laced with a hint of fear. But overriding this was a sense of determination, a commitment to their mission of exploration and discovery. As they sailed onward, the world held its breath, watching the ghost of the Titanic's past coming face to face with the promise of its future. As the silhouette of the colossal ice field came into view, the trio of vessels slowed their speed, proceeding with utmost caution. The ship's radar systems worked tirelessly, mapping out a path through the treacherous icy labyrinth. It was an eerie sight, the vast expanse of floating icebergs bathed in the polar twilight, casting long shadows on the icy waters. On board the Titanic Nova, the crew was fully alert, their eyes focused on the radar screens and the expanse of ice before them. The marine biologists and climate scientists were ready with their equipment, eager to gather as much data as they could. Despite the looming threat, there was an undeniable sense of excitement, an opportunity to experience the Arctic's raw beauty up close. On the Titanic Explorer, the historians were documenting every moment, capturing photographs, writing detailed descriptions, and drawing comparisons with historical Arctic expeditions. The older members of the crew, with their wealth of maritime experience, shared their insights and lent a hand in navigating the ice field. The Neo-Titanic, trailing behind her sister ships, was a hub of anxious activity. Her passengers watched the unfolding scene from their vantage point, a mix of fear and awe on their faces. The crew did their best to reassure them, reminding them of the modern maritime safety measures in place. However, as the size and density of the ice field became apparent, the captain of the Neo-Titanic made a decision. Given the ship's primary role as a luxury cruise liner and the safety of the passengers on board, he decided to turn back. The Neo-Titanic would take a detour, circumventing the ice field and rejoining her sister ships at a safer point further north. The decision was announced to the passengers, and despite initial disappointment, there was a palpable sense of relief. Many were content to enjoy the Arctic's beauty from a safer distance, happy to leave the braving of the ice field to their more adventure-suited sister ships. As the Neo-Titanic turned around, the passengers watched the Titanic Nova and the Titanic Explorer grow smaller in the distance, wishing them safe passage. Meanwhile, the Titanic Nova and the Titanic Explorer pressed on, their crews fully aware of the challenges ahead. The ice field was a mesmerizing spectacle of nature, an embodiment of the Arctic's brutal yet captivating personality. As they ventured further into the ice field, they encountered their first icebergs, colossal structures of pure, glistening ice, a sight to behold. Even as they admired the spectacle, the crews stayed vigilant, expertly steering their vessels, dodging larger icebergs and navigating through narrow passages. The atmosphere was tense but exhilarating, a testament to humanity's unyielding spirit of exploration and discovery. Inch by inch, mile by mile, the Titanic Nova and the Titanic Explorer pressed on, getting closer to the Arctic with every passing moment. Their journey was just beginning. As the Titanic Nova and the Titanic Explorer ventured further into the ice field, the sky above began to darken ominously. The calm, chilly atmosphere gradually gave way to an escalating tension as reports came in of an impending storm. The weather scientists on board the Titanic Nova began tracking the storm, predicting its path, and estimating its intensity. Despite the risk, there was an undeniably enthralling element to it, the raw power of nature set against the backdrop of the Arctic's breathtaking beauty. But the storm, with its powerful winds and blinding snow, was a formidable adversary. It was a sobering reminder of the often unpredictable and brutal nature of the Arctic. As the storm approached, the captains of both ships decided to halt their progress through the ice field temporarily. Anchoring their ships as securely as possible, they prepared for the oncoming tempest. The crew battened down hatches, secured loose equipment, and made sure all passengers and scientists were safe inside the ship. Then the storm hit, a chilling maelstrom of blinding snow and roaring wind that enveloped the two ships in a turbulent Arctic embrace. The ferocious gusts howled through the ice field, hurling snow in all directions and obscuring visibility. It was an awe-inspiring spectacle, a test of endurance, and a confrontation with the raw, untamed elements of the Arctic. Meanwhile, the Neo-Titanic, having successfully avoided the ice field, received the storm warning from her sister ships. The captain decided to err on the side of caution, despite the storm being a significant distance away. He announced over the loudspeakers that they were altering course to head for the nearest port. Although their journey was cut short, the safety of the passengers and crew was of paramount importance. The luxury liner began its steady journey southwards, leaving the Arctic's icy clutches behind. Back within the storm, the Titanic Nova and the Titanic Explorer held steadfast. Despite the storm's fury, their robust structures and state-of-the-art equipment kept them safe. The crews, although apprehensive, were also seasoned sailors. They knew the value of patience and resilience in such circumstances. The scientists on board turned this into an opportunity to study the Arctic storm's dynamics, gathering valuable data about Arctic weather patterns. The storm continued to rage on, a symphony of wind, snow, and ice against the steadfast vessels. Inside the ships, it was a waiting game, a test of endurance and patience. The world watched with bated breath as the sister ships faced this Arctic tempest, their indomitable spirit a beacon in the blinding snowstorm. As the storm escalated in intensity, the Titanic Nova was subjected to increasingly hostile conditions. The strength of the winds, coupled with the turbulent waves, began to shift the massive vessel violently. Try as they might, the crew had limited control in the face of the storm's fury. The ship creaked and groaned under the strain, a testament to the fierce power of the Arctic storm. Inside the ship, the atmosphere was tense. Scientists were confined to their quarters, and non-essential crew members were ordered to stay put. All were instructed to remain calm, yet an undercurrent of concern ran through everyone. The Titanic Nova, for all its modernity and robustness, was being tested by the storm like never before. As the storm grew, the ship's movements became more erratic, pitching and rolling on the swelling waves. The constant battering and bone-shaking jolts added a new level of difficulty to the situation. Each crash of the waves against the hull was a stark reminder of their perilous situation. Then, amidst the chaos, came a sound that sent chills down everyone's spine, a loud, groaning scrape. Instantly, the crew knew what it meant. They were hitting ice. The radar screens confirmed their worst fears. Large chunks of ice were being hurled towards them by the winds, creating a deadly obstacle course. The captain of the Titanic Nova ordered an immediate assessment of the hull. Despite the treacherous conditions, a team of divers was dispatched to assess the damage. Clad in heavy-duty diving suits and equipped with powerful underwater flashlights, they ventured into the icy, churning waters. What they discovered was alarming. The repeated collisions with the ice had resulted in breaches in the hull. The ship was taking on water. The news sent a ripple of concern through the crew. Immediate damage control was necessary. All available hands were deployed for repair and damage control. The pumps were activated to remove the water, and makeshift patches were applied to the breaches. Every crew member worked tirelessly, knowing that their ship's survival depended on their efforts. Meanwhile, the Titanic Explorer, despite being just a few miles away, was helpless amidst the storm. The storm made any rescue attempt impossible. Their sister ship was on her own, for the time being. The situation was dire. The storm was relentless, and the ice presented a constant danger. However, the crew of the Titanic Nova refused to succumb to fear. Despite the odds, they worked with determination and tenacity, battling against the storm, the ice, and time. The Titanic Nova, once the proud symbol of human ingenuity and endurance, was now in a battle for survival. Her crew, scientists, and the world watching could only hope and work tirelessly, praying that she would weather the storm and emerge victorious against this unexpected adversity. As the crew of the Titanic Nova worked diligently to mend the damage and stem the incoming water, the storm outside raged on with unrelenting fury. The radar operators, their eyes glued to the screens, tracked the path of every ice chunk within the storm's grasp. Amidst the blips and echoes, a much larger mass started to appear on their monitors, moving erratically but progressively closer to the Titanic Nova. A gigantic iceberg, swept up by the storm's force, was heading straight for them. An alarm sounded throughout the ship, a piercing call to action. Every available hand was directed to brace for impact and prepare for immediate damage control. The iceberg loomed ominously in the dark, growing larger by the second as it was propelled by the wind. With a deafening crash that echoed through the hull, the iceberg collided with the Titanic Nova. The impact was colossal, jarring the ship violently and sending shockwaves through its structure. The vessel creaked and groaned under the strain, a chilling testament to the sheer force of nature they were up against. The iceberg scraped along the side of the ship, creating a series of alarming sounds, scraping metal, twisting structures, and finally, an ominous silence. As the iceberg drifted away, the ship shuddered, a stark contrast to the relentless howling of the storm outside. The immediate aftermath was a chaos of alarms and orders. Teams were dispatched to assess the damage, braving the hostile weather to inspect the hull. Inside, water was seeping in from several points, the frigid Arctic Sea threatening to claim the ship. Emergency repairs commenced once more, the crew now working against both the storm and the influx of icy water. The power of the pumps was increased, and temporary patches were applied with an urgency driven by the escalating situation. Throughout this ordeal, the Titanic explorer was desperately trying to navigate closer, the captains aware that their sister ship was in dire straits. However, the storm continued to thwart their efforts, rendering any immediate assistance impossible. Amid the turmoil, the spirit of the crew remained unbroken. Their faces were etched with determination, their actions swift and decisive. They were in the belly of the storm, their ship damaged, but they refused to surrender. If anything, the perilous situation reinforced their resolve. The Titanic Nova would not go down without a fight. It was a battle of man and machine against nature, and the world watched, praying for their victory. Meanwhile, on board the Titanic Explorer, their sister ship's predicament had sent waves of distress through the crew and passengers. Despite being in the same storm, the Explorer had been fortunate to avoid the major ice chunks, but the escalating situation on the Nova was a grim reminder of their own vulnerability. The captain tried to maintain an air of calm, issuing orders with a steady voice and firm demeanor. He knew the importance of morale in such situations. Fear was a virulent contagion in closed quarters, and he would not allow it to spread. Their mission was clear: get as close as possible to the Nova to provide assistance, weather and ice permitting. Navigators worked tirelessly, plotting courses through the ice field that offered the least resistance and the smallest chance of collision. Engineers kept a vigilant watch on the ship's systems, ready to address any issues at a moment's notice. Inside the ship, the atmosphere was tense. The storm, the reports from the Nova, and the uncertainty of their own situation made for a nerve-wracking environment. Non-essential crew and passengers were ordered to stay in their quarters. The common rooms, usually filled with chatter and camaraderie, were eerily quiet, the storm's howl the only sound to break the silence. But the crew was not without resolve. The situation on the Nova served as a stark reminder of the dangers they faced, but it also hardened their determination. They were trained for this, prepared for the rigors and unpredictability of Arctic exploration. Despite the tension, there was a sense of purpose, a collective strength born from the shared adversity. Amid the turmoil, there was an incident in the engine room. A power surge, caused by a particularly violent gust of wind, resulted in a temporary outage. For a moment, the engine room was plunged into darkness, the hum of the engines replaced by an eerie silence. This was immediately followed by the activation of the backup power supply, and the room was bathed in the dim, blue glow of the emergency lights. This power outage was short-lived, but it was another grim reminder of the storm's potential for devastation. The engineers worked quickly to restore full power, their actions deft and practiced. Within minutes, the main power was restored, and the ship was running smoothly again. Through all of this, the crew of the Titanic Explorer maintained a sense of unity and purpose. Despite their anxiety for their sister ship, they understood that their own survival was paramount. They were a beacon of hope amidst the icy chaos, standing resilient against the storm's fury. And through it all, they kept their course, edging closer to the Titanic Nova with every passing minute. As the storm continued to show no mercy, the Titanic Explorer and Titanic Nova were now caught in an icy dance of survival. With winds intensifying, the waves grew taller, each surge a menacing wall of water threatening to overwhelm the ships. On board the Titanic Explorer, the relentless rocking and swaying were constant reminders of the storm's omnipresent threat. Yet, due to the efforts of a skilled crew and the favor of a course away from the most hazardous ice, the Explorer remained relatively unscathed. Even so, the ship was on high alert, all systems monitored continuously for any sign of trouble. The distance between the two sister ships, the Titanic Explorer and Titanic Nova, was approximately 15 nautical miles, a relatively short distance in calm seas but an insurmountable gulf in the midst of an Arctic storm. Each attempted advance of the Explorer was thwarted by the storm's fury, making the gap seem even wider. Meanwhile, the Neo-Titanic, which had wisely diverted from its Arctic course at the first sign of the storm, was nearly 250 nautical miles away. While it was out of the immediate threat of the storm, it was too far to offer any timely aid. A sense of helpless concern hung in the air on board, the luxury and calm a stark contrast to the chaos being experienced by the sister ships in the heart of the storm. Despite the distance, radio communication kept the three ships connected, each status report from the Titanic Nova a sobering reminder of the severity of their situation. The Nova's reports of water ingress and hull damage painted a grim picture. The explorers' inability to close the distance added to the tension, their helplessness a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, amidst the tumultuous waves and biting wind, the spirit of unity was undeterred. The crews of all three ships knew they were in this together. Each update, each attempt to close the distance, each patch applied to the hull of the Nova, was a testament to their shared resolve. They would face this storm as one, no matter the distance separating them. Back on the Titanic Nova, the scene was one of controlled chaos. With the hull integrity compromised by the iceberg impact, the crew and expedition members worked in synchrony to mitigate the damage. As water seeped into lower compartments, every available hand, irrespective of their usual roles, pitched in to help. This was a fight for survival, and everyone had a part to play. The ship's engineers and maintenance crew were at the helm of this operation. Clad in heavy-duty waterproof gear, they ventured into the frigid, waterlogged compartments, carrying out temporary patch UPS and directing the pumping operation. They worked against the clock, aware that the water's pressure was steadily increasing and that any delay could be catastrophic. The ship's upper decks were transformed into makeshift operation centers. Here, senior officers and scientists charted the ship's course, assessed the damage, and devised strategies to manage the situation. Everyone had a task, and all worked with a single-minded focus. The ship's communication team maintained a steady contact with both sister ships. Every detail was shared, the extent of the damage, the status of the repair works, their location. The connection with the Titanic Explorer and Neo-Titanic was a lifeline in the truest sense. Despite the storm's fury, the Titanic Nova's engines kept running. Every effort was made to keep her steady and maintain forward momentum, reducing the risk of further ice collision. The ship's course was adjusted to take her along the path of least ice resistance, and every opportunity was taken to steer her clear of the more massive ice chunks. Throughout this ordeal, the crew of the Titanic Nova showed a determination and resilience that echoed the ship's historic lineage. Yes, the situation was grave, but the crew was not prepared to concede defeat. The ship's name Titanic had long stood for unsinkable strength and spirit. And even now, battered by the storm and riddled with damage, the Titanic Nova embodied that spirit. The storm continued to howl around them, the icy sea threatened to claim the ship, but on board the Titanic Nova, the fight was far from over. Every patched hole, every pumped-out gallon of water, every steady hum of the engine was a symbol of their resistance. In the face of adversity, they stood firm, fighting for every minute, every hour. Theirs was a battle against the odds, a testament to human courage and determination. As the hours passed, the relentless onslaught of the storm and the sea took a visible toll on the Titanic Nova. Despite the commendable efforts of the crew and their indefatigable spirit, the extent of the damage was growing increasingly severe. The harsh reality began to settle in, the Titanic Nova was in mortal peril. The ship's internal structure groaned and creaked under the pressure of the seawater that had infiltrated its hull. Every rivet and seam was under intense stress. The hull damage from the iceberg collisions had compromised her structural integrity. Even with the relentless pumping and patching efforts, the volume of incoming water continued to rise. The cold was another relentless enemy, turning every incoming drop of water into a frigid threat that lowered the ship's internal temperature, making the working conditions for the crew increasingly hazardous. Up on the bridge, the senior officers shared grim expressions. Their faces were etched with fatigue and worry, their eyes reflecting the stark truth. Captain Reynolds, a veteran mariner who had seen his share of storms and navigational challenges, had his gaze fixed on the radar screen. His hands, roughened by years at sea, gripped the wheel tightly. His silent determination was echoed in every heart on board. Meanwhile, the ship's radio room had turned into a hub of frantic activity. The Titanic Nova was in constant communication with her sister ships and the Coast Guard, sending out regular status updates and SOS messages. The raw data, coordinates, weather reports, damage assessments, were interspersed with very human notes of courage and fear. The kitchen staff worked to prepare hot meals for the crew, the galley alive with the clatter of pots and pans. The comforting smell of hot soup wafted through the air, a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. However, many of the crew had no time for a break, their meals taken in hurried bites as they worked. Every corridor, every room echoed with the ship's struggle for survival. The once grand and luxurious interiors of the Titanic Nova had been transformed into a battleground, every inch a testament to the ship's fight against the inevitable. But despite the grim situation, the Titanic Nova continued to battle. The storm was still howling, the waves still surging, the ice still a lurking threat, yet the ship remained afloat. Each passing hour was a victory in itself, a tribute to the sheer tenacity of man and machine against nature's wrath. However, as the ship entered the twilight hours, it became clear to all aboard the Titanic Nova, crew and expedition members alike, that their vessel was gravely wounded. The chilling Arctic seas were claiming her, piece by piece, moment by moment. The ship that had sailed through decades, witnessed history, and defied odds, was now locked in what seemed to be her final battle. But if the Titanic Nova was destined to meet her end here, in the icy grips of the Arctic storm, she would do so while fighting till her last breath. In the midst of the Arctic tempest, the Titanic explorer had been making steady, albeit slow, progress towards the Titanic Nova. Despite the storm's relentless fury, the skilled crew navigated the treacherous sea, trying to shorten the distance between the two beleaguered vessels. However, Mother Nature had another trial in store for the explorer. A monstrous wave, taller than anything they had faced so far, rose before the ship, its sheer size silhouetted against the storm-darkened sky. Alarm bells rang throughout the ship, warning of the imminent impact. With a crash that reverberated through the entire ship, the rogue wave hit the Titanic explorer. The impact was like a massive hammer blow, sending a shockwave through the vessel's superstructure. The ship tilted dangerously to one side under the force, objects not secured slid and crashed, and people who were not prepared were thrown off their feet. In the bridge, Captain Henderson gripped the wheel, his knuckles white with strain. He knew the explorer had been thrown off course, but right now, his primary concern was to stabilize the ship and prevent a capsize. Down in the engine rooms, the crew fought to maintain power. The rogue wave had disrupted the ship's systems, and several alarm lights blinked ominously on the control panels. Amid the cacophony of alarms and the eerie groaning of the ship, the engineers worked swiftly, their hands a blur as they adjusted valves, flipped switches, and performed rapid diagnostics. Above them, on the deck, the crew worked to secure loose items, tying down anything that could become a projectile if the ship was hit by another such wave. Despite the cold, the rain, and the fear, they worked tirelessly, their every action a testament to their determination. As the Titanic explorer fought to regain her bearings, the radio crackled to life. It was a distress call from the Titanic Nova, their coordinates and situation unchanged. Captain Henderson responded, updating them on their situation. With a sigh, he glanced at the ship's chronometer. It had been over 12 hours since the storm had started, and it felt like an eternity. They were 7 nautical miles from the Nova, their sister ship, a distance that seemed to increase with each passing second. But they were not giving up. Not yet. Despite the rogue wave, despite the storm, despite the sea, they would continue their rescue attempt. It was a promise, spoken in silence, a pact made by every heart on board the Titanic explorer. And so, with a renewed sense of determination, the Titanic explorer soldiered on, bruised and battered, but not beaten. This storm had proven its might, but the explorer was not ready to surrender. She was, after all, a Titanic, and she had a sister to save. The Titanic Nova, caught in the icy grip of the Arctic storm, had reached a critical point. As the freezing seawater relentlessly flooded into her damaged hull, the once majestic ship began to list noticeably to one side. The resemblance to a historical scenario, one that had been averted more than a century ago, was chillingly uncanny. The forward compartments, already submerged, were now completely filled with the frigid waters. The watertight bulkheads, once a symbol of the ship's unsinkability, were gradually giving way under the immense pressure. This resulted in a dangerous tilt, as the bow was dragged down by the weight of the water. Crew members and expedition scientists moved about with heightened urgency, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. Some were frantically bailing water out of the flooded compartments, their efforts visibly waning as the icy water stubbornly rose. Others were rallying the passengers, directing them to don their warmest clothes and life jackets. In the face of mounting danger, calm and order prevailed over panic. Captain Reynolds, a solid presence on the bridge, issued commands with calm authority. His face was etched with tension, the lines deepening with each passing second. He ordered the lifeboats to be prepared and swung out, ready for launch. Yet, he continued to steer the ship forward, aiming to buy as much time as possible. Down in the engine room, the relentless battle against the cold water continued. The engineers, their faces smeared with oil and grim determination, toiled ceaselessly. The stokers kept feeding the boilers, the hot, sweaty atmosphere a stark contrast to the icy hell outside. The ship's engines continued to hum, a heartbeat in the cold stillness, keeping the ship alive. Throughout the Titanic Nova, distress flares were fired, painting the stormy night sky with their brief, brilliant light. The desperate calls for help continued to echo across the airwaves, reaching the Titanic Explorer, and beyond to any ship in the vicinity. The passage of time was marked by the ticking of the ship's clocks, each second heavy with significance. As the Titanic Nova, wounded and struggling, slipped deeper into the freezing sea, the atmosphere on board became thick with anticipation and dread. Every creak and groan from the ship's structure, every rise in the water level, and every icy gust of wind was a haunting reminder of the historical event they were now inadvertently replicating. However, even as the situation worsened, the spirit of the Titanic Nova's crew and passengers remained unbroken. The ship that had defied fate once was fighting to do so again, every heart on board beating with the strength of the name they bore, Titanic. But as the minutes turned into hours, the icy sea claimed more of the Titanic Nova, the freezing waters lapping at the promenade decks. The ship was sinking, gradually, inexorably, echoing the tragic tale of an ancestor that had never met this fate. Each moment stretched into an eternity, a drawn-out struggle against the inevitable. Yet, even in the face of impending doom, the Titanic Nova fought on, refusing to bow down without a fight. After all, she was a Titanic, a symbol of resilience, endurance, and the unyielding spirit of humanity. Despite the Titanic Nova's heroic struggle, the Arctic Sea proved too great an adversary. Slowly but surely, the freezing water crept up the decks, the once resplendent halls and grand staterooms now echoing with the hollow, chilling sound of the sea's relentless advance. The ship was losing power in sections as the water reached the electrical circuits, plunging the once brightly lit passages into an eerie, cold darkness. On the bridge, Captain Reynolds was in constant communication with the Titanic Explorer, updating them on their rapidly deteriorating situation. His seasoned voice carried a note of urgency that hadn't been there before. Time was running out, and he knew it. As the realization of the inevitable end began to dawn upon the passengers and crew, a different kind of activity took over the ship. The lifeboats, once a mere safety precaution, became the focus of everyone's attention. Crew members and scientists turned into makeshift sailors, helping the passengers into the lifeboats in an orderly fashion. The bitter cold bit into their skin, but they carried on, driven by the urgent need for survival. The Titanic Nova's SOS messages echoed through the icy wilderness, piercing the howling wind, reaching out to any vessel within range. The flares continued to streak across the stormy sky, their crimson trails visible for miles around, a desperate plea for help to the merciless sea. Meanwhile, the Titanic Explorer was fighting her own battle, struggling to make headway in the storm. She was still a few nautical miles away, but every inch forward was a victory. Captain Henderson had the ship on full power, the engines vibrating with the effort, pushing against the storm's fury. Time seemed to stretch, the minutes turning into agonizing hours. Every lifeboat lowered into the dark, choppy sea was a tiny beacon of hope, bobbing precariously on the storm-lashed waves. The sight of the Titanic Nova, once a symbol of endurance and survival, succumbing to the sea was a heart-wrenching spectacle. Even as the stern of the ship began to rise, mirroring the dreadful image that history had ingrained in every mind, the remaining crew aboard the Titanic Nova did not abandon their posts. They continued to fight, to survive, to help. The ship might have been doomed, but the spirit of the Titanic lived on in them. In the midst of the chaos, the storm, and the looming disaster, there was a strange kind of calm, a unity born out of adversity. The mighty Titanic Nova, even in her last moments, served as a beacon of resilience and human spirit. Though she was sinking, she was far from defeated. The sea could claim the ship, but not the enduring legacy of the Titanic. The Titanic Nova, already listing heavily, reached a tipping point. The strain on the weakened hull became too much to bear, and the ship began to groan and shudder under the immense pressure. Passengers and crew, huddled in lifeboats or clinging to any available flotation device, held their breath as the unthinkable unfolded before their eyes. With a thunderous crack, the Titanic Nova's hull fractured, splitting open like a colossal wound. The once proud vessel, now torn in two, hung suspended for a moment, as if frozen in time, before the two sections began to separate. The sound that accompanied this devastating event was a sickening symphony of tearing metal and splintering wood, intermingled with gasps of shock and cries of disbelief. The forward section, laden with the weight of the engine room, came crashing down, causing a colossal splash as it sank into the icy depths. The rear section, still under power, remained afloat, a ghostly reminder of the doomed ship's former glory. Amidst the chaos and panic, those who had found themselves on the rear section clung to the hope that they might yet survive. The remaining crew, now numbering only a fraction of their original complement, scrambled to regain control and assess the situation. Emergency power flickered on, casting a dim, eerie glow on the desperate faces. Inside the bow section, trapped passengers and crew members fought against the rising water, their last moments a harrowing struggle against the inevitable. The air was thick with the sounds of frantic cries, pleas for help, and desperate prayers. The gravity of the situation was all too apparent as the icy water rose, swallowing the remaining pockets of air, sealing the fate of those trapped within. On the rear section, chaos reigned. The remaining lifeboats were launched with urgency, but the stormy seas made the process treacherous. Crew members braved the icy waters, pulling survivors on board, their strength and determination defying the odds. It was a race against time, as the stern section was precariously balanced, vulnerable to the sea's relentless onslaught. The power of the Titanic Nova's engines, still operational despite the ship's catastrophic break, propelled the stern section through the icy waves. It was a strange sight, a severed ship, forging ahead with a determined spirit, carrying those who had miraculously survived the initial disaster. The sound of the engines echoed through the storm, a haunting reminder of the ship's persistence, even in the face of its own demise. As the hours wore on, the rear section faced its own set of challenges. The storm showed no mercy, its relentless assault on the damaged vessel threatening to break it further. The crew struggled to keep the remaining sections afloat, battling against the elements and the constant threat of sinking. It was a cruel twist of fate, survival, but at the mercy of a hostile sea. The Titanic Nova, once a symbol of human ingenuity and grandeur, now lay broken and fragmented, a tragic reminder of the frailty of even the most magnificent creations. The story of the Titanic, so closely intertwined with the Nova, had taken an unexpected turn, leaving behind a legacy of awe, tragedy, and lessons learned. As the severed sections of the Titanic Nova fought to stay afloat, hope and despair mingled in the hearts of those who clung to life. The ship's ultimate fate remained uncertain, but the indomitable spirit of its survivors, both aboard the stern section and in the lifeboats scattered in the stormy sea, burned brightly amidst the darkness. The storm's fury raged on, unrelenting in its assault on the remaining stern section of the Titanic Nova. Buffeted by howling winds and towering waves, the ship, though broken, pressed forward under the power of its engines. But as fate would have it, the storm took an unexpected turn. Driven by the powerful gusts, the stern section was forcefully turned around, altering its course. The helpless survivors in the water, already battling against the icy cold and turbulent seas, now faced an added danger. The looming presence of the broken ship threatened to collide with those struggling to stay afloat. In the water, the cries for help grew louder as the survivors spotted the approaching stern section. Panic spread among them, the fear of being crushed or pulled under the wreckage fueling their desperation. They fought against the current, their bodies weak and exhausted, desperately trying to avoid the path of the ship. On board the stern section, the crew and remaining passengers became aware of the danger they inadvertently posed to the struggling survivors. Alarm bells rang out, and frantic calls were made to alter course, to avoid further catastrophe. But the storm's relentless grip made steering a challenge, and the ship seemed to have a mind of its own. Rescuers on lifeboats, already overwhelmed with the enormity of the situation, now faced the added burden of navigating around the unpredictable movements of the ship. Their hearts pounded with a mix of determination and dread, knowing that any misstep could lead to tragedy. In the water, the survivors battled against the elements and the approaching wreckage. Some managed to swim away, their strength and willpower pushing them beyond their limits. Others clung to any piece of debris they could find, desperately hoping to stay afloat and out of harm's way. As the stern section drew closer, the tension reached its breaking point. Time seemed to stand still as the ship and survivors teetered on the brink of a calamitous collision. It was a moment of sheer terror, an unbearable weight that hung heavy in the stormy air. And then, with a collective gasp, disaster was narrowly averted. The ship, carried by the storm's force, veered off course at the last moment, narrowly missing the mass of survivors in the water. It was a moment of reprieve, of collective relief, as the survivors watched the stern section pass by, its hulking presence a haunting reminder of the peril they had narrowly escaped. On board the ship, a mixture of gratitude and sorrow filled the air. The crew and passengers, witnessing the close call, realized the fragility of life and the gravity of the situation they found themselves in. They were survivors, bound by their shared experience, their lives forever intertwined by the tragic events that had unfolded. As the storm raged on, the stern section of the Titanic Nova continued its perilous journey. The survivors in the water, now spared from an immediate threat, struggled to regroup and find solace in their resilience. It was a bittersweet moment, a delicate balance between gratitude for survival and the overwhelming loss that had unfolded before their eyes. As the stern section of the Titanic Nova pressed on through the storm-lashed seas, fate dealt its final blow. In the distance, obscured by the dark and tumultuous waves, loomed an iceberg, silent and foreboding. Unseen and unexpected, it was an ominous presence in the chaos. With a bone-chilling crash, the stern section collided with the iceberg, a devastating impact that reverberated through the ship. Metal groaned and twisted, and the vessel shuddered violently under the force. The iceberg, a silent behemoth, remained impassive as the ship's fate was sealed. The collision sent shockwaves throughout the stern section. The damage was catastrophic, a culmination of the relentless onslaught endured by the ship. The hull breached, and water surged in with a vengeance. Panic and chaos erupted among those on board, the echoes of despair mingling with the storm's cacophony. The crew, now faced with yet another desperate battle against the encroaching waters, sprang into action. Their movements were swift and determined, but the situation had grown dire. Lifeboats were launched with a sense of urgency, as survivors scrambled to find a means of escape from the sinking vessel. In the water, the survivors who had managed to avoid the path of the stern section now faced an even graver threat. The frigid depths awaited them, their bodies weakened by the cold and exhaustion. With every passing moment, hope dwindled, replaced by a stark reality. As the Titanic Nova's stern section listed, its lights flickered and then succumbed to the overwhelming darkness. The once proud ship, now a broken and sinking hulk, became a haunting silhouette against the stormy night sky. It was a devastating scene, one that echoed the tragedy of the past, as history seemed to repeat itself in a cruel twist of fate. In the midst of the chaos and despair, acts of heroism and selflessness emerged. Crew members assisted passengers into lifeboats, sacrificing their own chances of survival. Strangers reached out to one another, offering comfort and support in the face of unimaginable tragedy. It was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, even in the darkest of hours. As the Titanic Nova's stern section slipped beneath the waves, it took with it the hopes, dreams, and lives of those who had found themselves caught in its final journey. The sea, now calm and unyielding, swallowed the remnants of the ship, leaving only a somber memorial to the lives lost. The storm, having played witness to this tragic spectacle, began to dissipate, its fury gradually subsiding. The Arctic expanse regained its eerie stillness, bearing witness to the stories of survival and loss, etching the memory of the Titanic Nova into the annals of maritime history. As the storm began to subside, the tempestuous seas gradually calmed, revealing a scene of devastation and tragedy. In the distance, the Neo-Titanic, having received the distress signals and reports of the Titanic Nova's demise, emerged from the safety of the port. Under the command of Captain Thompson, the ship set sail, bound for the area where the ill-fated Nova had met its final fate. On board the Neo-Titanic, a renewed sense of purpose took hold. The crew, now embarking on a mission of rescue and recovery, worked with a focused determination. Supplies were replenished, lifeboats prepared, and communication systems readied to coordinate efforts with the approaching Titanic Explorer and other potential aid vessels. As the Neo-Titanic made its way through the calmer waters, hope mingled with apprehension. The survivors who had managed to escape the Titanic Nova and find refuge in lifeboats now spotted the distant silhouette of the approaching vessel. A glimmer of optimism broke through the veil of despair, knowing that help was at hand. Meanwhile, the Titanic Explorer, having weathered the storm and navigated through treacherous seas, arrived on the scene. The crew had witnessed the sinking of the Titanic Nova and the subsequent struggle for survival. The sight of lifeboats adrift in the open sea and the haggard faces of survivors served as a stark reminder of the fragility of life. Rescue operations swung into action, a race against time to locate and retrieve the survivors. The crew of the Titanic Explorer launched lifeboats, meticulously scanning the water's surface for any signs of life. The cries of the survivors, their voices filled with desperation and relief, guided the rescuers to their locations. Amidst the chaos and heartache, stories of courage and compassion emerged. Crew members from the Titanic Explorer risked their own safety to pull survivors out of the frigid waters, offering warm blankets, comforting words, and the reassurance that they were safe now. Each life saved was a triumph against the odds, a testament to the unwavering spirit of humanity in the face of tragedy. As the Neo-Titanic drew closer, the combined efforts of the two ships intensified. The crew and rescue teams worked hand in hand, their actions driven by the urgency to save as many lives as possible. Lifeboats were shuttled between the ships, survivors were brought on board, and medical teams provided much-needed care and comfort. In the aftermath of the Titanic Nova's sinking, the survivors found solace in the warmth and safety of the rescue vessels. They were given shelter, nourishment, and support as they began the process of healing and recovery. The crew of both the Neo-Titanic and the Titanic Explorer, weary but resolute, dedicated themselves to this humanitarian mission, ensuring that no survivor was left behind. The ocean, once a merciless force that had claimed so many lives, now served as a backdrop to tales of resilience and compassion. The legacy of the Titanic Nova, despite its tragic end, lived on through the unwavering determination of those who had come to its aid. As the survivors were brought to safety, their stories would serve as a reminder of the power of the human spirit, the enduring lessons learned from the tragedies of the past, and the collective strength found in unity and compassion. The rescue mission, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness, embodied the spirit of the Titanic legacy, reminding the world that even in the face of unimaginable adversity, humanity can rise above, supporting one another, and forging a path towards a brighter future. Back at port, a somber atmosphere pervaded the air as the Neo-Titanic and the Titanic Explorer returned with the survivors rescued from the frigid waters. The once bustling harbor, usually filled with joyful anticipation, was now hushed in reverence for the lives lost and the trauma endured. As the rescue vessels docked, a crowd had gathered, a mix of families anxiously awaiting the return of their loved ones and concerned onlookers seeking news of the survivors. News reporters, their cameras ready, stood at the ready to document this chapter of the Titanic story. The survivors, wrapped in warm blankets and supported by the crew, disembarked from the ships. Their eyes carried the weight of the unimaginable, the depths of their experiences etched upon their faces. Families and friends rushed forward, tears of relief streaming down their faces as they embraced their loved ones tightly, grateful for their safe return. Medical personnel, deployed with efficiency and compassion, attended to the survivors, ensuring they received the care they needed. Paramedics and doctors assessed their physical well-being, treating injuries, and addressing the effects of exposure to the harsh Arctic conditions. Psychologists and counselors offered emotional support, guiding them through the trauma they had endured. In the days that followed, the survivors began the process of recovery. Support services were made available, including counseling, therapy, and support groups. The The survivors were encouraged to share their stories, to lean on one another, and to find solace in the shared experience of survival. The communities surrounding the port rallied together, offering their assistance and resources to aid in the recovery efforts. Local organizations, charities, and volunteers provided shelter, clothing, and nourishing meals. It was a testament to the power of human compassion, as the tragedy of the Titanic Nova brought out the best in the community, uniting them in their shared humanity. Meanwhile, the investigation into the events leading up to the sinking of the Titanic Nova was initiated. Experts and authorities worked tirelessly to piece together the sequence of events, examining every detail in an effort to prevent similar disasters in the future. Lessons were learned, safety protocols were scrutinized, and the maritime industry would be forever changed. In the wake of the tragedy, the legacy of the Titanic Nova took on new meaning. The vessel, once a symbol of human achievement and endurance, would forever be associated with the resilience of the survivors and the dedication of the rescue crews. Their stories would be shared, their experiences would shape future safety measures, and their resilience would inspire generations to come. Memorials were erected to honor the lives lost, providing a place for reflection and remembrance. The names of the survivors and those who perished were etched into the collective memory, a reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of cherishing each moment. The story of the Titanic Nova, from its illustrious beginnings to its tragic end, left an indelible mark on the maritime world and the hearts of people worldwide. It served as a reminder that even in the face of unforgiving elements, the strength of the human spirit and the power of unity can prevail. The legacy of the Titanic Nova would forever be intertwined with the triumph of survival, the resilience of the human spirit, and the enduring lessons learned from history's most iconic maritime disaster. In the aftermath of the Titanic Nova tragedy, the Neo-Titanic, having fulfilled its rescue and recovery mission, found itself permanently docked in the year 2020. The ship, now a solemn reminder of the past, stood as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the indelible mark left by the original Titanic and its sister ships. Docked at a specially designated berth, the Neo-Titanic became a symbol of remembrance and education. It served as a memorial to all those who had lost their lives in maritime disasters throughout history, including the Titanic Nova. Visitors from around the world came to pay their respects and to gain a deeper understanding of the tragedies that had unfolded. The ship's interior was meticulously preserved, maintaining its historical authenticity. Visitors were able to explore the recreated passenger areas, complete with interactive exhibits and displays that chronicled the Titanic's legacy. Artifacts recovered from the Titanic Nova, along with items of historical significance, were on display, telling the stories of those who had been aboard the ill-fated vessel. A dedicated team of historians, researchers, and museum curators worked tirelessly to curate and expand the exhibits, ensuring that the legacy of the Titanic and its sister ships would be preserved for future generations. Their work brought to life the experiences of the passengers and crew, allowing visitors to connect with the human stories that had unfolded amidst the tragedy. The Neo-Titanic's role as an educational institution extended beyond the museum exhibits. Seminars, conferences, and workshops were organized, inviting experts from various fields to share their knowledge and insights. The lessons learned from the tragedies of the past were studied and disseminated, with a focus on maritime safety, disaster preparedness, and the importance of human compassion in times of crisis. The ship also became a platform for artistic expression. Renowned photographers, painters, and musicians found inspiration in the Neo-Titanic's haunting presence. Their works captured the poignancy of the ship's story, inviting contemplation and reflection on the impact of the past on the present. The Neo-Titanic, having fulfilled its role as a rescue vessel and bearing witness to the Titanic Nova tragedy, had found a new purpose in its permanent docking. It stood as a reminder that from tragedy can emerge growth, knowledge, and compassion. The ship's presence offered solace and a collective determination to honor the memory of those who had perished and to prevent similar catastrophes from occurring in the future. As the years passed, the Neo-Titanic continued to be a beacon of remembrance, its importance ingrained in the collective consciousness. It became a destination for tourists, historians, and those seeking a deeper connection to the human experience. The legacy of the Titanic and the Titanic Nova lived on, reminding the world of the preciousness of life, the lessons of the past, and the need for vigilance in the face of the unpredictable sea. Despite the tragic events surrounding the Titanic Nova, the Titanic Explorer continued to forge ahead on its own path, propelled by the resilience and determination of its crew. While the loss of the Nova weighed heavily on their hearts, they understood the importance of carrying on with their mission of exploration and discovery. With the storm subsided and the survivors safely rescued, the Titanic Explorer regrouped and set its sights on new horizons. The vessel, with its crew of seasoned explorers and scientists, was driven by an insatiable curiosity and a commitment to uncovering the secrets of the deep. Departing from the port once more, the Titanic Explorer charted its course to unexplored waters and remote corners of the globe. The ship, equipped with advanced technology and research facilities, became a mobile laboratory for scientific study and marine exploration. As the years passed, the Titanic Explorer became renowned for its significant contributions to oceanic research and discovery. The crew embarked on expeditions that delved into uncharted depths, unraveled mysteries of marine ecosystems, and studied the impact of climate change on our oceans. The ship's advanced sonar systems and remotely operated underwater vehicles, ROVs, allowed for the exploration of deep-sea trenches and the discovery of unique species that had never been seen before. The crew conducted experiments, collected samples, and documented their findings, adding invaluable knowledge to the scientific community. The Titanic Explorer became a hub for collaboration, hosting international research teams and scientists from various fields. Together, they conducted groundbreaking studies on marine biology, geology, oceanography, and more. The ship's laboratories buzzed with activity as researchers analyzed data, developed new theories, and pushed the boundaries of human understanding. Beyond its scientific pursuits, the Titanic Explorer also took on a role in environmental advocacy. The crew actively participated in initiatives to promote marine conservation and raise awareness about the importance of protecting our oceans. They collaborated with environmental organizations, shared their findings with policymakers, and engaged with communities to inspire stewardship of the marine environment. Throughout its journeys, the Titanic Explorer encountered breathtaking landscapes, encountered incredible marine life, and experienced the awe-inspiring power of the world's oceans. The ship's logbooks became a testament to the spirit of exploration, documenting the wonders discovered and the challenges overcome. As the years rolled on, the Titanic Explorer became a symbol of human ingenuity and the unwavering spirit of exploration. Its legacy extended far beyond the tragedy of the Titanic Nova, as it continued to inspire future generations to embark on their own voyages of discovery, fueled by curiosity and a passion for understanding our planet. The Titanic Explorer remains a steadfast vessel, forever tied to the quest for knowledge and the desire to explore the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of our vast oceans. And as it sails into the unknown, it carries with it the spirit of the original Titanic, a beacon of human achievement and the enduring pursuit of discovery. In the year 2023, after years of service, exploration, and scientific endeavors, the Titanic Explorer reached the final chapter of its storied journey. The decision was made to retire the vessel and transform it into a living testament to the legacy of the Titanic and the remarkable era in which she sailed. A monumental restoration effort took place, aimed at returning the ship to its original 1912 state of grandeur. Skilled craftsmen meticulously recreated the ship's iconic features, ensuring every detail was faithful to the original design. The restoration team scoured historical records, archival photographs, and artifacts to recreate the opulent interiors, the lavish furnishings, and the luxurious atmosphere of the ship's golden age. After months of painstaking work, the transformation was complete. The Titanic Explorer emerged from the shipyard, reborn as the Titanic once again. The ship's majestic profile, with its 4 towering funnels and elegant bow, captivated all who beheld her. Now, as a museum ship, she would share the stories and history of the original Titanic with the world. The newly restored Titanic made her way to Southampton, the port where the original Titanic had departed on her fateful voyage over a century ago. The city embraced her return with a mixture of reverence and excitement, recognizing the significance of this iconic vessel's homecoming. As the Titanic docked in Southampton, thousands of people gathered to witness her arrival. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation and a sense of awe. Visitors from across the globe were drawn to the city, eager to step aboard and immerse themselves in the Titanic's rich history. Inside the museum ship, visitors were transported back in time. They strolled along the recreated promenade deck, reliving the experiences of the past. They explored the sumptuous first-class cabins, marveling at the intricate woodwork and elegant furnishings. They descended into the recreated grand staircase, its grandeur taking their breath away. The museum ship became a hub of education, as historians, maritime experts, and passionate storytellers guided visitors through the stories of the Titanic. Exhibits showcased the ship's construction, the lives of the passengers and crew, and the tragic events of that ill-fated night in 1912. Interactive displays allowed visitors to experience the Titanic's voyage and better understand the human stories behind the tragedy. In addition to the historical exhibits, the museum ship also hosted cultural events, concerts, and art exhibitions, further enriching the visitor experience. It became a place where art, history, and commemoration converged, inviting contemplation and reflection on the profound impact of the Titanic's legacy. The renamed Titanic, proudly bearing her original name, became an enduring symbol of resilience and remembrance. The ship's presence in Southampton served as a reminder of the city's maritime heritage and its connection to the Titanic's legacy. Locals and tourists alike walked her decks, captivated by the history and the poignant stories that echoed within her walls. Through the years, the Titanic Museum ship continued to be a beacon of knowledge, preservation, and respect. It remained an invaluable resource for scholars, historians, and enthusiasts, furthering our understanding of the Titanic's significance in maritime history. As the sun set over the Titanic in Southampton, casting a warm glow upon her majestic silhouette, she stood as a living memorial to the lives lost and the enduring spirit of those who sailed aboard her. The restored Titanic would forever hold a place in the hearts and minds of all who encountered her, a testament to the human spirit, the pursuit of knowledge, and the power of remembrance. In a visionary move, plans were set in motion to recreate the sister ships of the Titanic, the Olympic and the Britannic. Drawing upon the meticulous research and expertise gained from the Titanic's restoration, skilled craftsmen and engineers set out to recreate these iconic vessels, ensuring historical accuracy while incorporating modern amenities and safety features. The recreated Olympic, an emblem of elegance and grandeur, found her new purpose as a hotel ship. Docked alongside the Titanic in Southampton, she became a living testament to the golden age of ocean liners. Inside her meticulously restored interiors, guests experienced the opulence and luxury of a bygone era. The recreated first-class cabins, the grand dining rooms, and the majestic promenade deck offered an unparalleled glimpse into the past. Guests immersed themselves in the Titanic's sister ship, indulging in the nostalgia and splendor that once graced the decks of these majestic vessels. On the other side of the Titanic, the Britannic was reborn as a vibrant casino ship. Resplendent in her recreated glory, the Britannic's interiors dazzled visitors with their Art Nouveau-inspired design. Passengers boarded the ship to enjoy the excitement and glamour of a floating casino, where the spirit of adventure and chance filled the air. Gaming tables, slot machines, and entertainment venues created an atmosphere of sophistication and excitement. The Britannic provided an unforgettable experience, blending the elegance of the past with the vibrant energy of modern entertainment. Together, the Titanic, the Olympic, and the Britannic formed a magnificent trio, each ship offering a unique experience. Visitors and guests could explore all three vessels, stepping back in time to witness the height of ocean travel and revel in the distinct personalities of each ship. The dockside area in Southampton transformed into a hub of maritime history and entertainment. Cafes, boutiques, and art galleries flourished, catering to the influx of tourists eager to immerse themselves in the splendor of these recreated ships. The area buzzed with a vibrant energy, as visitors and locals alike enjoyed the nostalgic atmosphere and the sense of living history. Beyond their individual roles, the recreated Titanic, Olympic, and Britannic collectively served as a testament to the enduring legacy of the White Star Line and the remarkable era in which they sailed. The ships became a beacon for heritage tourism, attracting enthusiasts and history buffs from around the world. Their presence brought economic revitalization to Southampton, breathing new life into the city's maritime heritage. The trio of ships hosted special events, ranging from themed parties and concerts to historical lectures and exhibitions. These gatherings celebrated the rich maritime history and provided a platform for artists, musicians, and experts to showcase their talents and knowledge. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a warm glow over the trio of recreated vessels, the magic of their collective presence filled the air. The Titanic, the Olympic, and the Britannic stood side by side, a testament to human ingenuity, resilience, and the enduring fascination with the grandeur of the past. Visitors and guests, whether they sought the tranquility of a floating hotel, the thrill of a casino experience, or the nostalgia of an era gone by, found themselves captivated by the timeless allure of these recreated ships. The Titanic, the Olympic, and the Britannic, forever linked in history, continued to inspire awe and wonder, reminding us of the extraordinary stories that lay within the world's great ocean liners. In a remarkable display of innovation and compassion, the Neo-Titanic, having completed its years of exploration and rescue missions, found a new purpose as a floating hospital. Docked next to her three sisters, the Titanic, Olympic, and Britannic, the Neo-Titanic now stood as a symbol of healing and care. The transformation of the Neo-Titanic into a state-of-the-art medical facility was an ambitious endeavor. Collaborating with medical experts, engineers, and designers, the ship was equipped with cutting-edge technology, specialized medical units, and an expert medical staff. The vessel was carefully redesigned to accommodate the needs of patients and provide a comfortable, nurturing environment. Inside the Neo-Titanic's restored interiors, the opulence of the past was replaced with state-of-the-art medical facilities. Staterooms were converted into private patient rooms, outfitted with advanced monitoring systems and modern amenities. Dining areas were transformed into medical stations and rehabilitation centers. The grand halls and ballrooms became spacious areas for medical conferences, training sessions, and community outreach programs. As a floating hospital, the Neo-Titanic was staffed with highly skilled medical professionals, including doctors, nurses, surgeons, and support staff. They worked tirelessly to provide exceptional care to patients from all walks of life. The ship's medical capabilities were on par with the finest hospitals on land, ensuring that patients received top-quality treatment in a unique and serene environment. The Neo-Titanic, alongside her three sister ships, formed a powerful healthcare consortium. Collaborations between the vessels allowed for the sharing of resources, expertise, and research initiatives. The medical staff on board worked in close coordination with local hospitals and medical organizations, fostering a spirit of cooperation and advancing medical knowledge and practices. The presence of the floating hospital and the three other ships in Southampton attracted medical professionals, researchers, and students from around the world. The ships became centers for medical education and training, offering internships, residencies, and advanced medical programs. Seminars, symposiums, and conferences were held on board, facilitating the exchange of ideas and fostering innovation in healthcare. The Neo-Titanic's docking location, flanked by the Titanic, Olympic, and Britannic, became a beacon of hope and healing. The area surrounding the ships was transformed into a thriving healthcare district, with specialized clinics, research facilities, and rehabilitation centers. Together, they formed a comprehensive medical ecosystem, catering to the diverse healthcare needs of the community. The floating hospital also played a crucial role in disaster response and humanitarian missions. The ship's agility and self-sustainability allowed it to reach remote areas in times of crisis, providing emergency medical care, resources, and expertise. The Neo-Titanic became a symbol of compassion and resilience, lending a helping hand in times of need. As the years passed, the Neo-Titanic's reputation as a world-class healthcare facility grew, attracting patients from around the globe seeking specialized treatments and compassionate care. Its legacy, intertwined with the stories of the Titanic, Olympic, and Britannic, embodied the enduring human spirit and the commitment to improving lives. Together, the Neo-Titanic and her three sister ships stood as a testament to the power of transformation, each vessel taking on a unique role in the service of humanity. They served as beacons of hope, reminding us of the importance of compassion, innovation, and unity in times of crisis. Their collective presence in Southampton symbolized the indomitable spirit of healing and the eternal pursuit of providing care to those in need. Adjacent to the four magnificent ships, a new structure took shape, a museum dedicated to the Titanic Nova tragedy. This museum, an architectural marvel in its own right, stood as a solemn tribute to the lives lost and the enduring impact of the Nova's fateful journey. The design of the museum drew inspiration from the sleek lines of the ships, seamlessly blending modern aesthetics with a sense of reverence. Its exterior, reminiscent of the ocean's waves, shimmered in reflective surfaces, reflecting the surrounding vessels and the changing sky. The structure, carefully curated to harmonize with the historic setting, captivated visitors before they even set foot inside. Stepping into the museum, visitors were transported on a journey through time. The exhibits chronicled the events leading up to the Titanic Nova's ill-fated voyage, exploring the factors that contributed to the tragedy and examining the lessons learned. Display cases showcased artifacts recovered from the wreckage, giving visitors an intimate glimpse into the lives of those who sailed on the Nova. Interactive displays, multimedia presentations, and immersive installations brought the story to life. Personal accounts, meticulously researched records, and audiovisual narratives conveyed the harrowing experiences of the passengers and crew, evoking a sense of empathy and deep reflection. The museum also delved into the subsequent rescue and recovery efforts, celebrating the bravery and compassion of those who risked their lives to save others. It paid tribute to the unsung heroes, both aboard the rescue vessels and within the communities affected by the tragedy. Within the museum's walls, a dedicated space was allocated to honor the memory of those who lost their lives on the Titanic Nova. A tranquil memorial garden, adorned with symbolic sculptures and names of the victims, provided a serene setting for reflection and remembrance. Educational programs and workshops were offered within the museum, engaging visitors of all ages. Students and scholars delved into the historical, scientific, and social aspects of the Nova tragedy, fostering a deeper understanding of its significance. The museum became a center for research and discourse, encouraging the exploration of maritime history and promoting safety awareness. Adjacent to the museum, a serene waterfront promenade offered panoramic views of the four ships and the surrounding landscape. Sculptures, monuments, and contemplative spaces invited visitors to pause, offering a moment of introspection and gratitude for the lessons imparted by the Nova tragedy. The museum complex became a global destination for tourists, scholars, and families seeking to understand the impact of maritime disasters and pay homage to those affected by them. Its presence elevated Southampton's reputation as a center for maritime heritage, education, and commemoration. Through the museum, the story of the Titanic Nova tragedy resonated with visitors from around the world. It served as a poignant reminder of the fragility of life, the importance of safety measures, and the enduring legacy of those who experienced and learned from the tragedy. The museum stood as a beacon of remembrance, ensuring that the memory of the Titanic Nova and its impact on maritime history would never fade away. Its doors remained open to all, inviting them to learn, reflect, and honor the lives lost, a powerful testament to the human spirit and the pursuit of knowledge in the face of adversity. Epilogue. In the years that followed, the four sister ships Titanic, Olympic, Britannic, and the Neo-Titanic continued to leave an indelible mark on the world. Each vessel, with its unique role and purpose, stood as a testament to human ingenuity, resilience, and the enduring fascination with maritime history. The Titanic, lovingly restored to her original splendor, remained a symbol of tragedy and human perseverance. As visitors walked her decks, they felt a deep connection to the past, honoring the lives lost and the lessons learned from the catastrophic events of 1912. The ship served as a catalyst for change, inspiring ongoing advancements in maritime safety and reminding the world of the importance of diligence and compassion. The Olympic, transformed into a hotel ship, became a cherished destination for travelers seeking a glimpse into the opulence of the Edwardian era. The vessel offered a unique experience, where guests could step back in time and relish the luxuries of a bygone era. It stood as a living testament to the grandeur of ocean liners and the enduring allure of travel. The Britannic, reborn as a vibrant casino ship, brought joy and excitement to visitors from around the world. Its glamorous interiors, combined with state-of-the-art entertainment and gaming facilities, created an unforgettable experience for those seeking a touch of sophistication and adventure. The Britannic embodied the spirit of celebration and entertainment, embracing the modern era while paying homage to its storied past. The Neo-Titanic, transformed into a floating hospital, became a symbol of healing and compassion. As a beacon of hope, it offered exceptional medical care to those in need, exemplifying the unwavering dedication of medical professionals. The ship served as a reminder of the power of resilience and the importance of caring for one another, even in the face of adversity. Together, these 4 ships and the museum dedicated to the Titanic Nova tragedy formed a maritime legacy that touched the hearts and minds of people worldwide. Their stories resonated through the generations, carrying the lessons of the past into the future. In the years to come, the ships and the museum continued to draw visitors, scholars, and enthusiasts, their presence a testament to the enduring fascination with maritime history and the human spirit. They served as reminders of the triumphs and tragedies of the past, inspiring ongoing exploration, research, and preservation of our rich maritime heritage. As the sun set over Southampton, casting a golden glow upon the vessels and the museum, a sense of reverence filled the air. The legacy of the Titanic, Olympic, Britannic, and the Nova lived on, forever etched in the annals of history. And as visitors from all walks of life explored the ships, immersed themselves in the museum's exhibits, and learned from the lessons of the past, they were reminded of the enduring human spirit, the quest for knowledge, and the power of remembrance. In the end, the story of the Titanic and her sisters transcended tragedy and became a testament to the resilience, compassion, and indomitable spirit of humanity itself. It stood as a reminder that from the depths of darkness, we can find light, and from the tragedies of the past, we can learn, grow, and create a better future. In a final chapter of maritime history, a new vessel called the Vanduke was built, taking inspiration from the tragic legacy of the Titanic Nova. Designed as a smaller version of its ill-fated predecessor, the Vanduke embarked on a different journey, one of remembrance, education, and exploration. With a nod to the past, the Vanduke's construction incorporated elements reminiscent of the original Titanic and its sister ships. The vessel's sleek lines, majestic profile, and elegant interiors paid homage to the iconic vessels that came before her. However, the Vanduke also boasted modern technologies and innovations, ensuring the utmost safety and comfort for its passengers. The Vanduke found its main port adjacent to the 4 sister ships Titanic, Olympic, Britannic, and the Neo-Titanic. This location created a unique and poignant connection, as visitors could witness the legacy of maritime history unfold before their eyes. As a tour vessel, the Vanduke took passengers on unforgettable journeys through European waters. Travelers embarked on voyages that retraced the paths once sailed by the Titanic and her sisters, offering a glimpse into the maritime heritage of the region. Along the way, expert guides provided insightful commentary, enriching the experience with stories of maritime legends, historical events, and the significance of each port of call. Inside the Vanduke, passengers were treated to luxurious accommodations, impeccable service, and a range of amenities. The ship's elegant dining areas offered delectable cuisine, while entertainment venues showcased live performances that paid tribute to the musical traditions of the past. The Vanduke's observation decks, with their sweeping views of the surrounding landscapes and seascapes, invited passengers to contemplate the beauty and vastness of the European waters. While the Vanduke was a vessel of leisure, it also served as an educational platform. Onboard exhibitions and interactive displays provided visitors with an in-depth understanding of maritime history, oceanography, and the Titanic Nova tragedy. Expert speakers and historians held lectures, shedding light on the lessons learned from the past and the ongoing efforts to ensure safety at sea. The Vanduke's close proximity to the 4 sister ships enhanced the experience for passengers and visitors alike. Guided tours allowed guests to explore the Titanic, Olympic, Britannic, and the Neo-Titanic, gaining a comprehensive understanding of their stories and their impact on maritime history. The Vanduke served as a bridge between the past and the present, connecting the legacy of the Titanic Nova with the ongoing exploration of European waters. As the Vanduke sailed gracefully through European seas, it fostered a sense of reflection and remembrance. Passengers were encouraged to pay homage to the lives lost in the tragedy, honoring their memory and appreciating the resilience of the human spirit. The Novanic's presence, alongside the four sister ships, solidified Southampton's status as a global hub for maritime heritage and exploration. Together, they formed a remarkable maritime complex, a living testament to the enduring legacy of these iconic vessels and their place in history. The Novanic's voyages continued for generations to come, captivating passengers with the allure of maritime discovery and honoring the memory of the Titanic Nova. Its journeys not only provided leisure and entertainment but also offered an opportunity to reflect on the significance of maritime heritage and the eternal connection between the past, present, and future. And so, as the Novanic sailed on, it became a floating reminder of the resilience of the human spirit, the importance of remembrance, and the enduring fascination with the sea. Its presence, alongside the four sister ships, served as a beacon of inspiration, inviting all who encountered it to cherish the lessons of the past and embark on their own voyages of discovery and enlightenment. In the year 1775, Quarryville was a modest settlement, a tapestry of farms and simple wooden homes nestled amidst the sprawling hills of what would later become Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. The village lived in a quiet harmony with nature, untouched by the burgeoning spirit of revolution that loomed on the eastern horizon. But the tranquility that enveloped Quarryville was not destined to last, for within the veil of the Pennsylvania mist, an unspeakable terror lurked, a creature that defied the boundaries of imagination and reality. Margaret Miller tightened her bonnet as she walked along the forest path. She was a stout, resilient woman, bound by the challenges of rearing 6 children and maintaining a household while her husband fought in a war of ideas and muskets. But her eyes, perpetually narrowed in maternal scrutiny, flickered with unease as she ventured deeper into the woods. Her youngest, Elsie, had fallen severely ill, and the only remedy lay in the herbs that could only be found deep within the forest. A forest which, according to whispered rumors, harbored an entity. The sinking sun cast long, twisted shadows through the canopy of trees, turning the forest into a living labyrinth of looming darkness. Margaret stooped to gather yarrow and sage, pushing aside the gnawing unease that burgeoned within her. A guttural growl echoed in the distance, curdling her blood. She gripped the wooden crucifix that hung around her neck and muttered a prayer. A rustling in the bushes caught her attention, her head snapping towards the sound. Silence. The forest held its breath. It was as if the very trees were warning her, go back. Ignoring her instincts, she continued to harvest the needed herbs. That's when she saw it, a figure, half man, half beast, hidden within the obsidian cloak of the forest. Its eyes gleamed with malevolent intelligence, its face an unholy hybrid of porcine snout and human malevolence. Tusks protruded from its gaping maw, glistening in the dying sunlight. Margaret's scream was stifled by her own fear as the creature lunged, faster than any wild animal she had ever seen. Her world went black. The next morning, Margaret's mutilated body was discovered by a search party led by the local priest, Father O'Sullivan. The men stared, ashen-faced, at the sight. Her body had been horribly mangled, limbs severed, and strewn about as if a feral beast had descended upon her with ungodly wrath. Yet, oddly, the herbs she had gathered were neatly stacked beside her, as though the creature had a twisted understanding of what she had sought to do. It was an omen, a grotesque signature left by what the villagers would come to fearfully whisper as the Beast of Quarryville. The pall of dread that settled over Quarryville was palpable. Families huddled together as darkness fell, clutching their Bibles and muskets. Nighttime vigils became common, with men taking turns to patrol the village. But the creature was cunning, elusive as the mist that shrouded the forest each dawn. Livestock were found eviscerated, their innards arranged in ritualistic patterns. Children began to have nightmares of a pigman who stalked them in their sleep, his grunts a malevolent lullaby that they couldn't forget. In the ensuing weeks, the attacks escalated. 3 more villagers met the same gruesome fate as Margaret. Each victim was discovered in the same grotesque state, mutilated beyond recognition, yet with some personal object or quest left oddly, disturbingly intact beside their remains. The village was paralyzed with fear, a community held hostage by an unseen monster that defied all attempts to be caught or understood. Stories began to circulate, stories that drew on the dark folklore of the old world. The creature was compared to the dreaded pigman of Cannock Chase, a mythical beast from English lore known to terrorize, mutilate, and consume those unfortunate enough to cross its path. Theories abounded. Some argued it was a demon, summoned by witchcraft, while others claimed it was a vengeful spirit, angered by the intrusion of man into its sacred forest. As the autumn leaves began to wither, Father O'Sullivan called a town meeting. Men, women, and children packed into the small church, seeking solace and answers. The priest stood at the pulpit, his eyes weary, and spoke with a voice tinged with resignation. "We've tried everything humanly possible to trap this abomination. Our muskets have proven ineffective, our traps lay untouched, and our prayers go unanswered. We are dealing with an entity that defies earthly explanation, an abomination in the eyes of God." As he spoke, the sky outside darkened unnaturally, as if affirming his words. That night, a silence deeper than any they had known descended upon Quarryville. Families clung to each other, enveloped by a dread that transcended the mere fear of bodily harm. They were in the grip of an existential terror, a recognition of their utter helplessness in the face of an ungraspable evil. And so it continued, a relentless cycle of dread that turned days into endless corridors of apprehension and nights into chambers of unspoken horror. The beast of Quarryville became a dark legend, whispered by mothers to frighten their children into obedience, muttered by farmers as they found their livestock desecrated, and pondered by elders as they contemplated the limits of human understanding. Despite the best efforts of the villagers, the creature remained an unkillable and undefeatable enigma, a symbol of the darkest corners of human imagination made manifest. It haunted Quarryville not just as a physical entity but as a concept, a living, breathing embodiment of dread that defied reason, faith, and courage. And so, in the gloom of an eternal twilight, Quarryville lived under the haunting shadow of an inexplicable evil, a testament to the limits of human comprehension and the unfathomable mysteries that lie beyond the veil of our reality. The beast's reign of terror became a permanent fixture, as integral to the village's identity as the church, the farms, and the families that made up its social fabric. This is not just a tale of Quarryville, but a disturbing reflection of the capacity for ungraspable dread that resides in all of us, hidden deep within, yet capable of erupting in moments of vulnerable despair. As you walk through life, remember the story of Quarryville, and know that sometimes, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that defy explanation, leaving us in a state of perpetual, agonizing uncertainty. Even years later, as the first embers of the American Revolution began to blaze, Quarryville remained ensnared in its own chilling conflict, one without banners, battle cries, or any promise of resolution. The town existed in a perpetual state of eerie stagnation. Newcomers would arrive, hear the rumors, and either flee or join the grim ranks of those waiting for the next horror to unfold. Over time, the younger generations grew up under this smog of fear, their childhood games fraught with dares to venture close to the forest edge after sundown, only to scamper back at the first rustle of leaves or guttural grunt. Amid this atmosphere, a figure named Thomas Avery rose to local prominence. A war veteran with a tormented past, he had returned from the fight against British rule disillusioned, haunted by the memory of friends lost and ideals shattered. But the beast that terrorized his home stirred something in him, a need to confront an evil far less abstract than tyranny, yet far more immediate in its malevolence. Thomas assembled a group of the bravest men, those with nothing left to lose. Fathers and sons, blacksmiths, and farmers, they would be Quarryville's last stand against this insidious creature. Equipped with muskets and wearing amulets blessed by Father O'Sullivan, they set out one fateful evening, led by a wiry hunting dog named Brutus. As they penetrated deeper into the forest, the darkness closed in, each step they took muffled by a thick layer of decaying leaves. It was as if the forest itself was reluctant to let them pass. Their lanterns flickered erratically, creating a chiaroscuro of light and shadow that danced across their anxious faces. The growls began, far off at first, then louder and more persistent, until they sounded almost like the grunts of a monstrous swine. They reached a clearing where the trees reluctantly parted, revealing an ancient, gnarled oak at its center. The trunk was abnormally large, its roots emerging from the ground like the tentacles of some subterranean creature. Thomas signaled for the men to form a circle around the tree, muskets at the ready. The tension in the air was palpable, each man acutely aware that the boundary between life and a grisly death was precariously thin. Suddenly, Brutus began to growl, his fur standing on end. A sense of imminent dread enveloped the clearing. Then, with an unholy shriek that combined the most chilling aspects of human and animal, the beast of Quarryville burst forth from the shadows, its eyes glowing like coals in the murky darkness. Its tusks were longer than before, and its hide seemed almost impenetrable, covered in a layer of matted hair and what looked like ancient runes. Musket shots rang out, filling the air with smoke and the acrid smell of gunpowder. But the bullets merely glanced off the creature's hide, as if it was impervious to mortal weaponry. In a blur of motion, it lunged at the nearest man, its tusks piercing his flesh with appalling ease. A guttural roar of triumph echoed through the forest as the man's screams dissolved into a deathly silence. Thomas knew they were outmatched, their fates sealed. Yet, as he locked eyes with the beast, he felt a sudden surge of clarity. It was as if the creature, in that fleeting moment, imparted a dark epiphany, a realization that this terror was not just a physical entity to be fought, but a manifestation of the collective dread that gripped every soul in Quarryville. Understanding this didn't change their fate, but it lent Thomas a form of twisted comfort. He finally grasped that some evils were not meant to be vanquished, serving instead as eternal reminders of the human capacity for horror. With a resigned glance at his companions, he lowered his musket. The creature seemed to acknowledge this surrender with a haunting grunt, before disappearing back into the depths of the forest, leaving the men in a state of stupefied terror, their illusions of courage shattered. Thomas returned to Quarryville a changed man. He spoke little of that night, but those who looked into his eyes saw a void, an understanding of an abyss that most were fortunate enough to never glimpse. The attacks did not cease, but they became less frequent, as if the beast had proven its point and found a different outlet for its malevolence. The town continued to live under its shadow, each new generation inheriting the fear like a grim heirloom. Children were born, elders passed away, but the legacy of the beast remained, interwoven into the very fabric of Quarryville's existence. The terror became a part of them, a dark cornerstone in the foundation of their community. Through whispers and stories, the legend of the beast became a gruesome folklore, told around fires and during solemn gatherings. It was no longer just a Quarryville phenomenon, but a dreadful tale that spread through the region, cautioning those who heard it about the unimaginable horrors that lurk on the fringes of human understanding. And so, in this way, the beast of Quarryville lived on both as a corporeal nightmare and an existential dread. It became an eternal symbol of the inescapable fears that lie dormant but never dead, in the dark recesses of the human psyche. A fearsome tale, indeed, but one that serves as a bleak testament to the uncharted territories of horror that remain to be understood, in this world or any other. The end of this tale is but a new beginning, a door ajar to a realm of darkness that defies explanation. And as you ponder the story of Quarryville, know this: sometimes, the most enduring horrors are those that can neither be explained nor vanquished, but only endured, passed down from one frightened generation to the next in a never-ending cycle of haunting dread. Even as Quarryville grappled with its infernal dilemma, broader tensions between the colonies and the British Empire reached a boiling point. British troops started setting up encampments in and around Lancaster County, seeking to maintain their hold on this restive territory. It wasn't long before a detachment was ordered to establish a base near Quarryville, much to the residents' chagrin. When Captain William Alden and his unit of British Redcoats entered the town, they were met with obvious disdain. Yet, when they left town to set up camp in the nearby forest, it wasn't just the specter of colonial subjugation that weighed on the townspeople's minds. An uncomfortable silence fell over the community, each individual wrestling with the moral dilemma of whether or not to warn these unwelcome guests about the beast that haunted their lives. In the end, the question was rendered moot. A sense of inevitable dread, like a slowly descending fog, settled over Quarryville. It was Thomas Avery who, standing at the edge of the forest one dusk, felt it the strongest. His eyes, now forever shadowed by his encounter with the beast, gazed into the thickening woods. He sensed that tonight would be different. Tonight, the beast of Quarryville would satisfy its bloodlust on unfamiliar prey. Inside the British encampment, laughter and boisterous talk filled the air as soldiers relished their respite. The war had yet to escalate fully, and many still saw their American sojourn as an adventurous detour, an amusing chapter in their military careers. Tales of headless horsemen and vengeful native spirits were shared around the campfire, each story trying to outdo the last in gore and horror. But as the night wore on, a strange unease took hold. Sentry guards felt at first an inexplicable sense of being watched, a prickling at the back of their necks that turned their gazes toward the dark expanse of the forest. Then came the grunts, distant but distinct, reverberating through the cool night air. Captain Alden, not one to be easily frightened, ordered his men to maintain their positions and remain vigilant. He dismissed their rising concerns as the product of superstition and the nervous tension that war inevitably stoked. That was, until Brutus arrived. The dog, driven by an uncanny instinct, had wandered into the British camp. Its eyes, filled with an almost human-like urgency, locked onto Alden's. The seasoned officer felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. The canine's message was unmistakable: danger is near. As if cued by Brutus' arrival, a horrific shriek filled the air, a sound so ghastly it seemed to freeze the very marrow in their bones. Soldiers grabbed for their muskets, eyes wide with terror, as they formed a hasty defensive circle facing outward. What emerged from the darkness defied all reason and belief. The beast of Quarryville, more monstrous than any folk tale, its tusks dripping with a dark, viscous liquid, its eyes two glowing orbs of malevolence, charged into the camp with an otherworldly roar. Soldiers fired in panic, the bullets doing little but enraging the beast further. In a frenzied whirl of fur and fang, the creature tore through the encampment, reducing hardened soldiers to mangled forms indistinguishable from the dirt and leaves they lay upon. Captain Alden, clutching a locket containing a miniature painting of his wife and child, met the beast's gaze one final time before its tusks made their fatal plunge. When dawn broke, the gruesome sight that greeted the townspeople who ventured near the British encampment was one of unspeakable horror. The beast had left as suddenly as it had appeared, retreating back into its shadowy realm, but the message it left in its wake was crystal clear. This was a force that could not be contained, tamed, or reasoned with, a brutal reminder of the mercilessness that sometimes intruded upon human affairs. As the news spread, a perverse sense of relief mixed with the general horror. For the townspeople, this was confirmation that the beast was not just a manifestation of their collective nightmare, but a real, tangible entity. In a twisted way, it vindicated their fears and made them feel less alone in their suffering. It was as if the creature itself was part of the land, a monstrous guardian that defended its territory without regard for flags or allegiances. The tale of the beast of Quarryville and its slaughter of the British encampment became a cautionary legend, whispered among both colonials and British troops. For some, it was a grim tale of frontier horror; for others, a parable about the arrogance of empire. But for the people of Quarryville, it was another chapter in an ongoing saga, one that further deepened the shadows that loomed over their community. And so, the town remained bound to its unspoken covenant with the beast, a grim resignation to the notion that some horrors were too ancient, too primal to ever be vanquished. The beast itself seemed to understand this delicate balance, continuing its reign of terror but also, curiously, avoiding any further large-scale attacks. In this twisted way, a horrifying symbiosis was maintained, as each man and monster continued to haunt the other, bound by a cycle of fear and violence that seemed destined to endure for generations to come. And while the rest of the nation eventually erupted into the flames of revolution and change, Quarryville remained frozen in its own grim tableau, a dark sanctuary where the borders between the known and the unimaginable remained forever blurred. A few months had passed since the final gunshot of the revolution echoed across the colonies. The Treaty of Paris had been signed, and America was in jubilant chaos, figuring out the logistics of its newfound freedom. Even Quarryville had felt a ripple of that enthusiasm, a sense of collective relief swept over the town. The ending of hostilities with Britain and the departure of red-coated troops from their soil seemed, for a moment, like a promising new chapter. But for the people of Quarryville, the revolution had been a mere distraction, a transient period of misplaced optimism. The real war, the one that was fought in whispered conversations and sleepless nights, was far from over. While the nation celebrated, Caleb Whitman walked his fields, examining the sprouts that emerged from the soil with the meticulous care of a loving father. He had invested in new seeds this season, a symbol of renewal that he'd hoped would bring better fortune to his family and community. But as he traversed the land that had been in his family for generations, his eye caught something amiss. The cornstalks in one corner of his field had turned a sickly black, their leaves wilting as though burnt by some invisible fire. A wave of dread washed over him. He approached cautiously, his boots sinking into the ground, which had turned uncharacteristically soggy. As he touched one of the blackened stalks, it crumbled into an ashy powder, releasing a foul odor that made him gag. His eyes widened with realization. This wasn't the work of any disease known to man, it was as if the very life had been sucked out of the plants, their vitality poisoned by some malevolent force. The terror that gripped Quarryville in the wake of this discovery was of a different, more insidious kind than before. War and monsters could rip apart bodies, but this was an attack on their sustenance, their hope for future stability. Speculation ran rampant. Was this another form of terror from the beast? A warning, perhaps? People started to avoid the Whitman farm as if it were cursed ground, a sentiment not lost on Caleb's children who were suddenly friendless. His wife, Sarah, found herself ostracized at the market. The Whitman's farm, once a symbol of generational endurance, became a cautionary tale. Isaac Newton, the town's de facto historian and theologian, hunched over ancient texts borrowed from European scholars, seeking an explanation. His eyes, tired and bloodshot, froze on an old druidic tale of a creature not unlike their beast, a being that not only slaughtered but could curse the very earth it tread upon. "It's evolving," he muttered to himself, his hands trembling as he considered the implications. The beast was no longer just a mindless killer, it was a strategic force targeting the very lifeblood of the community. The town council convened in an emergency session. There was talk of evacuating Quarryville, of declaring the land forsaken. But where could they go? How could they leave behind the soil that held their ancestors, the churches that held their faith, the homes that held their memories? Instead, a consensus was reached that they must endure and adapt, as they always had. Protective talismans were crafted and hung on every doorstep, crops were consecrated with prayer, and nightly vigils were held. This time, however, the rites seemed more like desperate pleas than acts of faith. Months passed, and while the poisoned field remained barren, producing nothing but twisted, grotesque forms of what should have been, the beast itself stayed curiously absent from Quarryville. But absence did little to lessen its omnipresence in the minds of the community. The creature had instilled a different kind of terror, this time subtle, gnawing, insidious. It wasn't the fear of being attacked in the dead of night that haunted people, but the dread that every seed they planted, every child they bore, every dream they nurtured could be poisoned, corrupted, turned into a nightmarish version of itself. And so, Quarryville endured in its cursed equilibrium, its people bound by the unspoken knowledge that they were not, in fact, the true masters of their land. Their new nation might have been born from the ideals of freedom and autonomy, but here, in this small corner of Pennsylvania, a darker reality held sway. Freedom, after all, is a fragile thing, easily shattered when faced with horrors that defy understanding. And the people of Quarryville understood this all too well, for they lived with a terror that couldn't be defeated by musket or cannon, a creature that didn't just kill but corrupted the very essence of life. As they faced the uncertain dawn of America's existence, they did so with the knowledge that their own personal nightmare was far from over, its ending as elusive and unfathomable as the beast that stalked their dreams. The town council of Quarryville, desperate for a semblance of control, drafted a desperate plea for help to President George Washington himself. Their hope was a fragile ember flickering in an abyss of despair. Would the revered leader even acknowledge a single remote town amidst the monumental challenges of a fledgling nation? Weeks passed like centuries, each day a tightening vice of tension. Then, a letter bearing the seal of the newly formed United States arrived. The council members, their hands trembling, broke the wax and unfolded the parchment. It was from Washington, and he had agreed to dispatch a specialized militia unit to Quarryville. Trained in unconventional warfare, these men were skilled in facing dangers most soldiers would never imagine. As the militia marched into Quarryville, their polished boots and crisp uniforms stood in stark contrast to the ragged visage of the local populace. Led by Colonel Alexander Grimes, a man known for his rigid discipline and tactical prowess, the soldiers set up a makeshift base at the edge of the Whitman farm, eerily close to the blackened, barren field. The militia brought with them not only arms but a sense of invincibility, bolstered by their new nation's triumph over the world's greatest empire. If they could defeat the British, how much trouble could a lone beast pose? Colonel Grimes, armed with muskets, blades, and even rudimentary grenades, led his men into the wooded area where most of the sightings and horrors had been reported. The townsfolk watched them vanish into the trees, a palpable air of foreboding settling over the crowd. As night fell, an inhuman shriek echoed from the forest, a sound so unsettling that even seasoned war veterans felt a chill crawl up their spines. It was followed by the guttural roars of men, the clanging of steel, and the sporadic firing of muskets. When dawn broke, only one militiaman staggered back into town. His eyes were hollow, his uniform shredded, and his skin etched with what looked like claw marks and arcane symbols. He was incoherent, mumbling about eyes in the dark and shadows that swallowed souls. Colonel Grimes and the rest of his men were never found. The area they had entered became known as the Lost Ground and was subsequently avoided even by the bravest hunters. Their disappearance broke whatever fragile dam of hope had held back the town's collective terror. Word of the incident made its way back to Washington. No more help came. Quarryville was left to its grim fate, the government's official stance being that the town was a lost cause, an anomaly best forgotten. It was as if Quarryville and its inhabitants were erased from the annals of American history, becoming a mere footnote in a nation's saga. The place became synonymous with inexplicable horror, a dark vacuum that sucked in hope and courage, leaving only raw fear in its wake. But for the people who continued to live there, the real horror lay in the unspoken, a chilling acknowledgement that some ancient malevolence had outlasted armies and governments. It was a terror that couldn't be fought with bullets or blades, a malevolent entity that could reduce even the bravest to trembling husks. While the new United States expanded its borders, sang songs of liberty, and composed eloquent texts about human rights, the people of Quarryville knew something that their fellow countrymen did not, that beneath the veneer of civilization and the lofty ideals of freedom, there lurked forces dark and ancient, always waiting, always hungry. And so, Quarryville became a whispered cautionary tale, a grim lesson in humility and the limits of human power. For even as a nation celebrated its escape from tyranny, this one forsaken corner of Pennsylvania remained in the grip of an older, deeper, and far more terrifying form of oppression. A horror that neither muskets nor militias could vanquish, a dread that lived in the soil, the air, and the very souls of those unfortunate enough to call it home. 1795, the desolation of Miller's Bridge. 2 decades after the militia's ill-fated expedition, Quarryville had become a place of stifling fear where silence dominated even the most mundane interactions. The construction of Miller's Bridge in 1795 was seen as a hopeful sign, a connection to the outside world that might break the isolation. However, the bridge soon became another place of dread when people started disappearing. Travelers, tradesmen, even local children, anyone who crossed the bridge after dusk never returned. What remained the next morning were pools of blood and tattered clothing, as if the victims had been pulled into the water below. Isaac Newton, the town historian now aged and stooped, suggested a troubling theory. He believed the pigman might not be a singular being but a manifestation of the land's own darkness. The construction of the bridge, he thought, had angered the spirit of the land, resulting in a more violent form of retaliation. 1812, the well incident. By the early 1800s, Quarryville's population had dwindled to a few stubborn families. The well in the center of the town, once a bustling social spot, had become a place of grim necessity. Water had to be drawn, but it was done quickly, and no one lingered. In the summer of 1812, the water turned black. Those who drank it experienced visions, nightmarish hallucinations that often ended in madness. It was as if the pigman had found a way to invade their very thoughts. The well was sealed, but the damage was irreversible. Families were torn apart as loved ones became strangers, their minds shattered. A theory circulated that the pigman was not just an entity but a curse, one that affected not just the physical but the metaphysical. Some believed it was a test from God, a demonic force allowed to torment the people until they repented. But repent for what? No one could say. 1850, the year of unearthly crops. Quarryville by now was all but forgotten, a blight on the map spoken of only in hushed tones. Those who still lived there were considered either incredibly brave or profoundly foolish. In 1850, a series of crop mutations struck, giving the struggling agrarian community another hurdle to overcome. Corn grew in grotesque shapes, wheat rotted from the inside, emitting a noxious gas when broken open. This led to speculations that the pigman was possibly a biological anomaly, an aberration that emitted some form of radiation or pheromones affecting plant life. People started questioning whether it was an earthly creature at all or something otherworldly, perhaps even extraterrestrial. 1875, the vanishing of the Whitman line. A century after the initial poisoning of the Whitman farm, the last of the Whitmans vanished without a trace. Their home was found empty, save for walls smeared with cryptic symbols drawn in what was later identified as pig's blood. This led to theories of occultism, raising the idea that the pigman was not a random manifestation but a summoned entity, a byproduct of dark rites performed by unknown individuals. Some hypothesized that the Whitmans had made a pact with the entity, offering their lineage for some form of unholy protection. 1899, the silent year. As the 19th century came to a close, Quarryville became eerily silent. No animal sounds, no rustling of trees, not even the wind seemed to make a noise. It was as if the land itself had given up, succumbing to the weight of the unspoken dread that loomed over it. The few remaining families migrated, leaving Quarryville to become a ghost town. This last event raised theories that perhaps the pigman was not a beast but the manifestation of collective fear, a tulpa born from the darkness that humans carry within them. Its form and actions were a mirror to the dread that infested the hearts of Quarryville's inhabitants. By 1900, Quarryville was empty but for the ghosts of its past and the unspoken presence of its eternal tormentor. Official records ceased to mention it, and it became a legend, a dark tale whispered in the corners of Pennsylvania. But those who had lived through its horrors knew that the pigman, be it demon, alien, or manifestation, was a reality, a grim testament to the unfathomable terrors that could lurk in the unseen corners of the world, waiting for the right moment to strike. 1905, the Lost Expedition. In the early 1900s, paranormal investigators caught wind of Quarryville's dark history. A team of 6 explorers from the Society of Unknown Phenomena entered the abandoned town, armed with early photographic equipment, religious talismans, and a steely resolve. They aimed to document the existence of the pigman and dispel the myths surrounding Quarryville. None returned. A search party discovered their camp, meticulously set up but abandoned. Cameras were found filled with distorted images, so unsettling that they were locked away, never to be viewed again. The incident became an unsettling entry in the Society's records, one that no one was willing to investigate further. 1921, Prohibition smugglers. During Prohibition, rum runners used the secluded woods around Quarryville as a stash point. Reports soon spread among criminal circles about smugglers going missing. Their empty vehicles would be found hidden in the underbrush, still filled with illegal hooch. It wasn't long before Quarryville was considered cursed even among lawbreakers. Theories began to circulate that the pigman was a form of dark justice, a guardian of the land that punished trespassers, regardless of their intent. 1950, the post-war settlers. After World War II, a small group of settlers, unaware of Quarryville's history, attempted to rejuvenate the land. They built a few houses and started farming, believing they had found an untapped paradise. Within a year, livestock were mutilated, crops failed, and one by one, the settlers disappeared. Their disappearances led to brief news coverage, which in turn revived the old legends. Conspiracy theorists speculated that the pigman was an escaped genetic experiment, a remnant from clandestine wartime operations. 1976, the Backpackers. In the spirit of the U.S. bicentennial, a group of adventurous backpackers decided to tour historic sites connected to the American Revolution. Drawn by the mysterious allure of Quarryville, they camped near the cursed Miller's Bridge. They vanished without a trace, but their journals were later discovered near the bridge. The writings showed an increasing level of paranoia and dread but offered no explanation for their disappearance. This led to speculation that the pigman had psychic or telepathic abilities, influencing the emotions of its victims before striking. 1999, the turn of the millennium. As fears of Y2K swept the nation, a cult moved into Quarryville, believing it to be a sanctuary from the impending technological apocalypse. When the world didn't end, the cult disbanded, but its leader was found impaled on a tree, his torso ripped open. The remaining members refused to speak about what had happened. This event attracted the attention of modern occultists, who now speculated that the pigman might be a skinwalker or a Wendigo, an ancient entity that had adapted over centuries, embodying the evils of every age it survived through. 2018, the Urban Explorers. A group of YouTubers, drawn by the macabre tales, ventured into Quarryville with drones and night vision cameras. The live stream captured distorted images and guttural sounds before abruptly going offline. A later police investigation could find no trace of the explorers. The incident was dismissed by many as an elaborate hoax but added a digital layer to the pigman myths. Some online theorists now consider it an interdimensional entity, able to disrupt electronic devices and exist outside of conventional time and space. 2023, the Forensic Expedition. Given the technological advancements in forensic science, a new expedition was funded by a coalition of scientific organizations and true crime networks in 2023. The expedition aimed to uncover evidence that could explain the mysteries of Quarryville once and for all. They arrived, equipped with satellite imaging, ground-penetrating radar, and biosensing equipment. But just like all who came before them, they vanished. This time, however, the live data feed captured something: thermal images of an indescribable figure, one that seemed to defy the laws of biology and physics. The data was sealed, deemed too disturbing for public viewing, but the incident reinvigorated the theories around the pigman. It was now considered by some as a Lovecraftian horror, a being so beyond human comprehension that its very existence questioned the limitations of science and spirituality. Quarryville remains abandoned, a void on the map and in the collective consciousness. Yet the pigman, whatever it is, seems to endure a ceaseless enigma, a boundless horror, its story whispered in fearful tones but never fully understood. Whatever it represents, be it cosmic dread, the darker facets of human nature, or an inexplicable anomaly, it continues to lurk in the uncharted terrains of Quarryville, defying understanding, instilling terror, and adding layers to its inscrutable myth. 2025, the Refugee Enclave. In 2025, a global crisis saw the displacement of millions. With limited options, the U.S. government selected the ostensibly empty landscapes around Quarryville to resettle a large group of refugees. A makeshift city sprung up, tents and semi-permanent structures stretching as far as the eye could see. A few of the less dilapidated buildings were also repurposed for use. For the first few weeks, life was as normal as it could be under the circumstances. However, it wasn't long before strange occurrences began to disrupt the community's fragile peace. It started subtly: food stores were found ransacked, livestock were mutilated, and an eerie discomfort settled over the campsite. As a coping mechanism, children began to craft stories, whispering among themselves about a boogeyman that roamed at night. Adults dismissed these tales as fabrications, the imaginative products of young minds adjusting to a new, challenging environment. That was, until the electronic fences surrounding the enclave began to malfunction intermittently, flashing error messages and flickering in the dead of night. Within a month, the disappearances began. At first, it was someone who had left to collect firewood and never returned. Then, a night watchman vanished from his post. Surveillance footage showed only static, and an unsettling, guttural growl could be heard before the signal cut out entirely. Tensions escalated as the Enclave's governing council issued a curfew and restricted movement. The Enclave was not just a sanctuary now, it felt like a prison. Medical staff reported increasing cases of insomnia and acute anxiety among the refugees. Desperate for answers, community leaders reached out to the outside world, to local authorities, and to scholars familiar with the Quarryville legend. Theories floated through the camp like toxic mist. Some believed the pigman was an avatar of human suffering, conjured into existence by the intense despair and dread that had befallen the refugees. Others thought of it as a guardian of the land, responding to its new, unwanted occupants with deadly force. Despite the heavy air of fear, the community fought to survive. Fishing lines were cast into nearby rivers, under the watchful eyes of armed guards. Solar panels were erected to power surveillance equipment. Trenches were dug, filled with sharp stakes coated with whatever chemicals could be mustered, intended to incapacitate the unknown threat. As months wore on, it was as if the very air turned against them. An oppressive atmosphere settled over the camp, thick with dread and foreboding. Yet, no further attacks came. The pigman, or whatever it was, seemed to be toying with its prey, instilling an agonizing anticipation of horror that was, in many ways, as debilitating as any physical assault could be. The psychological toll was unbearable. Support groups formed, where refugees shared stories from their diverse cultures about enduring the unendurable. The elders began organizing religious and spiritual ceremonies, fusing beliefs from different parts of the world in a collective plea to whatever gods or spirits might listen. The one unifying sentiment was the understanding that they were not merely fighting for survival against a nameless entity but grappling with an existential dread that transcended language, culture, and religion. The pigman, it seemed, was not just a monster but a manifestation of ceaseless, unfathomable terror, a dread that knew no borders, no nationality, and no logic. And so they persevered, every new dawn a minor miracle, every uneventful night a reprieve from an unspoken horror. Yet, the specter of the pigman loomed over them like a dark cloud, an eternal enigma that, regardless of whether it struck again or not, had already secured its most insidious victory, planting the seeds of unending fear, ensuring that, even in the absence of bloodshed, the horrors of Quarryville continued to devastate the souls of the living. The enclave persisted, a testament to human resilience, but the story of Quarryville remained an open wound, a narrative without closure, a labyrinth of fear from which there was no escape, only the relentless pursuit of a fragile, agonizing coexistence. As August settled into its final week, the enclave could no longer escape the reality that people were going missing at an alarming rate. It wasn't just solitary wanderers who strayed too far from the lights of the camp. Entire families would vanish from their tents, leaving behind an eerie emptiness that was more unnerving than if they had been ransacked or destroyed. The governing council stepped up its efforts, coordinating with the few remaining local authorities to patrol the area more rigorously. Drones were deployed, programmed to cover the expanse of the forest and the derelict corners of Quarryville, capturing high-definition footage that was analyzed meticulously. Yet, nothing conclusive was found, just the occasional glitch, static, and once, an uncanny shadow that seemed almost pig-like but was dismissed as an artifact of the lighting. The council also put forth a communication campaign to inform the community about safety measures. This included an app that acted as a GPS tracker, and families were encouraged to pair with each other, receiving notifications if their paired members strayed too far from a designated safe zone. However, this technology seemed to provoke whatever force haunted the enclave. More families disappeared, and the notifications were received too late, merely serving as grim reminders of a terror that couldn't be eluded. It was Fatima, a resilient mother of two from Syria, who first proposed the unthinkable, that someone or something within the camp was working with the malevolent force, perhaps even controlling it. The idea was met with disbelief, even outrage. The very notion that one of them, all survivors of insufferable hardship, could be complicit in such horror was beyond comprehension. Fatima's theory gained an unsettling level of credence when her own family vanished. Her tent was found torn open from the inside, and the GPS trackers she had so vehemently advocated for were discovered neatly piled on her makeshift table. The absence of struggle within her tent pointed to an unnerving compliance, as if they had willingly stepped out into the enveloping darkness. The atmosphere within the camp grew palpably suffocating, a dread-choked fog that no sunshine could peer at. Paranoia spread like wildfire, the refugees began to regard each other with suspicion, and the social fabric that had held them together through countless difficulties began to fray. Ji, a young man from Hong Kong and an IT specialist, tried to restore some faith. Working tirelessly for days, he managed to rig a series of motion-triggered cameras around the perimeters of the camp. If anything larger than a rabbit approached, the cameras would not only capture its image but also trigger floodlights to bathe the area in blinding luminescence. Confidence began to resurface, a glimmer of hope in an otherwise hopeless situation. Then, on the evening of August 29th, it happened. The floodlights activated, and the enclave awoke to an intense brightness. Rushing out of their tents, the inhabitants squinted, shielding their eyes as they peered into the luminescence. The cameras had indeed captured something, yet the image was so horrifically incomprehensible that many who looked at the screens screamed, collapsing into uncontrollable sobs. It was a formless abomination, a collage of swine-like features mingled with humanoid characteristics but mangled, twisted, as if refracted through a nightmarish lens. Its eyes, multiple and glowing, seemed to look not just at you, but through you, as if laying bare your deepest fears. That was when everyone understood, this entity was not just of this world but also beyond it, a creature manifested from their collective dread, their unspeakable horrors, their deepest fears. A monster that didn't just haunt Quarryville but also the darkest recesses of their minds. From that night on, no technology, no floodlight, no fence, and certainly no weapon could provide solace. It was as if, by acknowledging the entity, they had given it power, rendering it more potent, more real, and infinitely more terrifying. It didn't need to take them all, it had achieved something far worse. It had become the embodiment of unending, unfathomable fear, ensuring that every individual lived each moment in excruciating suspense, waiting for the horror that could strike at any second but never truly materializing, a nightmarish paradox of an existence that was neither life nor death but an eternal, agonizing purgatory. As days rolled into weeks, people still went missing, but now, every disappearance left an ever more sinister void, as if the entity was selecting its victims with purpose, crafting a narrative of terror that was far more nuanced than mere physical predation. The remaining refugees found themselves trapped in a story with no end, captives in a reality where the only certainty was the perpetuating anguish of their own existence. Local law enforcement had long since washed their hands of the issue. Quarryville, with its haunted history, was considered a burden, a scar on the reputation of the county that no one wanted to touch. When the authorities were first alerted about the new spate of disappearances and other inexplicable occurrences, they had offered perfunctory assistance, filing reports, and issuing statements filled with empty promises of investigations and interventions. But as the horror escalated, capturing a form that defied rational explanation, the police department became increasingly unresponsive. Calls were met with stony silences or bureaucratic platitudes. "We're looking into it," they'd say, or "this is a complex situation that requires thorough examination." When the footage of the entity was sent to them, the police chief himself replied with an abrupt message, "This is beyond our jurisdiction." That was the last they heard from the local law enforcement. Subsequent calls and emails went unanswered, and even the town's council members, desperate for intervention, were met with locked doors and vacant offices when they went to plead their case. It became painfully evident that the people were on their own. Feeling abandoned by the very institutions that were meant to protect them, the camp's community began to internalize their despair. The governing council started to fragment as members resigned or simply vanished, unable to face the crushing weight of their own ineffectiveness. Trust disintegrated, replaced by a simmering undercurrent of blame and recrimination. In a move of profound desperation, Ahmed, a former history teacher from Afghanistan, suggested they turn to the oldest forms of protection known to humanity: ritual and symbolism. Many in the camp were skeptical, but the seed of an idea took root. With nothing else to hold on to, people from different backgrounds and belief systems began to gather at the center of the camp each evening. Drawing from their diverse cultures, they created an eclectic tapestry of rituals. Incense mixed with the smell of burnt sage, while verses from the Quran were chanted alongside prayers in Hebrew, Christian hymns, and Buddhist mantras. Talismans and symbols from a myriad of traditions were crafted and hung on tent poles, fusing together an amalgamation of faiths in a bid to ward off the malevolent force that haunted them. For a short while, this collective expression of faith seemed to offer a glimmer of respite. No new disappearances were reported for a week, and a tentative sense of calm began to pervade the community. Then, just when hope started to flicker, another disappearance occurred, this time striking at the very heart of their newfound unity. Ahmed, the very man who had advocated for the rituals, was gone. His tent was found empty, his personal belongings untouched. The only sign of disturbance was a single hoof print etched deeply into the soil inside his tent, as if mocking their futile attempts at spiritual protection. The symbolic defiance shattered the fragile peace that had momentarily enveloped the camp. It was as though the entity was not merely a physical predator but an existential one, preying on their hopes and beliefs, eroding their spirits as much as it threatened their lives. It had become clear that this was not merely a monster of flesh and bone but a manifestation of malevolent energy that could not be contained, categorized, or combated by any conventional means. Isolated and forsaken, both by the authorities and by their own fractured hopes, the people settled into a new normal. A normal where each day could be their last, where each sound in the night might herald unspeakable horrors, where each goodbye could be final. Yet, despite everything, they persevered, because sometimes, the only defiance left against incomprehensible evil is the simple act of continuing to live, even when surrounded by the shadows of relentless, unending fear. The terror escalated, its cadence quickening like the frenetic beat of a drum in a dire symphony. Whereas weeks would pass between each disappearance, now only days, sometimes mere hours, would separate one vanishing from the next. The entity seemed emboldened, as if gorging on their collective fear had given it a grotesque form of sustenance, making it increasingly audacious. Entire rows of tents would be found shredded in the morning light, their occupants gone without a trace. Inanimate objects started to act out, children's toys would move on their own, emitting distorted sounds that could be heard in the dead of night. Light bulbs would flicker and die, only to spontaneously illuminate again, casting eerie luminescence that seemed almost sentient. Technology became unreliable. Phones would capture distorted voices, and computers would randomly display unsettling images, as if the malevolent force had learned to breach the digital realm. Strangest of all were the symbols that began to appear around the camp. These were not the benign symbols of protection that the community had strung up, these were cruel mockeries, crude pig-like etchings and eerie patterns traced in the mud or on the sides of tents, as if taunting their futile attempts to understand or categorize the terror that besieged them. Theories proliferated like dark weeds in the soil of their desperation. Some whispered that the entity was a projection of their collective guilt and sorrow, a manifestation of their traumas and past sins. Others believed it to be an ancient force, tied to the land itself, a malevolent spirit angered by the intrusion into its domain. Still, others thought it might be an experiment gone awry, a government conspiracy or a scientific anomaly that had taken on a life of its own. Amid the chaos, Elena, a psychiatrist from Ukraine who had long been skeptical of the more supernatural explanations, began to interview those who had witnessed the odd occurrences. She meticulously documented their accounts, searching for a pattern, a common thread that might offer some explanation. Yet, the only constant in all the stories was the overwhelming sense of impending doom. Each person felt a crushing weight that suffocated rational thought and left only primal fear. As the entity's attacks became more frequent, the community's social structure unraveled at an alarming rate. Gone were any semblances of governance, collective decision-making, or mutual support. Families hoarded food and supplies, fortifying their tents as best as they could, yet knowing deep down that no physical barrier could keep out the incomprehensible force that stalked them. The nightly gatherings, once a hub of interfaith prayers and collective resistance, dwindled and then disappeared altogether. The once unified enclave splintered into isolated clusters, each too absorbed in their own survival to offer much more than cursory nods of acknowledgement. Then, just when it seemed like things couldn't get any worse, the entity made its most audacious move yet. It struck in broad daylight. Samuel, a Kenyan engineer who had been working on setting up solar panels, was lifted off the ground in front of multiple witnesses, his body suspended in the air for a few agonizing seconds before being pulled into the forest at an unnatural speed. The brazenness of this act, its utter defiance of all understood rules of time, of physics, of reality itself struck the final blow to the already crumbling edifice of their communal resilience. People no longer spoke of survival, they spoke of endurance. They had become characters in a never-ending horror story, one written in a language too terrible to understand, on a parchment too dark to ever illuminate. All that remained was the grim determination to bear witness, to remember and to chronicle, so that their experiences might serve as a cautionary tale for those who would inevitably follow new refugees, fresh fodder for the insatiable entity that had claimed Quarryville as its everlasting hunting ground. As the daylight waned into the early hues of another haunted evening, groups of men drawn from various ethnicities, religions, and cultures armed themselves with whatever makeshift weapons they could fashion. Kitchen knives were tied to broomsticks, slingshots were crafted, and pieces of metal were sharpened into crude but potentially lethal instruments. Their faces were worn and gaunt, eyes tinged with a desperation that made them seem both older and far removed from the men they once were. Moussa, a former soldier from Syria, took the lead. He had seen atrocities in his time, experienced the ugliness of human conflict, but this was different. This was a war where the enemy defied comprehension. Nevertheless, he rallied the men, invoking a universal call to courage, a final stand against the malevolence that was ripping their lives apart. "Tonight, we push back," he declared, "not just for ourselves, but for our families, our children, and those who will come after us." Nods of agreement, paired with anxious glances, reverberated through the group. They set out, their collective footsteps muffled on the soft, damp ground, every sound an echoing reminder of the stakes at hand. They didn't have to go far. About a mile into the surrounding woods, they encountered it. The atmosphere itself seemed to congeal, becoming almost viscous. A sense of weight, a palpable heaviness in the air, settled around them, choking off whispered conversations and leaving only a shroud of grim resolve. It happened all at once, a cacophony of guttural snarls and shrieks that seemed to come from all directions. The men circled back to back, weapons at the ready, eyes darting through the near-complete darkness. Then they saw it. Or rather, they saw them. Multiple shadowy figures emerged from the trees, each one a grotesque caricature of the pigman entity that haunted their nightmares. Snouts elongated, eyes glowing an unnatural red, their forms were both semi-solid and eerily fluid, as if made of the darkness itself. Despite their fear, the men fought valiantly. Moussa lunged at one of the figures with his makeshift spear, only to pass right through it, as if stabbing a mist. Another man, Raj, a former policeman from India, threw a rock with his slingshot, watching in horror as it was swallowed by the darkness of the entity's form, leaving not so much as a mark. Then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the figures retreated, melting back into the forest, their departing laughter a chilling blend of human and animal sounds that echoed long after they were gone. None of the men returned to camp. Their disappearance reverberated through the community like an earthquake, shaking loose even the last vestiges of hope. If the strongest among them, those willing to fight, could vanish so easily, what chance did the rest have? The camp fell into a kind of numb despair, activities grinding to a halt, conversations dwindling to whispered exchanges of dread. Yet, the entity wasn't done. It seemed to feed off their hopelessness, growing more emboldened with each soul it consumed. Now it didn't just haunt the night but appeared sporadically throughout the day, sometimes just at the edge of vision, a flickering shadow or an inexplicable movement caught in a momentary glance. It was as if it wanted them to know that it was always there, always watching, a perpetual predator in a twisted, never-ending hunt. So they waited, each day an eternity, each night a descent into an abyss from which they knew they could never escape. Some scribbled their stories on pieces of paper, stowing them away in bottles or makeshift time capsules, desperate acts of archiving their own horror. Others simply sat in their tents, staring blankly into a future devoid of anything but dread. And so the terror continued, a relentless cycle of despair and darkness, a living nightmare with no end in sight. The community, once a vibrant mosaic of diverse backgrounds and shared dreams, had been whittled down to its most vulnerable. Left were the women, children, some much older men, and a handful of teenage boys who were too young to have joined the ill-fated expedition into the woods. Defenseless and weighed down by the inertia of despair, they had nothing left but to wait for the inevitable. Lena, who had once tried to use her psychiatric skills to find some logical pattern in the horror that had befallen them, now turned her attention to the children. She organized story circles, both as a means of distraction and as a desperate attempt to offer them some semblance of normalcy. But even this small act was poisoned by the pervasive dread that gripped the camp. The children's stories, once filled with heroes and adventures, now twisted into dark tales where monsters always won and hope was but a fleeting illusion. Days passed, each indistinguishable from the last. Then came the night when even the wind seemed to hold its breath, as if the earth itself were anticipating the grim finale. The remaining inhabitants of the camp gathered together, huddling in the largest of the remaining tents. Many had brought whatever keepsakes they still possessed: old photographs, religious texts, handwritten letters, as if these fragile pieces of a world now lost could offer some form of protection. Dinner was a quiet affair, eaten in solemn silence. When darkness finally swallowed the last traces of twilight, an eerie calm descended. No one slept. Eyes red with exhaustion, they waited, their every sense heightened to an almost unbearable pitch. That's when they heard it, a guttural growl so deep it seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of reality. It was followed by the sound of hooves, or perhaps claws, scraping against the earth, drawing closer and closer. The tent's fabric began to quiver, as if touched by an unseen hand. Then, with a violence that left no room for doubt, it was ripped away, leaving them exposed to the dark void that surrounded them. They looked up, and for the first time, they saw it clearly: a monstrous form, more tangible than before yet still ineffable, an abomination of snout and tusk and matted fur, its eyes glowing like burning coals. No one screamed. No one ran. It was as if their fear had reached a point of such absolute purity that it left no room for any other response. They simply watched as the entity moved among them, its form constantly shifting as if undecided on the most horrific shape it could take. One by one, they vanished. A touch from one of its many limbs, and they would dissolve into mist, their faces marked by an expression not of terror, but of weary resignation, as if they were relieved that their ordeal was finally over. Within minutes, the camp was empty, devoid of human presence, as though it had never existed. The entity lingered for a moment, its form pulsating as if savoring its triumph. Then it too dissolved, melting into the shadows from whence it came, its dark mission fulfilled. The camp remained, a silent testament to the community that had once lived and dreamed and suffered there. Nature began to reclaim the area, flora creeping over abandoned structures, fauna cautiously exploring the newfound emptiness. Yet even they seemed to sense that this was hallowed ground, a place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous had been irrevocably torn. And so it would remain, a patch of land eternally tainted, its soil salted with the ashes of human despair. For the entity was not gone, it could never be gone. It was an eternal part of the landscape now, a lurking horror awaiting the next group of weary souls who would inevitably come seeking sanctuary, ignorant of the dark history that had claimed so many before them. And so ended the story of this particular chapter, a bleak coda in the ongoing chronicle of humanity's struggle against the unfathomable terrors that lurk at the edges of our understanding. But as long as there are places where the light of reason cannot penetrate, where the boundaries between the possible and the impossible blur into indistinct shadows, the tale will continue, an everlasting dance of hope and horror, stretching into an uncertain future that holds the promise of both salvation and damnation. In the years that followed the tragic and mysterious annihilation of the camp, Quarryville and its surrounding lands gradually faded into myth and legend. Tales of the terrifying pigman-like entity that once haunted these woods spread from one generation to the next. Whispered in hushed tones around campfires, discussed in academic circles, and immortalized in obscure folklore journals, the story evolved, distorted by the passage of time and the unreliability of collective memory. Then came a resurgence of interest in the area. A new wave of settlers, drawn by the promise of cheap land and the allure of a fresh start, began to arrive. Local authorities, wary of inviting another catastrophe, did their best to steer them clear of the accursed patch of land where so much suffering had occurred. Still, some could not resist the temptation, driven either by skepticism or the thrill of confronting a horror that had transcended the bounds of imagination. They came prepared, armed with state-of-the-art surveillance equipment and an arsenal that would make a small army envious. But no amount of preparation could brace them for what awaited. One by one, they too vanished, their fates as enigmatic as those of their ill-fated predecessors. As the annals of horror grew thicker, theories about the pigmen proliferated. Some insisted it was a manifestation of collective guilt, a punishment for the atrocities humankind had committed. Others saw it as a relic from a bygone age, a primordial evil that defied eradication. Still others postulated that it was not a single entity but a series of manifestations, each a reflection of the society that had summoned it. Despite the myriad interpretations, one consensus emerged, that whatever the pigmen was, it was beyond the reach of human understanding, a dark aberration that existed solely to sow chaos and fear. And so it remains, a lurking enigma, hidden yet ever present, a reminder of the fragility of human existence in the dark corners of the world where reason dare not tread. It is a tale without end, for as long as there is darkness in the human heart, there will be stories like this to tell testaments to our eternal struggle against forces that we can neither comprehend nor defeat. In Quarryville and beyond, the tale is far from over, an unfinished manuscript in the great library of human dread. New chapters are being written even as you read this, each adding another layer to an enigma that may never be fully unraveled. For those who dare to venture into these accursed lands, let this account serve as both warning and epitaph, a grim reminder that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, and some doors, once opened, can never be closed.